The girl, clad in a luminous dress, floated in the air as if she were made of the very dust of the moon. Her gaze was directed downward at the boy standing at the foot of the hill. The moonlight streaming through the clouds created a sparkling halo around her that emphasized her ephemeral beauty. The night enveloped the world in a soft, silvery light, emphasizing her grace and majesty. As she descended from the heavens, she gently lowered herself to the ground, and her eyes shone with joy and excitement. With a loud, heartfelt cry, she proclaimed that she had come to thank the boy for his feat, which was undoubtedly full of nobility. A man, with a bulky backpack full of various supplies, was hastily making his way through the dense forest. His breathing cut short by fatigue and fear. His every step was full of panic and despair, just as he was trying to escape from a rapidly approaching bear, whose ferocious growls tore the night silence and made the forest tremble. The man, realizing his foolishness and greed, regretted his decision to go deeper into the mountains in search of unreasonable riches, without prior planning or caution. At the critical moment when the bear, demonstrating its physical might, raised its front paw in preparation for an attack, suddenly and seemingly magically, the boy, who had been standing motionless, extended his hand in front of the bear. This movement was not just an act of physical intervention, but a true miracle when the bear, frozen in utter bewilderment, stopped moving and stopped as if surrounded by an invisible barrier. The boy, showing no sign of fear, turned to the man and asked him, with an unfailingly calm intonation, if he was all right. The man, still gripped by panic, shouted back, pointing to the bear that was directly behind his back. Despite his anxious exclamation, the guy remained calm, as if he and the bear were old acquaintances. In the next second, the boy threw the bear aside in one deft movement, demonstrating his incredible strength and skill. The man, stunned by what was happening, could not refrain from an enthusiastic exclamation, remarking in amazement that this was indeed incredible and amazing. With the utmost respect and gratitude, the man turned to the guy, believing that standing before him was none other than a great adventurer who was destined to be a hero. However, the fellow, shaking his head with a slight smile, refuted this assumption, saying that he was not a great adventurer at all. He turned away, his expression became more serious, and he seemed to be analyzing the man's condition. He discreetly noted that, as he had suspected, the man had minor wounds. The man, relieved that his injuries were not as serious, soon realized that the fellow was now focused on the bear lying nearby. The guy, taking his time, carefully examined the bear and soon revealed that the animal had serious internal injuries, broken ribs and lung injuries, which explained its aggressive behavior. The man was stunned by this discovery and, unable to resist feeling outraged, shouted at the boy, asking what he was going to do, given that the bear was a servant of a demon and an enemy of humanity. The boy, turning to him with a placated look, replied that the bear was indeed a monster, but at the moment he was his patient, and therefore he was going to take care of him despite his nature. The guy, focusing his attention, ran one palm over the other, and in an instant, his hand was transformed. A blade, as if made of the purest glass, appeared in his palm. It glistened in the sunlight, reflecting soft silvery reflections as if it were itself made of light. With a sharp and precise movement, he carefully applied this blade to the bear's skin. His actions were carefully calculated, and he sliced the bear's skin, making a quiet sound as if he were cutting cloth. Then, with extreme delicacy, he began to examine the bear's insides like a skilled surgeon, taking care not to harm the animal. The boy carefully peered inside, examining each layer until finally his fingers came across what he was looking for. His face lit up with satisfaction as he pulled out a strange object from the bear's body. The object looked like a large fang, covered with internal tissues and blood, and was clearly the cause of the bear's aggression. The man standing to the side was stunned by this sight. He couldn't believe that the guy could handle this difficult task so confidently and skillfully. The guy pulled out the fang and said a few words in an apologetic tone, addressing the bear. He apologized for any rudeness that may have been displayed in the process of extracting the object and expressed his regret if his actions were painful for the bear. He then concluded that further recovery could be accomplished by the bear on its own. He sat down next to the bear, stroking it affectionately, trying to calm the animal and make it feel safe. A man standing nearby was in a state of panic and fear. He continued to scream, expressing his alarm that the bear might attack him again. His voice was full of terror and worry, as if he was certain that the danger was still not over. Guy, despite this panic, remained calm and continued to care for the bear, ignoring the man's fears. Focusing his attention on the bear, he carefully observed its reaction. The bear, still breathing heavily, made a barely perceptible sound that could be interpreted as an answer to the lad's unspoken question. It was a subtle, almost elusive sound that caught the guy's attention, as if the bear was trying to express his feelings or condition. Suddenly there was a realization on the guy's face. His expression changed, and this inner insight made his gaze shrewd and serious. He turned to the man with an expression as if he had suddenly realized the essence of what was happening. His eyes, full of worry and deep concern, met the man's eyes. With an anxious intonation, the boy asked the man if he had taken the bear's eggs. The question was direct and insistent, reflecting the lad's deep concern about recent events. The man, visibly embarrassed and nervous, began awkwardly trying to deny it. His voice trembled, and his attempts to explain his actions seemed unconvincing, as if he knew his secret had been revealed. The next second, the boy's face lit up with understanding and a pleased smile. He declared, with evident satisfaction, that, as he had supposed, the bear was a rare species with balls. His anger was directed at the man for taking the bear cubs. This discovery shocked the man, and his eyes widened with surprise and shame. The bear, after getting the eggs back, continued to growl, but there was a change in his behavior. He calmed down and, despite his wounds, began to move with difficulty into the forest, gradually disappearing from sight. The man, sitting next to the boy, reflected on what had happened. He realized that the bear, despite his wounds, had pursued him with such persistence because of the loss of his cubs. This realization explained the bear's strange and aggressive behavior. Guy, in a calm voice and with a clear view, noted that he could not say for sure why the bear was pursuing the man so persistently. The man, as he pondered these words, began to realize that animals have their own feelings and affections that are not always obvious. He recognized that he now saw the bear as more than just a dangerous animal. Guy confirmed this understanding, adding that if you listen closely, you can hear the quiet voices of animals. These voices can tell about the animal's internal state and emotional background. The man, amazed by these words, continued to reflect on Guy's incredible abilities and his deep understanding of the nature of animals. Still confused and not knowing how to react to everything that had happened, he stood still, as if not believing his eyes. At this time, the guy, having thought over the situation and made a decision, said that he needed to conduct a survey of the area, and offered to give the man a ride to the base. His offer sounded calm and confident, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. The man, still stunned and amazed that a young man with such unusual abilities and deep knowledge of animals and their habits was standing before him, was immediately curious. He asked the lad who he really was, trying to understand the nature of this mysterious man. The guy, answering with a warm and sincere smile, introduced himself as Veterinarian, a veterinarian. His words, spoken with slight pride and self-assurance, confirmed the uniqueness of his profession and skills. The next day, Zeke continued his work using healing magic. He carefully applied the magical remedy to the syringe, and focusing his attention, he injected the cow that was grazing peacefully in the green pasture. The flickering light emanating from his hands and syringe created an impression of magic and lifted the mood, giving the whole scene an atmosphere of wonder and hope. The man and his daughter, watching the process of the cow's recovery, were overwhelmed with joy and gratitude. The cow, under the influence of the magical treatment, began to revive and recover, which immediately improved their mood and caused sincere joy. They thanked Zeke, expressing their deep appreciation for his help. The man, sensing the great value of what Zeke had done, told him that he was now indebted to him, and that his help had been invaluable. Zeke, with a kind and humble smile, replied that he was not to be thanked, as it was simply part of his work. His words were spoken with a slight casualness, emphasizing his modesty and professionalism. The girl, observing the amazing light emanating from Zeke during the treatment, could not resist asking questions. She asked her father what that light was and why it was coming from Zeke. The man explained to his daughter that this light was the result of Zeke's special skill, making him a truly special person with unique abilities. The girl, impressed by what she had heard, wondered if she too could develop the same skills. She was full of hope and expectation, hoping that she could be as wonderful as Zeke. Her father, with sadness in his voice, explained to his daughter that, as he had said, her abilities would not be the same as Zeke's because he had a rare gift. However, Zeke, after listening to their conversation, turned to the girl and said that while having special skills was important, far more significant was a sincere desire to help others. He emphasized that true value was not in having supernatural abilities, but in a sincere desire to do good and support others in times of need. The man, scrutinizing Zeke, noticed that the latter, despite his obvious merits, showed a rare modesty. He firmly asked Zeke not to be so modest, adding that in his opinion Zeke was an incredibly skilled professional. His words contained not only praise, but genuine admiration for the extraordinary abilities he had observed. The man expressed his belief that Zeke might even surpass his own father in terms of skill. This admission was full of respect and admiration, and reflected the deep impression Zeke had made on him. However, Zeke, maintaining his humble demeanor, shook his head slightly as if to dismiss such high praise. He politely but confidently stated that in his opinion, he couldn't even come close to matching his father's level. According to him, his father was a true master of his craft, a man who was considerably more talented and experienced than himself. Zeke spoke of his father with love and respect, which emphasized the depth of his sense of loss and his recognition of his parents' greatness. The girl, who had been silent all this time, was now clearly surprised to hear Zeke's late father mentioned. Her face expressed genuine sympathy, and she, feeling a deep empathy, inquired about what had happened to his father. Zeke, noticing her expression of sympathy, lowered his voice to a barely audible whisper, adding a note of sadness to it. He told her that his father had been dead for years, and it had been quite a while. His words sounded with a slight tinge of sadness and reminiscence of the past. Upon hearing this, the girl, feeling deeply regretful, looked at Zeke with sincere compassion and expressed her condolences. She said that she was very sorry that he had to suffer such a loss. Zeke, noticing her sincerity, dropped to one knee to be on the same level with the girl. Smiling softly, he reassured her, telling her that it was okay and that the loss had happened a long time ago. His words were spoken with kindness and an effort to ease her feelings, emphasizing that although the loss was significant, it was no longer so keenly felt in the present tense. Afterward, Zeke turned to the man again with a serious expression on his face. He informed him that although they had handled the cow situation, his attention was now focused on another important problem. The man, surprised by the unexpected turn in the discussion, asked what exactly Zeke was concerned about. Zeke, after carefully examining the situation in the stable, emphasized that the condition of the premises required urgent intervention. He explained that the problem was that the huge load was blocking the flow of fresh air, making the atmosphere in the room extremely stuffy and stifling. This lack of fresh air creates dangerous conditions for the animal's health, which in turn can lead to their illness and discomfort. Zeke pointed to a calf standing in the far corner of the stable and noticed that the animal looked much worse since his last visit. The calf looked hunched and emaciated, a clear indication that its condition had worsened. This sight caused Zeke to suggest that the calf be moved immediately to a more favorable environment where it could recover and receive the care it needed. He emphasized that the animal's health was only deteriorating in its current location. The man watching Zeke was amazed at his attentiveness and insight. He did not expect Zeke to pay attention to such subtle details that could affect the animal's condition. In the next second, Zeke picked up a small guest of food and studied it intently. He expressed interest in how the feed was distributed to the animals and expressed doubt that too much concentrate might have been added to the feed mixture. Zeke suggested that this might be one of the reasons for the animal's deteriorating condition. The man, after checking the composition of the feed, admitted that, indeed, concentrate had been added in larger quantities than usual. He agreed with Zeke's observations that excessive amounts of concentrate could be the cause of the cow's heavy breathing and slowness. Zeke explained that symptoms such as heavy breathing and slowness often indicate that animals are overweight. He also noted that current management may require farmers to increase animal weight, although this leads to problems such as cow health issues. Zeke suggested that the man may not want to cause additional hardship to his family by improperly exhibiting. The man agreed with Zeke's analysis, confirming that the instructions he had received were difficult to follow and not all of them had been adequately implemented over the past month. Zeke observed that this was a typical problem for their current situation and added that such difficulties were typical of their approach to work. At this point, as the conversation was coming to an end, Zeke heard the sound of his phone ringing, coming from the pocket of his clothing. He quickly glanced at the screen of the phone when he saw the caller's name and felt a slight disappointment. Zeke noticed that this man was probably bothering him again with his calls, and with slight displeasure, but with a professional attitude, he answered the phone. He prepared himself to listen to what would be said while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor and readiness for further interaction. A loud and irritated voice came from the speaker and instantly caught his attention. The voice, filled with impatience and anger, demandingly inquired where Zeke was and why he was delayed. Zeke, trying to maintain his calm and professional demeanor, replied that he was now at the East Ranch, where he was engaged in a routine cattle inspection. The man, clearly annoyed at the delay, shouted back that a routine inspection was a simple procedure that should take no more than 30 minutes. There was a distinct impatience in his voice, as if the mere fact that the inspection was necessary was unnecessary and unimportant. Zeke, sensing the growing irritation in his voice, tried to explain that although the inspection procedure was standard, Its execution required much more effort and time than might be expected. He emphasized that the work requires a significant expenditure of physical and emotional energy. But the voice in the receiver did not appreciate the explanation and continued to express displeasure, stating that Zeke was constantly looking for excuses. There was a clear disdain in his tone for Zeke wasting time on their problems, especially since the cattle were going to slaughter anyway. The words were filled with skepticism and irritation. Zeke only sighed in response and remained silent, realizing that further explanation would not change his interlocutor's mind. His silence was a kind of admission that he would not be able to change the situation, and he preferred not to delve into a useless discussion. The man on the phone continued his tirade, calling Zeke a lowlife and insisting that he return to his seat immediately. There was an urgency in the voice that emphasized the need to return immediately. Zeke, maintaining professionalism, replied that he would try to complete his business as quickly as possible. He did his best to make his words sound confident and reassuring. The girl standing next to Zeke watched his reaction and noticed that he looked tired and exhausted. With sympathy in her voice, she expressed her opinion that Zeke seemed to be having a really hard time working under such conditions. Zeke, though he felt her support, calmly replied that he was already used to such difficulties and unpleasant conditions. The man, realizing the severity of the situation, expressed his displeasure by saying that everyone is well aware of how hard Zeke works. He emphasized that it is well known, but the rich and aristocrats apparently don't care about Zeke's hard work, as if they don't appreciate his efforts. The man also remarked that perhaps if the aristocrats themselves tried working under such conditions, their attitudes would change. Zeke, upon hearing these words, confirmed that he was not surprised by the frivolous treatment of animals. He opined that the people who are supposed to care for the cattle clearly do not understand the importance and difficulty of this work. The man noted with obvious frustration that the current attitude towards animals had become particularly noticeable since the arrival of the new king, which he felt had brought about a significant decline in livestock husbandry throughout the country. With the arrival of the new monarch, he said, animals were looked upon with less respect, and policies and regulations concerning livestock became less humane. The man's words were like a bitter statement of fact that the loss of attention to the needs and welfare of animals had affected the entire industry. The man continued by acknowledging that they now have only one veterinarian left, and that veterinarian is Zeke. He expressed his opinion that it was a real good fortune for them to have such a qualified person despite the overall unfavorable situation. Frankly, however, the man admitted that he would be glad if Zeke could utilize his outstanding talents and knowledge in a more appropriate place where they would be more appreciated. In the man's view, the work here was a waste of time because the system and conditions had developed in such a way that the value of Zeke's work was not properly recognized. Zeke, after listening to this candor, responded that he could not simply abandon all those who needed his help despite all the difficulties and unfavorable conditions. He emphasized his commitment and dedication, noting that he cannot afford to abandon the people and animals who depend on his professionalism and care. His words were spoken with a sincerity and determination that demonstrated the depth of his attachment to his work and its importance to him. In response, the man remarked that although Zeke spoke such noble words, he should still consider his own well-being. He cautioned that Zeke needed to sometimes put his own interests first and take care of himself, not just others. The man revealed his concern that perhaps Zeke was giving too much of himself to work to the detriment of his own health and well-being. Zeke, sensing the sincerity and concern in the man's words, smiled back. His smile was full of gratitude for the attention and support shown. He expressed his appreciation, noting that he was pleased to hear such warm and supportive words. These words reminded Zeke that despite all the difficulties, there are people who appreciate his efforts and understand his sacrifices. Zeke then left the stables, and after taking a look at his surroundings, he concluded that in the face of the minister's anger, he had better leave the place as soon as possible. He realized that his continued stay might cause even more irritation and trouble. Zeke assured the man that he would definitely come back and take care of all the current issues and problems left behind after he left. The man, realizing the complexity of the situation, reminded Zeke to take care of himself. He expressed concern that Zeke's health and safety were also important, and as important as the work he was doing. This reminder emphasized the depth of his appreciation and concern for a man who, despite the difficulties, continues to work and help. Zeke slowly approached the dinosaur, who was standing quietly not far from him, and addressed him with a warm, friendly smile. He gently asked if the dinosaur was ready to go home. In response, the dinosaur, as if sensing Zeke's sincerity, suddenly turned around and let out a loud, multi-voiced shriek that echoed in the neighborhood. Immediately afterward, he jumped joyfully in place, as if expressing his readiness and anticipation for the journey ahead. Zeke, noticing this violent reaction, tried to reassure the giant creature, telling it that they were indeed going on their journey. He noticed that the dinosaur, thanks to his encouragement and reassuring words, responded to him by mooing appreciatively. Zeke, without losing his optimism, carefully climbed onto the dinosaur's back, and the dinosaur, feeling his weight, energetically roared on his way. As the dinosaur rushed along the winding paths, Zeke was deep in thought. He had often thought of leaving this country and seeking more promising opportunities, somewhere beyond its borders. But thoughts of the people he had already managed to help, and those who needed his support, kept stopping him. He reflected on the fact that despite all the difficulties, life here might have its value, and that perhaps he was not here for nothing. Suddenly, amidst the calm course of events, the dinosaur made a strange sound that abruptly interrupted Zeke's thoughts. Turning to his companion named Kai-chan, Zeke anxiously asked what had happened. However, Kai-chan, without giving a clear answer, let out a kind of growl and suddenly turned in the opposite direction. Zeke, overwhelmed with confusion and anxiety, shouted with all his might, asking Kai-chan to stop and reminding him that the capital was in a completely different direction. His voice was full of desperation and worry, each word sounding with obvious insistence. However, the dinosaur, seemingly completely ignoring his cries, continued to rush forward with inexorable determination. Kai-chan's hind paws, covered with sharp claws, scratched the ground relentlessly, leaving deep and distinct furrows that testified to the speed and power of his movement. After several minutes of strenuous and rapid running, Kai-chan finally slowed down and stopped at the edges of the dense forest. The dinosaur was breathing heavily, and Zeke, not understanding what had caused such a sudden and abrupt change of direction, tried to make sense of what was happening. Among the trees lurking in the shadows, Zeke spotted a small furry lump. As he got closer, he could make out that it was a dog, lying on the ground, looking frightened and exhausted. Her fur was disheveled and her eyes were full of fear and pain, which immediately attracted Zeke's attention. Zeke quickly assessed the dog's condition and, sensing its trembling and weakness, gently picked it up, trying to act as gently as possible. He knew that the animal needed immediate medical attention. Zeke's every move was deliberate and careful not to cause additional pain or stress to the injured dog. With genuine gratitude in his voice, Zeke turned to Kai-chan, thanking him for noticing the animal's distress and bringing it to him. Kai-chan was apparently pleased that he had been able to help, and emitted a satisfied mooing that could be interpreted as an expression of pride and joy at having accomplished a good deed. His boisterous behavior on the path seemed to make sense now, and his satisfaction was evident. Zeke studied the little puppy, who was trembling with fear and pain as it lay in his arms, with concentration and obvious anxiety. He examined every cut and bruise on the animal's tiny body with attention, noticing that although the injuries did not appear serious, they could cause considerable discomfort. Zeke, realizing that the upcoming medical procedures might be painful for the puppy, inwardly apologized to him, realizing that he could not avoid some of the fear and pain. Taking the syringe, he concentrated on applying the magic of expertise. This magical procedure allowed him to examine the composition of the blood and determine the presence of toxins. Bringing the syringe up to the pup, Zeke carefully withdrew a small amount of blood for analysis. His eyes scrutinized the changes in the blood, and soon he detected high levels of toxins. This was a red flag, indicating that the pup might have been attacked by ogres, dangerous creatures known for their ferocity and strength. At this point, the puppy let out a low, piercing howl that was full of pain and fear. Zeke did his best to calm the puppy, trying to exude confidence and concern. He gently spoke words of comfort, assuring it that everything would be all right and that, as a doctor, he knew how to help. The puppy, sensing Zeke's sincerity, looked up at him with trusting eyes that expressed hope for improvement. Zeke then prepared a second vial of the healing remedy and used dosage magic to ensure the dose was accurate. He gently placed the puppy on his lap, carefully explaining to it that he would give it the injection and that it would quickly relieve its condition. He asked the puppy not to move so as not to injure himself further. After the injection was completed, the puppy settled peacefully in Zeke's arms and he began to stroke it gently. As he touched the puppy's fur, he felt its softness and grooming, which was in stark contrast to the dangerous situation he was in. Zeke couldn't understand how this pup had ended up in such a dangerous place, and why he was in distress among the ogres. Suddenly, behind him came the loud roar of Kai-chan, the dinosaur that was his faithful companion. Zeke, worried and agitated, turned around abruptly when he heard the threatening growl behind him. His eyes met with a group of ogres that were only a few feet away from him. These creatures were breathtakingly massive. Their muscular bodies blocked out most of the light, casting long shadows on the ground. Their every movement was full of power and gravity, and their vicious, glittering eyes, full of intent, spoke of no small amount of danger. Zeke felt his heart race with fear and tension. He quickly realized that the ogres appeared to be after the pup, and that pursuit might not be limited to catching the poor animal. Given the ogre's aggressive behavior, Zeke began to suspect that they might have been pursuing the pup with the intent of destroying it. In an effort to protect both the pup and himself, Zeke gathered his courage and, trying to remain outwardly calm, made a plea to the ogres. He clearly and confidently questioned why they continued to follow the puppy if they had no intention of eating it. He pleaded with them to stop this attack, hoping for understanding and a reasonable solution. However, his pleas were ignored. One of the ogres, a particularly large and intimidating one standing directly in front of Zeke, struck the ground with his club with indifference. The blow was so powerful that the ground beneath Zeke's feet shuddered, and before he could react, his body was thrown aside with tremendous force. Zeke felt a painful thud against the ground, and his shoulder twisted violently from the impact. He felt a sharp pain, but gathered all his strength to get to his feet. As he gathered his wits, Zeke realized that the ogres clearly had no intention of giving in and retreating. His physical condition was far from ideal, but he realized that to protect the pup and his own life he would have to engage in combat. Zeke focused all his strength and skills, allowing him to make a sharp and decisive kick with his foot. He attacked one of the ogres he encountered and was able to bring it to the ground. Despite his efforts to maintain a peaceful resolution, he realized that a further clash was inevitable. Zeke, realizing that a direct confrontation with the ogres was inevitable, took a deep breath to gather his thoughts. He turned toward the huge creatures and said with an effort, trying to put all sincere intent into his words, that he did not wish to hurt them if it could be avoided. His voice was strained, but there was persistence and determination in it. He had hoped that such words might somehow stop them, or at least delay the start of the fight. However, the ogre's reaction was quite different. They emitted low, deep growls that could be compared to a rumbling rattle that penetrated to the very soul. These sounds, filled with menace and intransigence, clearly showed that they were determined and ready for a fight. The ogres showed not the slightest intention of retreating or accepting any peace offer. Their baleful glances and threatening postures were full of readiness for imminent conflict. Zeke quickly realized that a direct confrontation with the ogres could end badly, so he decided to resort to magic to avoid unnecessary violence and keep the creatures alive. Concentrating, he activated paralysis magic. His hands glowed with a soft light, and he directed that energy at the ogres. At first nothing happened, but after a few moments the ogres began to slowly lose their mobility. Their massive bodies, previously ready for a furious attack, suddenly froze in place as if shackled by invisible chains. Zeke knew, however, that mere paralysis would not be enough to permanently secure himself and the pup, so he moved on to the next step, using sleep magic. He spoke the words of the spell, and a subtle, fog-like wave of energy began to spread around the ogres. It enveloped each of them, slowly putting them to sleep. The ogres, who moments ago had been ready to tear him apart, began to sway on their feet. Their eyes filled with rage gradually closed, and one by one, they began to fall to the ground like huge trees cut down by a mighty woodcutter. Zeke watched as the ogres one by one fell into a deep sleep, and couldn't help but wonder how the two medical skills he had mastered were so useful in battle. These spells meant for healing and caring suddenly showed their power in a completely different realm, helping him not only save himself, but also protect others. He felt that his skills went far beyond simply treating wounds. They opened up new avenues and possibilities he had never considered. When the danger had passed, Zeke shifted his gaze to the puppy that had been lying quietly in his arms the entire time. The puppy still seemed unable to recover from the horror and stress he had experienced. His tiny body was trembling, his eyes were wide open, and Zeke could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest. However, when the threat was gone and the ogres were neutralized, Zeke looked fondly at his little companion and felt a warmth spill inside him. He stroked the pup's head, enjoying the softness of its fur, but despite his attempts to soothe it, the pup continued to thrash from side to side as if gripped by a new burst of energy. Dust rose up around them, and Zeke, watching this, felt his heart begin to race with excitement and confusion. Attempts to calm the pup were futile. The little furry lump was full of energy and determination. And then, after only a second, the puppy disappeared. The dust was still swirling in the air, and Zeke, gripped by panic, looked around, not finding the puppy. It disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving behind only a sense of incomprehension and anxiety. Zeke began to wonder if perhaps it wasn't a puppy at all, but something else, something more mysterious and dangerous that had taken the form of a puppy to confuse him. Memories of the last few minutes began to blur in his mind, and he tried to figure out what secret meaning lay behind the creature's actions. At this moment, Kai-chan, Zeke's faithful dinosaur, walked up to him and gently licked his cheek. The huge rough tongue, although it caused a slight shock, brought with it a sense of comfort and reassurance. The gesture told Zeke that everything was okay and that they had made it through. Kai-chan was confident that the danger was over and that it was safe to go home. Zeke looked at his faithful friend and felt the tension leave his body. Perhaps the details of what had happened were no longer important. The puppy was gone, which meant they were safe. Zeke sighed, stroked Kai-chan's massive neck, and made the decision to return home. Those words, though filled with fatigue, were imbued with a sense of finality. They had endured many trials together and now deserved some peace. However, fate had prepared a new, much harder blow for Zeke. When they returned to the palace and Zeke stood before the king, he was shocked by what he heard. The king, who had always seemed fair and good-hearted to him, suddenly announced that Zeke had been dismissed from his position. These words sounded like thunder. Zeke froze in place, unable to believe what he had just heard. His mind tried to comprehend the words spoken, but the reality seemed too absurd to accept. He tried to say something, but his voice would not listen, and all his thoughts were stuck in his throat as unspeakable bewilderment and shock. The king, standing before him, showed not the slightest sympathy for his shock. His face was impassive, and he went on, as if this conversation were a mere formality to him, calmly explaining his decision. The king, seated behind his high throne, slowly and thoughtfully began to explain that he had received a report from the Prime Minister detailing the allegations against Zeke. The king emphasized that this report alleged that Zeke had incurred expenses that were many times higher than what was permissible and reasonable. These expenditures allegedly did not meet the needs and budgetary constraints of managing and maintaining livestock. At this time, the Prime Minister, standing behind the king with a smug posture and a cheeky smile, did not miss an opportunity to confirm these allegations. With his face radiating sinister satisfaction, he began to state his version of events. The Prime Minister stated that Zeke had indeed spent huge sums on the treatment and maintenance of animals, which he felt was unnecessary waste. He dismissively added that cattle are nothing more than animals that are bred, killed, and used for food. From this perspective, the cost of their medical care seemed to him totally pointless and unjustifiable. The Prime Minister's words sounded filled with contempt and ridicule. He claimed that Zeke was trying to justify himself by citing health and environmental aspects, but this, in his opinion, was just an empty excuse. The Prime Minister argued that if animals die, it is not a serious problem, as it is always possible to replace them with a few cubs. He insisted that by getting rid of Zeke, the kingdom could significantly reduce unnecessary expenditures and redirect the freed-up funds to more important and promising projects that would actually contribute to the development and prosperity of the country. The king, after listening to this tirade of the Prime Minister, nodded in agreement and acknowledged the validity of the arguments presented. His face remained blank and impassive, and without showing the slightest sympathy, he asked Zeke if he had anything to say for himself. At that moment, Zeke felt his world crumble. He was shocked and depressed, but gathered his courage and tried to express his feelings and explanations. Zeke, feeling the deep pain and injustice of what was happening, humbly said that if this was indeed the case, he apologized for his actions. He began to explain that he believed that the livestock process was a much more complex and multifaceted process than the Prime Minister would have imagined. He emphasized that without careful management and proper care, animal productivity cannot remain stable. Without competent medical care and timely maintenance, animals are prone to disease, which can lead to their death and significant financial losses to the kingdom. In addition, Zeke explained that his duties include not only caring for the livestock, but also managing the monster units that are heavily utilized in the national army. These creatures, known for their ferocity and danger, require specialized methods of control and suppression. Without these specialized methods, the Hexenbeasts could pose a serious threat capable of causing significant loss of life and material destruction in the kingdom. Zeke tried to convey that every amount spent on medical care and management was an investment in the long-term security and stability of the kingdom. He realized that his arguments might not reach those who evaluated the situation solely from a financial perspective. But he could not abandon his principles and leave his job, knowing that his efforts were aimed at protecting those who truly needed help and care. At this point, the Prime Minister, with satisfaction and even a touch of contempt on his face, remarked that perhaps Zeke was unaware of a recent invention that had revolutionized the control of magical creatures. The Prime Minister, without hiding his arrogance, began to reveal that an innovative magical tool, a collar, had recently been developed and presented as the solution to all problems with controlling domestic and magical creatures. This collar was carefully demonstrated by the Prime Minister as a clear proof of progress and technological achievement. The Prime Minister went on to say that this collar has unique properties to instantly subdue any creature to its owner. It was enough to put it around the animal's neck, and it automatically began to follow any orders and demands without any resistance. The Prime Minister pointed to the collar with pride and a certain amount of mockery, explaining that now Zeke and his efforts were becoming completely unnecessary and useless. He made it clear that such technology made all previous methods of creature control obsolete and unnecessary. Zeke, upon hearing of such a tool, was shocked. He couldn't believe that such cruel and inhumane methods were being used to control beings that until that moment had been considered living and sensitive beings. His face was contorted with a mixture of shock and indignation, and he sharply objected that the use of such a device to control animals was morally repugnant and degrading. He realized that this collar was turning living beings into mere objects, stripping them of their feelings, dignity, and freedom of choice, which was against all moral standards. Zeke did not hesitate to voice his outrage and warn of the consequences of treating living beings in this manner. He fervently warned that if the kingdom continued to treat animals in this manner, it would lead to disastrous consequences, as such neglect and cruelty upset the delicate balance between humans and magical beings. His words sounded like a sincere warning of the possible danger that could arise from disrupting the natural order and respect for life. The Prime Minister, upon hearing Zeke's words, only grinned, showing complete disregard for his opinion. He mockingly replied that discussing the feelings of animals and their dignity was basically a waste of time. The Prime Minister was certain that Zeke was simply delusional, and his sentimental musings about animals were irrelevant in light of new technologies and practical solutions. The king, like the Prime Minister, confirmed that Zeke's statements sounded like utter nonsense. The king, with unyielding determination and a stern expression on his face, seated on his throne with a halo of authority, pronounced his judgment on Zeke's fate. His voice, saturated with tones of authority and severity, reflected all contempt for Zeke's actions. He declared that he was fully responsible for the damage he had done to the country, as well as for the many false claims to his competence and qualifications. There was a clear determination in his words to punish Zeke for his actions, which, in the king's opinion, had only caused harm and destabilized order. However, despite the severity and harshness of his words, the king recognized that Zeke still had some merit to the kingdom. This appreciation allowed him to show some degree of leniency. The king, looking intently and coldly into Zeke's eyes, announced with unrelenting clarity that he was ordering him to leave the kingdom and resign his positions forever. This decision, made with complete confidence and determination, seemed final and unappealing. On the evening after Zeke had been deported and banished from the kingdom, he found himself on the top of a huge rock overlooking the dark surface of the lake. Lying on the cold rock and immersed in his thoughts, he looked up into the vast night sky dotted with twinkling stars. The sky was deep and dark, filled with stars shining against the cosmic infinity. The sounds of night nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant splash of water, and the light wind, added to the atmosphere of solitude and reflection. Zeke, lying on the stone and feeling its coldness, thought about how he had strived to replace his father and do his best for the prosperity of the kingdom. His dreams and aspirations seemed now in complete contradiction to the reality he was experiencing. The new king and his rule had turned his life upside down and caused him to face difficult challenges, and he felt that his efforts and ideas were unnecessary and futile. At this time, Kai Chang, a faithful and loyal dinosaur, approached his master. With tenderness that was in his large and rough appearance, he licked Zeke's head in an effort to express his support and comfort. Zeke, sensing the warm and sincere gesture from Kai Chan, couldn't help but laugh, realizing that the dinosaur was doing his best to ease his grief and support him in his difficult moments. Seeing Kai Chan show his affection and sympathy, Zeke felt his heart fill with warmth and comfort, which helped him take his mind off the gravity of what was happening a little. Zeke suddenly realized something important and profound. He realized that animals are not just objects that can be used as long as they serve a purpose and then discarded when they become unnecessary. These creatures have their own feelings, experiences, and inner world. Each has a heart capable of feeling joy and suffering, love and affection. These creatures don't just obey commands and expectations, they can also provide support to their friends and those in need. This understanding came to him through the actions and devotion of Kai-chan. This dinosaur, despite his immense strength and rough exterior, showed incredible loyalty and care. He endeavored to support Zeke in times of need, not using his powers for evil purposes, but only to comfort and support. Kai-chan, noticing that Zeke was beginning to smile, showed even more fun and energy. He jumped on Zeke, tackling him to the ground, and a fun and playful fight between the two began. They wrestled and laughed, filling the night with sounds of joy and friendly play. Soon Zeke was in the cold water of the lake, and covered in droplets, cheerfully announced that the dinosaur had won their contest. The water embraced him on all sides, and he felt the tension and anxiety gradually dissolve, leaving room for the simple pleasure of companionship. Suddenly, as Zeke lay relaxed in the water, immersed in his thoughts and feelings, he noticed a bright and unusual glow breaking through the thick and dark clouds that covered the night sky. This light, penetrating through the darkness, caught his attention and caused him to concentrate fully on what was happening around him. When he turned around, he saw a sight in the sky that struck his imagination. A gorgeous girl was floating under the shimmering light of the moon, her marvelous dress fluttering in the air as if woven from the light itself and the light breeze. The sight looked like a fairy tale, full of magic and mysticism, as if a gust of light wind had brought with it a piece of a marvelous world. Zeke was amazed and mesmerized by this sudden, almost supernatural appearance that seemed completely unreal and almost from another reality. His heart beat faster with surprise and excitement as the girl, slowly and gracefully descending from the heights, stepped onto the surface of the water, leaving no trace or waves. Her gaze was full of warmth and sincere joy, and that glowing expression in her eyes filled the night with a special light and comfort. The girl approached Zeke with an ease that was characteristic only of creatures from fairy tales, and, embracing him, said in a joyful and excited voice that she had missed him and that she now felt indebted to him. Her words were full of sincerity and deep warmth, and Zeke felt his soul fill with a new sense of hope and peace, as if a piece of lost peace had returned to him. As soon as the girl appeared in front of Zeke, her face lit up with a radiant smile, full of sincere joy and warmth, and she introduced herself in a quiet but confident voice, calling her name Tiffany. In every sound of her voice there was such ease and goodwill that it seemed as if this name and its owner were connected with something light and kind, like the rays of the morning sun warming the earth after a cold night. Feeling a special connection with him, Tiffany gently asked Zeke to call her simply Ty, as if to suggest that he shorten the distance between them and show that their acquaintance had every chance of growing into a strong friendship. Zeke, slightly embarrassed by the unexpected situation and Ty's charm, hesitated for a moment, but then, gathering his thoughts, suggested to the girl to go to the house, where they could discuss everything that was happening in a quieter and more private environment. This step seemed natural to him, for home was for him a place of comfort and security, where he could catch his breath and reflect on the unexpectedness of the meeting. Tiffany nodded in agreement and they headed toward the house, her steps light and confident, as if she was part of this world but different from it at the same time, as if something subtly magical emanated from her. Once they were inside, Zeke felt the need to introduce himself in return, for such introductions demanded respect and reciprocity. He discreetly but proudly told Ty that he was a veterinarian, a man who devoted his life to caring for animals and healing their wounds, both bodily and mental. Hearing his words, Tiffany couldn't hide her admiration. Her eyes lit up even brighter, and with sincere warmth she remarked that Zeke had a very beautiful name, and that she had a deep respect for his vocation. These words filled Zeke with a sense of pride and embarrassment at the same time, for he was not used to such an open expression of affection, especially from such an unusual and mysterious person. They sat down in the living room, opposite each other, and despite the strangeness of the situation, a sense of ease and trust was established between them. Kai-chan, Zeke's faithful companion, was lying nearby, his large body barely moving, but his ears were alertly raised and his eyes squinted, as if he were scrutinizing his guest's every move. Suddenly, in the silence of the room, Zeke, thinking over everything that had happened, realized something important. With excitement and timidity in his voice, he asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Was Tiffany the puppy he had rescued the other day? Her face immediately lit up with joy, and, with a smile, she readily confirmed his guess, as if her heart was overflowing with gratitude for that act. Zeke, scrutinizing the girl, suddenly noticed something strange and surprising. On her head were small ears, fluffy and touching, and from behind her back could be seen a long tail that moved smoothly, as if emphasizing her unusual This image was both beautiful and mysterious, and unable to keep from being surprised. Zeke said incredulously that she looked like a monster. His words were filled with wonder and perhaps even fear of the unknown, for what he saw did not fit within the usual framework of his understanding of the world. Then, after hesitating a bit, he added that he thought he was rescuing an ordinary puppy, not an amazing girl like Tiffany. It seemed to him that his past perception had been disproved in the most incredible way. Those words, spoken in the silence of the room, caused a sudden surge of emotion in Tiffany. Her face suddenly darkened, and, flaring with anger, she rose into the air, as if her indignation and resentment at the unjust words made her soar above the ground. She screamed that Zeke was wrong, that he was wrong, and to prove her words, in an instant she transformed into a small fluffy puppy, exactly as he had been when she first met Zeke. Tiffany, now in puppy form, asked Zeke with a challenge in her voice if he believed her now that he had living proof of her words in front of him. Zeke, still in a state of mild shock, couldn't take his eyes off this amazing creature who had just been a beautiful girl, and now a small puppy. His voice trembled, but was full of sincerity as he quietly confessed that he believed her, even though everything that was happening seemed supernatural to him. He had the courage to ask Tiffany if she was a monster, for he had never heard of such creatures being able to change from animal to human and back again. His question was full of wonder and fear of the unknown, for the world he knew was far more complex and multifaceted than he had ever imagined. Tiffany, now in the guise of a puppy, objected vigorously that she was certainly not a monster. Her reply sounded confident, almost resentful, as if she were defending her honor and dignity against unfair accusations. Tiffany, wasting no time, asked Zeke a counter question that was full of hidden meaning and mystery. She asked him if he knew anything about the monster gods. The question left Zeke confused and feeling that there was more than just curiosity behind it. He admitted that he had never heard of such creatures, and this was completely new knowledge to him. Tiffany began to tell him about the ancient creatures that had existed since the beginning of time. These creatures possessed such great power and wisdom that they were considered equal to the gods. With each word she spoke, Zeke became more and more immersed in a new world full of mysteries and riddles that were previously inaccessible to him. Her story filled his mind with images of beings ruling their worlds with a majesty and wisdom that could not be measured by human standards. She continued, explaining that these beings, mistakenly called monsters by many, are in fact the rulers of their worlds. They wield powers that are difficult for the average person to understand or comprehend. And at the head of these ancient and powerful beings stands the Divine Beast King, a figure of incredible power and authority. This realization left Zeke in awe. He felt that he was on the verge of something more than a simple encounter with an unusual being. Tiffany then revealed her true nature. She explained that she was the daughter of this most divine Beast King, and her origins were connected to ancient forces that were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. This information shook Zeke to the core. He was stunned to realize that what stood before him was not just a girl, but a being connected to forces that existed beyond his comprehension. Tiffany, with unperturbed confidence and a note of mystery in her voice, solemnly informed Zeke that her visit was not accidental at all. She had not come simply to thank him or to share her incredible stories. Her purpose was far more important and significant. With a slight smile, full of wisdom and yet hidden mystery, Tiffany announced that she had come with a specific offer meant exclusively for him. It was an invitation so important and serious that it would change his life forever. However, her very manner of presentation, full of intrigue and mystery, left Zeke puzzled. Zeke, upon hearing those words, felt a wave of confusion and surprise wash over his mind. He was shocked by the suddenness of this statement, for until that moment he had never imagined that his quiet and measured life could undergo such a drastic change. She told him that she had come here on an important mission to invite him to Nagma, a land dominated by water, greenery and beasts, and where her father ruled as the Divine Beast King. There was a deep respect for her homeland in her voice, and Zeke felt her words penetrate his heart, making him wonder what he could do for this distant and mysterious world. Tiffany explained that Nagma needed his help, the care and love he had shown when he found her on his journey in the form of a small puppy. These words caused Zeke to feel a wave of emotion. He looked at his hands, realizing that his strength might not be enough for such a great task. But at the same time, he felt that his heart would not allow him to give up. He was willing to do whatever he could to help her and her people, despite all his doubts and insecurities. Zeke, after a short pause, announced that if Tiffany really needed his help, he was willing to give it. despite all his doubts and uncertainties. There was a firmness in his voice, brought on by the realization that Tiffany's offer was an unexpected ray of light in his life of recent disappointment and loss. His life had just changed dramatically. The deportation that had just happened had left him bitter, and he was looking for something to restore his faith in himself and his strength. Tiffany's words, which had come into his life so suddenly, seemed to him as timely and appropriate as if fate itself had given him a chance to change his life. A joy flashed across Tiffany's face that could not go unnoticed. Her joyous shriek cut through the air, as if all her worries and doubts had suddenly dissolved, giving way to joyful anticipation. In that moment she felt that their meeting had been predestined, that all along fate had been leading her to this moment, and now at last she had found the one who could help her people. Zeke, imbued with her enthusiasm and feeling his own heart fill with warmth and determination, extended his fist forward in a symbolic gesture of agreement and willingness to support her. This gesture, simple but filled with deep symbolism, marked the beginning of their shared journey, and Zeke asked Nagma with firmness to wait for his arrival, promising that he would do his best to help. Tiffany, still in her puppy form, tapped her paw on Zeke's fist with ease and playfulness. This simple but touching moment was filled with joy and hope, making it seem as if their union was already beginning to bear fruit. But in the next second, everything around them changed. Suddenly, the room began to flood with a soft, warm light that seemed to emanate from the very essence of their union. The light filled the space, penetrating every corner and making it feel as if time itself had stopped to capture this moment. Zeke watched in amazement as his own body began to glow, as if an unknown power that had long lurked in the depths of his being was awakening within him. Tiffany, seeing his confusion, explained with a soft smile that it was a sign of the pact they had made, which now bound them not only physically but also spiritually. Transformed, she told him that now that they had joined forces, he was more than just a vet. There was now a hidden power within him, a power bestowed by nature and the ancient forces with which he had allied himself. Her words were spoken with such confidence and wisdom that Zeke felt his inner world turn over, opening up to new possibilities and perspectives. It was a moment of truth in which he realized that he now possessed abilities and power that had previously seemed out of his reach. Tiffany, as she continued to speak, watched his reaction carefully. Her eyes glowed with pride and faith that Zeke could handle this new role. She said that this pact had unleashed his hidden powers, and now he would become not just a protector, but someone who could change the fate of an entire world. Zeke, immersed in his thoughts, nodded slowly, realizing that this path would not be easy, but also realizing that he had everything he needed to overcome all obstacles. He had many questions, but now, at this moment, he felt that the time for answers was still ahead of him, and he needed to focus on preparing for the challenges ahead. Realizing the gravity and magnitude of the events to come, Zeke was determined that it was time to prepare for their journey to Nagma. He knew that there was no time for deliberation and that he had to act quickly and decisively. Tiffany, full of enthusiasm and energy, agreed with his words. She seemed ready for anything that might lie ahead, and her joyful smile reflected her confidence that together they would overcome all difficulties. Suddenly, as if on a whim, she climbed into his bed, covered herself with a blanket, and, as if nothing special had happened, said goodnight to him. This unexpected behavior took Zeke by surprise, and he, without hiding his surprise, loudly expressed his displeasure that she had taken his place. Tiffany, however, with a casualness that only emphasized her childlike directness, innocently asked if he wanted her to sleep with him. This unexpected question left Zeke speechless. He fell silent, feeling confusion fill his thoughts and not knowing what to answer to such an unexpected turn of events. In the end, he decided not to continue the argument and, feeling tired, simply squinted his eyes, accepting what was happening as it was. Instead of continuing the showdown, he decided to spend the night lying next to his faithful friend, the dinosaur Kai Chang. This ancient but loyal companion had always been there to support him in his most difficult moments, and Zeke knew he needed his support now. That was how their first night together passed, full of unexpected moments, hearty laughter, and new discoveries. Zeke, lying on the ground, felt his thoughts drifting far away, to thoughts of how much his life had changed in the past few hours. He knew he had an exciting journey ahead of him to Nagma, a world he had never even suspected of before. But now he was to discover it, and possibly change his destiny. But despite all the trials that could await him ahead, Zeke felt that with friends like Tiffany and Kai Chan, he was ready to face any challenges and overcome them with honor. Morning came and its first rays illuminated the village where Zeke felt his last moments of connection to the place. He made his way to the home of a farmer, a man to whom he had recently provided meaningful assistance in the treatment of a sick cow. On this day, Zeke, dressed in his usual work clothes, felt it was time to say goodbye to this corner where he had left a piece of his heart and his efforts. The farmer, noticing Zeke's approach, stepped outside, waving his hand in greeting. Standing beside him was his daughter, who, like her father, was grateful for the help Zeke had given their family. The farmer's daughter, dressed in a simple but neat dress, looked excited, her eyes expressing gratitude and respect for the man who had shown such kindness. Heartfelt and with a note of sadness in his voice, Zeke expressed his feelings, saying that he would sincerely miss these people who had become almost family to him during his time here. He also explained that despite his affection for this place, he could not stay in the country as his life circumstances required a change in a new direction. Zeke, with a slight irony and a light laugh, noted that people who hold high office and make important decisions often behave foolishly and ridiculously. The farmer, noticing Zeke's emotional state, assured him with kindness and comfort that they would be fine and get through the difficulties even if Zeke was leaving. He advised him to take care of himself on the journey ahead, wanting Zeke to remain safe and healthy despite his departure and the new road ahead of him. Zeke, in response to the farmer's warm words, laughed, expressing his gratitude and appreciation for his support and friendliness. His laughter was genuine and a little sad, emphasizing that he truly appreciated this human connection and the support he had received. Meanwhile, a little away from the main farewell scene, Kai-chan and Tiffany were watching the scene. Kai-chan, as always, displayed his guarded nature by standing wary and waiting for the next action. Tiffany, dressed in her bright and exciting clothes, with a slight expression of impatience on her face, watched this moment with some irony and anticipation. Kai-chan, noticing Tiffany showing some intolerance, began to growl at her, showing his displeasure. He was obviously annoyed by her behavior or some action she had taken. Tiffany, with obvious disdain and slight irritation, brushed off his growling, ordering him to calm down and not express his feelings so openly. The situation gave the impression that there was a definite tension or animosity between them. The farmer, watching the interaction between Kai-chan and Tiffany, couldn't hold back a smile as he noticed that Zeke really did seem to have loyal and trustworthy companions. His face expressed satisfaction and calmness, as if he was certain that Zeke was in good hands and that these beings would support him in any way. Zeke, seeing the farmer's reaction and realizing that the situation might create awkwardness, apologized with a smile on his face for the possible commotion caused by Kai-chan's behavior. His apology was sincere, and he wanted the farewell to pass without unnecessary excitement and anxiety. After finishing his farewell, Zeke walked over to Tiffany, who was standing nearby, and informed her that they were ready to depart. His voice was resolute and determined, as if he was ready to leave all his worries behind and begin a new journey. Suddenly, Zeke heard a strange scream that seemed to come from the air itself. This scream spoke of how his friendship with Tiffany was only seen in the context of his relationship with her. This strange phenomenon caught his attention and caused him confusion. He couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from, so he asked Tiffany if she had said anything at that moment. Tiffany, noticing his concern, dismissed it as nonsense and said it was nothing to be concerned about. Zeke, however, was sure that he had heard a second voice, and, although he himself could not tell whether it was a figment of his imagination, he decided not to delve further into the strangeness and suggested that they set off. They positioned themselves on Kai-chan's back, and the dinosaur, emitting a deep and expressive roar, rushed forward, filling the air with a sense of speed and power. Kai-chan's every movement was confident and determined, showing the readiness and energy with which he carried his passengers. Tiffany, sitting directly behind Zeke, watched the traffic ahead closely. She began to realize that even with the incredible speed and strength that Kai-chan was displaying, the journey to Nagma would take at least 5 days. Those 5 days seemed like quite a long time to her, especially considering the many unknowns that might be encountered along the way. Zeke, for his part, began to immerse himself in thoughts of the journey ahead. The thought of such a long journey and all the trials that might await him occupied his mind. He realized that not only were the difficulties of the journey ahead of them, but also the many different challenges and adventures that could arise unexpectedly. His thoughts were immersed in planning and preparing for the difficulties that might come their way. Tiffany, noticing that Zeke was beginning to look a little depressed, decided to try to dispel his gloomy thoughts. She hugged him gently, trying to convey warmth and support, and offered to make their journey more joyful and exciting. Her suggestion was to bring an element of fun into this long and tedious journey, to make it more enjoyable and full of positive emotions to distract from the difficulties and add some joy. Suddenly, Kai-chan began to behave in an extremely restless manner, emitting loud screams and darting from side to side. His abrupt and disturbing behavior attracted the attention of Zeke, who instantly tensed up, sensing that something was wrong. He shouted at the dinosaur, trying to figure out what had happened and why Kai-chan was so nervous and anxious. His gaze quickly spotted some creature on the road that was lying motionless, prostrate on the ground. When Zeke took a closer look at the creature, he immediately realized that the person in front of him was a wounded man. However, Tiffany, upon seeing the object in its entirety, was horrified to notice the huge wings that gave the creature away as a harpy. She shouted anxiously, warning Zeke that the harpy in front of them was a harpy, a ferocious and dangerous rank creature known for its fearsome and deadly nature. Tiffany was shocked by what she saw, as a harpy, especially in a place like this, was an extremely unusual and dangerous creature. She offered to go around the harpy to avoid a direct collision and not put herself and Zeke in potential danger. However, Zeke, despite her urgent warning, shook his head negatively. Zeke, full of determination and inner excitement, swiftly jumped off Kai-chan's back and, traversing the uneven ground, headed towards the harpy lying on the road. His thoughts were filled with questions as to why he was encountering so many injured monsters lately. Soon he found himself standing next to the giant creature, which despite its danger, looked extremely vulnerable in its current state. These encounters with monsters full of pain and fear were like a warning that made him wonder what was really going on in this world. As Zeke got closer, he saw Tiffany standing nearby shouting restlessly, warning him of possible danger. Her voice was full of alarm, her words a mosaic of fear and warning. She recognized the danger of the situation and wanted Zeke to keep in mind how aggressive and unpredictable harpies could be, even if they were injured. Tiffany, without taking her eyes off the harpy, urged Zeke to be careful and not risk his safety. Zeke paid no heed to the warnings, consumed with his goal of helping the creature. As he got closer, he saw that the harpy was suffering. Her breathing was intermittent, and each breath came with difficulty. The harpy's eyes, full of pain and fear, radiated not only physical suffering but also a sense of deep despair. Zeke realized that despite the potential threat, he had to help the creature. His heart was filled with compassion, and he resolutely declared his intention to inspect the harpy's wounds, in hopes of alleviating its suffering. As soon as Zeke attempted to approach, the harpy, in a state of extreme panic and pain, abruptly leapt into the air with a loud, piercing scream. Her large, powerful wings unfolded, creating a powerful current of air that lifted feathers and small particles of dust. The harpy's feathers scattered through the air like snowflakes, flying in different directions, creating a chaotic atmosphere and complicating the situation. The harpy continued to make loud, threatening noises, and its aggressive behavior indicated that it was preparing to attack Zeke. The creature swung toward him, showing its sharp claws and beak ready to attack. Zeke remained calm and focused despite the approaching danger. He knew that to handle the situation, he needed to use his special skills that could disarm the harpy without causing it additional pain. The moment the harpy was at arm's length, Zeke, acting decisively, reached out and touched its head. His touch was careful and soft, but contained incredible power, allowing him to put the creatures into a deep hypnotic sleep. The seconds when Zeke applied his skills were crucial. The harpy, feeling the effects of his power, instantly lost consciousness and began to slowly fall to the ground. Her body, now out of control, slumped helplessly to the ground and Zeke deftly caught her in his arms. Tiffany, watching this spectacle, was amazed to the core. Seeing Zeke handle such a dangerous harpy with his abilities was unexpected and exciting to her. Her face expressed a mixture of surprise and admiration. She realized that Zeke had unique and powerful skills that could be the deciding factor in the most difficult and dangerous situations. This moment demonstrated her new perspective on Zeke's capabilities and powers, who was now seen not just as a human, but as a true possessor of amazing gifts. Zeke bent over the injured harpy, his hands gently touching its feathers, the barely perceptible movements radiating warmth and light like breathing. Focused, he channeled healing energy into the creature's wounded body, so immersed in his work that the world around him seemed to disappear. The harpy, though in a deep sleep, would occasionally flinch, as if something was disturbing her even in this serene state. Tiffany, who had kept her distance until then, slowly came closer. There were many feelings in her gaze, concern, doubt, and at the same time an admiration that could not be concealed. She couldn't take her eyes off Zeke, seeing how his focus and determination turned this scene into something almost sacred. Tiffany couldn't understand why Zeke, knowing the ferocity of the harpies and their hatred of humans, would still choose to risk healing her. Moving closer, Tiffany asked him why he continued to heal the creature, realizing the danger it posed. Zeke, without stopping his work, calmly replied that he was a doctor and it was his duty to help anyone who needed help, whether it was a human or a monster. He also added that the monsters had gone mad because of the Demon Lord's curse and it wasn't their fault. There was a confidence in his voice that made Tiffany wonder how deeply Zeke understood the nature of these creatures. Tiffany couldn't contain her emotions and suddenly hugged Zeke, pulling him tightly against her. There was a mixture of gratitude and admiration in her embrace. She cried out that this was the kind of Zeke she had always admired, that his kindness and compassion made him truly great. There was pride in her words, and she warned that if that was the case, the Harpy would be struck down. Zeke, sensing her anxiety, gently dismissed her and asked her not to say anything foolish. He explained that, as he had said, monsters had a curse on them and they were not easy to tame. He knew that each creature he encountered was unique and had to be approached with extreme care and patience. Tiffany remembered how Zeke had taken care of the cursed creatures in the kingdom and said that he had shown incredible patience and fortitude then. Zeke calmly explained that the process of breaking the curse was incredibly long and required tremendous patience and effort. His voice was full of experience and a deep weariness that only someone who had faced many hardships along the way could understand. Suddenly, the Harpy, who had been lying motionless until then, began to slowly regain consciousness. Her body, which had previously been weakened and almost lifeless, suddenly gained strength, as if she had been breathed back to life. Her eyes, which had just been closed, slowly opened, and a fire lit up in them, reflecting her inner struggle and awakening. She looked at Zeke as if seeing him for the first time, and there was none of the rage or fear in her gaze that one would normally expect from a creature of her kind. In an instant, as if on an inexplicable impulse, the Harpy rose abruptly and, without thinking, rushed toward Zeke. Her movements were swift and full of unexpected strength, but there was no aggression in them, only a desire to get closer to the one who had freed her from the heavy curse. When she embraced Zeke with her powerful wings, her embrace was unexpectedly gentle, as if she were afraid of hurting him. There was gratitude in her gestures, mixed with a deep sense of affection she couldn't put into words. Overwhelmed with emotion, the Harpy cried out that she loved him. Her voice trembled, full of a passion and sincerity she had never experienced before. The words that came out of her mouth carried the depth of her feelings, echoing through the forest and filling the air with extraordinary energy. Zeke, though immersed in his own thoughts, realized at once that those words were not accidental. He suddenly understood that Tiffany had been right about the Harpy's feelings for him. Her love wasn't just gratitude for being healed, it was something deeper and stronger. The Harpy felt in Zeke not just a savior, but someone who understood her pain and helped her deal with the darkness that had long held her captive. In that moment, Zeke realized that their connection was more than just a meeting between a healer and his patient. It was the beginning of something new and unexpected that would perhaps change their destinies forever. Kai-chan, the mighty dinosaur, took Zeke, Tiffany, and the Harpy on his broad back with impressive grace and strength. His powerful muscles tensed as he pushed himself off the ground, and soon the ground beneath him began to flicker, becoming a blur as he rushed forward. Each step he took was full of confidence and power, each touch of his paws on the ground echoing deafeningly but rhythmically through the neighborhood. The forest around them blended into a single sea of green, and the wind picked up by the swift movement whistled in their ears, fluttering the hair and clothes of the riders. Kai-chan, being a creature accustomed to such exertions, kept his balance and composure in spite of all his imposing speed. Tiffany, who was sitting behind Zeke, couldn't contain her emotions. Her eyes shone with delight, and her voice full of sincere admiration resounded relentlessly all the way through. She sincerely admired Zeke, praising his skill and how easily he managed to deal with the powerful high-ranked creature. Zeke, however, did not share her confidence. His thoughts were immersed in deep contemplation, and he remarked incredulously that he didn't even remember possessing such power before. His voice, when he finally answered, was full of a doubt that did not leave him even after his victory. He couldn't understand where these new abilities that seemed completely unfamiliar to him came from. His words were full of inner turmoil, as if he realized that these changes might have been more than just the result of training or experience. He felt that something had happened that changed him, but he could not find an explanation for it. Tiffany, not wanting to leave Zeke in his doubts, immediately recalled an event that could shed light on his new abilities. Her eyes lit up with a new spark as she smilingly reminded him of the magical contract they had made the night before. Her voice sounded soft, but she could hear the confidence and even pride in what they had done. She knew that this contract was not just a formality, but a powerful magical alliance that may have caused Zeke's powers to grow. Her words sounded like a key that opened new doors for Zeke to understand what was happening to him. Zeke, immersed in his thoughts, suddenly remembered everything that had happened last night. The pictures that surfaced in his mind were vivid and full of emotion. He remembered how he and Tiffany had stood face to face as their hands touched and the magic around them began to flow, binding their souls and powers together. This magical contract was more than just a contract. It was something sacred that connected them on a deep, spiritual level. Zeke felt something change inside him. Something new sparked in his heart, and now he began to realize how much this union could affect his abilities. Pensive, Zeke shifted his gaze to the Harpy that now followed with them. He suddenly realized that she might be able to speak as well, as his new powers now allowed him to understand the language of creatures that were previously incomprehensible to him. The thought surprised him, and he looked at Tiffany curiously, asking the question that had been maturing in his mind for a long time. He pointed to the Harpy and asked if she could speak like them. Tiffany, realizing his intent, smiled and nodded confidently. She confirmed his guess, explaining that thanks to their magic contract, his abilities had indeed grown so much that he could now understand the language of monsters and magical creatures. At this moment, the Harpy who had been by their side all this time suddenly showed unexpected activity. She approached Zeke, her powerful wings gently wrapped around him like a protective cocoon, creating a sense of safety and comfort around him. Her gaze was full of admiration and appreciation, and she quietly but confidently spoke words that suddenly made sense to Zeke. She said that it was all part of the bargain made between them, and that his new abilities and her feelings for him were the result of his amazing talent. Her voice shook with emotion, and she couldn't hide her admiration for the way he'd handled her healing and the way he'd changed her life. Zeke, despite her words, still couldn't fully accept what had happened. He was still in denial about his new powers, believing that it could all be temporary or coincidental. His mind was full of doubt, but deep down he began to realize that these changes were real, and that their effects could be much deeper than he could have imagined. Nevertheless, the Harpy, disregarding his doubts, continued to speak of her love for him. Her words sounded sincere and heartfelt, filled with feelings she couldn't contain. Every sound she made was full of tenderness and affection, and Zeke began to realize that these feelings were real, despite all his inner doubts. Meanwhile, Kai-chan, who had been tirelessly carrying them forward, was beginning to show signs of fatigue from these emotional scenes. His powerful paws slowed their rhythm slightly, and his breathing became louder and heavier. He began puffing and snorting, expressing his displeasure as if to say that he was tired of it all. The Harpy, having caught Kai-chan's mood, suddenly looked at Tiffany with an unexpected expression on her face. Her eyes sparkled, and she suddenly admitted that she liked Tiffany too. There was a lightness and playfulness in her voice that added even more surprise to the situation. Tiffany, a little surprised by this admission, couldn't hide her smile as she felt a warm wave of appreciation and understanding wash over her. But before any of them could say anything, Kai-chan puffed loudly and irritably, letting everyone know that he had had enough of this. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly, Kai-chan, who had been moving in her usual smooth rhythm, suddenly accelerated. Her powerful paws seemed to explode with energy, causing the ground beneath her to literally shake with every strike. The forest around them became more and more blurred with each passing second, and the trees that had seemed monumental and immobile began to flicker before their eyes like indistinct silhouettes. Zeke, feeling his equilibrium broken, grabbed onto Kai-chan's back, his fingers clawing at her fur, trying to hold himself in place. His heart hammered with such force that it felt like it was about to leap out of his chest, and his breathing hitched, turning into intermittent breaths as he fought the surging fear. He couldn't understand what made Kai-chan change her pace so abruptly, but he realized one thing. If she continued to carry on like this, they all risked falling down, losing control of the situation. But instead of just stopping, Kai-chan turned her head and suddenly spoke. Her voice, always silent until that moment, rang through the air with unexpected clarity and sharpness. She called Zeke a fool, her words sounding like a sharp rebuke filled with long-held-back emotion. There was a note of anger and resentment in her voice, as if she had been storing up these feelings inside of her for a long time. She admitted that she had been in love with him for a long time, but he was too blind to notice. These words threw Zeke into complete confusion. He couldn't believe his ears. The world around him seemed to suddenly become strange and alien when he heard those words from a creature he had always considered his loyal companion, but he had never perceived her otherwise. Zeke was dumbfounded to the core. He couldn't understand how this could have happened, how he could have failed to notice her feelings. He tried to say something in response, but the words stuck in his throat, tangled in the web of his own thoughts and emotions. In an attempt to justify himself, he called the whole thing a misunderstanding, hoping that in this way he could put things back on track, convince her that she was wrong. Suddenly it dawned on him that Kai-chan could speak, that she, like many magical beings, had the gift of speech and perhaps had always had it, but for some reason had remained silent until now. The thought literally blew his mind. He realized that all this time he had not perceived Kai-chan as a complete person, as a being capable of feeling and speaking. And this realization came as a real shock to him. His world turned upside down when he realized that Kai-chan was not just his faithful companion, but a being with a mind and feelings. She was a being that could feel pain, joy, and love without him noticing it. But before he could fully comprehend this discovery, Kai-chan suddenly cried. Her tears were full of resentment and pain that had built up inside her all this time. She cried out that he had lied to her, that he preferred other beings, that she was hurt by his indifference. Her voice was filled with despair, blaming him for jumping so easily into the arms of another creature without noticing her feelings. She asked Riley if he liked mammals so much, and her words pierced Zeke's heart like daggers. At this moment, Tiffany, who had been silent until then, couldn't stand it. Her heart erupted with jealousy, and she did not hold back her emotions and shouted to Zeke that if he liked breasts so much, she would cling to him even tighter. Her voice was filled with passion and defiance, as if she were trying to prove something not only to Zeke but to herself. She hugged him sharply, pulling him closer, her arms wrapped around him so tightly that he felt her heart beating in unison with his. Zeke, finding himself in the center of this whirlwind of emotions, was completely confused. His mind couldn't cope with the sudden rush of feelings and conflicts, and he screamed, asking Tiffany not to complicate the situation. His voice shook with tension. He wanted everything to go back to normal, for this madness to stop. He could feel everything around him spinning out of control, and he was desperate to regain stability. Realizing that Kai-chan had misunderstood everything, Zeke turned to her with a new cry. He tried to convey to her that she had it all wrong, that his feelings for her were and still are special. He assured her that he thought she was the best, even now, despite all the misunderstandings. His words were full of sincerity. He spoke from his heart, hoping she would understand and forgive him. He realized that her resentment was due to his inattention, and he tried to correct that mistake. Suddenly, in the next second, Kai-chan stopped abruptly, as suddenly as she had accelerated earlier. The ground beneath them began to stabilize again, but this sudden stop nearly threw all three of them off her back. The air around them was filled with tension, and for a moment everything froze. But before anyone could say anything, Kai-chan turned her massive head and, unexpectedly, began licking Zeke. Her tongue, warm and wet, traveled down his cheek, leaving behind traces of her affection. There was no anger or resentment in her gestures, only pure joy and love. She declared that she loved him too. Her voice was full of warmth and tenderness, and in that moment all her previous resentments seemed to disappear. Zeke, sensing this unexpected display of tenderness, froze. His mind was reeling with thoughts that he had never imagined that the day would come when he would be able to talk to Kai-chan like that, when she would become not just his companion, but a full-fledged interlocutor, a being capable of expressing her feelings and thoughts. That moment changed his whole perception of their relationship, and he began to realize that they had become much closer than he had ever imagined. Suddenly, Tiffany tensed up as if she had caught a glimpse of something invisible, and with her gaze fixed somewhere in the distance, suddenly exclaimed that their journey had finally come to an end and they had arrived at their destination. This sudden and confident cry took Zeke by surprise. He couldn't believe her words and looked at her with obvious disbelief. Not holding back the slight irritation in his voice, he hastily said that he shouldn't say such nonsense. After all, it was still a long way to go, and they still had several days of riding ahead of them. But something in her confident gaze and quiet assurance made him turn his head and look back after all, as if he felt he was missing something important. When Zeke turned around, his gaze met a picture he had not expected to see. Spread out before them was the ancient and majestic entrance to Nagma, the same Mikuni gate that was known only through legends. The gate, once powerful and mysterious, was now covered with thick green vines and surrounded by fluffy shrubs, as if nature had carefully covered it with her green mantle in an effort to hide it from prying eyes. Zeke could not believe his eyes. Before them stood this massive gate, skillfully carved from black stone, which held the echoes of ancient times. Zeke, stunned and shocked by what he saw, could not contain his amazement. The gates, so ancient and majestic, seemed like ghosts of the past, told only by the oldest tales. A sense of humility arose in his soul before this ancient power, before this place where nature and time had come together in an inseparable union. Tiffany, as if reading his thoughts, shouted with enthusiasm and confident joy in her voice that this was exactly what she meant. On quick feet they had made it to the appointed time. Her confidence and energy were infectious. Zeke, who still couldn't take his eyes off the massive gate, felt his heart filled with a mixture of awe and delight. Upon crossing the threshold, Tiffany and Zeke immediately felt surrounded by sounds that resembled the whispering of many voices that echoed among the ancient trees and dilapidated walls. These voices, soft and warm, like a gentle wind through a dense forest, greeted Tiffany with such tenderness and reverence that it was clear that her return had been long and eagerly awaited. Those mysterious whispers, overflowing with joy and respect, were like thousands of invisible beings echoing that the divine beast had returned. Every sound, every word echoed in Zeke's heart with wonder and delight, leaving his thoughts space to ponder Tiffany's importance in this world. Around them gathered the residents, small and large, young and old, each expressing genuine joy and jubilation that their mistress had come home again. In their eyes shone a genuine devotion and deep respect that only grew stronger with each passing moment. Tiffany, with a slight bow of her head that expressed both modesty and confidence, and with a radiant smile on her face, announced her return. The multitude of creatures around them immediately began to ask Tiffany how she had been in the outside world, what new things she had learned, and what news she had brought with her from outside their secluded sanctuary. The eyes of these creatures shone not only with curiosity, but also with deep respect, as if every little thing Tiffany could tell them was of great importance to them. She was not just a princess to them, but a link to the outside world that they knew only by hearsay. Zeke, watching this whole scene, felt his earlier doubts about Tiffany's origins begin to dissipate like morning fog under the rays of the rising sun. Earlier, he might have suspected that her tales of high status were exaggerated. But now, seeing how she was being greeted, he finally realized that she was indeed a princess of this world. Her status was genuine, and everyone around her perceived her as such, with the utmost reverence and devotion. Realizing the importance of the moment, Tiffany proudly declared that her journey to the outside world had been successful, and she had been able to gather not only valuable knowledge and useful items for her people, but also to bring back something truly special, a human doctor. Her voice sounded solemn as she pointed with a slight but confident gesture to Zeke standing beside her. Zeke, somewhat embarrassed at being the center of attention, took a step forward, feeling hundreds of curious eyes on him. He bowed and introduced himself as a veterinarian, hoping it would put the assembled crowd at ease. There was a sudden silence around him, and all the looks that had previously expressed joy and interest now froze in genuine exasperation. To these creatures, Zeke was not just a stranger, he was a being from another world, one they had only heard of in legends but had never seen in person. Their minds were obviously vacillating between fear and curiosity, whispering among themselves as they tried to make sense of what they had heard. They did not understand how a human could become the benefactor that the divine beast had spoken of. This question clearly tormented them, and each tried to find the answer in the faces of his companions. Zeke, feeling the full weight of those gazes, began to feel uncomfortable. He leaned slightly toward Tiffany, trying to see if he had made some sort of misstep. But she, with her wisdom and understanding, reassured him quietly that everything was fine. Her words, full of confidence, sounded like a balm to his soul. She explained that the inhabitants were just a little confused and unaccustomed to the presence of a man in their midst, and that was why their reaction was so unexpected. There was a deep understanding of the nature of her people, their fears and prejudices, in Tiffany's words, and Zeke began to remember everything he had once read about the Beastmen, how they had been persecuted by humans, forced to seek refuge in the deepest corners of the forests, far from the human world. Now, coming face to face with their reality, he was not surprised at their caution and wariness. One of the guards, a powerful and statuesque beastman, approached them with majestic grace and respectfully addressed Tiffany, asking her to step forward to where something important apparently awaited her. Tiffany, grateful for this attention, headed forward, leading Zeke behind her. They walked along a narrow path, surrounded by tall trees whose mighty crowns seemed to touch the sky, sheltering them from the outside world. Every step along the path was filled with tension and anticipation of something new and unknown. Zeke felt his heart beat more frequently, anticipating meeting more of the mysteries of this wonderful world. Realizing how difficult it was for Zeke to be in such a situation, Tiffany apologized to him for the cold reception. But Zeke, smiling demurely, assured her that it was fine. He realized that their reaction was natural, and he didn't want her to feel guilty. Her care and attention to him bolstered his confidence that he had made the right choice in following her. As they continued on their way along a narrow forest path surrounded by dense thickets and majestic trees whose tops seemed to reach for the heavens, the silence around them was suddenly broken. A slight rustle of leaves and a faint sound like a muffled call reached their ears. Tiffany froze for a moment, straining her hearing to realize where the unexpected sound was coming from. She looked around, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and interest when she heard someone call out to her. Suddenly, out of nowhere, from behind a thick bush covered in dark green foliage and lined with vines, a small animal girl jumped out. Her appearance was so unexpected that Zeke took a step back for a moment, surprised by her quick and agile movement. But immediately his wariness was replaced by a smile of delight, and a slight smile as his gaze fell upon this little forest dweller. Her appearance was so charming and cute that it was impossible to remain indifferent. Soft, fluffy ears fluttered with delight, and her tail, fluffy and curled in a slight curl, trembled slightly with excitement. This little creature, with such pure and kind features, looked completely harmless that even Zeke, already accustomed to the various creatures that inhabited this world, was bewitched by her appearance. The barely perceptible movements of her hands betrayed a childlike excitement, and her lips, trembling with pride, finally opened to announce with dignity that she had something special, a delicious apple she had brought especially for her mistress. Tiffany, feeling the warmth and sincerity of this gesture, couldn't help the warm smile that lit up her face. She slowly leaned toward the girl so that she was on the same level with her, and for a moment paused, as if she couldn't believe that she could accept such a simple yet meaningful gift. Tiffany hesitated a little, but decided to ask if she could take the apple, because it was important for her not to violate the child's trust and desire to do good. Zeke's gaze, full of good-naturedness and slight admiration, was fixed on the bright red apple Tiffany held in her hands. It seemed almost unreal, so perfect was its shiny coating, as if the sun itself had chosen to reflect its light in the fruit. The little brute, noticing this interest in Zeke's gaze, with a mischievous glint in her eyes and boundless kindness in her voice, turned to him, wondering if he too would like to try one of their delicious apples. After Zeke, somewhat embarrassed by this unexpected attention, nodded in response, the girl explained with even more joy on her face that they had many more of the same apples in their store, and that the store was not far away. Tiffany, unable to contain her outburst of joy and slight excitement, hurried after the little beastman, whose quick and nimble movements were like a gust of wind through the forest. Zeke, who had originally stood somewhat to the side, watching this sudden burst of activity, was not immediately able to follow. His movements, while quick, couldn't match the agility of Tiffany and the beast girl. Realizing that he was already starting to fall behind, Zeke realized with a slight sigh that he simply couldn't keep up with Tiffany and the little beast girl, whose speeds were as fast as each other. He felt his chest begin to stab a little from his rapid breathing, and realizing that he could no longer continue the race on such terms, he decided to call out. Raising his voice slightly so that he could be heard among the trees, he politely, but with a slight weariness in his tone, asked them not to run so fast. His words sounded with a note of concern and reluctance to lag behind, for he did not want to miss the opportunity to be near them and learn more about the wonders of this world. As the beast maiden raced across the road, a carriage suddenly appeared in front of her. The horses in the carriage shuddered, and the coachman, terrified, barely had time to pull the reins to stop the carriage. The wheels of the carriage rattled into place, raising a cloud of dust, and the horse, breathing heavily, froze only a few feet away from the frightened girl. Zeke, without a second's hesitation, instantly rushed forward. His faithful companion, Kai-chan, hurriedly followed with an intimidating roar, ready to protect her master and the beastwoman. Running up to the horse frozen in fear, Zeke put his hand to its forehead, and a gentle flow of magical energy enveloped the animal, plunging it into a deep, peaceful sleep. The horse gradually calmed down, its trembling legs relaxed, and it slowly lowered its head. But Zeke had no sooner caught his breath than he noticed that another figure had appeared on the road. It was Tiffany, who, pale-faced and wide-eyed, ran after the girl, eager to protect her from danger. Zeke, acting on instinct, dashed toward her, his movements quick and precise. He managed to catch Tiffany before she tripped and would have fallen right in front of the wheels of the carriage. The girl found herself in his strong arms, safe. As if by magic, guards began to quickly gather around Zeke and Tiffany, followed by servants who immediately responded to the commotion. Witnesses to the incident, who were nearby, also hurried over, talking in surprise and craning their necks to get a better look at what was going on. The crowd grew quickly, and soon the square in front of the carriage was filled with people trying to get closer, but keeping a careful distance, not daring to violate the lady's personal space. Some were guarding their mistress from afar, and some, having gathered courage, began to ask discreet but persistent questions, trying to find out if she had been hurt in the commotion, if her health was alright, and if she needed help. There was a hum in the air of many concerned voices, each trying to express their participation and willingness to come to the rescue. Tiffany, standing in the midst of this human maelstrom, still felt the echoes of her recent shock within her. Her heart continued to pound frantically, but her eyes were already beginning to clear. The girl took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts, and, feeling confident, looked at those around her. There was a steely confidence in her voice as she, trying to reassure those around her, stated clearly and calmly that she was fine. She explained that she hadn't suffered any injuries and that she didn't need to be disturbed. That confidence in her voice seemed to spill throughout the crowd, calming people down and bringing them back to normal. Meanwhile, the guards, accustomed to acting quickly and decisively, wasted no time. They instantly turned their attention to the coachman, who was already standing, white as a sheet, with a look of horror on his face. The stiff, stony faces of the guards did not express the least sympathy, and their voices sounded harsh and demanding. As if in an instant, they surrounded the coachman in a tight ring and began a furious interrogation, their questions coming one after another like the blows of a hammer. They demanded an explanation as to why he, blind with fear and panic, had steered the carriage straight at the divine beast. What could have caused the great tragedy? His hands, shackled with heavy iron handcuffs, shook with fear, as did his lips, which silently whispered prayers for forgiveness. But the guards were merciless. They gripped him roughly by the shoulders, giving him no opportunity to utter a word in his own defense. Realizing the seriousness of his transgression, the coachman was gripped by panic. Every muscle in his body tensed with fear, and the realization that he might have to pay the highest price for this act paralyzed his will. The guards, wasting no time for further questioning, gave orders to take him and his horse to the castle, where a severe trial awaited him. His fate was already sealed. He was threatened with capital punishment for such negligence, and the future, which had recently seemed cloudless, now turned into a dark and gloomy vision of inevitable punishment. Suddenly, as if hearing the call of a deep intuition, Zeke, who had been standing quietly behind them, raised his hand in a gesture of silence and asked all present to stop and wait. The guards, accustomed to quick and decisive reactions, froze for a moment, casting surprised and slightly perplexed glances at him. The question in their eyes, why stop what seemed so obvious and inevitable? But Zeke didn't seem to notice. His attention was entirely focused on the horse, which still stood quietly beside the carriage, head lowered obediently. He approached the animal with care and concern, as if it were a living creature in need of help, not just a workhorse. Crouching on one knee, Zeke examined the hooves carefully, concentrating on their condition. In the silence that ensued, only his soft breathing and the light breeze that played with the horse's mane could be heard, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. Zeke, rising from the ground, firmly and confidently announced that he had found the cause of what had happened. He noticed one of the hooves that looked distended and inflamed, obviously causing the animal pain. Zeke then, looking intently at the coachman, asked him a mute but profound question about the regularity of the horse's hoof care. The coachman, still pale with fear, at first froze, and then, slowly coming to his senses, began to explain that it was unbearably painful for a horse in that condition to walk on the cobblestones, like a man stepping barefoot on sharp shards of glass. Every movement caused the animal suffering, and although the coachman tried to cope with the situation, it was not all in his power. Zeke, listening carefully to this confession, softened his expression for a moment, realizing that the coachman was also a victim of the circumstances. Realizing the depth of the problem, Zeke apologized to the coachman for jumping to conclusions. Then, using his magical gift, he applied the creation skill, directing healing energy to the horse's damaged hoof. His hands, emitting a soft golden glow, gently touched the inflamed area. A light breeze swirled around them, infused with healing power, and soon the hoof began to return to normal, relieving the pain and recovering. Zeke confidently informed those present that he had given the horse first aid and assured them that it would be able to make it home without any problems. As a token of his concern, he handed the coachman a small jar of handmade ointment and gave instructions on how to properly care for the hooves to prevent similar problems in the future. The coachman, touched by the care shown, bowed low, sincerely promising to be more careful and cautious. Zeke, wanting to resolve the situation peacefully, approached the head guard, explaining that the incident was not intentional, but the result of circumstances. He asked the guards to be merciful and not to punish the coachman too severely, taking into account all the details of the incident. Tiffany, who was watching with unwavering confidence, stepped forward, expressing her opinion that the coachman had realized his mistake and would not let it happen again. Her conviction and calmness had a significant impact on those present, creating an atmosphere of trust and compassion. The head guard, who carefully observed Tiffany's facial expression, could not help but notice her deep wisdom and inner strength that permeated her every gesture, every look. She, the embodiment of a divine beast, carried not only strength but also incredible compassion, making her not just a protector but a true symbol of justice. Realizing the significance of her words and the wisdom behind them, the guard nodded slowly, accepting her decision as something not to be discussed. Zeke, full of kindness and care, gently ran his hand over the beastfolk's head. His touch was gentle and soothing, as if he wanted to transfer his energy and confidence to her. The words that came out of his mouth were soft, but full of significance. He remarked that she should not have run out into the road so abruptly and suddenly, risking not only her safety, but endangering others as well. It was a simple remark, but behind it was a deep concern for her well-being. The beast woman, sensing in those words not a rebuke but rather a show of genuine concern, was embarrassed. Her ears flattened slightly against her head and her eyes drooped, reflecting guilt and remorse for her rash action. She quietly apologized, her voice full of sincerity and regret, acknowledging her oversight. In her apology, one could sense not only a willingness to correct her mistake, but also a desire to be more careful from now on, so as not to cause trouble for Zeke and those around her. At this time, movement and commotion began to grow around them as the realization of what had happened reached everyone present. The crowd that had gathered around, consisting of guards, servants, and commoners, was filled with a mixture of surprise, gratitude, and respect. The whispers grew into a loud roar as people began exchanging glances and whispering amongst themselves, discussing what had happened. One by one, they began to move closer to express their gratitude to Zeke for his quick and decisive response. Their hearts were full of gratitude, for they saw how skillfully he had handled the situation. Every person in the crowd looked at Zeke with respect, seeing him as not just a traveler, but a true hero. Words of gratitude sounded from all sides like waves of a warm ocean, embracing Zeke and transferring the energy of appreciation to him. These people couldn't help but notice how exactly their mistress Tiffany's words matched what had happened. Her confidence in Zeke, in his knowledge and abilities, found confirmation right before their eyes. They realized that he was indeed a veterinarian of rare talent and knowledge, for he had managed to get a horse back on its feet that seemed unable to go any further. The coachman, holding on to the edges of his shabby, dirty cloak with trembling hands, slowly raised his eyes to Zeke. His gaze, filled with deep gratitude and slight awe, seemed to be searching for the right words to express the range of feelings that raged in his soul. He seemed to see before him not just a man, but a savior who at the last moment had pulled him and his faithful horse out of the clutches of inevitable disaster. 1,000 words rumbled through his mind, but none of them seemed weighty enough to express the gratitude he felt. His voice trembled when he finally whispered that he could not express gratitude so deep that it simply had no bounds. Beside all this unfolding spectacle stood a guard accustomed to strict orders and quick decision-making. But even he, a man of discipline and duty, could not remain indifferent to what was happening. Looking at Zeke, his stern face began to soften, and a sudden understanding and gratitude began to dawn in his heart. He slowly realized that he himself was in a state of shock, not fully realizing how subtly on the verge of danger this situation was. The very thought that he might not have reacted as quickly and accurately as Zeke did gave birth to a feeling of guilt in him that he tried to hide behind an expression of gratitude. When he turned to Zeke, his voice, usually stern and hard, sounded softer, full of appreciation for Zeke's ability to diffuse such a tense situation and bring back the calm that seemed already lost. The beast woman, still a bit flustered by the events, couldn't take her admiring gaze away from Zeke. Her heart overflowed with gratitude and warmth that seemed to want to burst out and surround him with care and appreciation. Her eyes shone brighter as she slowly approached him, feeling that all the words of gratitude she wanted to say couldn't fully express how she felt. But she knew she had to say something that would reflect her inner state. Meanwhile, Tiffany, who was watching the whole scene with a slight trembling in her soul, felt her heart fill with light joy. She looked at Zeke, at everyone around him, and realized that he had managed to gain the respect and trust of everyone around him. Tiffany was happy to see the people around her accept Zeke with warmth and gratitude, and her heart sang with joy for their shared victory over trouble. Her voice, full of cheer and hope, rang out ringing and joyful as she expressed her wish that they could all get to know each other better and perhaps become friends. In those words was a sincere belief in the future, that their bond would grow stronger, that they would be not just acquaintances but true friends, ready to support each other in any situation. But suddenly, as soon as these words were spoken, Kai-chan, Zeke's faithful and jealous companion, felt her patience running out. Hearing Tiffany's words, she snorted loudly, as if trying to express her displeasure that someone could claim her master's attention. Her jealousy flared up like fire, and without a second's hesitation, she rushed toward Zeke. Her movements were quick and decisive, like a wild animal defending its territory. In the next second, she sprang at him like lightning and, without wasting time, licked his face as if to assert her right to him. Her tongue, warm and wet, left a wet mark on his cheek, but Kai-chan paid no attention to it. Her goal was clear. She wanted everyone to know that Zeke belonged only to her, and she had no intention of sharing him with anyone else. But her jealousy didn't end there. Kai-chan, showing her strength and determination, grabbed Zeke by his jacket with her powerful jaws and, without straining, lifted him into the air. Zeke was suspended for a moment, like a doll in the hands of a child, but even in that position he remained calm, knowing that Kai-chan would never hurt him. Her eyes, full of determination, glared at everyone around her, and then she loudly declared that Zeke belonged to her alone and no one would dare challenge that right. Her voice was full of jealousy and playful menace, and the sight brought smiles to everyone present. A huge mansion, grand and ancient, towered above the ground, as if it was the embodiment of the grandeur and wealth accumulated over the centuries. Its walls of light-colored stone, decorated with intricate patterns and vines, twisted toward the sky, as if trying to reach it. Each window, framed by carved shutters, seemed to look down on those passing by, as if assessing their worth. The atmosphere around this place was so saturated with grandeur and antiquity that every step of approaching it made Zeke's heart beat faster, filling his soul with awe. Tiffany, sensing the significance of each moment, increased her step, as if she sensed that it was impossible to delay, that something important and momentous was ahead of them. Her gaze, full of confidence and determination, was directed at Zeke, as if urging him to follow her without hesitation. There was an energy in her movements that was transmitted to everyone around her. With a slight agitation in her voice, she quietly but insistently hurried him, as if urging him toward the gates of this grand mansion that seemed to reek of ancient legends and the wisdom of past generations. Zeke, realizing that this moment was not just important, but pivotal to his entire life, nodded silently, quickening his steps, feeling his every movement become more determined and purposeful. As soon as the massive gates creaked open with a slight creak, they were immediately confronted with the luxurious halls of the huge mansion, which at first sight was striking in its splendor and grandeur. The smooth marble floors glistened like the surface of a calm lake, reflecting the light from the many exquisite chandeliers that hung from the high ceilings. As they crossed the threshold, Tiffany began to move calmly and confidently through the long corridors that seemed to lead to the most secluded corners of the grand building. Along the way, she repeatedly approached the maids, who politely and respectfully stopped to bow to her and her guests. With ease, as if accustomed to the ritual, Tiffany pointed to Zeke and explained that he was an important guest who should be given special attention and treated with the utmost respect. Her voice was soft, but there was a hidden power in it that left no room for doubt. Every word she spoke sounded like an order that was immediately obeyed. The maids, when they heard her, bowed their heads in submission and respect, not daring to argue with her instructions. Their eyes reflected interest in this mysterious guest, who Tiffany said was so important. Tiffany, barely perceptibly slowing her steps, suddenly turned to Zeke, her gaze pervaded with warmth and soft concern. Her eyes, as if illuminated by an inner light, met his, and at that moment, with a slight smile on her lips, she spoke the words that should have dispelled his anxiety. She informed him that she had left one of the guest rooms empty especially for him, and added with a soft assertion that he should feel free to use it whenever he needed it. There was not just concern in her tone, but an underlying confidence that he deserved this comfort, and that he could feel at home here in this house. Finishing her brief but significant statement, Tiffany said, as if to say goodbye, confidently that they would definitely see each other later. Her voice sounded reassuring, as if promising that there would be many more moments together ahead. Then, smoothly and gracefully, like the wind, she disappeared around the corner of the corridor, leaving Zeke alone with his thoughts. Zeke, left in silence, felt those words lodged in his mind, and for a moment he froze, immersed in thought. His mind seemed to be trying to make sense of what had just happened, and what implications it might have. He realized that Tiffany's words, spoken with such ease, actually carried a tremendous amount of meaning. She didn't just offer him a room, she made it clear that his presence here in her home mattered. These thoughts filled his mind, making him wonder what his place was in this new, unfamiliar world. One of the maids, bowing her head respectfully, approached him, her movements smooth and polite, as one who serves in a house of such grandeur should. Her face was calm, with a slight smile that expressed benevolence and respect. She invited him to follow her, and Zeke, slowly coming to his senses after reflection, followed her. Kai-chan, his faithful companion, who was always at his side, did not lag a step behind. They passed through long corridors where every turn revealed new and equally exquisite views of the interior. Everything around them seemed steeped in luxury and harmony. Every detail of the interior seemed to speak of taste and attention to detail. Finally, they reached the door that led to the room meant for Zeke. The maid, with the same reverence as before, opened the door before him and, with a soft bow, invited him in. In her voice, quiet and melodious, there was a willingness to help. She said confidently that if he needed anything he could call upon her at any time. Her words sounded so sincere and caring that Zeke felt slightly relieved. He slowly entered the spacious guest room, furnished with such taste and sophistication that it seemed as if every decoration had been chosen with care. It had everything he could possibly need for a comfortable stay: a soft couch, ornate walls, and windows that let in warm sunlight that filled the room with coziness. Zeke sank down onto the couch, feeling his body sink into the soft cushions, but despite this physical relief, his mind was far from calm. His gaze was fixed on the wall, but he didn't really see it. His thoughts were immersed in recent events. Suddenly, as if breaking through an internal barrier, Zeke expressed his feelings loudly. He realized that Tiffany was indeed a princess, and this thought that came over him was so strong that he couldn't contain his emotions. His voice sounded strained, filled with excitement and slight trepidation. To him, this realization was like thunder. He couldn't believe that he was in such an important and significant place, where every step he took, every action now had great significance. Kai-chan, hearing his words, only snorted slightly in response, as if to confirm his thoughts. This information was no surprise to her, and she had always believed in Zeke's abilities and potential. But this moment was a turning point for him. He realized that he was in a situation that demanded more of him than he could ever expect. Suddenly, everything around him became very serious, and every step, every decision now seemed important. Zeke, immersed in his thoughts, began to wonder what would happen next. For if Tiffany approved of him, if she thought him worthy to be around, how would the rest of her family perceive him? These questions began to worry him, plunging him into a state of uncertainty and anxiety. He felt his confidence begin to waver, and thoughts that he might not meet expectations began to torment him from within. Suddenly, with bitterness in his voice, he declared that he was terrible at everything except medicine. This thought that had long haunted him now came out, and he could not shake off the feeling that his skills might not be enough. However, Kai-chan, sensing his inner struggle, reacted instantly. Her voice sounded loud and determined, like the roar of a lioness ready to protect her friend from any harm. She vehemently objected, stating categorically that his words were lies. She reminded him that he was not only an experienced doctor, but also a man who always cared for others, who was capable of acts of respect and admiration. She knew that wherever they went, they would be welcomed everywhere because Zeke was more than just a doctor. He was a man who could be trusted and relied upon in any situation. Despite her dislike for Tiffany, Kai-chan recognized that she saw the same qualities in Zeke as she did herself. Kai-chan's words went straight to Zeke's heart, their sincerity and genuine warmth touching him to the core. At that moment he felt his eyes fill with tears of gratitude. But he restrained himself, knowing that these emotions need not be hidden, but neither should they be openly shown. He turned slowly to Kai-chan, his eyes filled with deep appreciation, and quietly, almost in a whisper, he thanked her for the words that had awakened his strength and confidence. Zeke, still under the impression of his faithful companion's words, slowly reached out and gently stroked Kai-chan's head. He felt her body tremble slightly under his hand as she pressed against his palm as if trying to transfer her energy to him. In that moment, he realized how much he appreciated her presence in his life. With a slight smile playing on his lips, he admitted that he was happy that he had the opportunity to talk to her, that he could share his thoughts and worries with her. That moment seemed to last forever, and Zeke savored every moment, feeling their bond grow stronger and stronger. In a burst of sincere feelings, Zeke embraced Kai-chan, pulling her tightly against him. Her body warmed him, and her closeness brought a sense of security and comfort that he couldn't find in anything else. This embrace was more than just a gesture to him, it was a symbol of the deep bond that had formed between them. He said quietly, but with a special feeling, that what they were experiencing now could be called a true interracial friendship. There was cheerfulness and joy in his voice, and he felt free of all the fears and anxieties that had haunted him for so long. These words were a confirmation to him that he and Kai-chan were not just friends, but true partners, capable of going through any trials together. Zeke, as if wanting to cement this realization in his heart, repeated with even more feeling that he was truly glad to have Kai-chan in his life. He knew that despite all the difficulties that might await them, they would always be able to rely on each other. This thought brought him a sense of inner peace and confidence in the future. But suddenly, in the silence filled with warmth and tranquility, there was a sound that made Zeke wary. From the next room came a muffled plea for help, faint but desperate, as if someone was calling for help, but his voice was barely audible. It was like an alarm that instantly put Zeke on full alert. His heart froze for a moment and then beat with redoubled vigor. He felt adrenaline spilling through his veins, awakening his rescuer instincts. Kai-chan, instantly catching the change in his mood, also became alert. Her ears perked up, her eyes narrowed, and she turned sharply in the direction from which the sound had come. Her reaction was lightning fast, like a wild beast ready to rush to her defense. Without wasting a second, Zeke placed his palm against the cold wall, his fingers trembling slightly from the exertion. He closed his eyes, focusing on his senses, and activated his detection skill that allowed him to see through walls. His mind instantly adjusted to perceive his surroundings, and soon a picture of what was happening in the next room appeared before his mental gaze. Through the thickness of the walls, he saw two men sneak into one of the rooms through a window, their faces hidden by masks and holding a large sack. The scene was full of tension and hidden menace. Zeke instantly realized that these men intended to do something terrible. His mind worked at an incredible speed, instantly analyzing the situation. He realized that these men were most likely kidnappers, and that their goal was to steal someone out of the house. This realization made his heart clench with rage and determination to act. He knew that there was no time to ponder, he had to act immediately. With a glance at Kai-chan, Zeke wordlessly conveyed his intention to her, and she nodded in response, understanding him half-heartedly. They were as one, their thoughts and actions were synchronized, and this gave them a huge advantage. With a strong jerk, they swung open the door of the room they were in and ran swiftly out into the hallway. Their footsteps were quick and determined, their every step, every movement was filled with confidence and determination. Zeke didn't allow himself to procrastinate. His mind was focused on one thing and one thing only: escape. The corridors they ran through seemed endless, but each step they took brought them closer to their goal. Time seemed to slow down, and Zeke could feel his heart beating in time with each step he took, as if counting down the seconds until the decisive moment. When they finally reached the room where the intruders had broken into, a horrifying scene was revealed before them. Two men in black masks were holding a frightened girl in their arms, her eyes full of fear, and her body trembling with terror. They were preparing to jump out the window with her, clearly expecting to escape before they were noticed. But the appearance of Zeke and Kai-chan came as a complete surprise to them. Suddenly their plans were shattered, and they froze in place, not knowing what to do next. The kidnappers, who only a moment ago had thought themselves completely invisible and invulnerable, turned their heads towards Zeke with surprise and suspicion when he blocked their path. Their eyes, hidden behind their masks, widened with incomprehension and distrust as they met his cold, calm gaze. They could not realize who this stranger was who had so suddenly appeared before them. One of them, puzzled and still not believing what was happening, dared to ask who he was. There was confusion in his voice, as if he hoped that it was only a mistake, that their plan had not gone awry and was still under control. Their minds were boggling as to how Zeke had managed to detect them. After all, they had used their stealth skill that they relied on as a shield against all enemies. It was a masterful trick that made them practically invisible to ordinary humans. And now they were standing in front of a man who seemed to see right through them, as if they were mere shadows on the wall. Zeke, holding back a slight chuckle that could have confused them even more, calmly explained that he had discovered them using his unique tracking skill. His words were spoken without a hint of bragging, rather with the same cold confidence he had already demonstrated. He took his time, letting them realize that what stood before them was no ordinary person, but someone who was capable of ruining their plans, no matter how perfect they seemed. In response, the kidnappers, stunned by his words, exchanged quick glances that expressed a mixture of bewilderment and growing fear. Their initial confidence began to slowly dissipate like morning fog under the hot rays of the sun. One of them, still trying to save face in front of his partner, muttered that Zeke clearly had impressive skills worthy of a true ranger. There was an involuntary note of respect in his voice that he couldn't hide, despite his irritation. Zeke, after a brief pause that only added significance to his next words, explained with the same nonchalance that his skills were not really combat skills, but medical ones. This answer threw the kidnappers into further confusion, their minds beginning to wander in an attempt to comprehend what they had heard. Their confidence shook again, like a tree struck by a strong wind. They began to whisper among themselves, trying to find the answer to the question of who this man really was. These quiet whispers, full of anxiety and confusion, soon led them to the conclusion that they were facing the very guest they had heard rumors about, the one who had come to this house with the monster. The realization of this kindled in them the mixed feelings of fear and respect that now overflowed their hearts. Zeke, while continuing to look at the frightened girl who was trembling with fear in the hands of her captors, decided to diffuse the situation with sarcasm. His voice carried a slight irony as he suggested that if they really wanted to ask her out, they should use a more appropriate method since their current methods would clearly scare her away. These words, spoken with unconcealed contempt for their actions, penetrated the minds of the kidnappers and their faces contorted with rage. One of them, unable to bear the ridicule, exploded with anger. His fists clenched, his eyes blazed with hatred, and he, losing his temper, began to approach Zeke, threatening him with the express intention of dealing with him. His voice, filled with rage, tore through the silence of the room as he screamed that Zeke would meet his end, that he would pay for his words. But Zeke, remaining perfectly calm as the placid sea before the storm, did not waver for a moment. His eyes glittered with a cold light as he instantly activated his paralysis skill. There wasn't the slightest delay in his movements. Everything was done with precision worthy of a master. The kidnapper who had just threatened him suddenly froze in place, his body as motionless as a statue. The look of his eyes full of terror froze on the face of Zeke, who stood before him like a giant. The second kidnapper, seeing his partner immobilized, was shocked to the core. The thought arose in his mind that what stood before him was not just a doctor, but a master of battle magic whose strength far exceeded their own. Zeke, realizing that his explanations were useless now, decided not to waste time on unnecessary words. He addressed the second kidnapper with a firm but calm order, demanding that the girl be released. His voice left no room for doubt, and it was not a request, it was an order that had to be executed immediately. He added that they could talk about the rest later, when the situation was under control. The kidnapper, feeling cornered, grunted reluctantly, his face contorted with mixed feelings. He didn't want to give up so easily. His instincts were screaming at him to fight to the end. Suddenly, as if driven by desperation and determination, the kidnapper clenched the girl even tighter, his fingers digging into her shoulders, and her body tensed in pain. The fire of panic flashed in his eyes, and sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, he made a desperate decision. In the blink of an eye he made a swift dash, his muscles tensed like springs ready to fire. With wild determination he leaped onto the windowsill, his movements quick and sharp, like a cornered predator. His gaze was fixed on the window through which he was about to escape with his victim, leaving behind him chaos and destruction. There was no room for doubt in his mind. He was willing to do anything to avoid payback. Zeke, possessing instincts honed by years of experience, instantly recognized the danger. His reaction was lightning fast, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky. Without wasting a second, he commanded a halt, and his voice, full of iron determination, sounded like a clap of thunder in the silence of the room. There was so much power and authority in that voice that the walls seemed to tremble at its sound. But despite Zeke's order, the kidnapper, driven by despair and fear, was already on the verge of making his fatal leap. However, before he could take one last step toward freedom, Kai-chan, displaying incredible speed and strength, rushed toward him like an enraged beast defending its pack. Her movement was so swift that she was beside her captor before he realized what was happening. With a powerful jerk she pushed him to the side, her force so strong that the kidnapper, losing his balance, suddenly felt the ground literally fall away from under his feet. In an instant, his plans fell apart as his body began to tumble downward, taking with it all hope of escape. At that critical moment, Zeke, relying on his instincts and honed reflexes, grabbed the girl with lightning speed, preventing her from following her captor in his fall. His hands clutched her with a firm but caring grip, not giving her the slightest chance to slip away. When they finally landed on a hard surface, Zeke slowly and carefully lowered the girl to the floor, being careful not to hurt her in the slightest. He knelt down beside her, his heart still pounding with adrenaline, but his movements were already tender and caring. His eyes, full of concern, scrutinized her face, trying to catch the slightest sign of pain or fear. His gaze was full of genuine concern, and he asked, quietly, almost in a whisper, but with deep concern in his voice, if she was all right. His every gesture, his every word, was filled with concern and a desire to make sure that she was not hurt in this terrible accident. Meanwhile, Kai-chan, even though the danger seemed to have passed, remained on full alert. She did not take her eyes off the kidnapper who had been knocked out of the window. Her body tensed like a taut string ready to explode at any moment. Her eyes glittered with danger, and her muscles were ready to lash out instantly if the kidnapper dared make a single wrong move. She stood guard like a faithful guardian protecting her master and his charges, and her presence inspired confidence and security. Zeke, after making sure that the girl was not seriously injured, slowly rose to his feet. His face took on a serious expression and his eyes lit up with a determination to find out the truth. He slowly but surely made his way towards the kidnapper who was lying on the ground, still trying to recover from the powerful blow. Zeke's every step was tense, as if he was preparing for something important and inevitable. He approached the kidnapper with the firm intention of removing the mask and seeing who was behind this atrocity. His hand was already stretched forward, his fingers ready to tear off the mask that concealed his enemy's face. But at that moment his keen eye caught something suspicious. The kidnapper seemed to gather his last strength and suddenly clenched his hand into a fist. The movement read determination and despair, as if he was preparing for a last desperate move. Zeke instantly realized what was happening, his instincts kicking in faster than he realized the threat. He felt a chill run through his body as he realized the danger, and at the same second, without thinking, he ordered Kai-chan to quickly move away to a safe distance. His voice sounded sharp and firm, like an order that tolerated no objection. The next second Zeke grabbed the girl and, without wasting a moment, ran as far away with her as he could. He didn't let himself hesitate for a moment, knowing that every second could be decisive. And at the same instant that he reached safety, something terrifying happened in the place where the kidnapper had just been. A bright flash of magic tore through space, a blinding light filled everything around him, and a powerful blast ripped through the silence. It was transference magic, a rare and powerful skill available only to a select few, and its manifestation caused Zeke a new wave of anxiety. When the light finally faded and the room returned to its previous state, Zeke remained standing still, his heart still pounding from the experience. Zeke froze in place, his eyes blurring as his mind began to process what had just happened. Thoughts swirled in his head, causing him to ponder what he had just seen. The transference magic he had just witnessed was nothing less than a manifestation of an extremely rare and powerful skill only available to a select few. This skill required not only great skill, but also incredible concentration and willpower. In his world, only a few people possessed such magic, and each of them was given it through years of hard work and training. He was well aware that to use such a spell required knowledge beyond the ordinary, and so the idea that an ordinary thief could possess such a skill seemed absurd to him. But just as his thoughts began to drift into the depths of thought, his consciousness was suddenly interrupted by a faint, barely perceptible mooing coming from behind him. The sound, muffled and muffled, seemed to break through the thickness of his thoughts and caught his attention, bringing him instantly back to reality. Zeke turned around and saw that it was coming from the girl he had just saved. Her mouth was still tightly bound and she was trying to say something, but the gag prevented her from speaking. Her eyes, full of fear and desperation, looked at him pleadingly, as if she hoped Zeke could hear her even though she was gagged. That moment brought him back to reality again, making him realize that the first priority was to help this girl and free her from the shackles that held her captive. Zeke, realizing that the girl was still bound and her mouth gagged, hurriedly approached her, feeling guilty for not immediately paying attention to her condition. His hands, trained in precise and delicate movements, deftly untied the rough knots that left red marks on her wrists from the pressure of the rope. Each time he untied a new knot, he could feel the tension in her body gradually subside, as if the girl felt more and more relieved with each release. When finally the last knot was untied and the gag was removed, she inhaled deeply, as if she could breathe fully for the first time in a long time. Her breath was still shaky from her recent fear, but a spark of gratitude was beginning to appear in her eyes. Zeke, sensing the importance of this moment, leaned over to her and quietly, almost in a whisper, apologized for not immediately releasing her, explaining that it had been a misunderstanding. He gently asked her if she was okay, his eyes earnestly and carefully scrutinizing her face, looking there for signs of pain or residual fear. He realized that such experiences left marks not only on the body but also in the soul, and he wanted to make sure she felt safe. The girl, still panting slightly from the recent tension, finally spoke. Her voice, though slightly weak, sounded with unexpected strength and confidence as she spoke words of gratitude. There was something more than mere acknowledgement in her eyes. There was a deep connection hidden in that look, as if she had known Zeke far longer than he had realized. Her words, spoken with warmth, suddenly interrupted his inner musings when she called his name. That name seemed to ring through the room like something sacred, like a revelation that made his heart freeze for a moment. Zeke was stunned. His thoughts began to feverishly search for the answer to the question, how did she know his name? After all, they had never met before this moment, and it all seemed inexplicable to him. But before he could find any explanation, the girl suddenly straightened up, her movements smooth but full of hidden strength, as if all the power that had been suppressed by fear had returned to her body. She claimed to be his employer, and those words sounded like thunder to Zeke. Her statement confused him. His thoughts began to dart around searching for the meaning of her words. He tried to figure out what she meant, but her next phrase made him freeze. The girl, leaving him no time to think, proudly announced that she was the divine queen of the beasts. The words were spoken with such confidence and power that Zeke felt an invisible wave of power and authority sweep the room. She looked down at him from the height of her position, her eyes full of dignity and majesty. She thanked him for saving her life, and there was no doubt in her voice that it was an act worthy of respect. Zeke stood before her, not knowing how to react to this sudden revelation, his mind trying to make sense of what was happening. But the answers were slipping away from him like sand through his fingers. It had only been one day, but everything had changed. Now the girl sat on her throne, surrounded by the luxury and grandeur that emphasized her status and power. Her figure, clad in regal robes, radiated calmness and confidence. The entire throne room was filled with light that played on the gems and gilding that adorned the walls and columns. Tiffany stood next to the throne, her face glowing with joy and pride at being by the queen's side. Zeke, still stunned by what had happened the day before, stood across from her, his heart beating faster than usual. He tried to collect his thoughts, but everything around him seemed unreal, like a dream that was still going on. When the queen announced that Zeke had been hired, her voice sounded with such solemnity and certainty that there was no doubt. She introduced herself as the divine beast Queen Sophia, and her smile, warm and confident, lit up her face. This moment was decisive, and Zeke felt a new responsibility fall upon his shoulders that he had to accept. Gathering his thoughts, Zeke bowed to her in respect and introduced himself as a veterinarian, trying to hold himself with confidence despite his inner turmoil. He apologized for his behavior last night, admitting that he hadn't shown proper respect for her status. His voice was quiet and humble, trying to show that he was willing to correct his mistakes and fulfill his assigned duties. Sophia, upon hearing his apology, only smiled softly, her gaze full of kindness and understanding. With a slight tinge of playfulness in her voice, she advised him not to speak so formally, insinuating that he was already part of her entourage. Her words sounded like an invitation to a more informal relationship, and it brought a lightness to the atmosphere. Tiffany, seizing the moment, cheerfully added that they were already almost friends, her voice full of fun and enthusiasm. However, Sophia, smiling demurely, reminded Tiffany that they were still not that close. Her tone was soft, but there was a slight sternness in it. After this brief pause, Sophia returned to a serious tone, her face once again taking on a businesslike expression. She stated that they had many matters to discuss, but this time she decided to be brief. Her voice became stern and determined again, and Zeke felt that this conversation would be of great importance to his future. She informed him that she wanted him to serve her country as the chief physician of the court, and the words sounded like an order, non-negotiable. Zeke bowed to her in agreement, stating that he would do her bidding. His voice was firm, but in the back of his mind he still couldn't fully comprehend what had just happened. It wasn't until the next second, when silence once again filled the hall, that it finally dawned on Zeke that Sophia was indeed offering him to become the chief physician responsible for the health of all the inhabitants of her kingdom. This realization came upon him with such force that his heart froze for a moment. He could not believe what he had heard, and his thoughts once again swirled in a whirlwind of doubts and questions. He quietly, with a note of uncertainty in his voice, asked if this really meant that he would become the head of the medical department, and if this was some kind of mistake. It seemed to him that everything that was happening was too unreal to be true. But before Sophia could answer, his attention was drawn to the sounds coming from the doorway. He heard muffled voices that sounded tense and anxious. Someone was clearly trying to pass through the guards, but was stopped. The guard standing at his post confidently asked the unknown man to wait, adding that Her Majesty was in audience and unavailable at the moment. However, Zeke caught the name spoken by the guard, Master Zoroa. That name sounded like an alarm to him, as if it were a portent of something important and unexpected. And just as the tension was at its peak, the door suddenly swung open and a beastman burst into the hall. His figure was full of strength and determination, and his figure read a mixture of excitement and determination, as if he had overcome many obstacles to get here. His breathing was intermittent, and his chest heaved heavily, like someone who had traveled a long and tiring journey. His eyes flashed with the fires of anxiety and respect he felt for the one he had come to see in such haste. A word of apology came from his lips, interrupting the silence in the hall. His voice, though full of haste, had not lost its depth and reverence for the queen. He was apologizing for his bold intrusion, for daring to interrupt an important audience. But there was a sense of urgency in his tone that could not be ignored. The beastman strode confidently past Zeke without a moment's hesitation, his steps quick but smooth, as if he were used to not having to give way to anyone. His muscular body moved with an ease and grace that only those endowed with not only strength but inner confidence could have. Every step he took seemed calibrated, as if he knew exactly where he was going and why. As he passed Zeke, he didn't even bother to glance at him, as if he were just an insignificant detail in his path, not worthy of attention. This dismissive attitude was so obvious that Zeke felt an alarm begin to rise inside of him. He sensed that what stood before him was not just a beastman, but someone far more important and influential than he could have imagined. Tiffany, sensing the change in Zeke's mood, who seemed to be suddenly under the weight of an underlying anxiety, gently leaned toward him, her movement barely perceptible but still full of involvement. Zeke, holding back his excitement, quietly asked her who this mysterious beastman was that walked past him with such confidence and arrogance. Tiffany, keeping her composure but with a seriousness that did not allow for levity, replied that it was Mr. Zoroa, one of the most respected doctors in their kingdom. Her voice was full of respect, but also a certain caution, as if she knew that this man was not just a doctor, but a figure of considerable influence and power. These words hit Zeke like a hammer blow, and he suddenly realized that it was none other than the chief physician of the court standing before him. His heart sank for a moment as it dawned on him that this man was his direct competitor for the position in question. Tiffany, seeing his excitement growing, confirmed his hunch, her words sounding like an immutable truth from which there was no escape. Her eyes met his, and in them Zeke read not only understanding, but also a slight warning, as if she wanted to tell him to be careful in his future actions. Zoroa, noticing the quiet exchange of glances and whispers between Zeke and Tiffany, slowly turned his head in their direction. His eyes, cold and penetrating, seemed to burn through Zeke, as if he could see all his thoughts and doubts. With a snort of apparent contempt, he defiantly turned away, signaling that he did not consider Zeke worthy of his attention. This movement, so full of disdain, only increased the feeling of unease in Zeke, making him wonder how much of a stranger he was here and how unwelcome he was in this society. Sophia, watching Zoroa's every move, finally turned her attention to him, her gaze full of focus and interest. Her voice, usually warm and soft, now sounded restrained and commanding as she asked what had brought him here and what he wanted. There was a note of wariness in her tone, as if she had already sensed that this would not be an easy conversation, but she was also prepared for it. Zoroa answered firmly and confidently that as the current chief physician of the court, he could not just turn a blind eye to what was happening. There was not only determination in his voice, but also hidden irritation when he emphasized that the decision to give such an important post to a stranger who had just arrived in their country seemed absurd and reckless to him. His words were full of hidden accusation, and he was clearly implying that Sophia was making a mistake that he could not ignore. His gaze was firm and unyielding, and in it read a willingness to defend his point of view to the end, despite the authority of the princess. The guards standing nearby noticed with displeasure that Zoroa was taking liberties in the presence of the queen, and one of the guards stepped forward to point out that such behavior was unacceptable. His voice sounded harsh and emphatic, reminding him of the rules of etiquette and the respect that should be shown at court. But before the situation could escalate, Sophia raised her hand, gesturing to reassure her guards and showing that everything was under control. Her voice, calm but filled with authority, sounded confident as she assured everyone that Zoroa's words were not without meaning. Her gaze turned back to Zoroa, and there was wisdom in her eyes as she suggested a compromise that might keep the peace. Consider appointing Zeke as Assistant Chief Medical Officer. Zoroa, hearing Sophia's suggestion, could not contain his surprise. His body, as if paralyzed by the sudden shock, froze for a moment. He turned sharply to Zeke, his eyes widening with surprise, and a grimace of indignation and outrage on his face. His mind could not fathom that the queen was seriously considering entrusting such an important post to a man he deemed unworthy. His lips curled into a sarcastic grin, and with an anger he could no longer hide, he declared that he could not believe that such an ugly bald man could hold such an important position, no matter who was behind him. Zoroa continued his tirade without hiding his contempt. His words, filled with venom, sounded like blows, stabbing Zeke in the heart. He shamelessly accused Zeke of being a spy from another country, and that his arrival at their palace was just part of an insidious plot. There was not only hatred in his voice, but also an underlying fear that Zeke might destroy everything he, Zoroa, had built in his years of service. Those words, full of anger and humiliation, echoed around the hall, leaving behind a heavy atmosphere of tension. Zeke, hearing these accusations, felt the blood rush to his face. His heart began to pound frantically with anger and humiliation. It seemed to him that the entire world had shrunk to this one moment when his dignity was questioned and he was facing open hatred and contempt. The entire room seemed to hold its breath, waiting for his reaction, but Zeke, despite his inner storm of emotions, tried to keep his composure. It pained him to realize that he, a man who had dedicated his life to serving and helping others, was now being accused of betrayal and meanness. This moment seemed interminably long, and in it Zeke encountered such open and obvious contempt for the first time. Zeke, standing nearby, began to watch Zoroa's every move intently. His gaze, trained by years of medical practice, caught something unusual about the beastman's physique. His eyes scrutinized the smallest details, and soon he noticed an unnatural deviation in Zoroa's center of gravity that seemed odd for a creature with such confidence. Zeke sensed that something wasn't right here. It was as if Zoroa, despite his outward casualness, was trying to hide some weakness that could not be seen with the naked eye. This detail, unnoticeable to most, immediately caught his professional attention. He noticed that his movements were not as smooth as usual, and there was even a slight tremor in one of them. Zeke's medical instinct, keenly attuned to detecting such things, flashed back to this, telling him that Zoroa might have an underlying injury. Zeke, realizing that he needed to proceed with caution, made a request of Zoroa. His voice was soft, but there was an underlying insistence dictated by necessity. He asked Zoroa to show him his right hand, reasonably believing that it might be the source of his suspicions. There was a professional interest in the question, mixed with an intuition that suggested that the clue to this behavior lay in the injury. But Zoroa, who had hitherto held himself with the greatest dignity, suddenly froze, his gaze flashing momentarily with displeasure. His eyes narrowed, and he asked indignantly why he should show his hand to some stranger. His tone was harsh, almost insulting, and there was a clear note of resentment in it, as if Zeke had already dared to invade his personal space. Zeke, not allowing himself to be confused or overwhelmed, maintained his composure. His calmness seemed to penetrate to the very core of the situation, forcing him to move forward step by step. He continued to scrutinize Zoroa, noticing something disturbing in his demeanor, a jerky movement that looked like an attempt to hide the pain. Trying not to escalate the situation, Zeke quietly remarked that Zoroa might have a wound, and that he would like to take a look at his arm to ascertain its condition. There was not an ounce of aggression in those words, only a desire to help, dictated by medical responsibility. However, Zoroa, clearly not expecting such attention, flared up with anger and flatly refused. His voice rose an octave higher as he irritably stated that he was able to take care of himself and that it was only a cut that did not require medical attention. There was a note of panic in his words, as if he did not want anyone to know about his injury. But Zeke, catching this detail, decided to act more decisively. He took a small scalpel out of his pocket and, holding it up so that all could see, reported with cold certainty that this scalpel had been used last night to wound the bandit, and that it was probably the cut that had been inflicted by him. Zoroa, hearing this, froze, his face pale and his eyes reflecting surprise and fear. He clearly hadn't expected Zeke to connect him to last night and realize what had happened. All of his carefully laid plans were beginning to crumble, and he felt the situation spiraling out of his control. At that moment, the attention of everyone present focused on Zeke and Zoroa. The guards, who until that moment had not realized what they were talking about, were puzzled. They did not know which bandit Zeke was talking about, but they realized that what was happening was clearly out of the ordinary. Zeke, seeing the confusion engulfing the guards, immediately realized that their confusion was justified. He realized that they probably didn't have full information about the events of last night, and it made him confirm his suspicions that Zoroa might have been involved in the incident. His gaze met Sophia's eyes, and she, catching his intentions, nodded slowly, acknowledging the validity of his words. Sophia, with restraint but authority, explained to everyone present that she had deliberately kept the incident quiet to avoid unnecessary confusion and panic in the palace. Her voice sounded confident and calm, as if she were talking about something ordinary, when in fact it was a serious threat to her life. She reported that last night a bandit had broken into her bedroom, and it was only because of Zeke's timely intervention that the perpetrator had been wounded and her life saved. These words were like lightning bolts that pierced the minds of the guards. They stood in shock, realizing that something far more serious and dangerous was unfolding before them than they could have imagined. Zoroa, realizing that the situation was taking a threatening turn for him, suddenly felt panic begin to engulf his heart. He came forward sharply, his face contorted with rage and despair, and he tried to refute the accusations, claiming that they were ridiculous and absurd. His voice was loud and harsh, but there was already a note of fear in it, as if he were trying to convince not only those around him, but also himself of his innocence. He tried to deny all the accusations, pointing out that the scar could not be proof of his guilt, but there was an anxiety in his words that could not go unnoticed. Panic began to overwhelm his mind more and more, and he realized that there was an urgent need to find a way out of this situation before it was too late. Zeke, who maintained his equanimity, stepped forward, suggesting a test that could set the record straight once and for all. His voice was firm and confident as he offered to use his skill to establish the truth. He offered to take some blood from Zoroa and compare it to what was left on the scalpel after last night. These words gave the guards a real shock. It was something new and unexpected to them. They looked among themselves, not knowing what to say, and only gradually realized that Zeke might hold the key to solving this whole mystery. Their gazes turned once again to Zoroa, who seemed to be cornered. His face, recently full of arrogance, now expressed confusion and fear. He stood there, not knowing what to say, and his confidence began to evaporate, giving way to panic and a sense of doom. Sophia, noticing his hesitation, took a decisive step forward, her gaze full of focus and determination. She urged Zoroa to approach Zeke and take the proposed test. Her voice was calm, but there was an unwavering firmness in it. She realized that this moment could decide the fate of the entire situation, and she was ready to see it through. But Zoroa, despite the pressure, still hesitated. His thoughts were racing for a way out, and a desperate plan began to form in his mind. Something dangerous gleamed in his gaze, as if he had made some fateful decision. Suddenly, as if deciding that there was no other way out, Zoroa abruptly snatched a hidden blade from under his cloak. His movement was quick and sharp as lightning, and the fire of despair burned in his eyes. He turned to Sophia, swinging the blade, pointing it directly at her. At that moment, the air in the hall seemed to freeze, filled with tension and fear, as if reality itself froze in anticipation of what would happen next. But Zeke, accustomed to unexpected situations, reacted instantly. His reflexes, honed by years of medical and combat practice, went off on automatic. In an instant, he jumped to Zoroa, closing the distance between them, and activated his paralysis skill, directing all his power at him. The magical energy emanating from Zeke enveloped Zoroa like invisible chains, chaining him in place. The blade he was holding slipped from his fingers and clattered to the marble floor, echoing throughout the room. Zoroa himself, unable to move, collapsed to the ground like a marionette that had suddenly lost all its strings. His eyes, full of shock and horror, stared into the void, as if he couldn't believe it had ended this way. Zeke, satisfied that the threat had been eliminated, allowed himself to finally relax. His face, which had been tense until then, gradually softened, and a slight smile appeared on his lips, expressing satisfaction at having accomplished the task. He realized that he had acted correctly, and that his quick action had averted a possible disaster. Turning back to Sophia, he noted with a sense of inner calm that in such situations formalities were sometimes unnecessary, and that it was necessary to act decisively and without delay. Sophia, who until that moment had remained calm and cool, now allowed herself to relax. A warm light of gratitude lit up in her eyes, and she smiled warmly, realizing that she had been saved again thanks to Zeke. It was a sincere, almost maternal smile, one of deep appreciation and confidence that she could rely on him. A sense of relief flashed through her heart, and she felt the tension that had built up over the past few minutes gradually fade away, leaving room for calm. Tiffany, who had been watching with bated breath, could no longer contain her emotions. She literally jumped for joy. Her face lit up with delight and happiness. She couldn't contain herself and rushed to Zeke, hugging him tightly. Her embrace was full of joy and pride that Zeke, who had just arrived at their castle, was able to prove himself and deal with the threat so quickly. Her emotions were genuine, and she was genuinely glad that everything had ended safely. Zeke, though touched by her words and gesture, felt a slight awkwardness at such a sudden display of affection. He tried to gently pull away, but Tiffany held him tightly, unwilling to let go. Her joy was so genuine and boundless that she wanted to share it with him. Zeke apologized to Sophia for this unexpected scene, trying to somehow explain his embarrassment, but she only smiled, showing that it was okay and that she understood his embarrassment. Her eyes glowed with warmth and understanding, and she knew that moments like this were important for building connection and trust. Tiffany, ignoring his attempts to free herself, continued to hug him tightly. Her joy was indomitable. This moment, full of genuine emotion and warmth, was a kind of confirmation to Zeke that he had become an important part of their lives. He realized that his presence now meant so much more to everyone than he had ever imagined. A sense of belonging was strengthened in him, and he felt that he had found his place among these people, becoming not just a physician but a trusted protector for them. The next day, Zeke, accompanied by one of the beastmen, was on his way to the appointed place where an important meeting was to be held. The meeting place was in the vast, grand hall of the palace, which was reserved for the meetings of the country's court physicians. Zeke, upon entering the hall, was shocked by the number of people who filled it. They were doctors and physicians, a sea of white robes, who were scurrying back and forth, holding vigorous conversations and preparing various medical instruments. He was amazed not only by their numbers but also by the way they moved in an organized fashion, each group working on its own part of the job. The girl accompanying him noticed his surprise and explained that all these health workers were responsible for the health care of the people and the animals, including cattle, sheep, and even pets. It was a huge responsibility, and the work was definitely important for the stability and health of the entire kingdom. Zeke remembered how he was used to working alone, and now he was faced with the task of leading this sizable team. The realization that he must assume such a responsibility caused him a slight thrill. She explained that he had now been appointed head of this medical facility, and that he was now to manage this team. The young woman invited Zeke to introduce himself to those present. Realizing the importance of the moment, Zeke gathered his thoughts and, gathering all his determination, began his formal introduction. He announced himself loudly and clearly as Zeke Veterinarian, the new chief physician of the court. His voice was confident, though inner turmoil still remained. Every doctor and medic in the room immediately turned their attention to him, and everyone's gaze was focused on the new leader. Zeke began his speech, recognizing that the appointment had come suddenly, and that perhaps some of them might not be pleased since he was an outsider in this world. He assured them that he intended to do his best to fit in and become part of the team. He emphasized the importance of open communication and invited colleagues to feel free to report any problems they encountered. At this point, his internal reflections led to the realization that his greeting could have been more inspiring and meaningful. He regretted that he had not had the opportunity to prepare properly yesterday, which affected the quality of his speech. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by a noise. The doctors and medics began to noisily express their joy and approval. Their enthusiasm was so loud and sincere that it was like a storm of positive emotions. Everyone present was expressing their gratitude and admiration, which greatly alleviated Zeke's inner turmoil. He noticed that their joy was genuine and deep. The girl who accompanied him explained that they were already aware of his exploits and merits. She said that they were aware of his heroic deeds such as saving the princess and the divine beast queen, as well as his actions in the city. These words confirmed that his accomplishments were widely known and commanded respect among the medical community. It was also mentioned that the previous chief physician was a person who was also respected and appreciated. These words made Zeke think that his predecessor, Zoroa, may not have always been as evil as he had been in recent years. Such reflections distracted him a bit from his current situation, and he began to realize that perhaps he too could change the perception of his role. The girl assured Zeke that the team would do their best to support him and help him adapt to his new role. These words of encouragement and support were much appreciated, and Zeke nodded his thanks. He was about to continue with his plans and immerse himself in the details of his new role, when suddenly a man burst into the room, clearly shaken and concerned. Everyone present immediately turned their attention to this man, and tension quickly gripped the hall. The man shouted that something terrible had happened and insisted that everyone immediately go outside to see what had happened. Zeke, along with the others, followed him, eager to find out what had caused such a disturbing report. When they stepped out into the fresh air, a horrifying picture appeared before their eyes. A flock of demonic monsters flew in the sky like a black, ominous cloud. These creatures were massive and sinister, their huge wings tearing the air, creating frightening shadows. The monsters were not only large but also numerous, their presence causing deep fear and confusion to all who saw them. Zeke, looking at this sight, suddenly realized that this was not just a random occurrence. His intuition told him that something more sinister than a simple natural disaster was behind it. He sensed that there was a deep threat behind this event that required immediate intervention. Suddenly, as the dragons approached, one of them suddenly addressed Zeke, calling him brother. The words, spoken in a deep, rumbling voice, rolled through the neighborhood like thunder, causing everyone who heard them to freeze. The echoes of that voice continued to echo through the air, penetrating to the very depths of consciousness and sending shivers through those who witnessed this unusual phenomenon. The force and suddenness of the address instantly caught the attention of everyone nearby, but it hit Zeke himself the hardest. To him, it was not just a random word, but an echo of the past that suddenly burst into the present, bringing with it memories long hidden in the depths of his mind. Zeke, shocked and simultaneously gripped by a familiar sensation, turned his head towards the huge creature that had just spoken those words. Inwardly, he fought the surging emotions, trying to keep his composure. When his gaze met the dragon's eyes, he saw more than just the look of a wild creature. There was a deep wisdom, a memory of the past, and a sense of kinship in those eyes that Zeke couldn't ignore. His heart sank for a moment as he realized that what he was facing was not just a monster, but a creature with whom he shared an invisible but strong bond. Trying to understand what was happening, Zeke, still surprised and somewhat confused, questioned why these mighty creatures had come here, traveling such a considerable distance. His voice sounded firm, but feelings were bubbling up inside him, a mixture of surprise, joy, and anxiety. He could hardly believe his ears, but he had to find out what had brought them here. At that moment, the entire scene seemed to freeze, and everyone present who had witnessed this incredible dialogue literally froze in place. Their faces expressed shock and bewilderment. They could never have imagined that Zeke, their new head doctor, would be capable of communicating with dragons, creatures of which there were only legends filled with fear and reverence. One of the dragons, whose breath seemed as hot as molten metal, began to explain that they had heard that Zeke had left them and, tormented by worry, had gone in search of him. The dragon's voice was deep, like an echo echoing through ancient, mysterious forests, and in every word he spoke, concern intertwined with a hint of worry. He told them that the dragons had been searching for Zeke for a long time, traveling across mountains and seas, following his trail. Every step they took was driven by fear of losing someone they thought was theirs, and finally, when they found him, their relief was indescribable. Another dragon, whose scaly wings glistened in the sunlight like jewels, added that they did not want to continue their lives without Zeke, their brother. His voice, equally powerful and commanding, was imbued with sincerity and devotion. He expressed a feeling that was more than just a desire to see the familiar, it was a sense of kinship, a strong bond that united them. To them, Zeke was more than just a person. He was part of their pack, their family, and the thought of carrying on without him seemed unbearable to them. In that moment, Zeke suddenly realized that dragons could talk, that they possessed minds and emotions that were so close to human ones. This discovery was both startling and exciting to him. He realized that his own abilities had developed to the point where he could now understand and communicate with creatures that had previously seemed only mythical to him. Even so, he realized that he was not yet fully accustomed to this new reality, that he needed time to fully accept and comprehend all the possibilities open to him. One of the beastmen, her footsteps soft and silent, approached Zeke, her eyes expressing deep curiosity mixed with slight concern. She watched with a look of wonder and anticipation, trying to figure out what the sudden appearance of these mighty creatures that hovered above them meant, casting shadows on the ground. Zeke, noticing her approach and reading the questions in her gaze, felt he needed to explain himself as soon as possible. A desire arose in him to share with her a part of his life that he thought was already complete, but which was now coming back into his present. He began to speak with a warm and calm voice in which a shadow of nostalgia could be heard. He explained that these dragons were not simple creatures to him. When he was in his homeland, he had cared for them with the same love and attention with which someone would care for their closest friends. Zeke then turned to Beastman, his gaze becoming more serious, but at the same time retaining the warmth that was in his eyes. He offered to take these dragons under his wing, explaining that they were not just powerful creatures, but also excellent flying creatures that could become indispensable companions for air travel. There was confidence in his voice as he explained that these dragons were not only loyal but also incredibly reliable. Their strength and endurance could prove crucial in difficult situations. He wanted Beastmen to realize how valuable these creatures could be to their team, and that they could offer them something that no other creature could give. Upon hearing the mention of air travel, Beast Lady's eyes instantly lit up with joy and excitement. Her imagination immediately conjured up images of flying over vast forests and mountains, of the freedom they could feel while soaring high in the sky on the backs of these majestic creatures. Inspired by this prospect, she wholeheartedly expressed her agreement to Zeke's proposal, her voice full of joy and hope for the future. For her, this was an opportunity to begin a new and exciting chapter in their lives, filled with adventures and discoveries that they could share together. Meanwhile, far away in Zeke's homeland, in the heart of the kingdom, events were taking place that could change the course of history. The king, dressed in his most luxurious robes, stood before a huge mirror in his throne room. His gaze was fixed on the new crown he had just placed on his head. The golden crown, studded with precious stones, shone in the light of the numerous torches, reflecting their flames as if it were the source of light itself. The king could not take his eyes off his reflection, savoring this moment. His heart was filled with pride and smugness, mixed with a thirst for recognition. He was sure that this crown, with its luxury and splendor, would become a symbol of his greatness and the power he wished all his subjects to recognize. Turning to his prime minister, who stood nearby with an expression of emphatic respect, the king asked his opinion of the crown with a chuckle. Confidence glittered in the king's eyes that his choice was perfect, and he waited for his minister to confirm it. The prime minister, skilled in the art of pleasing, immediately confirmed that the crown, with its dazzling brilliance, was worthy of the king's majesty, and that its splendor should be made known in every corner of the kingdom. These words gave the king satisfaction, and his grin grew even wider. He felt even more confident in his decision, believing that the radiance of this crown could outshine all other symbols of power and wealth. The king, pleased with what he heard, stated that this crown was a much better investment than spending money on keeping animals like dragons, which he felt were just expensive toys. He believed that with this crown on his head, he would look so majestic and imposing that no one would dare question his right to the throne. He was sure that when his subjects saw him wearing this crown, they would admire and awe him, recognizing his undeniable superiority. However, upon glancing at his watch, the king noticed that time was running out and it was time to depart. He realized that this day was too important to be late, especially when he was to appear before his people in a new, shining image. His thoughts were preoccupied with the triumphs to come, and he didn't want to miss any opportunity to demonstrate his greatness. Turning to one of his loyal guards, the king eagerly asked where his flying dragon was and if it was ready to fly. His voice was firm and demanding. He expected everything to be ready at his command. But the guard in front of him suddenly froze, his face turned pale, and he began to timidly explain that something unexpected had happened. There was panic and fear in his voice as he told him that all the dragons that were usually ready to fly had disappeared without a trace. The king could not believe his ears. He was dumbfounded and could not realize how in such a huge kingdom all the flying dragons could have disappeared. The guard, seeing the king's growing fury, hurriedly escorted him to the parking lot of the dragons, where they had been trying to find at least one of them since early morning. When they arrived at the site, the king saw the empty stalls and felt his anger begin to roll in like an uncontrollable storm. His shout broke the silence like a thunderclap, sending shivers through everyone present. He realized that without the dragon they would not be able to set out, and his carefully planned grand plans would be in jeopardy. His face contorted with rage, and he shouted that they had no choice but to take the horses and carriage, an option he considered beneath his dignity. But barely had he time to give the order when suddenly, as if out of nowhere, one of the horse's huge hooves flew into the air and struck the king in the face with force. The blow was so sudden and powerful that the king, not realizing what had happened, collapsed to the ground. His head became dizzy and his vision blurred, and he lay stunned and humiliated. The guard, overwhelmed with fear, immediately began apologizing, trying to explain that the other horses were behaving just as strangely, as if possessed by some unknown force. He desperately tried to take one of the horses by the reins and calm it down, but the animal only became more restless. At this moment, the horse facing the king and his entourage was in a state of deep inner frustration and resentment. Her thoughts were immersed in memories of the times when Zeke, her caring master, was around. Zeke had always treated her with amazing warmth and attention, doing his best to make her feel not just an animal, but an important part of the team. He fed her succulent oats daily, carefully brushed her smooth, shiny coat, and she felt strong, well-groomed, and ready for any challenge. Every day spent with him was a joy to her. But ever since he'd left home, everything had changed dramatically. Her life had become a series of unending misery and torment, as if no one cared about her anymore. Now, as she stood before the king, her once lustrous fur was dull and tangled, like a forgotten rag lying in the dust. Her body, once strong and hardy, was now weakened by constant starvation and lack of care. She no longer felt the strength that had once been her pride. Her insides rumbled muffled with emptiness, and every breath was a reminder of how exhausted she was. She was unable to continue working with the same dedication, and the thought of having to pull a heavy carriage again made her despair. Every step she took brought her pain, And the hoof that accidentally struck the king was not just an accident, it was a manifestation of an inner protest against the cruelty she was experiencing. The guard standing beside her watched her behavior with alarm. He saw her chest rising and falling heavily, her eyes, once lively and alert, now dimmed with fatigue. Panic gripped his heart as he realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but none of them offered a solution. Finally, unable to contain himself, he shouted that it was impossible to harness the horses into a carriage in such a state, let alone saddle them for a ride. His voice trembled with fear because he knew how intolerant the king was of failure. The guard understood that he had a huge responsibility in his hands to carry out the king's orders, but at this moment he also realized that he could not make the animals work when they were on the verge of exhaustion. The king standing before him could not believe what was happening. He was used to absolute obedience, to having his orders obeyed immediately and unconditionally, but now he was stunned and furious at the same time. He could not imagine that such a simple thing as riding dragons or horses could be so difficult. His face contorted with anger and his eyes flashed with fury as he realized that his plans were in jeopardy. The king could feel the tension building up inside him, and it increased his irritation. To him, accustomed to luxury and the flawless execution of orders, the thought of not being able to travel seemed unbearable. At that moment, the Prime Minister, a man with a cold and calculating mind who always knew how to diffuse the situation in such situations, slowly took a step forward. His movements were smooth and confident, as if he had foreseen this outcome in advance and already knew how to act. Moving closer to the king, the Prime Minister quietly but firmly proposed a solution that, in his opinion, could save them from losing face in front of their subjects. His words were spoken with such calm confidence that even the king, despite his irritation, involuntarily listened to them. The Prime Minister gently reminded the king that under the circumstances they had no choice but to accept the less preferable, but still possible way out of the situation. The king, still stunned and not understanding what was being said, looked at his counselor with a perplexed expression. His mind, burdened with anger and frustration, could not immediately grasp what the Prime Minister was suggesting. The Prime Minister continued, explaining that the carriage was to be horse-drawn. Despite their exhaustion and protests, he knew that this solution was not ideal, but it would allow the king to save face in front of his subjects and continue his journey. The king, upon hearing this, was dumbfounded and outraged. It seemed impossible to him that anyone could suggest that he, the king, should run alongside the carriage as mere servants and guards do. His indignation peaked, and he asked with rage in his voice if anyone really thought he should humiliate himself to such a level. The Prime Minister, realizing that the situation was heating up, hastened to reassure the king. He assured him that they would think of something to avoid such embarrassment and that there was no need to worry over trifles. However, the king was already on edge. His anger was so strong that he could barely contain himself. A whirlwind of emotions raged within him, and he screamed that it wasn't about how they were going to ride, but that he felt humiliated and insulted by the whole situation. He couldn't bear the thought of his plans being ruined because of some misunderstanding with the horses. Gathering his thoughts, the king, realizing the gravity of the situation, made a decision full of determination and disregard for the difficulties at hand. His eyes flashed with cold fury, and he firmly declared that he did not care for all the circumstances, for all the obstacles that stood in his way, and that they must ride at all costs. His voice sounded like the blow of a hammer piercing the tense atmosphere, and in it read the unyielding will of a man accustomed to get his way by any means necessary. The king began to think quickly about how to accomplish what he had planned, despite all the obstacles he had encountered. His mind, sharp and purposeful, was feverishly searching for a solution that could regain control of the situation and allow him to preserve his dignity. When finally the king reached his destination, his steps were slow and heavy, as if each movement was given to him with great difficulty. His body seemed weary and exhausted, as if all his strength had been left behind on a journey that had become an endless struggle with himself and circumstances. As he opened the door, he felt the stares of everyone present, who stared at him with slight bewilderment and judgment. The king apologized for his tardiness, but there was none of his usual confidence in his voice. His face expressed not only physical fatigue but also an inner exhaustion that was the result of the strain he had experienced, and the realization of how helpless he was before circumstances that seemed beyond the control of even his royal will. Everyone at the table noticed his entrance, and on seeing King Rogale of Getanayag, they instantly realized that he was late. His sudden appearance caused excitement and whispers among those present, and while some of the looks were sympathetic, they read more condemnation and slight contempt. The king, sensing that he was being looked at with bewilderment and hidden reproach, hastened to explain his tardiness. He quickly found an excuse, saying that he had encountered serious problems that had delayed him. But even in his own ears these words sounded like a weak excuse, insufficient to justify his absence. The rest of the meeting, who had already discussed most of the agenda, exchanged glances, and their faces expressed a mixture of irritation and fatigue. They suggested that the king should not worry about being late, trying to show that they understood his situation. But there was an undercurrent of irony in their voices. They assured him that his name would be entered into the minutes of the meeting as a sign that he had arrived, and noted that they would write that King Rogale had graciously reported for duty. One of the participants, with a slight irony in his voice, allowed himself a joke, hinting that the presence of so important a dignitary as Rogale at a meeting between kings must make him feel superior to the others. These words caused laughter among those present, and the atmosphere in the room lightened a little, but the king still stood in the doorway, feeling hatred and a sense of humiliation stirring in his soul. Inwardly, the king gritted his teeth, feeling the anger and resentment building up inside him. His thoughts were preoccupied with only one thing. He blamed Zeke for everything, believing that if he hadn't left the kingdom, if he had stayed, all of this might not have happened. He felt his mind overwhelmed with emotion, and couldn't get rid of the thought that Zeke was the reason his kingdom was in this position. Meanwhile, far away from these palace intrigues, in Nagma, life went on as usual, full of peace and tranquility. Zeke, together with Kai-chan, stood at the threshold of their new home, inspecting it with curiosity and undisguised joy. This house, grand and spacious, seemed to them a real refuge, a place where they could start anew. Kai-chan, accustomed to more modest dwellings, was amazed at the size and splendor of this building. Her eyes, large and bright, shone with wonder and delight as she realized that this was their new home, their new world. Zeke, noticing Kai-chan's delight at the size and elegance of their new home, explained with a slight but warm smile that the house had been provided to them by Sophia. He said that although the house had been empty for a long time, it was in excellent condition, ready to be a real refuge for them. This house seemed to be the epitome of luxury and comfort at the same time. Its spacious rooms, high ceilings, and massive windows gave it a majestic appearance, yet there was an atmosphere of warmth and tranquility inside that already filled their hearts with a sense of security. Zeke noted with satisfaction that the house was large enough for him and Kai-chan to fit in comfortably, and added that they now had their own place where they could feel completely safe. To him this was an important step forward, a symbol of the new beginning they had been seeking for so long. Kai-chan, hearing Zeke's words, could not hide her delight. Her eyes literally glowed with joy, and in them she could read gratitude for the opportunity to start a new life. She eagerly began to imagine how they would furnish this new dwelling, how they would turn it into a true home full of warmth, comfort, and harmony. Zeke, seeing her genuine joy and delight, decided to add one more piece of important news that he hoped would also bring her joy. Rolling up his sleeves, he reminded Kai-chan that he had already managed to contact Mint, his sister, with whom he had not had contact for a long time. These words gave Kai-chan a real shock. Her eyes rounded with surprise, and for a moment she was speechless. She found it hard to believe that after everything that had happened, Zeke had found the strength and courage to contact Mint, who she knew had far from the warmest feelings for him. Zeke, seeing her confusion and slight bewilderment, nodded calmly and explained that he had written Mint a letter and sent it with an owl, using an old but reliable method of communication that had always brought him some comfort. He realized that their relationship was complicated and confusing and that there were many unresolved issues and resentments between them. But despite this, he felt it was his duty to let her know what was going on with him. This was an important step for Zeke, for despite all the difficulties and past hurts, Mint was still his sister, and he felt a responsibility to let her know that he was okay. Kai-chan, still in a state of mild shock, was not immediately able to comprehend what she had heard. It was surprising and a little incomprehensible to her that Zeke had decided to reconnect with his sister in spite of all the hardships he had endured. She understood how important it was to him, and though she was overcome with doubt, she also realized that this step could be the beginning of something new and important in his life. She saw Zeke, despite all of his worries and resentments, striving for peace and to rebuild the bonds that were important to him. Then Zeke, feeling it was time to get back to more down-to-earth matters, suggested that Kai-chan start by cleaning the house. He knew that in order for the house to truly become theirs, he needed to put a piece of himself into it, and cleaning it was the first step in that journey. Meanwhile, elsewhere, far away from these events, an owl carrying a letter from Zeke continued its flight. Her wings, strong and sure, cut through the air, and she moved swiftly forward, covering the great distance that separated her and Mint. She was confident and determined in every stroke of her wings, as if she knew how important this letter was to both of them. Zeke, on the other hand, felt a strange uneasiness in his soul, as if he had a premonition of the difficult times ahead. When the owl finally reached its destination, it landed softly on the windowsill, tapping its beak on the glass to attract Mint's attention. The girl, hearing this sound, looked up and noticed the feathered messenger with slight surprise. She cautiously approached the window and, opening it, took out a letter. Unfolding it, she began to read, and with each word she read, her face gradually changed, reflecting her inner feelings. Every word in the letter made her think about the past, about the moments she and Zeke had spent together and the hardships they had gone through. Her thoughts were full of contradictions as she remembered both the pain and joy that were associated with her brother. Deep down she knew that despite all the disagreements and resentments, Zeke was always an important person in her life. When she finished reading the letter, her eyes involuntarily rose to the sky where an owl was already disappearing, taking the shadows of the past with it. At that moment, a strong desire arose in her heart to meet her brother, to talk to him, to understand what was going on in his life. She quietly whispered a request to her brother to wait a little while, hoping that soon they could meet and talk about everything. A belief dawned in her soul that this letter was the beginning of something new, perhaps a long-awaited reconciliation that had been delayed for so long. Mint realized that this moment could be a turning point in their relationship, and knew that soon she would go to Zeke to finally sort things out and perhaps restore the connection that had been lost. The king, feeling his rage reach its limit, stepped on his crown with all his might. His feet, in massive boots, seemed to press the symbol of his power into the floor, causing the gems that adorned this sign of royal majesty to scatter all over the room. With each blow, it was as if he was trying to drown his emotions in the destruction of what had once served as his pride. The crown, once shining and glittering, now seemed like nothing more than a broken thing, shattered beneath its owner's feet. Enraged, the king swore so loudly that his voice echoed off the marble walls like a wind sweeping away everything in its path. The stones of the crown flew in different directions, hitting the walls and floor, and the sound resembled the fall of his own dignity. The king, contorted with anger, shouted in such a way that his scream seemed like it could shatter even the walls of the throne room. He was expressing everything that had accumulated in his soul. It was a moment of utter humiliation that he could not accept. His voice, full of anger and contempt, once again cut through the silence like a thunderclap. He cried out that to be humiliated like this was not just a disgrace, but the loss of everything he had built up over the years. His every gesture was filled with despair and hatred, and in every word was heard the pain of a defeat he was not ready to admit. The king repeated again the name of the one he blamed for his failures, Zeke. There was so much hatred in his voice that it seemed that this name was to him the source of all his troubles. The prime minister, standing nearby, saw the king consumed by his rage. He tried to intervene. His voice was soft but confident. He tried to calm the ruler. However, his words were drowned in the raging torrent of the king's anger, who was unwilling to listen to any excuses. The king, blinded by his anger, turned to Haman and lashed out at him with no less fury. His eyes glittered with anger and his voice sounded like a menacing murmur. He accused his prime minister of failing to make a worthy offer, that it was his weakness and inability that had led to the failure. To the king, Haman was as guilty as anyone else. There was no room for logic in his anger, only accusation and rage. At this tense moment, when it seemed that the king's anger had reached its limit, one of the guards approached him. The guard, realizing the danger facing him in the form of the enraged ruler, tried to behave as carefully as possible. He moved slowly, lowering his eyes and not daring to meet the king's gaze. The guard, accustomed to the discipline and strict order of the court, felt the tension in the air constricting his movements. But he realized that he could not linger. His duty called him to action. He carefully chose his words as he approached the king. But despite all his restraint, he could not avoid further inflaming the monarch's fury with his appearance. The king, seeing his approach, suddenly straightened up, his face even more distorted with anger. He literally exploded, not holding back and not waiting for the guard to say a word. His voice, filled with unbearable anger, cut through the air, and he asked, almost growling, what he wanted. The explosive wave of his anger washed over the poor guard, who almost trembled at the question, but gathering all his courage and loyalty, pressed out an answer. He explained, as calmly and clearly as possible, that Mrs. Mint was waiting to meet with His Majesty. For a moment, the king's face lost its fierce expression, and a slight misunderstanding was reflected on it. All of his fury suddenly shifted into a sense of bewilderment. Mint's name did not immediately make sense to him. He turned to Haman, as if expecting an explanation from his prime minister that would clarify the situation. Haman, seeing that the king was unaware of the persona, hastened to dispel his doubts. In a reserved and confident tone, Heyman explained that Mint was the girl he had mentioned earlier. She is a genius in magic, young but already incredibly talented, and is now a court mage. He reminded the king that she was the one they had recently recruited for court service. The mention of the Veterinarian surname made the king tense up and collect his thoughts. The king gradually began to realize that standing before him was not just a man, but a magician with rare and powerful abilities. Heyman continued his explanation, emphasizing Mint's outstanding achievements. He explained that she was only 15 years old, but despite that, she had already graduated from the Academy of Magic with honors, showing amazing results that were only seen once in a century. Mint's talent was so great that she literally outshone all the other students at the academy. She possessed such magical abilities that allowed her to qualify for the highest positions despite her young age. Heyman said thoughtfully that he had always wondered why such an outstanding person like Mint had applied for an open competition to become a court magician. It seemed to him that there must be some ulterior motive behind it, but he had been unable to figure it out until now. However, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the king, having calmed down a bit and even shown a fraction of interest, intervened in the conversation. There was pride in his voice as he exclaimed that of course such a distinguished person had come to his court because he was attracted by his greatness and popularity. A smile flickered slightly on Heyman's face as he supported the king in his remarks. The prime minister nodded, assuring that with the arrival of a genius mage like Mint, their kingdom would undoubtedly gain a huge advantage over other nations. Now they could not only strengthen their position, but also draw the attention of other countries and attract crucial diplomatic and magical alliances. Heyman could see that the king was somewhat relieved at the thought that his court was now home to a genius, and this allowed him to regain a modicum of his former greatness. The king, head over heels in his chaos of thoughts and feelings, suddenly felt someone approaching him from behind. His reaction was instantaneous, a sudden movement, like that of a beast that senses a threat in its territory. He turned around sharply. His movements were not just quick, but filled with tension and caution, like a predator ready to attack or defend. In front of him stood Mint, her silhouette surrounded by an invisible halo of icy calm. She held herself with such a confident, almost impenetrable posture that her figure seemed more imposing than ever. Her gaze, direct and calm, met the king's eyes, and that moment made him freeze. He was taken by surprise, so much so that his anger, which had just raged, seemed to fade into the shadows, giving way to slight surprise. The king took a few steps forward, his heart clenched with a sense of need to assert his superiority. He could not allow anyone, not even a mage so young, to see him as weak or confused. With each step, his voice grew stronger, taking on the solemn tone he usually used with courtiers. As he approached Mint, there was pride in his voice, as if her presence here was further proof of his royal importance. The king, trying to give himself confidence, stated that it pleased him to see her paying homage to him even before she officially received the position of court mage. It was his way of elevating himself, of emphasizing his importance despite all the current events. But Mint did not waver. Her face remained impassive, the cold calmness of her gaze as if blown by an icy wind that gradually cooled the king's hot fervor. Unlike him, she was devoid of emotional outbursts. Her voice sounded quiet but confident, like a sharp blade cutting through the silence. Her words hit exactly the target. She hinted that her interest in serving at court no longer existed. The king froze for a moment, his expression becoming puzzled. He couldn't believe that such a young mage he wanted to exalt was standing before him, and she dared to say something like that. His pride was disheveled like a leaf in the wind, and before he could respond, Mint quickly turned and headed for the door. Her movements were quick, but devoid of fuss. She moved with the confidence of someone who had made a final decision and needed no further explanation. The king, stunned by her determination, stood stunned. His gaze was fixed on her figure moving away down the corridor. He could not believe that she would so easily give up everything that seemed so important to him. Heyman, sensing that the situation was getting out of control, couldn't hold back and rushed after Mint. His steps were quick, almost panicked. His mind was swarming with thoughts that all this could lead to disastrous consequences for the kingdom. His heart was pounding frantically in his chest, and when he caught up to Mint, his hand instinctively reached for her shoulder. He didn't squeeze it too hard, his gesture more an impulse of desperation than power. He asked her exactly what she meant when she said that the king would have to decide everything for himself. His voice trembled with excitement and fear of losing such a valuable ally. But before he could finish his thought, his hand suddenly felt a searing cold. An icy magic like an invisible snake enveloped his fingers, spreading through his wrist and arm at an incredible speed. Pain shot through his body, and Haman cried out. Ice clung to his skin, and the piercing cold seemed to touch every cell in his body, reaching down to his very bones. His scream echoed through the hall, his face contorted in pain, and his hand froze helplessly in the air, already covered in ice. The king, who was watching this scene from afar, felt his body shiver. His eyes widened with horror and surprise as he saw his faithful counselor fall to the floor, racked with pain and fear. Haman was squirming on the cold slabs, and Mint defiantly shook off her shoulder as if nothing had happened. Her gaze was as icy as the magic she shrouded Haman's arm with. Her voice sounded stern and ruthless as she ordered that no one else touch her. It was not just a prohibition to her, but a principle. She made it clear that no one but her brother had the right to touch her. The king, not fully understanding who she was talking about, felt a stirring in his chest. Her words caused him a wave of anxiety that he could not ignore. Mint, seeing his confusion, stopped, slowly turned around, and meeting his gaze, said something that should have finally revealed the truth. She explained that the veterinarian they had banished was her brother. It was he, she said, who cared for the animals and provided magical protection for the creatures in the kingdom. Her words, full of icy certainty, struck the king's mind like a hammer. Fear flashed in his eyes for a moment as he realized where he had heard that surname before. Her words began to form a coherent picture in his mind. Everything was clear now. He realized that Mint was not only a brilliant mage, but also the sister of the very person he hated so much, Zeke. The king suddenly felt the ground go from under his feet. His heart froze for a moment, and he felt that he had made a mistake that could never be undone. The one he had banished was not just a veterinarian caring for animals, but the brother of the brilliant magus standing before him. His world was beginning to crumble right before his eyes, and he realized that if he lost Mint, it would be a huge blow to his reputation and power. Mint, showing no signs of excitement or regret, continued on her way. She moved down the corridor like an icy wind without turning around or hesitating. Her words were like a final verdict. She said that her only goal was to work beside her brother, and if he wasn't here, she had nothing to do here either. The king, who suddenly realized that events were not unfolding the way he wanted, cried out in pain and despair, trying to block out Mint's icy goodbye with his scream. His voice, which usually sounded confident and loud, now trembled as waves of rage and fear tore through his chest. He called out to her with desperation in his eyes, uttering words that should have convinced her to stay. The king spoke of the country, of its needs, of how her incredible magical abilities were necessary for the prestige of the kingdom, for its defense against enemies, and for the consolidation of power. But his voice no longer had the usual majesty. Now it was the cry of a man who was losing control of his destiny. Mint, however, despite his attempts, continued to move forward without slowing her step. Her movements were calm, precise, as if she had already made her decision long ago. She did not turn around, did not pay attention to the king's shouts, leaving him unanswered. This silence, filled with cold indifference, was a blow to the king stronger than any words. Her last words, spoken with complete disinterest, were like a final verdict. Mint didn't just not understand what the king was talking about, she really didn't care. Her concerns lay far beyond this palace, and no amount of his speeches could change her intentions. The king, seeing his efforts crumble with a crash, finally broke down under the weight of what was happening. He collapsed to his knees in the middle of the throne room, his body hunched under the weight of defeat. His hands, trembling with impotent rage, clutched the cold stone slabs of the floor as if he were searching for something to cling to. But even the stone gave him no comfort. The king's face contorted with pain and anger, lips whispering curses directed at the veterinarian family. In his mind, she was the source of all the troubles that had fallen upon his kingdom. Zeke and his sister, it seemed to the king, had brought him not only failure, but the destruction of his power. There were voices in his head blaming Zeke and Mint, and this sense of injustice fueled his anger with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Mint, after leaving the palace, rose into the air. Her body was enveloped in glowing streams of magic that seemed to lift her above the ground, making her flight graceful and light. She flew confidently, as if it was her natural state and not magical power. Her movements were fluid, and her gaze read determination. At this moment, her thoughts were focused on only one thing: meeting her brother, Zeke. She knew that this moment was near, and an anxious joy pulsed within her. Her heart beat faster with the anticipation of this meeting, and she could feel herself approaching the point where their fates would cross again. As Mint approached Nagma, she encountered an obstacle, a powerful magical barrier erected to protect the city from uninvited guests. This barrier was created by powerful mages and was considered impassable to any outsider. But for Mint, it was just another obstacle that she knew how to overcome. She was confident in her strength, knowing that her magic was far more powerful than the defenses that had been erected around the city. She didn't even hesitate. Her resolve remained as unyielding as ever. The guards guarding the borders of Nagma noticed her approach. They were shocked that someone could get so close to the magic barrier without slowing down. Fear froze in their eyes as they saw the figure flying towards them. None of them realized who it could be, and their hands instinctively reached for their weapons. But when Mint landed softly, almost silently in front of them, surrounded by a glowing magical halo, their hands froze on the hilt of their swords. She stood before them, surrounded by radiance, her magic palpable even from a distance. The guards, gripped by anxiety and suspicion, were not immediately able to recover from the sight of a girl surrounded by magic radiance suddenly appearing on the border of their city. Their voices were filled with confusion and fear as they began to shout, ordering Mint to stop. They loudly questioned who she was and how she was able to overcome the magical barrier that everyone was sure was impassable. Mint, ignoring their indignant shouts and ordering tones, slowly approached them, radiating confidence and cold indifference. Her gaze was directed straight ahead, ignoring their presence as something unimportant. There was not an ounce of fear or doubt in her demeanor, and it made the guards feel even more uncomfortable. As she approached them, her voice sounded quiet but commanding, as if it were a statement of fact rather than an order. She told them to let her pass, as if she had no idea they might disobey. The guards, stunned by her coolness, froze for a moment, not knowing how to react. Their hands still clutched their weapons, but they were no longer sure it would help them against such a force. Questions flashed through their heads that they couldn't speak aloud, and each of them began to feel a strange tension emanating from Mint. But before they could recover from the shock, her voice cut through the air again. This time, she shouted, her voice filled with magical energy spreading around, causing everything around her to shake. She ordered them to retreat again, declaring that she demanded to see her brother. The lights around her flashed brighter, making it seem as if nature itself was responding to her will. The guards were paralyzed by her power, their eyes rounded with terror. They realized that they had encountered magic that they could not resist. At that moment, Mint raised her hand, and the gesture was full of determination. She was willing to use force to achieve her goal, and she wasn't going to stop resisting. The magical energy surrounding Mint began to pulsate and intensify, like a living entity ready to burst forth. The air around her was literally sparking, creating the illusion that any movements she made could cause the destruction of everything around her. The guards, despite their fighting prowess, felt helpless before this magical power that they could neither understand nor control. Their hands trembled as they clutched the hilt of their swords, but none of them dared to move or utter a word. Their instincts told them that any movement against Mint could be fatal. But before her magic reached its peak, something amazing suddenly happened. The hand that seemed ready to unleash a powerful magical strike was suddenly gently but firmly grasped. Mint reacted instantly to this unexpected gesture, her eyes wide with surprise as she turned around. Standing before her was Zeke, her brother, the one she had been searching for so long. His touch was light, but there was a power in it that could extinguish the magic raging within her. The light around Mint began to fade, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Barely seeing Zeke, Mint's face instantly changed. All the tension and anger that had just ruled her actions disappeared without a trace. Her lips spread into a wide smile, and her eyes, which had previously glittered with magic, now shone with sincere joy. She smiled at her brother as if she hadn't seen him in forever, and her voice was full of all the longing she had accumulated over that time. Her words came out of her with such force, as if she could no longer contain her emotions. Mint exclaimed that she missed him dearly, her voice filled with joy and relief, like someone who had finally found a soulmate. Zeke, however, was somewhat stunned. He hadn't expected to see Mint here in Nagma, and was even more surprised by her magical abilities, which seemed to have reached unprecedented heights. Despite the joy of seeing her, his mind was full of questions. He asked his sister what she was doing here and reminded her of her studies, which academy he thought she was still supposed to be in. But Mint easily replied that she had already completed her studies. Her words sounded so mundane that Zeke couldn't believe what she said for a moment. After all, in his mind she was still the little sister who needed his protection and guidance. But that was far from the biggest shock to Zeke. In the next second, Mint calmly announced that she had resigned from her position as court mage. These words sounded like thunder. Zeke was literally dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that his sister, who he had worked so hard to get into such a prestigious position, had just given it up. His thoughts were racing for an explanation, and he didn't understand why she had made such a move. His eyes were filled with bewilderment and even some pain. He felt that his efforts, his sacrifices to secure her future, had been in vain. He couldn't help but ask the question that bothered him the most: why had she done it? There was both despair and worry in his voice. To him, this decision seemed ridiculous. He knew how hard she had worked to reach such heights, and he couldn't believe that she had just given up everything. But Mint interrupted him, her voice firm and determined. She declared that all she wanted in life was to be by his side. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity as she said this. She didn't need high positions, prestigious titles, or fame. Her only desire was to be by her brother's side. And in this moment, that was the most important truth to her. Zeke, upon hearing his sister's confession, was stunned to the core. His mind was flooded with memories of what he and Mint were like as children. These images surfaced like shadows of the past, inseparable from his perception of his sister. He remembered clearly how Mint constantly asked him to leave her alone, how her voice sounded irritated and her face reflected boredom and resentment. She had often told him that she was bored with him, that his constant presence around her was unwelcome. Those words had once hurt Zeke more deeply than he was willing to admit. It had seemed to him then that his sister had never felt any real affection for him, that she had only tolerated him because they were family. Those childhood memories came alive in his mind as they collided with the reality that now stood before him, a confident, adult Mint who was now saying that he was the only one who mattered to her. Standing before this grown and determined woman who looked completely different from the girl he knew, Zeke began to realize how much she had changed. Mint was no longer the capricious and unpredictable girl who had so often thrown him off balance with her sharp temper. There was a maturity in her eyes now, and her words were spoken with such sincerity that Zeke couldn't help but feel his own feelings toward her change. He saw that she had matured, that her relationship to him had grown deeper, that there was more than just brotherly affection behind those words. Mint no longer repulsed him, on the contrary. Her words revealed feelings completely new to him. Mint, hearing his thoughts that came out along with the memories, suddenly blushed. Her face instantly flushed red, her cheeks flushed brightly, and she was embarrassed to realize that her words had revealed more than she had perhaps planned to reveal. This moment was a rare moment of vulnerability for her, when she couldn't hide her true emotions behind her usual mask of confidence and equanimity. Embarrassment flashed in her eyes for a moment, which only confirmed to Zeke that his hunch was correct. Her feelings had changed, and now she no longer tried to hide it. However, this touching moment was suddenly broken when Kai-chan approached them. Her appearance, as usual, was accompanied by an unpredictability that always set her apart from the others. She easily intervened in their conversation, as if not noticing the tension in the air, and explained to Zeke with a smile that the changes in Mint's character were a natural process of growing up. Kai-chan said with certainty that Mint had changed as she grew older, her inner emotions and perception of the world becoming different. She reminded Zeke that all the crankiness and harsh words he had heard as a child were just a manifestation of childish innocence and unawareness. Her words carried sincerity, and Zeke, though he listened to them, realized that much of what Kai-chan said did make sense. However, this camaraderie of Kai-chan seemed to cause Mint to have the exact opposite feelings. As soon as Mint saw Kai-chan, her mood instantly changed, her face distorted from the sudden irritation that flared up in her like a flame. That joyful expression that had lit up her face a moment ago was instantly replaced by a cold, wary look. Discontent appeared in her eyes, and her lips compressed into a thin line. Zeke, stunned by what he heard, stood in silence, his heart gripped by a mixture of surprise and doubt. Mint's words came out of the blue like a flash of light in the darkness. He quietly admitted that he had once thought she hated him, and that feeling had been burning his soul for years. Mint, for her part, could not hide her embarrassment. She lowered her gaze, her eyes stopped looking at her brother, and there was a sincere apologetic note in her voice. She quietly admitted that she should have told him the truth much sooner. Her voice trembled with shame for hiding her true feelings for so many years. Lowering her head, she admitted that she only realized how much she needed her brother when he left their homeland. Her fear of being misunderstood, her fear that she would never be able to tell him the truth again, now pressed down on her with unprecedented force. She was afraid that if she didn't say it now, she would never get a second chance. Her words were filled with sincerity, and Zeke felt them resonate with his own feelings. When Mint finally dared to look up, her eyes met Zeke's, and he saw something in them that he never expected. There was a tenderness in her gaze that had been hidden behind years of reticence. She quietly but confidently spoke the words he had waited his entire life to hear. She loved him. Her confession was both overwhelming and liberating. In that moment, all the barriers that had once separated them disappeared between them. Now, at last, they stood before each other, opening their hearts. Zeke, stunned by her words, felt something inside him break. This breaking was not painful, but on the contrary, healing. His heart, which had carried pain for so long, was now filled with warmth and light. he finally realized that his love for his sister had always been mutual, though they both couldn't have realized it before. In response to her confession, he quietly but firmly said that he loved her too. His words were not a mere formal answer. They contained all the depth of feeling he had kept within him for years. Hearing his words, Mint felt incredibly relieved. Her heart, long tightened by anxiety and doubt, was now filled with joy. At this moment, she felt that all her fears and doubts that had tormented her for years had dissipated. Now that they had finally confessed their feelings to each other, she was sure that their bond would never be broken. However, this touching moment was suddenly interrupted by Kai-chan's intervention. She, who had watched their rapprochement with envy and annoyance, could not refrain from making a sarcastic comment. Her eyes flashed with evil fire, and without restraint she declared that Zeke was probably in love with her. Her words sounded harsh, like a dagger stabbing into the silence that had just enveloped the scene. She tried to destroy that harmony by instilling her jealousy and discontent into what had just seemed perfect. Mint, however, didn't let those words get her. Her face remained calm, her smile didn't waver. She knew that Kai-chan was trying to piss her off, but she didn't care. With a slight chuckle on her lips, she calmly replied that, in case Kai-chan hadn't heard, Zeke loved her, his sister. These words sounded firm and confident, like a final verdict. Mint was no longer going to hide her feelings or endure provocation. Zeke, standing between them, couldn't help but notice the growing tension. He glanced at Kai-chan, then back at Mint, and felt tired of these useless arguments. It was unclear to him why they had started this discussion that was clearly going nowhere. He sighed and, deciding to put an end to it, suggested that everyone go home. He didn't feel like continuing this pointless game of jealousy and mutual jabs. He knew that the best thing to do right now would be to walk away from the conflict and just go back to a quiet place. Approaching the guards who had been watching in amazement the entire time, Zeke apologized for the disturbance. He realized that the situation might have made them uncomfortable, but in response the guards only shrugged and replied with a smile that it was no big deal. After all, it was his sister we were talking about. To them, family matters always remain matters that should not be interfered with. Zeke, glancing at Mint, asked with a warm smile if she wanted to stop by his house. Mint, responding to his offer, smiled broadly. Her face lit up with joy, and she agreed. Her voice was full of tenderness, and she remarked that she would now be a guest in this country, which gave her presence added significance. Zeke answered her with an equally sincere smile, but behind his back, he could feel Kai-chan shrinking back, barely containing her displeasure. Her face expressed obvious anger, and there was no way she could hide her jealousy. Later, when they were already sitting in the cozy room, enjoying the tranquility and the aroma of freshly brewed tea, Zeke felt peaceful. He quietly remarked that he was glad that Sophia had agreed to Mint staying in Nagma. It was important to him, but he was also careful to mention that she didn't necessarily have to live under the same roof with him at all. He knew that Mint was now an adult and independent, and he didn't want her to feel attached to him because of old habits. However, Mint, smiling, disagreed. Her gaze was firm and confident. She calmly stated that there was nothing strange about brother and sister living together. It was natural and right for her. Zeke, although he understood her feelings, still wanted to remind her that she was already an independent person, that she could take charge of her own life. Suddenly, as if giving into an unexpected impulse, Mint gently embraced Zeke. Her arms wrapped tightly around his body, as if she was afraid that if she let go, he would once again disappear from her life. Her embrace wasn't just a physical display of affection, but an expression of all the feelings she had held back inside her for so long. There was a certain desperate need in her movement that she could no longer hide. Mint took a deep breath. Her lungs seemed to absorb every bit of his presence. She savored this moment, this feeling she had missed so much in all these years of separation. Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper, but it contained all the depth of her feelings, accumulated over the years of longing. She confessed that it had been a long time since she had felt him near her, since she had smelled him. That familiar, native scent that had always made her feel safe. Zeke, sensing her sincerity and the strength of her feelings, smiled quietly. He realized that despite all the outward changes, despite the fact that she had become an adult, strong and confident woman, Mint still needed his support. Her growing up had not changed her heartfelt affection for her brother. This moment was filled with warmth, and there was a tenderness in their mutual affection that seemed to be able to protect them from any harm. For Zeke, this embrace was a confirmation that their bond had never been lost, that despite the separation, it was always as strong as ever. But suddenly this cozy, touching moment was broken by an unexpected change. Their world, which only a moment ago had been filled with soft light and warmth, was suddenly plunged into darkness. The room that had been illuminated by the light disappeared into the darkness, as if someone had pulled the threads of reality, leaving them in a frightening, oppressive silence. Zeke quickly looked back, his heart beating faster as he saw huge, menacing black shadows begin to appear in front of them. The creatures were indistinguishable, their figures vaguely looming in the semi-darkness, but their very presence filled the air with a sense of menace and fear. They moved slowly, but their dark energy, like an icy wind, permeated the space around them, clutching at the hearts of those present. Zeke momentarily wondered what could have caused such a drastic change. He looked back at Mint, questioning with his gaze if the magic that used to light up the room had run out. His mind frantically searched for an explanation, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. Mint, shaking her head, made it clear that it wasn't about the light magic. Her gaze was full of focus and determination. Her eyes seemed to be scanning the dark silhouettes in front of them, trying to assess the situation. When Zeke got up from the couch, he immediately sensed that the creatures in front of him were no ordinary monsters. Their forms, barely discernible in the darkness, were not physical. He realized that neither weapons nor spells based on paralysis or sleep would be able to harm them. Mint, after assessing the situation, realized that they were facing an ancient shadow puppet spell, a magic against which physical attacks were useless. Zeke, gazing carefully into the shadows, slowly came to the realization that fighting these creatures was pointless on a physical level. Their bodies, if they could be called that, had no density, and their movements resembled something incorporeal, as if these creatures were dark reflections of magic itself. His mind worked quickly, piecing together all the bits of information, and finally he came to the only possible conclusion. The only way to defeat these creatures was to destroy the mage behind them, the mage who controlled them and directed. Zeke jumped up sharply from the couch, his movements as quick as a professional fighter ready for battle. He lunged forward, straight toward the black shadows surrounding him and Mint. His body moved with incredible agility, and his mind was as clear as ever, based on years of experience. These creatures weren't ordinary monsters. They didn't lend themselves to simple attacks. Their every move was imbued with magic, and they themselves seemed to be part of some ancient and sinister power. The darkness was thickening around Zeke, but he didn't give up. His intuition guided him, and soon the entire space around him seemed to clear. Suddenly he stopped as he realized that all the shadows were gone. He looked around, joy sparkled in his eyes, and he looked for confirmation of his triumph. Mint, who was standing to the side, watched his actions with a slight smile on her lips. She saw how her brother had handled the magical threat, and her heart filled with pride for him. She couldn't help but notice his strength, agility, and confidence in every movement. In her eyes, he was a true hero, a man capable of handling any threat. Seeing this, Zeke was slightly embarrassed. Despite his skills and experience, he was always a bit lost when faced with praise, especially coming from those he loved. But their triumph was short-lived. Suddenly, the air around them was filled with sound again. It was a voice coming from nowhere, but seemingly ominous and drenched in rage. The voice was screaming, in a tone full of despair and anger. He couldn't believe that Zeke had managed to defeat his shadow creatures, which he said were invulnerable to blows or magic. Fear was read in his voice. The one who controlled the shadows didn't understand how Zeke had managed to bypass his spells and destroy his creations. This mage thought that his magic was invincible, and that gave birth to a real panic in him. Zeke, still maintaining his equanimity, briefly explained how he managed to win. He used a simple trick, sewing thread to sew up the doll's throat. This simple but effective action neutralized the shadow creature, rendering it incapacitated. Zeke did not destroy the doll directly. Instead, he chose a more graceful method of victory, knowing that brute force does not always yield results. The mage, upon hearing Zeke's words, exploded with rage. His voice echoed around the room, saturated with anger and powerlessness, as if each sound exposed his despair. He shouted that he could create an infinite number of shadow puppets, filling the entire room with them and destroying anyone who dared to oppose him. The mage was confident of his victory, unable to imagine how Zeke could break through his magical barriers and destroy his creations. But his cry was soaked not only with anger, but also with fear of the unknown, of what he could not understand. Zeke, for his part, remained unfazed. He already knew that the key to victory was not to fight the shadows directly, His mind, sharp as a sword blade, began to put the details together, and he realized that the true threat was the mage behind these creatures. This wasn't so much a battle with the monsters as it was a confrontation with their creator. Zeke squatted down with his hand to the ground, his ears catching every sound, every rustle in the room, and finally he found the source of the ominous voice. Listening carefully for the slightest sign of the mage's presence, Zeke approached one of the shadow puppets and touched it, putting magical energy into his movement. In the next instant, the doll froze as if paralyzed by an invisible force, stripped of its magical charge. The magician hiding behind his puppet was stunned. His voice became quieter, full of confusion and incomprehension. He could not realize how Zeke had detected his telepathic communication, for he was sure he had carefully disguised his speech and thoughts. Zeke, with a slight ironic chuckle on his face, explained that he had made a serious mistake by not hiding his heartbeat. For Zeke, who possessed keen senses and intuition, this was the key that led him straight to the mage. Even hiding behind magic, the latter couldn't conceal this important signal that gave away his presence. This invisible rhythm was so obvious that it wasn't difficult for Zeke to figure out the magician's location. A little time passed, and the mage, stripped of his defenses, was defeated. He was bound and tied to a tree, disarmed and unable to resist. Now he stood before Zeke and Mint, his face expressing fear and confusion. His gaze was full of despair as he realized he was in a desperate situation. Zeke and Mint, standing across from him, pondered who this man was and why he had dared such an attack. Their gazes read determination to get to the truth, to find out what motivated this mage to commit such a daring act. Mint stepped closer to the captive, her face calm but focused. She used her mind control magic skill to completely subdue this man's will. Her magic had penetrated his mind, and now he was nothing more than her obedient puppet. His will was broken, and he could no longer lie or hide the truth. Mint turned to Zeke with a slight smile, explaining that the mage would now answer all their questions without hiding a single detail. He was completely at her mercy. Zeke, though slightly embarrassed by this brutal method, expressed his concern. It seemed to him that controlling another person's mind was a dangerous and slightly frightening power. Mint remained adamant despite the tension of the moment. Her resolve was unwavering, and she didn't waste time with unnecessary words. Instead, she asked the captive mage the first and most important question: who exactly sent him on a mission to kill Zeke? Her voice was cold and commanding, like an icy wind penetrating the depths of his soul. The captive under her magical control couldn't resist, and it didn't take long for the answer to come. He, with a wan gaze and a broken will, barely audibly said that it was the king and the prime minister who had ordered Zeke's assassination. His voice was full of regret, but he couldn't change anything now. The mage's words struck Zeke like a stroke of thunder. His face instantly turned pale and his heart beat faster. He was stunned by what he had learned. Zeke couldn't believe that the very people who had once simply banished him from his country had now gone to such an extreme. Their hatred was so deep and all-consuming that they were willing to go to the extreme of sending an assassin to get rid of him forever. This realization struck him to the core, and he suddenly felt fear and bewilderment constrict his mind. He didn't understand what he had done to deserve such merciless hostility. Zeke turned to his captor hopefully, still trying to convince himself that this could be a mistake. With a tremor in his voice, he clarified if this was indeed the same king and prime minister who had once decided to exile him. The mage, deprived of the ability to lie, nodded in response, confirming his worst fears. His mind tossed between the past and the present. He remembered the day he had been banished. At that time, the decision had seemed extreme, but still not fatal. However, now the situation had completely changed. They were no longer just trying to get rid of him by banishing him from the country, they wanted him dead. For Zeke, it was like a blow under the breath. He could accept the exile, but the realization that they were trying to kill him left him deeply confused. He couldn't realize what exactly had caused such hatred from the king and his cronies. His thoughts raced, and he turned to Mint in desperation, hoping to find support in her. He needed her calm reassurance, her cold judgment. Mint's reaction, however, was different. Upon hearing the maid's words, she instantly became furious. Her eyes, like two icy fires, lit up with cold anger. Her face contorted with anger, and at this second, she couldn't hide her hatred. To her, this was unforgivable. The king and prime minister, who had already wronged her family once, now dared to make an attempt on her brother's life. This was the final step after which she could no longer stand idly by. A plan of revenge instantly matured in her mind, and she was ready to put it into action. Without hesitating for a second, Mint disappeared in a cloud of magic dust. Her anger was so strong that it left behind a vortex of energy. Zeke, stunned by her sudden disappearance, looked around, trying to figure out where she could have disappeared to. But Mint was no longer around. Her determination and strength carried her away, leaving Zeke confused. Meanwhile, chaos was going on in the palace. The king and the prime minister were arguing furiously, their voices echoing around the marble walls of the hall. The king, in a fit of rage, again addressed his prime minister in a harsh and rude tone. His voice was so loud that the walls of the palace seemed to tremble at his words. He shouted, demanding an explanation. Was there no way to somehow bring back Mint, who now seemed to be his only chance of regaining his magical power? In his mind, the thought that they might have lost such a valuable ally seemed almost unbearable. He was willing to go to any extreme just to regain control. The prime minister, upon hearing this tirade, remained unfazed. He discreetly remarked that after what they had done to her brother, Zeke, Mint was unlikely to agree to return. His voice was quiet, almost icy, which only fueled the king's anger more. He realized that to Mint, her brother was more important than any power or status, and she would not forgive them for their mistake. At this point, he saw the doom of their attempts and had no illusions that it would be easy to bring her back to their side. The king, blinded by his anger, threw a furious glare at the prime minister as if he had just betrayed him. His voice, full of accusation and anger, rumbled through the hall like a thunderous roar. He accused the prime minister of betraying him by siding with Zeke. This was the hardest blow for the king, for he felt that his closest advisor might be a traitor. His whole world seemed to be crumbling, and in this chaos he looked for the culprits. The prime minister shook his head negatively, his face remaining unperturbed. He wasn't going to argue with the king at this moment when he was in such a state. Instead, he suggested a more reasonable plan, to make some concessions, to show a willingness to reconcile. He knew that the only chance to win Mint back was to offer her something so meaningful that she wouldn't be able to refuse. The king thought for a moment, but his face still remained tense and hatred glittered in his eyes. Despite that, he reluctantly nodded, agreeing to the prime minister's proposal. He realized that if they wanted Mint back, they would have to make the first move. However, his mind was already plotting revenge. He was going to play the role of a benevolent ruler who offered peace, only to later, at the first opportunity, strike a blow that would destroy his enemy. A sinister plot ripened in his mind. He shouted that once they got Mint and Zeke back, they would hire an assassin who would get rid of Zeke for good. His face contorted into a cruel grin as he uttered those words, as if anticipating the moment when his enemy would disappear from his life. There was not only malice in his voice, but also a certain sadistic joy at the thought of future betrayal. The prime minister, watching the king, sighed faintly. His mind was much more cold-blooded. He understood that the king was consumed by his hatred and his judgment was too emotional. He noticed that the king was overly fixated on his revenge. But as he thought about it, he came to the conclusion that killing Zeke could really solve a lot of their problems. After all, the thought flashed through his mind that it wasn't such a bad idea. The prime minister quickly analyzed the situation and realized that perhaps the king was right in his desire to eliminate Zeke. However, he was one step ahead. He had already taken steps to put the plan into action. The assassin who was to eliminate Zeke had been dispatched, and now all that was left to do was wait for things to go as planned. The door swung open with a crack, as if pushed by a hurricane wind, and Mint burst into the throne room. Her steps quick and sure, her gaze filled with icy determination. Her appearance, sudden and menacing, instantly gripped the entire space of the room with tension. The king and Haman caught her arrival by surprise. Their faces turned pale, as if the life had been squeezed from their bodies the moment they realized who stood before them. The air in the hall seemed to grow heavier and the tension unbearable. Their thoughts swirled in a whirlwind of fear and panic as they met the piercing gaze of Mint, whose aura was now pulsing with powerful magical energy. Hyman, trying to escape the grip of fear faster, hurriedly began to speak, desperately trying to regain control of the situation. His voice trembled, but he tried to sound confident. He began to recall old events, trying to regain the fragile thread of logic. He reminded the king that they had already taken precautions back when they had banished Zeke. He said that the assassin had been dispatched, and now it was all relevant again. The king, instantly realizing that Haman was trying to divert Mint's attention, nodded quickly, playing along with his advisor. It was their only tactic to try and confuse her, to make her believe that everything was done for her own safety. But deep down, they both knew it was only a game for a while. Mint, silently listening to their pathetic attempts to justify themselves, did not show the slightest bit of agitation. Her face remained impassive, as if she already knew every lie they told. She looked at them calmly, and a cold gleam of realization flashed in her eyes. She realized that all their efforts had been in vain. Mint declared that the assassin they had sent had failed despite his best efforts. Her voice sounded like a cold sentence, devoid of any emotion, and it struck the king even more than her accusations. His heart beat frantically in his chest as he realized that before him was not just a mere magus, but a power beyond his control. The king, realizing that he could no longer hide the truth, cried out in a fit of desperation, his voice full of panic. He began to make excuses, claiming that it was a mistake, that they meant no harm. But his words sounded hollow and unconvincing. Eamon, sensing that the situation was getting worse, added that they were only worried about Mint and her brother, that they were trying to prevent the worst. But their pathetic excuses could not break Mint's iron resolve. Her gaze remained as cold as the Arctic wind, and her lips curved in a barely perceptible sneer as she noted with disdain that she knew they were incorrigible. That moment was the point of no return for King and Haman. They realized that all their lies and tricks would no longer work. Their fear turned to despair, and they began to beg her to stop, begging her to give them a second chance. Their voices merged into a pitiful chorus. They offered her anything: land, gold, power. The king shouted that he would give her anything she wanted to save his life. There was nothing in his voice but horror at the inevitable retribution. But Mint remained steadfast. She raised her hand, her fingers seeming to be drowned in the light of magical energy. There was not the slightest regret or hesitation in her gaze. Her decision was final. The king, realizing that his words no longer had any meaning, watched as Mint's palm glowed brighter, and the air around her began to freeze, turning into ice crystals. He realized that this was the end. He knew of her absolute zero magic, a legendary spell capable of instantly freezing everything around her. Hyman, who was standing next to the king, retreated a few steps in panic, his hands trembling and drops of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He tried to shout words of entreaty, but his voice was silenced in fear when he saw that the magic had already begun to manifest. Without wasting any time, Mint gathered all her magic power, and a moment later, the room turned into an ice realm. A huge block of ice that sparkled like a diamond instantly filled the space. Every facet of it reflected the dim light, giving the scene an even more sinister appearance. The cold was so pervasive that the air seemed to freeze, turning into clouds of vapor with every exhalation of King and Haman. The ice block left them little to no room for maneuver, barely a few millimeters separating them from being swallowed by this deadly cold. Their faces were twisted in horror, realizing how close their doom was. Mint, standing directly opposite, like an ice goddess, towered over this picture with absolute calmness. Her figure, surrounded by magical radiance, seemed to be the epitome of equanimity and determination. A cold glint sparkled in her eyes, intensifying the fear that reigned in the room. Despite her show of strength, she remained composed, her intentions crisp and clear. She announced that for her brother's sake she would not kill them, though she could have done so without the slightest effort. Her words sounded like a sentence, cold and merciless, like her very presence. It was a warning that if they dared to encroach on Zeke's life again, their fate would be sadly sealed. Her voice traveled through the room like an icy wind, making the king and his minister shiver. A second later, Mint disappeared as swiftly as she had appeared. Her disappearance was like a storm that suddenly subsided, leaving behind an icy calm. The air in the room became even colder, and the silence was deafening. The only sounds were the slow drops of water that dripped down the icy walls, creating a monotonous, frightening rhythm. King and Haman, still frozen in shock, were left standing in the icy room, shrunken with fear and powerlessness. Their hearts pounded loudly, responding to the horror they had experienced. The Prime Minister turned to the king with a strained smile in an attempt to lighten the mood. His voice trembled, but he tried to pretend that the situation was not as bad as it seemed. He asked sarcastically if the king liked the castle's new icy finish, hoping to divert attention away from his fear. The king, however, was seized with rage. His face blazed with anger. He could not contain himself. In a fit of impotent despair, he shouted that he was sick of it all. His scream echoed through the frozen room, echoing off the icy walls. What angered him the most was his own helplessness before the power of Mint and her brother. His nervous system was on edge, and he thrashed around the room, grabbing at his hair as if it would do anything to regain his lost power. His status as king no longer mattered in front of this magical power. Meanwhile, far from the palace, Zeke was enjoying the peace and solitude of a hot outdoor bath. The warm water enveloping his body seemed to wash away all his cares and worries. It was his personal oasis where he could forget all the problems of the world. He savored the moment he had waited so long for, letting every muscle relax and let go of the accumulated tension. In such rare moments, he could allow himself to completely disconnect from reality and simply exist in harmony with nature. But his tranquility did not last long. Mint, his sister, was wandering nearby, her voice echoing around the neighborhood as if searching for him. Hearing her, Zeke, slightly surprised, called her closer. As she approached, she stopped, mesmerized by the sight of the huge open tub. Curiosity shone in her eyes and she immediately asked what this amazing place was. Zeke explained with a kind smile that it was an open-air bathhouse that he had built himself, passionate about the idea of creating a relaxing corner. He mentioned that even though his days are less busy now than they used to be, he still feels tired and needs places like this to recuperate. Mint, admiring his creation, crouched carefully on the edge of the bathtub and scooped up some water with her palms. Her eyes glistened with delight as she felt how warm and enveloping the water was. It was like magic for her to feel such pleasant warmth on such a cold day. This moment was almost perfect until Tiffany suddenly appeared. She burst into their secluded corner with a joyous shout, cheerfully announcing her arrival. In the same instant, before Mint and Zeke could recover, Tiffany sprinted into the water, splashing it everywhere. Warm droplets flew around, pouring all over the place. Tiffany, laughing, took a seat next to Zeke, her laughter spreading through the air, making everything around her vibrate with her life energy. Tiffany, smiling, gently apologized for disturbing the peace by joining Zeke in the water. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she splashed merrily beside him, trying to appear as casual as possible. Her laughter was ringing and sincere, it seemed to dispel the tension that hung in the air. Grabbing Zeke by the shoulders, she enthusiastically declared that it was wonderful to spend time with him together in such a wonderful place. Her eyes glistened with happiness, her face shone with sincere joy, and it seemed that nothing was more important to her at that moment than these moments filled with fun and warmth. Zeke, seeing her happy smile, couldn't help but smile back. He too was pleased to see her so happy and carefree that for a moment he forgot about all the problems and worries that had plagued him lately. But behind this cheerful moment was something else. Mint, who was standing to the side, silently watched what was happening. Her heart was filled with conflicting feelings, which she tried to hide behind her outer calmness. Her gaze was attentive, but in the back of her mind a wave of jealousy was beginning to rise. She was well aware that Zeke wasn't just a brother to her, but someone she'd shared most of her life with. And now, seeing Tiffany express her feelings for him so easily and openly, Mint couldn't deal with the growing feeling inside her. Her soul struggled against this sudden emotional storm, trying to keep her composure. A few minutes passed, and Zeke turned around and noticed that Mint had moved closer to the tub, wrapped in a towel. Her presence was a surprise to him, and he immediately realized that she wanted to join in as well. Mint, as if not noticing the tension in the air, gracefully approached Tiffany and with a slight smile, expressed her joy at the acquaintance. Her words sounded warm, but there was some hidden mockery in them, as if she wanted to emphasize her superiority. She thanked Tiffany for helping her brother, but her look, full of hidden tension, indicated that her true thoughts were still with her. Tiffany, unaware of Mint's inner struggle, laughed merrily and carelessly replied that she had already heard about Mint from Zeke and immediately realized that she was his sister. Her openness and friendliness further inflamed the atmosphere, although she didn't realize it. Zeke, noticing the invisible tension gradually emerging between the two girls, began to get lost in speculation. It seemed to him that their communication should have been easy and relaxed, but something was clearly going wrong. The atmosphere was becoming more and more tense, and he could not understand why. Kai-chan, like a whirlwind, broke into the silence, which before her appearance seemed as fragile as thin ice on the surface of a pond. Her ringing voice, filled with genuine delight, abruptly interrupted the calm but tense atmosphere that had begun to form between Mint and Tiffany. She shouted without hesitation that her lover was resting in the tub as if it were the only important thing in the world. And with the same ease with which she announced her presence, Kai-chan seated herself beside Zeke. It was her appearance that instantly shattered the subtle balance that had just begun to form between the two girls. Zeke, watching things quickly spiral out of control, realized that his premonitions were not deceiving him. The situation was indeed getting more complicated. He sighed heavily, realizing that complete chaos was about to ensue. Tiffany, sensing Kai-chan's appearance, reacted instantly, throwing a cheerful but sly comment towards Zeke. She hinted with a slight chuckle that she'd always suspected he had a penchant for beautiful forms, clearly referring to his entourage of girls with prominent figures. Her words, though spoken with a cheerful tone, certainly carried a note of irony. Zeke, though he responded with a smile, couldn't help but notice how her remark hung in the air, leaving behind a slight tension. Kai-chan, not to be left out, loudly announced that she would gladly keep them company in the bath. Her ringing and carefree voice, which usually filled everyone with joy, was now beginning to irritate Mint, who was already struggling to contain her emotions. Zeke, seeing his attempts to keep the peace begin to crumble, decided to brush off her suggestion, trying to defuse the situation somehow. But before he could do so, another beast woman suddenly approached them. Her steps were quick and purposeful, clearly in a hurry to discuss something important with Zeke about plans for the next week. But as soon as her gaze fell upon this strange scene, she froze in place. Her eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly pulled herself together, changing her expression to a cheerful one, determined not to miss the opportunity to join this unusual company. Suddenly, the dragons that had recently arrived in Nagma began to appear from behind the clouds. Their massive wings sliced through the air noisily, creating whirlwinds around them, and their loud voices echoed through the neighborhood. When they saw Zeke, they immediately headed toward him. One of the dragons spread its wings and loudly offered to help Zeke wash his back. This offer was so unexpected that Zeke simply couldn't find the words to reply. He froze, unable to understand how it all could have come to such an absurd scene. Humans, beastmen, and dragons gathered around a single bathtub as if it was something familiar. After a while, the bathtub was filled with all sorts of creatures. Humans, beastmen, and dragons, enjoying the hot water, cheerfully talking and laughing as if it was completely natural. Zeke, being in the center of this madness, felt lost. He couldn't realize how it had all started or why things had spiraled out of control so quickly. What was supposed to be a moment of quiet relaxation had turned into a real spectacle where it seemed like the whole world had come together in one bathroom. Tiffany, looking around as if she had just realized the full magnitude of what was happening, declared with a smile that it was all great. Her voice sounded cheerful and carefree, but there was a genuine joy in what she was seeing. Zeke, who hadn't expected such enthusiasm, looked at her in surprise. To him, this scene, full of strange creatures and different races immersed in the hot waters of the bathtub, seemed like some kind of surrealistic painting. But Tiffany, on the other hand, saw it as something more. Splashing in the water, Tiffany laughed carefree, as if she were in a perfect world. She noticed how unusual and beautiful it was to see humans, beastmen, and even dragons gathered together, forgetting their differences and disagreements, and just enjoying the moment. Her eyes shone with delight, and she said that it would be wonderful if the whole world was as peaceful and friendly as it was now. There was not a shadow of sarcasm or irony in her words, only a pure, sincere hope that harmony was possible. Zeke, hearing her lucid dreams, paused in his thoughts for a moment. He pondered that it would indeed be beautiful if such a scene could exist everywhere, without wars, conflicts, and enmity. Her words awakened in him long-held dreams of peace, and he nodded, recognizing that there was truth in her words. This moment seemed to be filled with a special magic, a moment when, for a brief moment, the world could indeed seem simple and carefree, as if from a fairy tale where everyone lived in peace and friendship. However, this illusion did not last long. Mint, who had been observing everything with a slight detachment, suddenly intervened in the conversation. Her voice sounded cold and harsh, like a gust of northern wind. She abruptly interrupted the atmosphere that Tiffany had created by saying that such a world was impossible as long as the Demon Lord existed. There was no room for illusions or dreams in her words, only a sober realization of reality. She explained that many creatures here, including dragons and beastmen, were under her brother's control. But the true threat, the curse of the Demon Lord, still existed. As long as the Overlord lives, conflict is inevitable, and peace will remain only an unattainable dream. Mint's words hung in the air like a heavy weight. Zeke listened to her carefully, and his gaze grew more and more serious. He realized that she was right. The world they were in now was only a brief interlude, a temporary illusion of calm that hid the real dangers that lurked outside their bathtub. It all seemed so peaceful, but behind that illusion continued to loom a dark threat that could destroy everything if not stopped. Zeke, raising his head to the sky, suddenly smiled. His gaze seemed to penetrate through the clouds, and he, half in jest but with a fraction of sincere hope, called out to the Demon Lord to join them. There was irony in his words, but also at the same time a naive belief that perhaps if they could get to know each other better, they could come to some sort of reconciliation. It was a gesture full of optimism, but against the harsh reality seemed almost a child's dream. Mint, predictably, coldly dismissed the thought. Her voice was unwavering. She firmly stated that it was impossible. Too much was at stake, and such gestures would only exacerbate the situation by creating a false sense of security. Her seriousness pierced this brief moment of peace, as if to remind them that they were in the center of a conflict that could not be resolved with words. Meanwhile, far from their bath, deep in the forest, a beautiful girl with black horns stood at the edge of the trees. Her figure seemed lonely against the gloom, and her eyes were staring into the distance. Dark forebodings began to stir in her heart, though she could not fully understand what exactly these disturbing signs meant. Her thoughts were heavy, and she had a premonition that something great and inevitable was coming that could change everything she knew. Hyman suddenly exploded with rage when he realized that all the ice covering the castle, despite the many attempts of the mages, still hadn't disappeared. His face turned pale with anger, and his voice, filled with despair and fear for the consequences, echoed through the halls. The ice imposed by Mint was so strong that it would not melt despite the best efforts of the court mages. Hyman looked at the whole scene with inner horror, realizing that the consequences could be disastrous. The guards, trying to justify themselves, shouted that they had attracted all the best mages and sorceresses in the kingdom. But even they recognized that this was magic at its highest level. It was a magical curse of such incredible power that it was almost impossible to fight it. The sorceresses behind the guards strained to direct their powers at the ice, but it only sparked in response, remaining motionless and immune to their spells. They realized that the situation was getting out of control. Hyman, hearing their excuses, clenched his fists and sharply interrupted them, saying that he didn't need any excuses. He demanded a solution. After all, there were only a few days left and they had to deal with this by the end of the week. There was a threat in his voice. Just a little more and the situation could have gotten out of control completely. He added that they were lucky that at least so far there had been no casualties, but the nearby buildings and facilities had been hit hard by this ice curse. Thoughts were already beginning to swarm in his mind that a special budget would have to be drawn up to rebuild everything that had been destroyed. Before he could finish his thoughts, the king burst into the room. His face contorted with rage, and he literally flew into the room, shouting at Hyman and cursing him for his inability to handle the situation. Hyman, seeing the angry king, tried to change his tone and immediately stated that the king had arrived just in time to discuss important matters. His voice was no longer so commanding, but he still tried to maintain his calm. He hurriedly handed the king a scroll with a preliminary estimate for repairing the castle and its surroundings, believing that it would help the king focus on more pressing issues. But the king didn't even dignify it with a glance. With fury in his eyes, he ordered Hyman to shut up, making it clear that he had completely different priorities. The king, shaking with anger, abruptly stated that his head was so full of thoughts about how to punish Zeke that he literally could no longer bear all these petty problems related to him. His voice, full of irritation, overrode any attempts by those around him to say anything. He felt that the very fact of Zeke's existence had become a personal insult to him that kept him down. The nausea from the endless thoughts of how to get rid of this annoying young man was almost physically felt in his body, and the king paced the room in impotent rage, as if he couldn't find a way to release this accumulated anger. Hyman, trying to keep the thread of reasoning going, tried to intervene by gently reminding the king that the castle and its surroundings needed immediate repairs. The problems from the recent disaster could not wait, and he realized that the castle was on the verge of collapse unless quick action was taken. However, the king didn't even bother to listen to him. His face contorted with anger and he abruptly interrupted Hyman, his voice sounding like a blow full of indignation. The king stated that all matters of the castle were Hyman's concern and he had no intention of getting into the details, leaving all the worries of rebuilding on the shoulders of his counselor. The king ordered Hyman to be silent, as if he dared to violate some sacred order. With irritation, he added that he did not wish to hear any more news until tomorrow. The king literally demanded that Hyman prepare at least 10 ideas by morning on how they could get rid of Zeke for good. His whole mind was focused on one goal: to eliminate the guy he believed was the cause of all his troubles. Any other matters seemed to him to be nothing. Hyman, depressed and confused, could not find the strength to object. He only nodded silently, realizing that it was useless to argue and he would have to obey the order. But as soon as the king left the room, a waterfall of new problems immediately fell upon Hyman. One by one the guards approached him, each bearing their own bad news. One of them, with concern in his voice, reported that the owls used to transmit messages had frozen because of Mint's sorcery, and were now unable to fly, resulting in a loss of communication with the other stations. Another guard added that the salamander guards were hibernating because of the sharp cold that had spread throughout the castle. Another guard, completely bewildered, said that the gatekeeper's monster had thrown a real tantrum because of its inability to tolerate this cold. It simply refused to fulfill its duties, adding more troubles to the list of tasks that needed to be dealt with. The problems grew like a snowball. Hyman, desperately trying to figure out where to start, realized that the situation was out of control. All this was happening against the backdrop that the hill in front of the castle's main gate had turned into a slippery ice slide, and no one could climb it. Moreover, one of the water pipes had burst, causing a flood in the courtyard. All of this required an immediate solution. Hyman, stunned by such a flood of bad news, ended up just shouting at the guards, demanding an explanation as to how they could have allowed such chaos. His shout echoed through the halls of the castle, but in truth he felt utterly helpless. Away from all the political intrigue and turmoil, Veterinarian, exiled from his native country, continued to lead a life filled with concern for others. As a veterinarian in Nagma, a kingdom where magic and beastmen intertwined with everyday life, he still found solace in his work, even if his heart was weighed down by memories of the past. Leaning over the little beastling, he carefully listened to her breathing and heartbeat. His every gesture was full of care and attention, as if he was not just treating the animal, but penetrating into the very essence of life. The vet's fingers moved with skillful precision, touching the little furry body with a tenderness that could soothe anyone. His face reflected the calm confidence of a professional, and finally, after a long moment of reflection, he concluded that the animal's illness was only a minor cold that posed no serious threat. He decided to observe the cold overnight, which gave him time to think through a further treatment plan. Her mother, blinded by the hope of her daughter's recovery, nodded gratefully. Zeke, looking at the worried mother, quietly and confidently explained that, given her daughter's condition, he was considering vaccinating her. His voice was soft but firm, giving the woman confidence that he knew what he was doing. He emphasized the importance of prophylaxis to prevent possible future complications and asked her to prepare the girl for the procedure beforehand. The brute nodded gratefully, her eyes filled with relief. Those words were a source of hope for her, and she was truly grateful for the care and attention Zeke had shown her child. She smiled demurely, but her eyes shone with a gratitude that could not be expressed in words. Stepping outside, Zeke stretched, feeling his body relax after a long day. The cool evening air embraced him, and he briefly allowed himself to sink into pleasant thoughts. The sunset reminded him that his workday was finally coming to an end. His thoughts flowed unhurriedly, immersed in a tranquility he had rarely felt in the past. Nagma seemed like a peaceful haven to him, especially compared to the dark days he'd spent in his homeland when he'd been driven out of the country. The rest didn't last long, however. Tiffany ran up to him. Her inexhaustible energy and bright personality always lifted Zeke's spirits, despite his tendency towards solitude and reflection. She emerged like a whirlwind, full of enthusiasm, eyes sparkling and not hiding her joy that they had finally completed their work for the day. A new plan had already matured in her mind, and she excitedly suggested that the three of them spend the evening together, meaning Kai-chan as well. This idea seemed as full of joy and carefree as Tiffany herself. Kai-chan, however, did not share such optimistic sentiments. Her jealous nature made itself felt again. Huge, with an imposing and menacing appearance, Kai-chan was not just a friend, but a loyal creature who was willing to protect Zeke at all costs. She felt that Tiffany too often yearned to be near him, and her jealousy, mixed with her deep feelings for Zeke, sometimes erupted like a dormant volcano. Kai-chan would let out a harsh, disgruntled growl, claiming that the evening was supposed to be solely her date with Zeke, and that she didn't want to share his attention. Zeke knew them both well enough not to take these disagreements seriously. He was absorbed in his own thoughts, watching his two companions continue to argue. But he did not interfere, only smiling discreetly. These moments, when he was among those who truly cared for him, filled his heart with a calmness he hadn't felt in a long time. To him, these petty quarrels and jealousies were nothing but a manifestation of caring, and deep down he knew that neither Tiffany nor Kai-chan would hurt each other. A little while later, the three of them were on the back of Kai-chan, who, forgetting her displeasure, was rushing forward with indomitable energy, cutting through the cool air. The wind whistled in their ears, penetrating every cell of their bodies and filling them with fresh, invigorating air that seemed to revitalize everything around them. Tiffany, sitting behind Zeke, couldn't help but shout with joy, her laughter and exclamations echoing. At this time, Kai-chan, although she continued to run forward, was struggling with her inner thoughts. Her mind was filled with jealousy and discontent. She felt that Tiffany was trying to be around Zeke too often, and it made her angry. The dinosaur was devoted to Zeke, he was her friend, and she didn't like someone else sharing these moments with him. Her mind was full of contradictions, and at one point she even considered throwing Tiffany off her back to regain control of the situation and show who was in charge. Zeke, however, sensing the tension between his companions, couldn't let their quarrel disrupt this harmony of the moment. As if reading the thoughts of both of them, he calmly and firmly asked them to calm down. His voice was devoid of any irritation or condemnation, but there was a strength in it that was enough to calm any storm. He knew his companions well enough to realize that jealousy and resentment were temporary, and that they only needed a little time to regain their equilibrium. After his words, the atmosphere around him changed instantly. Tiffany realized her mistake and quietly lowered her head, suppressing her joy, while Kai-chan, sensing the calmness in Zeke's voice, focused on running again, suppressing her inner worries. However, despite all this carefree attitude, a sense of quiet confidence grew inside Zeke that in this kingdom, he had found what he had been looking for so long, a quiet harbor where he could escape from the past. Suddenly Tiffany fell silent. Her pointed ears perked up as she caught a glimpse of something unusual. With a tense face, she began to look around as if searching for the source of some invisible signal. A little later, she smelled a distinct odor, the smell of blood. A sharp, metallic scent permeated the air, rising from somewhere in the nearby thickets. Her face grew serious, and she gestured Zeke to the source of the danger. The walk was over, something was going wrong. Zeke immediately stopped Kai-chan, and the trio sped off, treading carefully on the ground. The night that had just now seemed so serene was now filled with an unknown threat. In front of them lay a huge creature bleeding. Its scaly body looked as if it had been through a brutal battle. The deep wounds covering its body were evidence of a recent battle, and the ground around it was saturated with blood, dark and thick as night. Zeke, quickly assessing the situation, realized that the creature had been badly hurt, but it wasn't dead yet. There was barely any life in it, but there was life, and that gave him a chance to help. Tiffany, stunned by the majesty of the creature and its pitiful condition, could not believe her eyes. She asked the question that seemed obvious, was the creature dead? But Zeke, with his usual insight and experience, shook his head. He could see that life had left the creature only half dead. Its body was ruined, but its spirit still clung to its last breath. It was at that moment that Zeke felt a strange, almost mystical sensation. He heard a quiet voice penetrating his consciousness, like a distant whisper coming from within his very being. The voice was faint, barely discernible, but there was an unknown power embedded in it. The creature was asking him whether he was a human or a friend of the elves. This question surprised Zeke, but he answered immediately, though his thoughts were still preoccupied with what was happening. He did not know any elves and thus could not be their friend, but his answer seemed to startle the creature. Zeke realized that this dialogue was not taking place on the level of ordinary words, but inside his mind. The creature, surprised that Zeke could hear his voice, continued to try to establish communication. This contact was something completely unusual to Zeke, and he couldn't understand how exactly they could communicate on such a level. The creature's voice sounded strange, as if conveying not only words, but emotions and even a piece of history. Kai-chan, who had been observing what was happening, turned to Tiffany to ask what exactly was going on with Zeke. Tiffany did not hesitate to explain that Zeke was having a conversation with a being who was somehow able to communicate on the level of thoughts. The situation became more and more mysterious, and Zeke continued to wonder what had brought them to this meeting, and what mystery was shrouded in this connection with the dying creature. The dragon looked at Zeke with obvious surprise, his large, luminous eyes glittering, reflecting the ancient wisdom and power he had accumulated over the long centuries of his life. Every movement of his mighty body was slowed by pain and weakness, but his gaze remained alive, full of questions and bewilderment. How could it be that a human, such a fragile and seemingly insignificant creature, could make contact with him? For many thousands of years, dragons had lived in isolation, high in the mountains or deep underground, and had never met any humans who could speak to them on the same level. It was a violation of all his knowledge of the world, and that wonder smoldered in his voice as he spoke. The dragon's words were filled with ancient magic, each sound of his voice seeming to resonate with the nature around him, penetrating the very essence of the night. He said that in all his long life, since the moment of his birth, he had never met a man who could dialogue with him like this. His words were not an accusation or a challenge, but rather a tinge of genuine amazement. It was the voice of a creature who was used to seeing the world in black and white, but was suddenly confronted with something completely new and incomprehensible. Zeke, without showing much emotion, though inwardly he was perhaps equally surprised, discreetly suggested that the discussion of this unusual phenomenon be postponed until a more appropriate time. His attention was drawn elsewhere, to the dragon's condition, which was alarming to him. He saw the deep wounds cutting through the mighty creature's scaly skin. Each of these wounds was deep and dangerous, but they showed not only physical pain, but also some ancient magic that tried to heal them, but clearly failed. When Zeke offered his help, the dragon froze for a moment, as if unable to believe what he was hearing. To him, the very idea that a human could help a creature that was inherently superior in strength and magic seemed ridiculous. Yet it was a curiosity that could not go unresolved. The dragon asked a question in which he could hear a touch of skepticism, trying to figure out how on earth a human could heal such wounds. Ancient fears and mistrust built up over years of living could be heard in his voice. Zeke nodded confidently, not showing the slightest doubt in his abilities. His professional confidence, honed by years of experience, allowed him to accept such challenges without fear. To him, treating any living creature, be it beastmen or dragons, was a natural extension of his profession. He understood that even powerful creatures such as dragons sometimes needed outside help, especially when they were suffering from serious injuries. He explained this calmly, adding that first aid is necessary for even the most powerful creatures in such situations. The dragon bowed his head slightly, recognition of this truth reflected in his gaze. In his world, where magic played such an important role, the ability to regenerate was the key to survival. He knew that his body was capable of healing itself, but that regeneration was slow and insufficient at the moment. The question the dragon asked was deeper than mere disbelief. He wanted to understand human nature by asking why Zeke was willing to help him. For an ancient creature that had watched humans for centuries make alliances for profit alone, such a selfless act seemed strange. Zeke's answer was utterly simple and honest. He needed no further motives or hidden interests. To him, the dragon was a wounded creature that needed help. There were no thoughts of possible rewards or self-interest in his mind. His only motivation was his profession and his inner sense of responsibility. He is a doctor, and he doesn't need to look for reasons to provide help to those in need. The dragon hummed, his hoarse and deep laughter piercing the air. It was not a laugh at the man, but rather a slight acknowledgement of surprise and respect for his simplicity. Things were much more complicated in the dragon world, and he found the human's straightforward approach refreshing. His pride, though not gone, had subsided slightly, and he decided to trust Zeke, allowing him to help. Zeke, with professional caution, looked around, trying to find the necessary resources for first aid. His gaze stopped on the stream. He knew that water would be needed to clean the wounds, and he was already planning how to properly organize the treatment. However, his attention was caught by a shadow moving towards them. A man stepped out from behind the trees. His appearance was sudden and abrupt. The man, tall and stout, with a commanding posture and malice in his eyes, instantly broke the calm. His voice was harsh and irritated as he shouted at Zeke, demanding an explanation as to what he was doing here. The man stated with complete certainty that the dragon was his prey, and that this diamond dragon belonged to a master named Elkus. His words were not a mere warning. There was a sense of menace mixed with contempt for a man who seemed to Elkus to have no right to meddle in his affairs. Zeke, showing neither fear nor excitement, slowly turned around. His eyes met the stranger's gaze, but there was such calm confidence in his movements that it only increased Elkus's irritation. Without waiting for the threats to continue, Zeke turned to Tiffany and quietly asked her to gather as many leaves as possible from the nearby trees. The leaves might be needed to make compresses and bandages to help stop the bleeding. His actions were full of determination and confidence, which annoyed Elkus even more. Elkus, seeing that he was being ignored, felt his anger rising. His face contorted as he repeated his demand, already in a louder and angrier tone. He expected Zeke to comply like everyone else, but instead the veterinarian calmly replied that if the man was just resting, he should leave and not interfere with his treatment of the dragon. Zeke's voice sounded nonchalant, as if he wasn't facing a master dragon hunter but an ordinary passerby who happened to be in his way. Elkus hummed, but there wasn't even a hint of mirth in that sound. It was a bitter, venomous hum, in which all his frustration and hurt pride could be heard. He, a master dragon hunter, was used to his words being taken as unquestionable. No one had ever dared to speak to him as boldly as Zeke did, especially at such a tense moment. Elkus was confident in his power, and this man who dared to ignore him was a personal insult to him. A rage erupted in the hunter's chest, which like a bonfire began to flare up more and more. His eyes, cold and hard as a steel-hardened blade, glittered with anger. A storm of rage rose within him, and without saying a word, his hands instantly reached for his bow. The movements were honed and swift, as if Elkus had been born with that weapon in his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, he snatched up the bow, his fingers trained to automaticity, and quickly drew the bowstring. His every gesture was filled with tension and fury, like a hunter ready to strike a decisive blow. The bow in his hand seemed like an extension of his body, and the bowstring trembled, taut to the limit. The dragon, though weakened by his wounds, sensed danger better than anyone else. He caught Elkus's movement and with a quiet, barely audible alarm, he warned Zeke of the impending danger. There was not just concern in his voice, but an understanding of who they were dealing with. The dragon knew that Elka's arrows were no ordinary weapons. These deadly projectiles were enchanted with ancient magic, so powerful that they could pierce even a dragon's diamond scales, one of the hardest and most invulnerable substances in the world. To an ordinary man, such an arrow meant imminent death. There was no escape. But Zeke, contrary to all expectations, acted with a lightning speed that amazed even the dragon himself. No one could have guessed that a human would be able to react so quickly and so accurately. The moment the arrow flew, Zeke, as if controlled by an invisible force, subtly extended his arm and caught the arrow right in flight, as if it was something ordinary that he did every day. His hand gripped the shaft of the arrow with such confidence that it was as if he had no difficulty at all. There was no fear in his eyes, no surprise or shock. All that was read there was absolute calm and concentration. Elka froze in place. His eyes, which had been burning with rage before, were now wide with shock. His brain refused to accept what had just happened. An arrow enchanted with magic, designed to pierce the strongest armor and slay dragons, had been stopped by the bare hand of a mere human. It was impossible, and his entire being refused to believe what he had just witnessed. Elka froze like a statue. His pride and confidence shattered in an instant. Zeke, sensing that the arrow was much hotter than he expected, quickly released it, letting the shaft slip from his palm. The arrow burned his skin, and his hand flushed for a moment from the heat it carried. That burn was minor, however, and Zeke only grimaced slightly, shaking his hand to cool it. The pain wasn't intense. Rather, it was an uncomfortable sensation, but nothing more than that. His face remained calm, as if it was just a small inconvenience that wasn't worth paying attention to. Elka stood as if petrified, unable to comprehend what was happening. His mind, accustomed to victory and power, was suddenly confronted by an insurmountable wall of incomprehension. All his plans, all the power he had prided himself on, were in vain before Zeke, a seemingly simple man who had somehow managed to deceive all his expectations and shatter his confidence in his own invincibility. The rage inside of Elka flared up like a burning fire, eating away at him from the inside, robbing him of his ability to think straight. He could not accept that someone had dared to defy him and remain unharmed. His emotions overwhelmed him and he shouted his thoughts in impotent anger. Elka demanded answers as to who this person was who dared to stand in his way. He didn't understand how it was possible that his weapon, his pride, had become useless. Zeke stood before him, calm and confident, as if what was happening was nothing out of the ordinary. His face remained completely unperturbed, as if he was dealing with the most mundane situation. Zeke explained that he was just a veterinarian, a doctor whose job was to help a wounded dragon, and there was no hidden power or malice involved. Elka, unable to believe his ears, felt anger fill his heart with renewed vigor. He couldn't accept such a simple truth. It sounded absurd in his mind. A vet who could not only resist his magic, but turn it against him. Elka saw nothing but a clear challenge to his authority, and it only fueled the fire within him even more. In response to his indignation, Elka prepared a new attack. His fingers confidently gripped his bow, drew the bowstring, and several enchanted arrows flew towards Zeke. These arrows, woven from ancient magic, were aimed to destroy everything in their path. Elka believed in their power, counting on the fact that no living thing could withstand such a barrage of blows. He was sure that Zeke would not be able to avoid imminent death under the rain of arrows that not only caused physical damage, but also destroyed magical barriers. At that moment, his entire mind was focused on one goal: to destroy this man who dared to stand in his way. But the dragon, despite his weakened state, immediately sensed the impending threat. His instincts, sharpened by years of battle, told him that Zeke was in great danger. The arrows fired by Elka were no ordinary weapons. They were loaded with powerful magic, capable of piercing even diamond scales. The dragon, realizing that no creature could withstand such an attack, mentally addressed Zeke, warning him of the impending trouble and urging him to flee. But Zeke seemed not to hear or simply disregarded the warning. His calmness and confidence in his actions were so unwavering that he showed no reaction to the arrows flying in his direction. At a moment when it seemed as if everything was a foregone conclusion, all he did was wave his hand and everything changed. The arrows that were about to pierce his body suddenly changed direction. They stopped in midair, and then, against the laws of nature, they turned around and flew back towards Elka. Elka froze in place, unable to believe his eyes. Everything that was happening seemed ridiculous and impossible to him. His own arrows, enchanted with magic he had thought irresistible, were now flying back towards him. The sight paralyzed him. He couldn't realize how all of this had become possible. Thoughts began to seep into his mind that Zeke was not just an ordinary man, but perhaps something more than he could have imagined. The dragon hunter had never encountered anything like this before. Zeke, meanwhile, remained as unperturbed as he had been before. He had no need to speak loudly or show off his strength. He only sighed quietly, displaying obvious annoyance at having to waste his time on such trivial matters. Elkis, who until this moment had been a symbol of strength and fear, was suddenly just a minor hindrance to his task. Elkis, now completely overwhelmed by what had happened, felt something he had not felt in years: fear and powerlessness. Everything he had thought of as his power was rendered useless in front of Zeke. This man, who claimed to be a veterinarian, not only repelled his attack, but put him in a position that left the hunter weak and defenseless. Elkis realized that he needed to retreat, and his pride finally gave way to fear. He uttered that he would remember Zeke, his face and his name. It was a last attempt to preserve the remnants of his pride, but the threat that sounded from his lips no longer had the force it had before. Elkis knew he had to leave in order to retain even a shred of his dignity. Using transference magic, he began to disappear, his body enveloped in a shimmering veil of ancient energy. It was a complex spell, accessible to only a few, and despite his confusion, Elkis still possessed this ancient power. Zeke, watching him disappear, remained calm. He realized that transference magic was not just a technique available to everyone. It was an ancient and powerful spell that required immense knowledge and strength. Although Zeke was a doctor himself and didn't claim magical power, he still couldn't figure out how to master such magic. He pondered over it, but quickly returned to his main business of treating the wounded dragon. The dragon, watching the scene, mentally praised Zeke. His words were full of appreciation and respect. He felt that Elkis was not a worthy opponent for Zeke, and this belief bolstered his confidence in his savior. But Zeke, being a man of practicality, only nodded in response, not making a big deal out of it. For him, coping with people like Elkis was just part of his daily life, and he didn't see it as anything outstanding. Now that the threat from Elkis was finally gone, Zeke could finally focus on the main task at hand, rescuing the wounded dragon. He turned to the huge creature that lay before him and, trying to be as gentle as possible, asked it to remain still. There was a calm, confident professional concern in his voice, like a doctor who often had to deal with difficult patients. He realized that any sudden movement of the dragon could complicate treatment or even cause further damage, so remaining still was of the utmost importance. But Zeke also knew that the dragon, despite its strength and power, now trusted him completely. Tiffany, who had been standing on the sidelines the entire time, watching the incredible fight between Zeke and Elkis, still couldn't fully believe what had happened. Slowly, almost hesitant to interrupt Zeke, she stepped closer, her movements cautious, as if she was afraid of disturbing the fragile harmony of the moment. She looked at the wounded dragon and at Zeke, who was already immersed in the healing process. Finally, Tiffany asked how the process was going, her voice quiet and excited. Zeke, never taking a break from his examination, scrutinized each of the dragon's wounds. His movements were precise and sure, yet full of caution so as not to cause the creature unnecessary pain. He heard Tiffany's question, but his attention was completely absorbed in his current task of figuring out what could be done to alleviate the suffering of the creature before him. Her question, though not unexpected to him, made him think a bit. He cautiously replied that he was examining the wounds for now and trying to figure out how to proceed. His voice was calm, but there was a tension in it that was not immediately noticeable. He was aware of the complexity of the situation. As Zeke began to examine the wounds in more detail, it became clear to him that the treatment was going to be much more difficult than he had anticipated. The dragon's scales, normally so strong and impenetrable, were now torn in several places, and the wounds looked much deeper than they appeared at first glance. He had expected that by treating these injuries, the dragon would be able to utilize its natural healing abilities, but it was now clear to him that this process would be much slower than he had hoped. The dragon's slow regeneration was a troubling sign. It meant that its body could not fight the wounds on its own the way it should. Zeke's hands gingerly slid over the rough surface of the dragon's scales, feeling the roughness and cold hardness beneath his fingers that should have protected the creature from any attacks. But with each touch, he felt more and more of the strange energy emanating from the wounds. It wasn't just pain, it was something else, something hidden that permeated the dragon's entire body, slowing its recovery. The sensation only made Zeke more suspicious. The magic used by Elkis was more insidious than it seemed at first glance. He realized that the enemy had not just injured the dragon physically, but had also affected its magical essence, weakening its strength and slowing down its natural healing process. Immersed in his thoughts, Zeke continued his inspection, feeling a growing heaviness from the responsibility. The dragon lying before him suddenly noticed the seriousness with which Zeke approached his treatment. A sense of wonder reappeared in his thoughts. Despite his centuries of wisdom and vast life experience, the dragon could not understand why this man, being only a doctor, was trying so hard to save him. The dragon mentally turned to Zeke again, expressing his confusion. In all his long years of life, he had met many dragon hunters, each of whom were only intent on destruction. Hunters saw dragons as a threat, a trophy to be conquered. But never in all these centuries had a dragon encountered someone who tried to heal it. It was something unseen and almost unfathomable to him. The feeling that a human, a creature usually so weak compared to dragons, was willing to be responsible for his life astounded him. Zeke, without losing his soft and calm tone, raised his hand, asking the dragon to calm down a bit. His movements were smooth, devoid of harshness, as if he had been in similar situations many times before and knew how to calm even the most impatient patients. The smile on his face was good-natured, but it had the confidence of an experienced doctor used to dealing with anxious and restless patients. His gaze was focused on his work, yet he continued to maintain contact with the dragon, trying to convey to him that there was nothing to worry about. Zeke reminded him that healing was his profession and he knew exactly what he was doing. The dragon, despite Zeke's reassurance, remained doubtful. His huge, wise eyes scrutinized the doctor's every move, and in his gaze read distrust of human methods of treatment. To a dragon, a creature endowed with ancient magic and countless years of life experience, human strength seemed insignificant compared to the power to which he was accustomed. A feeling fermented within him that although Zeke had the knowledge, they would not be able to deal with the damage that was caused by the magic. He sensed that this doctor was trying his best, but still decided to voice his doubts. The dragon mentally informed Zeke that the human powers he was using to heal would clearly not be able to handle what had happened to his body. The mighty creature, feeling a mixture of curiosity and concern, continued his musings. A question hovered in his thoughts that he dared to voice. Was Zeke not trying to do something more significant? Or perhaps he was still testing his limits. It was a question born not out of distrust, but more of a desire to understand what this man was capable of. The dragon knew that the human world was full of limitations, but he also knew that there were exceptions, mortals capable of touching something great. He wondered if Zeke was one of those capable of doing much more than ordinary humans. Zeke, always honest with his patients, responded with the same respect and candor that had always been his principles in his work. His voice sounded with a touch of regret, but a sense of pride in his profession was also audible. He explained to the dragon that as a doctor, he was doing the best he could. There was no falsity in his words or an attempt to exaggerate his abilities. Zeke realized that the dragon was now expecting miracles from him, but he didn't want to give false hopes, so he apologized for his limited abilities and acknowledged that this was the limit of what he could offer at the moment. The dragon, hearing these words, thought for a moment. His mind, which was accustomed to philosophical musings, did not perceive this as Zeke's weakness. On the contrary, he sensed sincerity, and it made him respect the man even more. But the dragon wasn't going to stop there. He spoke quietly but confidently about something else, that Zeke might need a more powerful force to deal with his wounds. He mentioned a sacred energy, a mysterious and ancient power that could enhance Zeke's magical abilities and help him heal. The dragon spoke of this energy as if it was something natural to his world, though mortals may never have encountered it directly. These words startled Zeke. He heard the mention of sacred energy for the first time in his life, and his eyes reflected genuine surprise for a moment. The doctor, accustomed to working with physical wounds and occasionally encountering magical beings, had never heard of such a powerful force. His knowledge was of the human world, not the world of ancient magical beings, and now a new facet had opened up to him that he hadn't even realized existed. The idea that there was something that could enhance his abilities made him not only surprised, but interested. Zeke was not one to dismiss possibilities, especially if they could help his patient. The dragon, sensing his confusion, continued to explain. His voice became softer, as if he wanted to help Zeke better understand what he was talking about. He began to tell him that sacred energy was an ancient and powerful magic that could heal the deepest and most grievous wounds. It was a power available only to a few, but its effects were so great that it could save even those who could not be cured by ordinary methods. The dragon, possessing wisdom accumulated over centuries, approached Zeke with a question that might seem simple at first glance, but was deeply philosophical. Could Zeke not use his healing magic? The question was not out of simple curiosity, but rather came from the ancient knowledge the dragon carried within him. There was a certainty in his voice that Zeke had a potential hidden deep within him that he himself had not yet realized. The dragon, seeing Zeke as more than just a physician, tried to guide him to discover that potential and fully utilize his powers. Zeke, upon hearing this question, couldn't hold back a slight smile. It wasn't a simple smile, it was a reflection of inner struggle and doubt. He was used to people he encountered expecting miracles from him, but he had always remained realistic. This was something distant and mysterious to him. Although he knew about magic and understood its power, he had never considered himself a magician, much less relied on magic for his work. After a bit of thought, Zeke finally answered, stating with restraint that using healing magic was much easier said than done. His answer was simple, but in it lurked a deep inner conflict. He realized that he possessed some sort of ability, but was afraid to go beyond his usual understanding of medicine. Hai Chang, who was standing nearby, watched this conversation intently. Her curious eyes never took their eyes off Zeke, and when she heard his words, a question flashed through her mind that she couldn't hold back. Her gaze reflected genuine surprise, and she didn't restrain herself from asking, didn't Zeke already possess this kind of magic? After all, she had seen more than once how his touch soothed pain and hastened healing, how his presence alone gave animals hope of recovery. It was obvious to her that Zeke had something that set him apart from other people. There wasn't so much a question in her voice as surprise that Zeke himself didn't realize it. Zeke, hearing her words, hesitated. Memories flashed through his mind of instances where his patients, whether human or beast, had recovered much faster than one might expect. But he always attributed it to the natural abilities of their bodies, not his magic. Frowning slightly, he began to explain that his skill was not true healing magic. He felt more like a guide, helping the patient's body use its own resources to recover. He explained that real healing magic worked quite differently. It could literally turn back time, mending even the most serious wounds and returning the patient to a normal life. Zeke relied on knowledge and experience, not miracles. He even admitted with some sadness that he had not even mastered the lessons that his sister Mint, who had far greater magical abilities, had tried to give him. The dragon watching Zeke was calm. He listened to his words with respect, but in his gaze, he read the realization that Zeke was not yet fully aware of his capabilities. He knew that this man held immense power that Zeke had not yet learned to control. After a short pause, the dragon stated with confidence that Zeke was capable of more than he realized. It was obvious to the dragon. He could feel a powerful energy emanating from the man in front of him. This energy was not a fluke or something temporary. It was part of Zeke's journey, part of his destiny. The dragon realized that Zeke was here for a reason, that all of his previous healings were just steps on the path to something greater. For the ancient being, none of this was an accident, but destiny. Zeke frowned, hearing the dragon's certainty. He still couldn't fully believe that the dragon was talking about him with such confidence. Suddenly, he asked the dragon how he knew so much about his nature, about his abilities. It was an unexpected turn for Zeke. He was used to relying on his body, on his knowledge. But what the dragon was saying was beyond his comprehension. The dragon only smiled softly when he heard the question, and the ancient wisdom accumulated over many centuries rang out in his voice. He calmly explained that he didn't need to see or know anything specific to understand who Zeke was. He could feel it in his spirit, in his hands. The dragon needed no words to realize that before him stood a man with a special destiny. It was obvious to him as he saw the power hidden in Zeke and knew that this power could not remain dormant. To the dragon, this was all part of the great journey that Zeke had to take, and he felt that journey begin right here, in this moment. Zeke slowly looked down at his hands, as if realizing for the first time that there might actually be something more to them. His fingers, which had always seemed so ordinary to him, suddenly seemed filled with an invisible power. He whispered softly that he could see it now too, as if a veil had fallen from his eyes, revealing to him a new view of himself. This moment was a turning point for him. It was the first time he recognized that there might be something lurking inside of him that he himself did not know. He sighed, as if letting out all the weight of doubt he had been carrying inside him all these years. After that, Zeke finally firmly decided to examine everything he had accumulated in his life. He slowly but confidently approached the dragon. His movements were calm, but there was a sense of firm determination in every step. It was not just a gesture of a doctor, it was the step of a man ready to accept his fate. He touched the dragon's scales, and his fingers felt the power that permeated the ancient creature's body. Closing his eyes, Zeke concentrated, his thoughts beginning to form spells that he had previously thought were nothing more than theory. But now, in this moment, those spells began to come to life in his mind, taking shape and power. A moment later, something incredible happened. At the place where the dragon lay, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. It wasn't just a glow, it was a powerful explosion of light that engulfed everything around it, eclipsing the forest, the night sky, and everything nearby. The light was so bright that it seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of reality. Kai-chan and Tiffany, who were standing nearby, recoiled, stunned by this sight. Their eyes were wide open, and an expression of surprise and fear froze on their faces. They could not believe what they were seeing. It was like the birth of a new star whose powers were beyond their comprehension. Zeke, who stood closest to the epicenter of the flash, felt his body suddenly tilt backward. He couldn't keep his balance under such a powerful energy, but by some miracle he managed not to fall. At this point, he was so stunned that he couldn't focus on anything but the bright light that slowly began to fade. When the light began to fade and the forest was once again in the twilight of night, a dragon appeared before them. But it was no longer the weakened and emaciated dragon they had seen only a few minutes before. It was now a creature full of power and strength. Its scales glittered like thousands of diamonds, reflecting the residual rays of light. Its eyes glowed with indescribable power, full of wisdom and serenity. It was a dragon that had returned to its full power. His wings spread out as if ready to encompass the entire world, and his every breath was full of power and energy that filled the air around him. His scales, which had previously been chipped and covered in blood, now shone as if they had just been polished to a shine. Every part of his body radiated health and power, as if time had reversed for him, returning him to a state of absolute strength. Shocked by what had happened, Zeke tried to comprehend what had happened. In his mind, he thought that it wasn't perfect, but despite that, the wounds had indeed healed. He realized that despite his doubts, he had managed to do the impossible: heal the dragon. His thoughts were filled with amazement and inner pride, although he hadn't yet fully realized how significant this moment was. Tiffany, still under the impression of what had happened, stood motionless, stunned and excited. Images and thoughts began to form in her mind that she could barely explain. She mentally recognized that Zeke was not just a doctor, but something more. Her mind flashed to the words that Zeke was a dragon healer, a man with unique abilities that could match the divine. The thoughts flashed through her mind like a prophecy, and she could hardly believe it was the same Zeke she knew. Tiffany stood there as if in a trance, not realizing she had spoken aloud until Zeke looked at her in surprise. Zeke, not realizing what was happening, sensed something strange and unexpected in her words. His gaze was full of bewilderment. He didn't know how to react to such statements. Tiffany, as if waking up, finally realized what she had said and immediately returned to reality. Her face lit up with joy, and she suddenly realized that Zeke had actually healed the dragon. She overflowed with happiness and praised him for his actions, calling it incredible. At that moment, her eyes read admiration and a genuine sense of pride in her friend who was able to accomplish what seemed impossible. Zeke, despite Tiffany's joy, couldn't help but notice that her behavior seemed strange and even slightly frightening to him at times. Her sudden mood changes and cryptic words sometimes confused him. But despite that, he smiled and turned his gaze to the dragon and said with relief that he was glad that everything had ended safely. Inside him was a feeling of deep satisfaction that he had been able to save such a majestic creature, and he felt that he had done his duty. The dragon looked at Zeke in return with an expression of gratitude that was more than just gratitude for the healing. His eyes read a deep appreciation for the rescue, for the strength Zeke had put into him, and for the sacrifice the man had made for his life. The dragon did not express his gratitude in words, but his gaze was filled with a respect and gratitude that Zeke could feel without further words. All this time, Zeke, although he felt satisfaction from his actions, did not consider them as something special. To him, it was his duty as a doctor, and he quietly whispered that he had done what he had to do. This moment was a natural extension of his work for him. But somewhere in the back of his mind he began to realize that his role in this world might be far more significant than he had previously believed. Suddenly, everything around him began to change. The world around him, which had seemed so real, began to fade and sink into darkness. Sounds faded away, and the air filled with magic seemed to dissolve into a void. Zeke felt something cold and dark envelope him, and then he heard strange voices coming from somewhere far away. These voices were calling to him. Their words sounded muffled, but they penetrated right into his mind. He couldn't understand where they were coming from, but it felt as if the world itself was trying to communicate with him. When Zeke opened his eyes, he realized that it was all a dream or a vision. He was in his room and the sun was just starting to rise outside his window. His mind was clouded with memories of events that seemed to have happened only a short time ago. He got out of bed, stretching and rubbing his face with his hands as if trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. He tried to remember what had happened, but vagueness reigned in his head. The only thing that remained in his memory was how he had treated the diamond dragon and how the strange elf had escaped. Zeke, still not fully understanding what had happened to him, reached across to the other half of the bed. At that moment he didn't expect to find anything unusual there, but suddenly his fingers came across something soft. This unexpected contact made him freeze. Slowly, as if not believing his eyes, Zeke turned his head in the direction from where he had just felt the soft touch. His movements were cautious, almost hesitant, as if he was afraid he'd see something he couldn't explain. And indeed, a strange picture appeared before his eyes. On the other side of the bed, under the blanket, lay peacefully a girl he had never seen before. It was unexpected and strange, so much so that Zeke's breath broke for a moment. The girl looked unusual, not only because of her presence, which was a mystery in itself, but also because of her appearance. The first thing that caught his attention were her black horns that stood out against her soft, thick hair. These horns seemed to be part of her essence. They gave her the appearance of a being that did not belong in this world, or at least not a mere human being. The girl, as if awakened from a deep sleep, slowly rose from the bed. Her movements were smooth, like a person completely relaxed after a long rest. She rubbed her eyes to get rid of the remnants of sleep, and her face was calm and peaceful, as if everything that was happening was completely normal. She didn't seem at all confused about being in the same bed as Zeke, nor did she seem to notice his confusion. Her black, curved horns contrasted with her soft hair, giving her a mysterious and unusual appearance, as if she belonged out of this world. Looking around, she turned to Zeke with a slight smile on her face and, as if there was something familiar between them, wished him good morning. Her voice sounded soft and calm, as if nothing strange was happening. Zeke in response only sat silently, stunned and perplexed. 1,000 questions swirled around in his head, but none of them could take shape. He could feel his mind desperately trying to figure out what was going on, but no logical explanation came. Every move she made, every phrase she said seemed more and more mysterious to him, and he didn't know how to react. Inwardly he was on the verge of panic, but outwardly he remained calm, though it was more from confusion than self-control. He remained silent because he didn't know where to start. Meanwhile, the girl, not noticing his confusion, suddenly moved closer to him and hugged him as if it was something natural. Her embrace was warm, full of concern, as if she had known him for a long time and was worried about him. There was genuine joy in her words as she began to talk about how worried everyone was about him when he suddenly passed out. She clung to him as if there was a long-standing bond between them, and Zeke couldn't help but feel her concern, but it only added to his confusion. He tried to figure out how it was all connected, but his memory offered no answers. He felt that this girl clearly knew him, but he himself remembered nothing about her. Finally, a major question formed in his mind that demanded an answer. Gathering his thoughts and overcoming his inner confusion, Zeke, still sitting up in bed, asked her who she was. There was confusion in his voice and his eyes were full of incomprehension. He longed for some explanation for this strange turn of events. The girl seemed so natural in her care and closeness that it frightened him even more. It seemed to him that he was in a world where the rules had changed, but no one had told him about it. But before the girl could answer his question, Mint suddenly walked through the door. She acted quickly and decisively as always, immediately noticing that her brother was awake. Her face expressed genuine concern, and she approached him, going to see how he was feeling. Her eyes glowed with concern for his condition, and she clearly wanted to make sure he was all right. Her intentions were kind and full of concern, but the moment her gaze fell on the girl hugging Zeke, her expression changed drastically. Mint stopped as if she had hit an invisible wall. Her eyes went wide and her jaw tensed, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. For a few seconds, she just stood still, trying to comprehend what she had seen. But her silence didn't last long. Her face gradually filled with anger. Her emotions quickly changed from surprise to rage, and tension seemed to build in the air as if before a thunderstorm. She was too shocked by what she saw to hold back. Then, in a fit of anger, Mint shouted that it seemed that this country was becoming dangerous not only because of Tiffany. Her voice sounded harsh, filled with anger and indignation. She immediately understood the situation in her own way, and her magic began to manifest in the air around her. Mint, always impulsive and determined, threatened to cover everyone here in ice if the situation got out of hand. Her intentions were quite serious, and in her eyes she was determined to protect her brother at all costs. Her rage, fueled by magic, was becoming more and more palpable, as if nature itself was responding to her emotions. Zeke, realizing that things were starting to get out of control, quickly stepped in, trying to calm his sister down. His voice sounded firm, but with a tinge of pleading. He asked her to stop, explaining that she had misunderstood what was happening. He didn't know who this girl was, and he had no idea what she was doing next to him. There was genuine bewilderment in his words, and he tried to convey to Mint that he himself was at a complete loss and didn't understand what was going on. But his words only seemed to further confuse the situation as Mint continued to stand her ground. At this moment, Zeke suddenly turned his attention to the girl's black horns. His mind instantly began to work, connecting the disparate pieces of information. It suddenly occurred to him that this girl might not be what she appeared to be. Her appearance, the horns, all of it reminded him of someone. A realization began to dawn on him and, a little surprised, he suddenly asked a question that might shed some light on the whole situation. He asked the girl if she was Kai-chan, his longtime companion and friend. The girl, seeing his surprised look, nodded, confirming his guess. Her face was calm, and she asked how he could have forgotten her, implying that they had known each other for a long time. Her words came out with a slight resentment, but more in them was surprise. She couldn't understand why Zeke was reacting this way. After all, it all seemed natural to her. She was sure that her appearance hadn't changed, and that only added to her bewilderment. Mint, who was watching this exchange, stood in shock. Her eyes widened in surprise when she heard Kai-chan's name. She couldn't believe that the very dinosaur in human form was actually standing in front of her. But before she could say anything, Zeke, determined to make the situation finally clear, picked up a mirror and held it up to Kai-chan's face. When she saw her reflection, her eyes widened in horror. In front of her was not the face of a dinosaur, but of a human being. Her usual features had disappeared, leaving only a human shell. She was stunned and could not believe that her appearance had changed so much. At that moment, the silence was broken by an unexpected guest. The door opened again and Queen Sophia entered the room confidently. Her gait was graceful and confident, as if she knew that her appearance was meant to bring clarity to what was happening. Everyone in the room instantly turned to her, their faces expressing surprise and waiting for an explanation. The queen, noticing their confusion, began to speak, her voice calm and confident. Sophia explained that what happened to Kai-chan was the result of Zeke's evolutionary power. She said that this power had been awakened in him due to his unique healing abilities. This magic was not just a consequence of his medical talent, but something much more powerful that could influence beings around him. She emphasized that Kai-chan had acquired his human form through this power, and that it was a natural evolution, not a random occurrence. Mint, after hearing her explanation, still couldn't fully grasp what it all meant. Her mind tried to digest what she had heard, but it all seemed too strange and unbelievable. Zeke, for his part, began to remember Tiffany's words, which had already hinted to him about the hidden powers hidden within him. It was all starting to make sense now. Those cryptic hints Tiffany had made earlier were now surfacing in Zeke's mind with renewed vigor. She spoke of some special power hidden within him, of possibilities he hadn't realized until now. Zeke hadn't given it much thought at the time, writing her words off as exaggeration. But now everything that was happening before his eyes seemed to confirm those words. He slowly lowered the mirror, still shocked, but slowly coming to the realization that there was indeed something more lurking inside of him. Sophia, as if she possessed deep knowledge that was hidden from the others, began to speak in a soft, calm voice. She cautiously asked if they had ever heard of the phenomenon known as monster evolution. There was a sense of seriousness in her tone, as if she was preparing to reveal an important truth that could change their perception of the world. Mint, always sharp of tongue and quick in her reasoning, responded without delay. Her voice was full of confidence as she stated that she certainly knew about the evolution of monsters. She explained that this phenomenon occurs when a monster, engaging in numerous battles with other stronger creatures, absorbs their power, gradually becoming more and more powerful. Her tone carried the firm confidence of someone who had studied such phenomena. Mint regarded it as scientific fact, backed up by many examples from her experience and knowledge of the magical world. However, Zeke, upon hearing her words, hesitated. His gaze fell on Kai-chan, who had always been by his side, and memories of her behavior surfaced in his mind. He could not recall a single instance where Kai-chan had been aggressive or engaged in battles with other beings to enhance her powers. She had always remained peaceful, friendly, and loyal. Her nature was far from the predatory instincts that Mint described. Zeke felt doubt within himself, and so, after a brief thought, he spoke his thoughts aloud. He stated that as far as he knew, Kai-chan had never consumed any other monsters for food. His voice sounded soft but firm, like a person who was sincerely trying to figure out what was going on. Kai-chan, hearing his words, nodded silently, agreeing with him. There was a slight glimmer of uncertainty in her eyes, for even for her, everything that was happening seemed strange and incomprehensible. As a dinosaur, she had always been proud of her power and origins, but she had never considered herself part of the magic system that Mint had described. It was as mysterious a process to her as it was to the others. Sophia, after listening carefully to their reasoning, calmly continued her explanation. She explained that the evolution of monsters was much more complicated than just absorbing the flesh or energy of other creatures. There was a note of ancient knowledge in her voice, as if she was delving into the depths of a magical theory that only a select few possessed. Sophia explained that monsters, like all living creatures, consumed energy from external sources, but in their case it was not only physical food, but also the magical power of the world around them. She emphasized that they actually absorb the magical energy of their victims, not just feed on their bodies. This was the key to understanding their nature. In other words, if a monster comes into contact with powerful magical energy, its body can begin to change, which leads to evolution. These words brought Mint to a sudden realization. Her eyes shone with understanding as she suddenly realized that the cause of Kai-chan's evolution could be her brother's magical power. Her voice came out with unexpected harshness when she stated that the magical energy emanating from Zeke may have been the catalyst for the process. It had become obvious to her. The magic latent in Zeke was so strong that it could cause changes in the creatures around him. Her words sounded confident, as if she had just solved a riddle that had long remained a mystery. Sophia nodded, confirming Mint's hunch. Her face remained calm, but there was a glimmer of recognition in her eyes. She realized that Mint's hunch was correct. Zeke's magical power was indeed unusual, and its effect on Kai-chan could not be a coincidence. Sophia knew that such powers didn't just happen, and that Zeke harbored great potential that hadn't been fully realized until now. Zeke, still in a state of confusion, remembered a conversation with a dragon he had treated recently. He had mentioned that the dragon had told him about some magical power that was present in him, but he hadn't paid much attention to those words at the time. Now that everything was falling into place, Zeke was beginning to realize what the dragon had meant. However, he still couldn't understand how he, a mere veterinarian, could have gotten such power. He could hear the confusion and slight bewilderment in his voice. He had always considered himself a man of science, not magic. Sophia, hearing his doubts, smiled softly and continued her explanation. She said that the reason for his magic power was the contract made with Tiffany, the divine beast. Her voice was full of respect when she talked about divine magic. She said that making a contract with a creature like Tiffany gave access to divine energy that was much stronger than ordinary magic. This energy permeated Zeke himself, gradually enhancing his abilities, and it couldn't help but affect his surroundings. In addition, Sophia pointed out that yesterday's encounter with the dragon had further strengthened this energy. For dragons, being ancient creatures, were also the guardians of powerful magical forces. Mint, listening to the queen's words, deepened into her thoughts. Her face expressed tension as she pondered what she had heard. And then, like a flash of insight, she suddenly blurted out that it was all connected to the power of their kind, the power of the Veterinarian. A light of understanding flashed in her eyes, as if she had just found the missing piece of the puzzle. It was now obvious to her that her brother's magical powers were not just an accident, but the result of their shared heritage. Sophia, not understanding exactly what Mint was talking about, frowned and asked what she meant. Her voice remained calm, but there was curiosity in it. She wanted to understand what it was all about, as she felt it might help in clarifying the whole situation. Without wasting any time, Mint began to explain that the Veterinarian clan had always had the unique ability to draw power from the creatures that were under their patronage. This power was passed on through the magical bonds they made with monsters or other creatures, and became part of their magical potential. She said it was likely that Zeke, having the power of a god through Tiffany, and the power of a dragon through his encounter with a healed creature, had gone through something more significant than just amplification. It was an existential evolution where his very essence changed on a deep level. He could now influence those who were connected to him, which explained Kai-chan's change. Kai-chan, who was standing off to the side, was still in shock at her physical changes. She stated that she had absolutely no idea what she was talking about, and her voice shook with confusion. She couldn't realize that all these changes affected her personally. It was all unexpected and disturbing to her. How could her dragon form disappear and give way to her human form? She honestly didn't understand what was going on. Zeke, seeing her confusion, tried to reassure her. His voice sounded soft and confident as he told her not to worry. He admitted that he himself didn't fully understand everything that was going on and that they were in the same boat. His words were full of sincerity and concern, and he tried to make Kai-chan feel calmer despite all these inexplicable changes. Mint, after all these explanations, summarizing her thoughts, stood up straight with her arms folded confidently on her chest and declared that everything was now falling into place. She spoke firmly, as usual, with the clear intention of making complicated things more understandable to everyone present. She explained that Zeke had become one of the most powerful healing mages in this world, endowed not only with his own abilities, but also with the power that Tiffany and the dragon had given him. His healing magic was now on the level of divine powers, and it couldn't help but be deeply admired and marveled at. This was an important moment for Mint. She had always thought of her brother as a gifted physician, but now she saw him as something much more. Zeke, hearing her words, was stunned. He stood looking at his sister, not believing what she had just said. How could it be that he, a veterinarian, a man used to treating animals, was suddenly connected to divine magic? He felt uncomfortable at the thought. His brain was frantically trying to find an explanation as to how he could have become such a powerful mage, but no answers were forthcoming. He didn't understand how a simple connection with Tiffany and a chance encounter with a dragon could lead to such a result. Zeke sank into deep thought as his thoughts began to weave themselves into a complex knot. Healing magic was more than just the ability to heal wounds and get rid of illnesses. It was a power capable of restoring the very essence of beings, bringing life back where it seemed to no longer exist. He realized that this magic worked not only on humans, but also on beasts and even magical monsters, transforming them. But what if this power was not just a gift, but the result of his own journey? He thought about it, feeling the realization growing within him. With each step, with each encounter, with each challenge, he may have contributed to the awakening of this power himself. Suddenly, as if coming to an important conclusion, Zeke declared with certainty that all of this was the inevitable result of his encounters and adventures. He realized that his magic was the result not only of his medical practice, but also of the interactions with the world, with the creatures, with the magic he had met along the way. His voice sounded firm as he added that now that this power was his, he would use it as he saw fit. His words sounded like an inner manifesto, a declaration that he accepts his destiny and his abilities. Mint, who had been watching her brother, nodded happily in agreement, her face expressing pride in him. She had always known that there was more hidden in him than he realized, and now her hunch was confirmed. Sophia, sitting nearby, approved of his words with a soft smile on her face. Her eyes glowed with wisdom, as if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The moment when Zeke would realize his true powers and accept his role in this world. Kai-chan, as emotional as ever, suddenly shrieked with joy, her eyes glistening with joy. She jumped up and down like a child discovering a new gift, and exclaimed with genuine delight in her voice that it was Zeke's magic that had made her like this. Her energy was surging, and she was completely enthralled by her discovery. Kai-chan continued, joyfully asserting that her new body, her human form, was Zeke's ideal. It was his magical power that had given her this form, and she was sure that it made her even closer to him. That realization made her truly happy. Mint, upon hearing those words, rolled her eyes and grudgingly hummed. Her face became serious, and her eyes read irritation. She obviously didn't share Kai-chan's joy and couldn't help herself from making a sarcastic comment. As she came closer to her, she said with obvious displeasure that even though Kai-chan had taken on human form, her brains were still those of a lizard, and this was evident from her vulgar appearance. There was a hidden sneer in her voice, and each word seemed to penetrate deeper into the girl's senses. Mint glanced at Kai-chan's figure, not hiding her contempt, and wryly remarked that her new body, with all its revealing shapes, did not suit her at all. In Mint's opinion, it looked too vulgar and pretentious, unworthy of someone who was next to Zeke. Her comments didn't end there. She continued, emphasizing her point even more strongly, adding that a more modest and simple body, like the one she herself had, was much more suitable for a girl. Mint clearly had some sense of superiority, especially when talking about her own figure. There was a certainty in her words that it was her appearance that was the role model, and Kai-chan with her daring appearance didn't deserve to be in that image. Kai-chan, hearing these insulting words, literally exploded with indignation. Her face turned crimson with anger, and she could no longer contain her emotions. A storm was boiling inside her, and her irritation was growing with every second. She turned sharply toward Mint, her movements quick and decisive, as if she was ready to rush into battle. Her gaze was full of anger and her voice trembled with excitement as she asked how dare Mint judge her body so harshly. After all, it wasn't just her appearance, but something bestowed by Zeke's magic, a person she had deep feelings for. For Kai-chan, it was not just an insult to her appearance, but a humiliation of her essence, her connection to Zeke. Her voice grew louder and louder, and, practically shouting, she suggested to Mint to settle everything in battle. Her challenge was not just a gesture of anger, but an expression of her desire to defend herself and her honor. In her words was a determination to defend her right to this new look and her relationship with Zeke. Kai-chan was ready for battle, and a wild determination flashed in her eyes. Mint didn't stay on the sidelines. She only grinned, her face remaining cold-blooded and impenetrable. Her gaze was full of contempt as she noticed that Kai-chan had clearly gained courage since she dared to challenge her. For Mint, this was a moment of affirmation of her dominance, and she wasn't going to relent in the slightest. A cold fire flashed in her eyes, and the tension between them began to rise, as if two violent elements were about to collide. Zeke, standing nearby, watched with obvious concern. He quickly realized that the situation could get out of control if he didn't intervene immediately. His heart beat faster, and he instinctively stepped forward to stop them. There was weariness mixed with irritation in his voice as he firmly asked them both to calm down. Zeke was used to their constant fighting by now, but this time it was too serious. He looked at both girls, clearly disappointed by their behavior, and asked what kind of games they were playing here. There was a deep weariness in his gaze. It was incomprehensible to him how they could have allowed themselves to get to this point. Sophia, who had been silently watching the scene all this time, couldn't hold back a slight smile. Her face expressed genuine amusement, and she finally commented cheerfully that it all looked rather amusing. Her words sounded soft, with a note of friendly humor. She was clearly interested in watching the girls figure things out, and she seemed to be enjoying the situation as if it was just innocent fun. She wasn't going to interfere, preferring to watch from the sidelines like a spectator in a theater. When the tension between Kai-chan and Mint subsided a bit, Zeke turned to Sophia, his face becoming more serious. His eyes met her gaze, and he decided to ask a question that had long plagued him. He noticed that Tiffany had been acting rather strangely lately, and it bothered him. He didn't understand why her behavior had changed, and he wanted to know if it was normal. There was genuine concern in his voice. He really cared to know the truth. Sophia, hearing his question, froze for a moment, slightly surprised. Her face became pensive, as if she was trying to comprehend what she had just heard. After a short thought, Sophia finally looked at Zeke and began to explain. Her voice sounded soft, but she could sense the depth of ancient knowledge in it. She explained that Tiffany was actually an oracle, a link between earth and heaven. Sophia continued, explaining that divine beasts have a special connection to the heavens that gives them access to divine revelations. But for Tiffany, this connection was especially strong, making her more sensitive to the divine will. Sometimes this connection could influence her behavior, as the will of the gods themselves passed through her. Her words sounded tinged with a touch of ancient wisdom, as if she were revealing a long-forgotten secret. Zeke, hearing this, suddenly realized something important. All of Tiffany's talk of gods, which he had previously taken as mere metaphors, now took on a new meaning. He realized that they were talking about real forces that guided her actions. His eyes widened in surprise, and his mind flashed back to all her strange remarks, which now seemed not so meaningless. His face became thoughtful and his gaze became focused. Sophia, seeing his reaction, smiled softly and nodded, confirming his hunches. Her face lit up with calmness and confidence as she calmly stated that a god did exist, and that he was watching them from the heavens. Her words sounded simple, but there was a depth of ancient faith in them. It was not a mere statement, but true knowledge that she was imparting to Zeke. Zeke looked up to the sky, his face expressing a mixture of surprise and slight confusion. He muttered quietly that he wasn't sure if he could fully comprehend it all after so much new information. His mind was overflowing with new knowledge, and he needed time to process everything. But gradually his face relaxed, and with a slight smile he asked if, despite all these discoveries, he could continue to live as before. There was a desire in his voice to retain that part of his life which was familiar and comfortable to him. Sophia smiled again, her gaze warm and reassuring. She nodded in agreement, her words sounding soft and soothing. She said that Zeke should always follow his own path, and that it was up to him to decide how he wanted to live his life. Sophia sat down smoothly beside him. Her movements were graceful like a queen, but there was an unexpected sincerity in her voice. She looked him straight in the eyes and told him that she would be happy to be by his side on this journey. Her words sounded with such feeling as if they came from her heart, and it felt like she was speaking not as a ruler, but as a woman who had found something special in Zeke. Zeke was stunned by the suddenness of Sophia's words. She, the queen, so majestic and powerful, was now sitting next to him, simple and open, speaking not as a ruler, but as a woman who had found something in him that was important to her. Her soft, sincere words left him confused. He was used to seeing Sophia as a distant and inaccessible figure, and now the sudden closeness and offer to accompany him on his adventures seemed something incredible. His face flushed with embarrassment and he tried to gather his thoughts, but his mind was a jumbled mess. Confusion flared up inside him, for he had absolutely no idea how to react to this proposal. Sophia, noticing his confusion, added with a slight, warm smile that at this moment she didn't want him to think of her as a queen. She wants him to see her simply as Sophia, a woman who wants to accompany him on his travels. Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper, but there was strength and determination in those words. She wanted to be by his side, but not as a ruler, but as someone willing to share his journey and trials. She spoke it not as an order or a request, but as a suggestion, and it was evident in her eyes that it was important to her. Zeke, still stunned, felt Sophia gently embrace him. Her touch was light, but it enveloped him with a feeling of warmth and protection. All her royal majesty vanished at that moment, and he was just a woman who truly wanted to be near him. Her embrace wasn't formal or forced, it was filled with care and trust. She clung to him gently, as if trying to convey to him that she was ready to support him in whatever trials might lie ahead of them. Zeke felt the heat rising to his face, turning embarrassment into obvious redness. His thoughts were tangled, as if woven into a ball that could never be untangled. He tried to find the words to respond to Sophia's unexpected proposal, but his insides were in chaos. His heart was pounding faster than usual, and he felt a wave of emotion wash over him at this intimacy that he could never have expected from the majestic queen. Everything he had known about Sophia up to this point was fundamentally shattered by this new side of her nature, soft, almost vulnerable, yet determined. And so, as his thoughts tangled like the snapping of torn threads, the door suddenly swung open, abruptly interrupting his inner monologue. The room was instantly filled with light and joy, as if nature itself had come inside. Tiffany burst in with bright cheer and genuine energy, her presence seeming to freshen the air around her. Her laughter, ringing and merry like a thunderclap after a long heat wave, lit up the room, and her smile was as bright as sunlight breaking through thick clouds. Her whole being radiated vitality, and it made the room even warmer and brighter. Running up to Zeke, she instantly began to examine him, like a mother making sure her child was okay. Her gaze was full of the concern that came from deep within her soul, but there was no fuss in her movements, only a quiet confidence that everything must be all right. Her eyes, filled with affection and sincere love, slid across Zeke's face like a light touch. But then her attention quickly shifted to Sophia, and there was something else in her gaze, a mixture of surprise and slyness. She couldn't help but notice Sophia sitting next to Zeke. Her lips spread into a mischievous smile. To Tiffany, it wasn't just a show of concern, she saw it as something more. Despite the slight mockery in her gaze, there was genuine affection behind it and a realization that her mother was truly worried about Zeke. Meanwhile, there was a sudden noise outside the window. It was the muffled but distinct sound of battle, which made Zeke wary. He instinctively turned his head to the window and looked outside. Outside, absorbed in the excitement of battle, were Kai-chan and Mint. Their recent arguments seemed to have been forgotten, and now they were fighting a real duel. But it was not a mortal combat, rather an expression of their will and strength. Both girls were so engrossed in the proceedings that they could go on forever. Their magical abilities fused with the air, creating flashes like lightning bolts cutting through the sky during a thunderstorm. Each of them was giving their best, not wanting to give in for even a second. It was more like an extravaganza show than an actual battle, but both were completely absorbed in the battle. However, beyond this almost innocent battle, events far darker and more somber were brewing. On the borders of the kingdom, where silence and tension reigned, something far more sinister was taking place. Elkis, the dragon hunter, stood among his soldiers, his face contorted with anger and his heart filled with hatred. Every feature of his face screamed a thirst for revenge, and his spirit was burned by the humiliation he had suffered in his last encounter with Zeke. He couldn't accept that he had been defeated, and now his anger demanded an outlet. His voice, rough and shrill, echoed throughout the camp like the echo of an impending storm. He cursed Zeke, his friends, and all who stood in his way. His order to rally the troops was full of determination and hatred. Elkis wasn't going to wait any longer. In his eyes, Zeke was the epitome of his defeat, and now he wanted revenge by attacking the lands he considered enemies. His heart was full of bloodlust, and he wasn't going to yield an inch of it. He burned with the desire to destroy everything that stood in his way. However, one of his subordinates, though trembling with fear of Elkis, dared to approach him and speak his mind. This man, despite his fear, tried to stop Elkis by suggesting that he should think before he acted. He said timidly but firmly that the beastmen Elkis was about to attack were not responsible for what had happened. His voice trembled, but he dared to express his doubt. hoping that his words would cool his commander's rage. Elkus, hearing this, instantly flared up even more. His eyes flashed with rage, and he was literally boiling with anger. His face distorted even more, and he looked at his subordinate with unbelievable fury. A question full of contempt tumbled from his lips as he asked him how he dared to cross him. His shout echoed throughout the camp, and each of the warriors froze in fear of what might follow this explosion of rage. Elkus could not tolerate the slightest disobedience, especially when his rage was at its peak. Any attempts at reason only served to intensify his anger. Zeke's insult to him was an unhealed wound that fueled his desire to destroy everything and everyone in his path. His plan was clear. He intended to attack the kingdom and wipe out all those he considered his enemies. His hatred was becoming an all-consuming force, and nothing could stop him from making that decision. Zeke, far from these dark plans, was immersed in his own thoughts and feelings, not yet knowing that he was facing challenges far greater than any he had faced before. A new phase in his life was beginning, one that was filled not only with magic and healing, but also with hard battles for the world he considered his home. Elkus stood at the head of his troop, his figure standing out against the massive gates of Nagma, which loomed before him like a mute wall blocking the path to his goal. Behind this fortress lurked an entire kingdom, small and, he thought, defenseless. A lust for destruction flashed in his eyes. His lips curled into a wicked grin as he stepped forward, raising his sword as if ready at any moment to bring it down upon those who dared stand in his way. His army, loyal and ruthless, stood behind him, ready to do his bidding. Elkus shouted his orders, his voice loud and menacing, and his voice echoed through the neighborhood, filling the air with a sense of impending disaster. He demanded that all the people of Nagma come out and surrender without a fight, or else he would leave no stone unturned and wipe their city from the face of the earth. There was a cold determination in his words, like a man who had carried out his threats more than once. In response to his threats, the guards guarding the entrance to the kingdom appeared on top of the gate. Their faces were calm and their movements confident. They showed not the slightest sign of fear or anxiety at the threat posed by such a powerful adversary. One of the guards, a tall man with stern facial features and shining armor, walked confidently to the edge of the wall. His voice sounded calm, almost amused, as he asked the elves what they were doing here. The guard added with a slight sneer that they had probably come to Nagma to admire the sights of this humble kingdom, and that perhaps they had gotten lost. His words were drenched in sarcasm, as if he didn't take Elkus and his army seriously at all. Elkus, hearing those words, laughed. His laugh was harsh, cold, and full of contempt. He was not one to allow himself to be amused, but this mockery of the guards had angered him enough that his laughter was a response to their insolence. His laughter, however, was short. Anger flashed in his eyes, and without warning, Elkus snatched up his sword, the brilliance of which resembled lightning cutting through the night sky. With a fury determined to destroy all who stood in his way, he struck at the guard. Elkus's sword, covered in ancient runes, sliced through the air with ease, swiftly approaching its target. This blow was meant to show the seriousness of his intentions and his willingness to destroy anyone who dared to oppose him. The guard staggered after receiving the blow, his armor ringing from the force of the blow, but he remained on his feet. His face expressed surprise, but not fear. Elkus, watching him, did not hide his self-confidence. His gaze read contempt for the man, and he said with a chuckle that the guards of Nagma were just a bunch of losers, unable to defend their country. Elkus was so confident of his victory that he had already begun to imagine how he would easily destroy this kingdom in a matter of hours. His arrogance seemed boundless, and he chuckled at how easy such conquests came to him. But just as Elkus turned away to continue his taunts, he was caught off guard by something unexpected. The very guard he had just struck suddenly spoke as if nothing had happened. His voice was full of confidence and calm, as if Elkus' blows had not harmed him at all. He asked what Elkus had just done, as if he didn't understand why he wasn't hurt by the attack. Elkus turned around abruptly, his eyes widening in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. The guard stood before him unharmed, as if he had not been touched by the blows of the mighty sword. This moment stunned Elkus. He was used to his strength crushing any opponent, but now he faced something that shattered his confidence. One of the elves, enraged by this turn of events, drew his own sword and lunged at the guard with a scream. His eyes burned with anger and his body tensed, ready for a decisive blow. But in the same instant that the elf's sword approached the guard, something incredible happened. Suddenly a bright light flashed around the guard, dazzling and powerful. This light seemed to emanate from the earth itself, as if nature itself had risen to his defense. The powerful wave of light pushed the elf back with such force that he didn't even realize what had happened. His body shattered into pieces, and death was instantaneous. Elkis, standing motionless, looked at what was happening with confusion. He was stunned and couldn't believe what he had just seen. The light that protected the Guardian was so strong that even the most experienced warriors were powerless against it. Elkis felt his confidence begin to crumble, and for a moment he was gripped by fear of this unknown magic. One of the elves at the rear of Elkis' squad suddenly felt fear piercing his heart as he noticed something strange up ahead. His eyes widened in horror and his chest felt cold. He couldn't hold back his startled cry, calling out to Elkis. His voice trembled, and there was a sense of panic in it, as if the world around him might collapse in the next second. The elf tried to get his leader's attention by pointing to something he had just noticed in front of him. Elkis, consumed by his anger and desire for victory, turned around abruptly, annoyed that someone had dared to distract him. Contempt flashed in his eyes, and without hiding his fury, he asked what this elf needed so urgently. His every word was filled with anger and impatience, for he was already preparing to continue his attack. The elf, barely gathering his wits, explained that the light he had just noticed was now enveloping the entire village. This light was no ordinary light. It slowly, like a mist, enveloped every house, every street, as if creating an invisible wall. It was not just a light, but something more, a magical defense that left no chance for a breakthrough. His voice trembled with fear, for he realized that this defense was blocking their path to victory. The guard was struggling to explain to Elkis that this light created an insurmountable barrier separating them from the village. There was despair in his words, for even the strongest attacks, in his opinion, could not penetrate this glowing shield. Elkis finally realized that what was in front of him was not just light, but something much more powerful. His face instantly changed. The malicious fire that had been burning in his eyes began to fade, replaced by daze and hatred. That light turned out to be a magical barrier so strong that it could protect the entire village from the attack of his army. Elkis felt a wave of anger rising within him. He realized that this was no accident. His enemies knew of his plans and had been preparing for his arrival. They had anticipated his moves and created defenses that could stop his army. One thought began to run through his mind. This was Zeke's doing. The one he hated so much had gotten in his way again. Elkis gritted his teeth in rage and cursed his name, feeling his hatred growing with each passing second. Elkis' every thought was filled with anger and resentment. His pride as a hero was hurt. Elkis saw this situation as not just an obstacle, but a personal insult. He imagined his enemy had anticipated his actions with cold precision and prepared for the encounter. It was clever, and despite his hatred, Elkis couldn't help but recognize that. He shrank back in anger, realizing that his plans had been dealt a serious blow. One of the beastmen standing near Elkis' squad stepped forward. His face was focused, his gaze attentive. He scrutinized the light that enveloped the village, his brain working at full speed, trying to understand how this barrier worked. For a while he studied the shining barrier. His mind was focused, and after a few minutes he began to put all the facts together. Finally, after much thought, he slowly spoke. His voice sounded confident but cautious. He suggested that this light was not a random phenomenon. According to him, this barrier was probably the result of Zeke's recent visit to the village. The beastman continued his reasoning, recalling that Zeke had been here recently for a routine inspection, and apparently everyone Zeke had treated had been blessed with this magical light. It was more than a simple healing. This blessing gave protection from any threats, and now the entire nation of Nagma was under this glowing cover. His words sounded like a revelation to all present. This was no ordinary magic. It was something more, capable of protecting against any attack. Everyone touched by Zeke's hand was now under his protection. The elves, upon hearing this, could not contain their emotions. They were stunned. Fear burned in their eyes, for they realized that they were now facing a power they could not overcome. One of the elves, trembling with fear, cried out loudly. His voice was full of panic as he stated that they would not be able to break through such a shield. His eyes read despair. He no longer believed that their army could win. In panic, he offered to retreat, realizing that their strength was insufficient to break through this magical defense. His voice trembled, and fear for his life and the lives of his comrades was evident in his eyes. However, Elkis, consumed by rage and hatred, was not about to give up. His heart was boiling with anger, and only one thought pulsed in his head: he must win. His eyes blazed with a thirst for revenge, and he wasn't going to admit defeat in front of some magical barrier. His voice, full of determination, echoed across the battlefield as he shouted that he, the heroic dragon slayer, would not back down to anything. Elkis raised his hands to the sky as if summoning the forces of darkness from the depths of hell itself. His fingers were enveloped in a dark glow, as if the night itself responded to his call. The air around him began to waver, to thicken, and at that moment one could feel nature itself trembling with terror at the power Elkus was about to summon. And so, from the depths of the darkness that surrounded Elkus, slowly began to rise a demon, Baphomet, a monstrous spirit of destruction, a monster whose fame frightened even the most experienced mages. It was huge, as if the earth itself trembled under his weight. His every movement was smooth, yet threatening. Its appearance was nightmarish, a powerful body covered with black as pitch, scaly plates, huge curved horns rising up, and eyes burning with the fire of eternal hatred. Baphomet radiated an unimaginable power that seemed to swallow up light and fill everything around it with darkness. Elkus, standing in front of his demonic creation, smiled with manic joy. He shouted that with the help of this SS rank beast they would cut their way through any barrier, and that the demon would destroy everything in their path, leaving not a single trace of the village and its defenders. His voice, full of anger and confidence, rang out across the field, frightening even those on his side. His determination was unyielding, and he could already see the barrier crumbling under the might of his creature. However, before Elkus could continue his magical attack, he suddenly felt something strange. It was a sudden, almost physical sensation, as if an invisible force had suddenly struck him. His body froze in place, and in the next instant, he felt as if he had been thrown backwards. The stream of light that originally seemed to be just a protective barrier suddenly gained incredible strength. It struck Elkus with such power that he flew several meters away, struggling to keep his balance. The warriors surrounding him were stunned by what had happened. They looked at their commander in confusion, not understanding how this could even happen. Elkus slowly rose to his feet, trying to realize what had just happened. He felt a strange sensation within him. This wasn't just a simple magical attack. He realized that the light hadn't just pushed him away. That light was top-level defense magic, automatic revival and interception magic that activated without any intervention as soon as it recognized the threat. Elkus suddenly realized that Zeke was far more powerful than he had realized. This magical barrier was created at such a high level that he himself, with all his powers, could not break through it. His mind was filled with anger, but he knew that at this moment, he had no business being here. The magic of light had thrown him so far away that further resistance seemed pointless. Elkus gritted his teeth, realizing that this time he would have to retreat and come up with a new plan. He realized that his power was now insufficient, and though he hated it, he had to go back to find a way to destroy this barrier. As Elkus tried to rise to his feet, the ground beneath him shook and the air began to thicken again. He raised his head and suddenly saw something huge in front of him. It was a diamond dragon, a majestic creature whose power and grace were truly intimidating. The dragon looked up at Elkus, a slight grin in its eyes, as if it was enjoying this moment. He slowly approached, each of his paws crashing into the ground, creating small earthquakes. The dragon looked down at Elkus from above, as if assessing him. After greeting Elkus, the dragon ironically called him long-eared, adding a note of mockery to the word. Elkus, despite his position, clenched his teeth and tried to maintain his confidence. He grinned back, calling the dragon a lizard he supposedly hadn't finished off a few days ago. He still sounded defiant, though inwardly he could feel the situation getting out of his control. He asked what the dragon wanted, hinting that perhaps the dragon was looking for a fight. The dragon, remaining calm and unperturbed, only nodded affirmatively when he heard Elkus' guess. His eyes glowed with a wisdom and inner strength that he was in no hurry to show off, but which was enough to make even those like Elkus feel fear. In his words, the dragon acknowledged that Elkus had finally realized his true intentions, especially after being introduced to Zeke's true power. His words didn't sound like a direct warning, but there was a deep threat lurking in every word, making Elkus wonder what he had done. The dragon noted that Elkus was lucky he hadn't been destroyed earlier when they had the chance, and that phrase was a reminder of how fragile the balance was, one that could be upset at any moment. The dragon's tone wasn't hostile, but there was a hidden power in his words, a power he now possessed thanks to his alliance with Zeke. Elkus, enraged by these words, could not contain his rage. His whole being screamed that he could not be defeated by someone he had once considered beneath him. The rage that erupted in his heart fueled his determination to fight to the end. His face twisted with anger, and he accepted the dragon's challenge. The thought of a rematch flashed through his mind. He confidently declared that this battle would be their last, and this time he would grind the dragon to pieces. A fire was lit in his eyes, a rage overflowing with hatred and a determination to prove his superiority. Elkus instantly reached for his magical bow, a weapon that had served him as a loyal ally in battle more than once. He was confident that this bow, which could pierce through any defense, would be able to easily deal with the dragon's scales. However, the moment his hand was about to touch the weapon, he suddenly felt a strange yet frightening sensation. His hand couldn't reach the bow because it simply wasn't there. At the first moment, his mind could not accept what was happening. He was too confident in his invulnerability to realize that something irreversible had happened. Elkus slowly lowered his gaze and a horrible picture appeared before his eyes. Half of his arms simply did not exist. Thin streams of blood flowed to the ground, and the severed limbs lay nearby like useless stumps. It was so unexpected and unreal that Elkus stood in a daze, unable to understand how it was possible. He tried to believe it was some kind of illusion or trick, but it was more real than he could imagine. His mind refused to accept the truth. The dragon continued to stand calmly, unmoving and watching Elkus with cold-blooded certainty. When he spoke, his voice came out with the same casual confidence, as if everything that was happening was a foregone conclusion for him. He explained to Elkus that he would no longer be able to hold his bow, and thus had lost the ability to pierce his scales, which were a defense that could withstand any attack. Those words sounded not like mockery, but like a cold, objective statement of fact. There was a hidden irony in every word, hinting at the dragon's undeniable superiority. To him, this was merely the inevitable consequence of a battle whose outcome had been decided long before it began. Elkus, being in shock at what was happening, could not immediately realize his losses. But soon the terror that had gripped his mind was replaced by an outburst of rage. With a sharp cry that echoed across the field, he cried out in despair. It was a cry of pain, fear, and powerlessness, mixed with the fact that his pride had been humiliated. He tried to assure himself that he still had the power to heal, and that his magic would restore his lost limbs. He was sure that these wounds were only a small thing, unable to stop him on his path to victory. As Elkus began to recite the healing spell, his voice, usually filled with confidence, trembled with panic. The words of the spell sounded disjointed, as if he had lost control of himself. He felt fear slowly creeping up to his heart as he tried in vain to regain his magical power. But the magic wouldn't obey. With each new word, his voice grew quieter and his despair grew. There was no hint of healing around, and his body continued to bleed, without the slightest sign of regeneration. Elkus realized that his powers, which had always seemed limitless to him, had now lost their strength. Gradually, the cold realization that his magic no longer worked began to take over his mind. Panic was growing more and more inside him. For Elkus, it was more than unexpected, it was a disaster. He had always been confident that his powers could heal any wounds, no matter how serious. But now, standing before the dragon with his severed hands, he realized that everything had changed. This wasn't just a loss, this was the collapse of his world, based on his magical power. The dragon, seeing the confusion and shock on Elkus' face, continued to watch calmly. He realized that his opponent was on the verge of collapse. The dragon, with a nonchalant calmness in his voice, began to explain the nature of the healing, looking at the lost and distraught Elkus. His voice was deep and imbued with the wisdom of millennia, as if each word carried with it an unchanging truth. He explained that the true miracles of healing were not just magic available to every wizard or warrior who used spells. No, these miracles originate deep within the divine powers that come directly from higher beings. It is a power that is beyond the reach of mere mortals. It cannot be summoned by will or willpower. To heal someone as seriously as Elkus hoped, divine support is required, something that goes beyond the limits of ordinary magic. Divine power is a source that can only be touched by a select few with true faith and a connection to higher powers. The dragon explained that Elkus had made the fatal mistake of challenging the very messenger of divine power. Zeke carried within him a power beyond the reach of ordinary beings, and to attack him was not just audacious, it was sacrilege. Elkus realized too late that his actions had irreversible consequences. The divine powers had turned their backs on him, and he had lost all the support they had once given him. Elkus, immersed in his powerlessness, felt his world crumbling. He was alone, abandoned by magic, facing his wounds. No magic that he used to be so proud of could save him anymore. The dragon that stood before him no longer seemed like an ordinary opponent. He was a symbol of inevitability, the personification of the fate that had caught up with Elkus for his arrogance. Elkus, seized by despair and anger, roared, unable to contain his emotions any longer. He did not realize what was happening. All his former beliefs, his confidence in his own power, crumbled before his eyes. Screaming, he demanded a clear explanation from the dragon, his voice shaking with panic and rage. His demand sounded like a desperate plea. He wanted answers he could not find on his own. Elkis stared into the dragon's eyes, trying to read into them some hope that the situation was reversible. The dragon, without losing his majestic calm, sighed, and, as if in response to Elkis's cry, other dragons began to appear behind his back, huge, even more imposing than the speaker himself. Their presence brought a sense of hopelessness to Elkis. The majestic creatures, like shadows of ancient gods, filled the entire space behind the main dragon. Nature itself seemed to respond to his words, making his statement more weighty. Their eyes glittered with the wisdom of the ages, and a tense silence hung in the air. When the dragon spoke again, his voice sounded like rolling thunder, and he declared that Elkis had literally stepped on the tail of God himself. This metaphor struck Elkis like lightning, finally shattering his last illusions. He suddenly realized that this was about something immeasurably bigger than a simple battle between him and Zeke. His actions had invoked the wrath of the gods themselves, and the consequences were now irreversible. Elkis' eyes, burning with anger only moments ago, filled with tears. He felt all his pride crumble. Only thoughts of his own downfall clattered in his mind. Kneeling on his knees, Elkis begged the dragon and his brethren for forgiveness. His voice trembled, tears streamed down his face, and his words sounded like meaningless babble. It was a sad sight. The once proud warrior was now begging for mercy from those above him in strength and power. He realized that the divine forces he had dared to fight were beyond his comprehension and control. He begged for forgiveness, though he realized it might be too late. At this time, away from the battles and suffering, Zeke sat in the fresh air and quietly read the bulletins, trying to stay abreast of the affairs of his kingdom. He was surrounded by the usual routine of work, but his thoughts were centered on the mysterious report. It stated that a group of elves on a sightseeing tour had encountered unexplained losses caused by some mysterious phenomenon. Zeke ran his eyes over the text and noted with a slight chuckle that the report lacked specificity. It was causing him some concern. He sighed and thought about the fact that he would have to ask for increased patrols to prevent such incidents from happening again. Meanwhile, Tiffany ran up to him, full of energy and determination. She walked over to Zeke, glancing quickly at the paperwork, and stated with obvious displeasure that he had taken up his job again when he should have been resting. Her eyes glittered with concern, but there was stubbornness in her voice. Zeke, with a habitual shrug, tried to calmly explain to Tiffany that what he was doing was not work, but simply reading the bulletins he was reviewing, as always, for the sake of keeping order. To him it was an everyday routine that didn't require much exertion, and in his eyes it didn't seem like anything meaningful at all. He didn't see it as a hardship or a need for rest after this kind of activity. His answer, however, did not impress Tiffany properly. To her, any time Zeke spent with papers meant that he continued to immerse himself in his work without giving himself proper rest. In her world, rest was not just a physical necessity, but an important element in maintaining mental and emotional balance. Therefore, her discontent was justified. Without thinking for long, Tiffany decisively grabbed the papers from Zeke's hands, literally ripping them from his fingers, and announced loudly, almost solemnly, that these documents were now confiscated. There was an unappealing determination in her voice that allowed no objection. She insisted that from now on Zeke was obliged to rest, and not merely of his own accord, but because she had decided so. This moment demonstrated her commitment to taking care of Zeke and controlling his schedule so he wouldn't overwork himself. Her actions, as always, surprised Zeke with their vigor and persistence. A grin slowly appeared on Zeke's face as he recalled a recent incident involving his secretary. He had had to give up a week's paycheck as a result of one seemingly minor conflict. The secretary had harshly criticized his exercise routine, calling it useless and ineffective. This criticism led to internal tensions that eventually culminated in more serious consequences than he had anticipated. At first, Zeke saw it as a temporary inconvenience, but soon realized that he had become extremely bored without his usual duties. The feeling of emptiness and boredom had haunted him since the first day he had been out of work, and it was becoming increasingly agonizing for him. Meanwhile, Kai-chan, who had recently taken on a new human appearance, approached them. Her appearance had changed dramatically, giving her a subtle charm that couldn't help but attract Zeke's attention. Looking at her, Zeke was distracted from his thoughts for a moment and documents. Kai-chan, hearing their conversation with Tiffany, couldn't resist making a comment. Her face lit up with a slight grin, and she remarked that she would never have thought to hear Zeke say such words. He, who had always been independent and determined, was now listening to someone who could steer him in the right direction. Zeke, in response to her observation, nodded, acknowledging that she was right. The thought flashed through his mind that perhaps he could really use a wife who could keep him from doing unnecessary things and guide him in moments of weakness. Kai-chan, hearing this, only smiled. Her attention returned to the book she held in her hands. This book was about managing men, and its contents seemed important and relevant to her. She had always been focused on matters of leadership and influence, which never ceased to amaze Zeke. He had long ago noticed her penchant for studying psychological and social mechanisms, which made her approach to interacting with people unique. Kai-chan looked immersed in her thoughts, as if she was already making plans to implement the new strategies from the book. However, Tiffany suddenly remembered something important. Her eyes lit up with enthusiasm, and without restraint, she shouted loudly that a mysterious cave had recently been found on the border of the kingdom. Her excitement and energy literally filled the room, and she invited everyone to go there to explore. Her proposal was so passionate that it was clear to everyone around her that Tiffany had already made up her mind, and now everyone should join her in her idea. She was determined to explore the cave, unaware of what dangers might lurk there. Dungeon is not just a word for an ordinary place underground. It is an entire concept that centers magic, mystery, and ancient darkness. Underneath this term lies a huge labyrinth that extends into the infinite depths of the underworld. At first glance, it appears to be just a complex system of tunnels and caves, but in fact this place is much more dangerous and sinister. Within the dungeon lies an ancient magical power that permeates its entire structure, creating an invisible network of energy that powers it. This magic interacts with the environment, affecting nature, creatures, and even the air, saturating it with magical elements. But the most mysterious thing about the dungeon is how it functions. In essence, it can be compared to a living being. It has no consciousness in the usual sense, but it has something like an instinct, an irresistible urge to grow, expand, and devour whatever falls into its net. This magical organism, hidden deep underground, forms its core, the heart of the dungeon. It is there that the most powerful magical flows are concentrated, feeding everything around it. The dungeon's core is the source of its life force, its continuous growth, and its desire to capture everything that falls within. Although the dungeon has no ego or consciousness like sentient beings, its nature is such that it becomes a deadly threat to anyone who dares to set foot on its threshold. Its primary purpose is to expand and destroy. A dungeon doesn't just hide its treasures or magical artifacts. It actively creates traps, monsters, and evil magic to protect itself and satisfy its predatory instincts. The monsters that spawn in the depths of the dungeon are not mere inhabitants. They are spawns of the dungeon itself, its protectors and destroyers. Each of them is connected to the magic of the core, and their goal becomes the destruction of any intruder who risks to challenge the underground world. The scariest thing about the dungeon is that unless it is stopped and controlled, it will not stay within its boundaries. It is not a static structure, but an ever-growing organism that is always looking to push its limits. The magic contained within its walls begins to leak outside the labyrinth, spreading to the outside world. If not acted upon in time, the dungeon begins to take over everything around it, releasing its monsters and magic to the surface. Monsters spawned from the depths of the dungeon can begin to attack villages and towns, destroying everything in its path. No one knew where these mysterious caves, which had always been surrounded by mystery and fear, came from. However, one thing was clear to everyone: the caves were a threat. Even the bravest adventurers were afraid of them, because everyone knew that once they descended into these subterranean depths, they would never return. Yet despite the danger, adventurers from all over the world, driven by a thirst for fame, fortune, or simply a desire for adrenaline, regularly descended into the caves, ready to face the unknown. Today's group was no exception. These men had descended deep underground, hoping to eliminate a threat that lurked in one of the dungeons. Leading them was a brave girl leader, known for her cold determination and brilliant fighting skills. She stood at the center of the battle, surrounded by monsters born of darkness and magic. Her sword glittered in the dim light of the torches, and each swing was precise and deadly. One by one, the monsters fell before her power, and she fought with a fury that only true heroes could summon. As the last monster collapsed to the ground, shrouded in bloody dust, the girl leader, breathing heavily, raised her head and loudly declared that it was the last of them. Her voice echoed through the empty dungeon hall, echoing off the walls and disappearing into the darkness. But even at that moment, her eyes remained focused. She knew that dungeons always hid unexpected threats. Every step here could be fatal, and one could not relax for a second. After that, she quickly turned around to her comrades and ordered them to report the situation. Her voice carried the authority of a leader who was prepared for any situation. She could not afford to be careless, because the life of every member of her team depended on their coordinated actions. The guys standing next to her confirmed one by one that the situation was under control. One of them, already covered in sweat and dirt from previous battles, quickly looked around the room, checking for hidden enemies. One in particular stood out, a hooded girl whose attentive eyes followed every movement. Standing next to her was a mighty warrior, her uncle, who had had her back the entire battle, not giving the enemies even a chance to get close. With a smile, half jokingly, the girl shouted that everything was fine, except for her uncle, who was protecting her as always. There was something playful in her voice, as if she wanted to diffuse the tense atmosphere with her comment. The warrior, bowing his head and shaking off the dust from his armor, glumly replied that it was his job. After all, he was a tank. But the girl didn't give up, saying that he shouldn't have put himself at risk for her. There was concern mixed with slight resentment in her words, as if she was unhappy that he had once again put her welfare above his. One of the guys from the team approached the leader, his face filled with anxiety and guilt. He apologized for the mistake he made in disarming one of the dungeon's traps. The trap didn't work the way he planned and almost led to disaster. But the girl leader, who had an inner calmness that always helped her keep her cool in dangerous situations, put her hand on his shoulder and calmed him down. She said it wasn't all his fault. Anyone could make a mistake in places like this. Dungeons were full of surprises, and no one could foresee every detail. Her words gave the young adventurer confidence, and he felt relieved. Meanwhile, the hooded girl, still standing next to that uncle, looked around cautiously. Her instincts were sharp, and she felt that there was something wrong in the air. The atmosphere around them became even heavier and more oppressive, as if the dungeon itself was reacting to their presence. She loudly declared that the environment here was disgusting, though it wasn't as bad as it could be. Her words sounded anxious. She was prepared for the situation to change at any moment. Her eyes read tension, like a beast sensing the approach of an unseen threat. One of the group members, examining the walls and corners, cautiously noticed that the cave was full of S-class monsters, creatures so strong that even a single encounter between them could be fatal. His voice was full of concern, and he offered to retreat so as not to put himself in any more danger. He knew that to stay here was to risk the lives of the entire team. But the leader resolutely shook her head. In her gaze was an unyielding determination. Determined to see this through, despite the dangers in the way. Her every movement said that she was not ready to give up a single step. The fire of responsibility to her comrades and to the kingdom itself burned inside her. She was well aware that there was no room for cowardice or doubt in this mission. Retreating now would not just be a strategic mistake. It would be open disobedience to the kingdom's order. In the eyes of authority, it would mean betrayal, and then they would not be able to restore their reputation, which was built on trust and loyalty. Their entire party could have been destroyed not physically but politically, which for them would have been tantamount to death. This thought strengthened her resolve. She knew that there was no surrender, that not only the lives of her team were at stake, but also their future. A deep inner fear for those she was leading fought against a cold-blooded analysis of the situation. But she had already made her decision. Her team relied on her, and she couldn't let them down. With a firm voice, allowing no objections, she decisively gave the order to change roles. Although her comrades suggested that she stay in the rear and operate from a safer position, she insisted that she herself take the place of the tank, the main defender. Her decision was motivated not only by a desire to protect her comrades, but also by the fact that she felt it was her duty to personally lead them into this fight, taking the brunt of the battle. Her determination stunned one of the guys who had been assigned to cover the rearguard. He was surprised by her determination and dedication, but didn't dare to argue. Meanwhile, the hooded girl, whose senses were always heightened, suddenly felt something change in the air. Her heart froze for a moment as she felt a sudden surge of magic coming from the depths of the dungeon. This magic was strong and threatening, as if the dungeon itself had awakened and began to act against them. She knew it was not good. Wasting no time, the girl loudly warned everyone that the magic had activated. Her instincts, which rarely failed, signaled the approach of something extremely dangerous, and she couldn't ignore it. And indeed, in just a few seconds, what she had foreseen happened. From the depths of the darkness, monsters began to emerge. It wasn't just a small invasion, it was a wave of monsters flooding all around. There were so many of them that it seemed as if the earth itself was throwing them out as if they were its spawn. The ominous figures of monsters surrounded the team from all sides, filling the space, leaving no chance for retreat. It was unexpected and terrifying. The monsters seemed to flood the entire hall, and their numbers were growing by the second. It was as if the dungeon had decided to mobilize all of its power, unleashing it on this group of brave adventurers. Every member of the team instantly realized that there was a new battle to be fought, much more brutal than all the previous ones. These were no longer mere monsters. The dungeon had unleashed its deadliest defenders, ready to destroy all who dared to invade their abode. Fear began to creep into the hearts of the team, engulfing them, but the leader did not allow herself to give in to panic. On the contrary, a smile appeared on her face. This challenge boosted her fighting spirit. It seemed that each new enemy only fueled her even more excitement. She loudly and confidently ordered her comrades to prepare for battle, demonstrating that she was ready to fight to the last. At the same time, on the surface, far away from all these grim events, Tiffany, Kai-chan, and Zeke were enjoying their moment of fun. They were rolling down the smooth stones of the slope like little children, laughing and shouting merrily. Their shouts and laughter, filled with carefree spirit, traveled through the air, reverberating off the stone walls of the mountains. At this moment, they were far from thinking about the coming danger, and were only enjoying every moment. Tiffany, laughing and waving her arms, looked genuinely happy, as if she were on the most fun slide. Unlike those below who were fighting monsters, they felt free from all worries. When they finally reached the entrance of the cave, each of them looked a little tired, but their faces were glowing with joy. They were full of energy and anticipation of what lay ahead. Tiffany, barely catching her breath, glowing with happiness, happily declared that this had been one of the most fun adventures ever, and her words caused another explosion of laughter from everyone. Their laughter was contagious, and for a moment everyone forgot that something much more serious and dangerous awaited them down in the depths of the cave. This moment of joy was a brief interlude before they plunged back into the world of mystery and danger that the dungeon holds. Zeke sat down on a pile of rocks, feeling the chill from their hard surface penetrate his clothes. He tried to get comfortable, but the unevenness beneath him was a constant reminder that they were in a dangerous and uncharted place. His gaze slid down the walls of the cave, which were dimly lit by the faint light of torches. The light flickered and cast bizarre shadows, making the cave even more ominous. Each glow gave the illusion of movement on the edge of visibility, as if the walls of this cave lived a secret life of their own. Zeke, despite his outwardly calm appearance, felt a slight unease. He rarely felt such emotions, but here, in this cave, something was clearly going wrong. His thoughts swirled around the little things he had noticed along the way, and his experience told him to be on guard. He didn't want to frighten his companions, however, so he discreetly remarked that the situation looked worse than he had realized. His words sounded calm, but there was an underlying sense of unease. Tiffany, on the other hand, was completely absorbed in joy and merriment. To her, everything that was happening seemed like an exciting adventure. She laughed and carelessly said that it was more like an amusement park, with many rides waiting for them around every corner. Her eyes shone with cheerful sparks, and she was ready for any surprises as if it was just a game created for their amusement. Her carefree outlook was in stark contrast to the seriousness with which Zeke and Kai-chan regarded the place they had entered. Kai-chan looked around and suddenly noticed something eerie. There were skulls and bones hiding in the piles of rocks behind their backs. Their whiteness was in stark contrast to the gloomy shadow of the cave, causing her to feel a strange sense of danger. Her heart beat faster, and she looked around anxiously, asking quietly if this place was really safe. A note of fear slipped into her voice, and everyone noticed it. She couldn't escape the thought that they might have gone too far and encountered something that would be better avoided. Tiffany, as before, paid no attention to the warning signs. Her lighthearted attitude toward what was happening didn't change, even after Kai-chan pointed out the skulls. All she said in response was that even if they fell into the lava or got hit, it wouldn't be a big deal. In her mind, it was all part of the attraction, and nothing seemed to change her mind. With every word she said, Kai-chan felt a growing uneasiness. Her imagination had already begun to conjure up horrible pictures of them dying in the lava flames or falling prey to monsters that might be lurking in the shadows of the cave. She tried to object, to say that the situation was far more serious than it seemed, but her voice was drowned out by Tiffany's cheerfulness. Zeke, meanwhile, continued to look around. His inquisitive mind searched for clues as to how this whole place worked, how it was organized. The walls covered in ancient writings and the strange magical aura surrounding them kept him on his toes. He realized that things here were far more complicated than they seemed at first glance. His gaze wandered over the shadows, and he began to analyze where this magical energy could be coming from. Suddenly, Tiffany interrupted his musings with a loud shout, pointing forward. Her eyes burned with curiosity and excitement. A huge monster appeared in front of them, its massive figure filling almost the entire space in front of them. Its skin was covered with rough growths, and its eyes glittered with malice. Tiffany, however, still saw everything that was happening as a game. Her smile never left her face, and she cheerfully remarked that the monster looked so realistic that it seemed unbelievable. To her, it was just another amusement at this amusement park. Zeke, smiling slightly, commented discreetly that it would be foolish to be afraid of such things. It seemed to him that it was just an illusion designed to scare them. However, in the next second, the situation changed dramatically. The monster they thought was part of the attraction suddenly whispered ominous words of death, its voice full of grim menace. And before they could do anything, he suddenly swung his huge hammer, aiming directly at Tiffany. Kai-chan froze in place, her body paralyzed with fear. She couldn't move, couldn't even scream. Images of imminent death flashed before her eyes. She saw the huge hammer coming toward Tiffany, ready to crush her in the blink of an eye. Her heart was racing, and she could hardly breathe for fear. This wasn't just an attraction, this was a real threat to their lives. But Zeke remained cool-headed. He stepped forward, as if covering her with himself, and, with unperturbed calmness, said that it was just part of the game. There wasn't a shadow of fear in his voice, and he was sure it was all an illusion. Even as the monster's hammer came down on Tiffany with terrifying force, Zeke remained convinced that it was just a show. Tiffany fell with force onto the hard stone floor of the cave, but instead of screaming in pain or fright, she suddenly laughed. Her laughter echoed through the gloomy walls, echoing off the stone surfaces and filling the space with its sound. It was like a ray of sunshine in a dark cave, and her carefree voice, full of mirth, broke the gloomy atmosphere that had hitherto prevailed in the place. She said, laughing, that the monster had really scared her, but that was just part of the fun, as if everything that was happening was a game or a joke. Her reaction was so sudden and vivid that it surprised even those around her. Zeke, in spite of his usual restraint, was a little puzzled by her behavior, for the situation didn't seem fun. But his attention was quickly diverted. Tiffany, still lying on the ground, suddenly noticed something strange. Her gaze stopped on the monster, and she saw that thick blood was oozing down its body. Her cheerful expression was instantly replaced with bewilderment and surprise. It was no longer like an illusion or a joke. There was a real, wounded monster standing in front of her. She rose to her feet, trying to realize what was happening. Her thoughts were chaotic, and she tried to combine the images of the game and reality in her head. Zeke, noticing Tiffany's confusion, walked over to the monster to examine it closer. His calmness didn't leave him for a second. He scrutinized the wound on the creature's body, his gaze focused and professional. For him, as a doctor, examining a patient was a familiar task, and he automatically began to analyze the situation. His face betrayed not a shadow of fear or excitement, and he assumed that perhaps it was just part of the scenery or an elaborate magical effect mimicking reality. He didn't believe that any of this could be real, although his inner instinct told him that something was wrong here. But his professional duty took over, and Zeke, introducing himself as a doctor, offered to fix the problem. His confidence in his abilities left no doubt that he could handle any situation, even a wound on the body of a creature that would have horrified any other person. He focused on using his magical healing skill, touching the monster and beginning to channel energy to its wound. After a few moments, his spell began to take effect, the wound began to heal, and the monster's skin slowly regenerated. It was an astounding process. Before his eyes, the monster, which had seemed impregnable before, began to heal. The deep, rumbling sound the monster made was full of surprise. It had not expected such strength from a mere human. His massive body gradually recovered, and the wound disappeared as if it had never existed. Zeke, satisfied with the result of his work, declared with his usual professionalism that his spell not only healed the wound, but also healed any other ailments the monster might have. It was commonplace for him, but impressive nonetheless. He was used to such challenges, and every time he helped someone, his skills as a doctor confirmed his confidence in his abilities. Suddenly, the monster turned to Zeke and looked at him and asked if his name was really Zeke. This simple question took Zeke by surprise. He froze for a moment, his mind beginning to frantically search for an explanation. He didn't understand how this creature could know his name. It was too strange to be a mere coincidence. His thoughts darted from one theory to another, trying to find a rational explanation, but none of them seemed plausible. The monster, noticing the surprise on Zeke's face, continued speaking, thanking him for waking him up and healing him. His words were not full of hostility despite his intimidating appearance. On the contrary, there was a deep gratitude in his voice, but there was a certain heaviness behind those words, as if the monster had been imprisoned for a long time. And now, thanks to Zeke's intervention, he was freed from that burden. The monster explained that his awakening was due to the curse that enveloped this place. He had been imprisoned in this dungeon for a long time, like many other creatures, and now that he had regained his powers, he needed the help of Zeke and his team. He told them that this cave was home to many other creatures besides him, trapped in the same curse. These were not just evil monsters as it might seem at first glance, but living beings that had been affected by ancient magic. Now that they had been imprisoned in this dungeon for many centuries, their minds and bodies had been twisted by this magic, and they needed to be rescued. The monster's words awakened Zeke's deep sense of responsibility. His doctorly instincts could not allow him to simply walk away, leaving these creatures in their distress. There was something more here than a simple adventure or battle with monsters. The curse that enslaved these creatures had to be broken, and Zeke realized that he could not back down. The hooded girl, trying to contain her excitement, screamed again at her uncle, who protected her from another monster attack at the last moment. She rushed towards him. Her movements were abrupt, filled with anxiety and fear for his life. Her voice trembled with worry as she asked what he was doing and why he was risking himself for her again. The shadow of battle still hovered around them, and the monster her uncle had saved her from had been defeated, but the threat didn't seem to have disappeared. The ground beneath their feet was drenched in blood, and the girl felt the world around her begin to crumble. Her uncle lay on the cold ground, his face pale and his breathing intermittent. He could barely speak, his voice weak and barely audible as he struggled to whisper that he was a tank and it was his duty to protect her, even at the cost of his own life. He knew his body was already at its limit, but his determination never left him. He couldn't let her get hurt, and he was willing to give anything to save her from another attack. The girl knelt down beside him and began to examine his wounds. Her hands trembled as she tried to press her palms against his body to stop the blood, but her efforts seemed futile. His body was bleeding and each breath he took became more and more labored. Panic gripped her when she realized that despite all her determination, her uncle was already barely hanging on. His skin was cold and the blood continued to ooze out, flooding the stone ground around him. Meanwhile, the squad leader, who was in another part of the hall, had barely escaped from the battle and noticed a signpost that she thought led to the core of the dungeon. There was determination in her voice as she stated that this might be their last chance to get out of here alive. The pointer was the only clue that could lead them to the heart of this place, the source of all the misery and evil they faced. The hooded girl, upon hearing this, cried out that they must go this way, for they had no other way out. She was full of despair and her decision was desperate, but in her eyes burned hope. The leader, after assessing the situation, immediately asked how much magical energy they had left for attacks. The answer was disappointing. Only 20% of Saba's magic energy, and 30% if they decided to use the last of the regenerative resources. This meant that their resources were running low, and they would only have to rely on their last strength in the upcoming battle. In such a situation, every step could be their last. However, the leader did not let fear or doubt get the better of her. Her eyes were full of determination, and she firmly stated that their only chance was to concentrate on attacking. She ordered everyone to unleash all remaining magic along the front lines, with the goal of destroying as many enemies as possible. It was obvious to her that they were almost out of time, and if they didn't go on the attack now, they could all die. She knew it was a risky move, but it was the only way. But one of the fighters noted with a slightly raised eyebrow that the monsters, seeing their actions, would likely start dodging and using their own tactics. His voice was full of doubt, and his warning didn't sound like a mere caution. He knew that the monsters they were fighting were smart enough to adapt to the enemy's tactics. He realized that if they simply pounded at their enemies, those enemies would respond with maneuvers that could trap them. The leader, realizing the risks, however, did not change her mind. A plan was already formed in her mind. She realized that it wouldn't be an easy victory, but they must buy time. Clenching her fists, she made a decision that may have been one of the hardest of her life. They wouldn't just go on the attack, they had to completely destroy the enemies. She suggested splitting the team. Some would distract the monsters and hold them back, while she herself would break through to the core of the dungeon. Her face was impenetrable, but everyone could sense her desperate willingness to go all the way despite the difficulties. Her plan was extremely risky, but they simply had no other choice. She firmly promised that she would move as fast as she could, and together they could destroy the core. However, one of the boys, still doubting their success, questioned with a note of cynicism in his voice whether she really believed that they could all come back alive. His skepticism sounded almost like a challenge, and he couldn't help but be sarcastic when talking about a happy ending for everyone. To him, the situation seemed too hopeless to hope for a complete rescue. However, the leader, instead of accepting this challenge as criticism, admitted her guilt for putting them in this situation. She admitted that her calculations had been wrong and her mistakes had brought them to this deadly moment. She was now ready to take full responsibility, and her face expressed her willingness to do whatever it took to save her team. Meanwhile, one of the team members, as they continued to analyze their situation, drew attention to the fact that the plan to blow up the wall had not been well thought out. His voice was calm but critical. He began to list the mistakes the leader had made: insufficient calculation of the explosive force, complete ignorance of the attributes of the dungeon core, unaccounted for quality of the wall materials. His analysis was cold and precise. He picked up on the fact that she had not even considered how the force of the explosion would affect the surrounding area, with potentially catastrophic consequences. His criticism was harsh but valid. The girl, who up to that point had kept her emotions in check, couldn't take it anymore. She screamed, asking why he always noticed her mistakes instead of offering something useful. Her voice was full of irritation, but she also felt an inner insecurity in it. She knew she had made mistakes, and realizing this only made her more anxious. However, the guy, remaining completely calm, confidently stated that despite all the mistakes he had made, he believed in their success. He was firmly convinced that they could accomplish any task if they acted together. His confidence sounded like a comfort, and the leader, hearing his words, breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, she was grateful for his support, albeit hidden behind harsh words. But barely had they had time to discuss their plan when the wall beside them suddenly exploded. Rocks and dust flew into the air, momentarily obscuring them from the others. The noise was deafening, and all the team members bounced back in a daze. The explosion was so sudden that no one had time to react. The leader, still in shock, screamed that it wasn't her job. She had nothing to do with the explosion. Her voice was full of panic, and for a moment it seemed to everyone that they were in even greater danger. However, through the thick cloud of dust that had risen into the air after the explosion, misty silhouettes began to slowly emerge. At first their outlines were barely recognizable, but gradually their contours became clearer and clearer, like ghosts emerging from the depths. A few moments later, as the smoke and dust settled slightly, figures began to emerge through the gap in the ruined wall. It was Zeke and his companions, a sudden appearance that took everyone present by surprise. Zeke, as always, looked completely calm, his movements measured, as if he were absolutely certain of what was happening. His poise was a stark contrast to the chaos that had reigned around him after the explosion. He was the first to step forward, his face expressionless, as if this whole situation was something ordinary to him. There was debris of the wall lying around, dust still swirling in the air, but Zeke didn't seem to pay any attention to it. The squad members standing opposite him were clearly surprised and confused by his appearance. Their eyes were bewildered. They hadn't expected to see anyone, much less strangers, in this part of the dungeon. This was a dangerous area, and the appearance of strangers seemed strange, if not suspicious. They all froze, their gazes fixed on Zeke and his companions. The air was filled with tension, each of them wondering, who are these people and how did they end up here amidst the dangers of the dungeon? The squad leader, not hiding her surprise, but trying to keep her composure, decided to take control of the situation. She, still not understanding what was going on, spoke first. Her voice sounded firm, but there was a note of bewilderment and caution in it. She asked Zeke, with a touch of suspicion in her voice, who they were and what they were doing in this part of the dungeon, where danger lurked around every corner. Her words sounded harsher than she wanted them to, but she knew she had to find out quickly who was in front of them. Behind her back, the crew members froze, waiting for an answer. All their eyes were on Zeke, wanting to see if these new people could be trusted. However, Zeke, as if nothing unusual was happening, remained completely calm. He didn't even change his facial expression. His gaze remained as indifferent as before. In a calm, even voice, he introduced himself as a doctor, as if his appearance in the most dangerous corner of the dungeon was something completely ordinary. Zeke slowly surveyed the squad, a picture unfolding before his eyes that struck him deeply. Each of them looked like they were on the verge of complete exhaustion. Their bodies were covered in bloody wounds, and pain was written all over their faces. Some could barely stay on their feet, their movements slow and uncertain. The air was filled with heaviness, the sounds of muffled moans and strained breathing, as if the very space around them was immersed in the suffering and bitterness of their condition. But Zeke, with his inner calm and deep sense of responsibility, knew that time had not yet run out and he had a chance to make things right. Standing next to him was the monster he had recently healed. Previously, the creature had been the epitome of terror. Its rage and fierce power could easily destroy everything around it. But now, after Zeke's intervention, the monster stood in a strange calm, its body relaxed, and in the eyes where anger had recently raged, there was a weariness mixed with recognition. The curse that held him captive had been broken, but Zeke sensed that the process was not yet complete. Something deeper, almost intangible, still hung in the air. It was the karmic retribution that followed anyone who interfered with the course of things. Zeke knelt down to the man lying nearby. His breathing was barely audible, like a thin thread about to break. The man's body seemed exhausted, and death was as close as a cold fog approaching him. Even so, Zeke could feel subtle signs of life that were not yet completely gone. He knew that if he acted quickly and decisively, it was possible to bring it back. The power he possessed was still with him, and it pulsed in his veins, ready for action. Closing his eyes, Zeke concentrated, plunging into the depths of his mind. His mind began to construct complex spells, each word of which was infused with ancient magic. These spells required extreme concentration, because the magic he was about to use was not simple. It touched the very essence of time and reality. It was a dangerous art that could bring everything back to its original point, but it required precision and power. Time around Zeke slowed down, as if space itself was listening to his will. With each breath he felt the magic fill his body, ready to merge with reality, to change it and reverse the course of events. He mentally spoke the last words of the spell, and the next moment he was up, arm outstretched in front of him. Streams of energy like lightning streamed through the space, enveloping everyone in the room. It was a moment of complete silence as the world held its breath before something incredible was about to happen. The leader of the group, a woman with a determined face, was the first to sense the change. Her hand, which had previously been covered in deep wounds, suddenly began to glow with a soft, warm light. She looked down and was surprised to find the wounds beginning to heal rapidly, the skin regenerating at an incredible rate. She ran her fingers over the spot where the blood had recently been and couldn't believe her eyes. The wound was gone, as if it had never been there. The hooded girl, who had been standing on the sidelines watching her uncle's condition all this time, suddenly saw his chest begin to rise and fall evenly. His breathing became deep and confident, as if he had just awakened from a long sleep. His face had been contorted with pain earlier, but now it was filled with life. He slowly rose to his feet, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He no longer felt the heavy weight that was pulling him toward death. Everyone in the room, including the monsters who had previously been hiding in the shadows, began to come to their senses. The wounds were healing, the pain was going away, and it was being replaced by a sense of relief. The monsters, who had previously exuded anger and hatred, now looked at Zeke with awe. It was as if they realized for the first time who stood before them, and slowly bowed to him in recognition of his strength and power. One of the monsters, the largest and most intimidating in appearance, spoke on behalf of them all. He declared that Zeke was worthy to be their master, their lord, the one they were willing to obey. These words spread through the hall like thunder, and everyone who heard them froze in anticipation of a response. Zeke felt a wave of embarrassment and slight awkwardness. He had never sought power, much less power over creatures whose nature was so far from human. His magic had always served only to save, and he sought no worship. Gathering his thoughts, he stepped forward, and with a soft but firm tone, he refused their offer, asking them to leave this conversation. He was not their master, nor did he wish to become one. The leader of the group, the woman who had just watched her own body healed by Zeke's magic, looked at him carefully. There was both amazement and disbelief in her eyes. She slowly stepped closer, her breathing becoming heavy, and finally she spoke the question that had everyone present worried. Who was Zeke? Could he be the very demon lord that the legends are about? Their gazes expressed shock and surprise, for no one could have expected that such a powerful mage was standing in front of them. Everyone present froze in anticipation of the answer, keeping their eyes fixed on Zeke. Zeke walked through the city streets, which, despite the daily hustle and bustle, seemed unusually calm and peaceful after all the events that had happened recently. His gaze was drawn to a familiar silhouette sitting at the table of a small street cafe. It was Elizabeth, the leader of the very squad he had met in the recent battle. She was sitting alone, dining al fresco, and her calm and relaxed demeanor contrasted sharply with her determined manner that Zeke had memorized in the dungeon. He stood still for a moment, watching her from the sidelines before he headed towards her with joy and a slight smile. Zeke stepped closer and sat down across from her without asking permission, as if their bond forged in the dungeon allowed him such gestures. Once there, he couldn't help but notice the slight wrinkles around her eyes that spoke of the tension of the last few days. Elizabeth seemed almost peaceful, but Zeke knew that this calmness hid the hell she'd been through. He quietly inquired if she had completed the formalities of their detachment. Her nod was short, but there was a sense of relief in it, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Her squad, this experienced and strong group of fighters, had finally found peace in Nagma, their new home. Zeke watched her carefully, noticing how her aura had changed. It no longer had the harshness and tension he remembered from the dungeon. They continued talking, and Zeke, feeling unexpectedly relaxed, admitted that he was surprised to learn that they were both from the same town. He'd always thought the world was a big place, and it seemed almost unbelievable to meet someone from his own part of the world. Elizabeth, agreeing with him, grinned slightly. Her tone was casual, but there was something more behind the words. She didn't miss the opportunity to remind him of his last name, Veterinarian. It was a name familiar to many, and she appeared to know a lot more about him than Zeke would have guessed. His last name, as well as the many stories of his exploits, had long since become legendary. But Zeke, despite that, did not seek fame. With a reserved nod, he admitted that he might indeed have become more widely known than he thought. His name had spread throughout the kingdom like an echo of bygone times, and though he had always tried to remain in the shadows, rumors of his disappearance had sparked much conversation. Elizabeth, on the other hand, saw it differently. She told how there was talk in the kingdom about his mysterious disappearance. People thought he was missing and the kingdom had lost a great warrior. To her, as to many, Zeke was more than just an ordinary mage. His actions and decisions had consequences for the entire kingdom. There was a slight note of sadness mixed with surprise in her voice. She couldn't even imagine how much the kingdom had lost when Zeke left his post. He only smiled quietly in response, remembering those distant times when his life was different. It had been a long time ago, and much had changed over the years. His travels had taken him to other places, and his power now served other purposes. When Elizabeth questioned whether the king and the prime minister were involved in his disappearance, Zeke didn't immediately come up with an answer. He was slightly surprised at her directness. Questions about his past were rarely asked so bluntly, and he felt something stir inside him. Her words carried not only curiosity, but also a subtle hint of a connection to the power that played a key role in her team's lives. Elizabeth explained that their squad was always under the direct command of the Prime Minister. They received orders directly from the king, and that's how they ended up in that hellish dungeon. It was their mission to obey orders unconditionally, and they had no right to refuse. Elizabeth's words sounded calm, but behind them there were many emotions: pride in the fulfillment of duty, bitterness at the realization that they were only a tool in the hands of others. Zeke, realizing what these fighters had been through, felt a deep respect for their resilience. They had been through a lot, as had he himself, and now, looking at Elizabeth, he realized that these events had left a deep mark on her. Elizabeth smiled, but that smile was full of hidden tension and fatigue that had accumulated over years of endless battles and missions accomplished. Her eyes betrayed that she had been through too much and perhaps was no longer ready to continue on the same path. In her gaze was a deep relief that it was finally over, but also regret at the cost of what had been accomplished. Elizabeth then began to talk about how their squad was once one of the most elite in the kingdom. The Twilight Dragon, as they were called, was not just a fighting party, but a legendary S-class squad that was entrusted with the most dangerous and difficult missions. Her voice was full of pride, but at the same time, a note of sadness could be heard, as if she was remembering a time when things were different, when their glory was not marred by the harsh reality of political games. She explained that despite their status and recognition, they had come to be used as the Prime Minister's personal army. This was the point at which their missions ceased to be mere tasks to protect the kingdom and became political tools with which to decide other people's ambitions. Elizabeth was particularly emphatic about the fact that their last mission, a descent into a dungeon filled with horrors and deadly dangers, happened without any preparation. They had been sent there on orders without having time to prepare properly, and it had turned an ordinary mission into something far more dangerous and unpredictable. It was as if they had been sent straight into the jaws of monsters, not knowing what lay ahead. Her voice, though full of composure, hid a deep pain, for as a leader, she was responsible for every member of her team. Zeke, listening to her story, nodded, realizing how terrible that situation was. He realized that it had truly been hell for her squad. Everything they had experienced wasn't just a battle with monsters, it was a battle for survival in a world where everything seemed hostile and deadly. He thought deeply about her words, remembering how he and his team had appeared in the dungeon, completely unaware of what Elizabeth and her men had been through. In his mind, everything was coming together in a clear picture. Their rescue was not a mere coincidence, but a true blessing of the gods. Elizabeth continued, and her words only confirmed Zeke's thoughts. It was indeed hell for her squad, a place where every step could be their last, and every breath brought with it a sense of impending doom. She noted that when Zeke and his friends appeared in the dungeon, they looked so happy and carefree, as if everything that was happening was just an exciting adventure for them. It had certainly made her angry then, and a sense of injustice. Her people were fighting for their lives, and Zeke seemed so far removed from their torment. Zeke felt guilty for the ease with which his squad had entered the dungeon. He couldn't help but admit that it really didn't look good on their part. Their joyous appearance in contrast to the haggard faces of Elizabeth's squad might have seemed disrespectful or even cruel. He apologized, acknowledging that it was undignified of them. But Elizabeth didn't seem to hold a grudge. Her nod was calm, as if she had long ago accepted everything that had happened, realizing that there was nothing to blame Zeke and his friends for. They were all just participants in a grand plan in which everyone played their part. The silence of their quiet conversation was suddenly broken by a familiar voice filled with casual cheerfulness. It was the same monster that Zeke had healed in the dungeon. His loud laughter pierced the air, followed by a joke, not without irony, about whether Zeke was now on a date. The monster's words brought Zeke out of his musings, and a slight look of embarrassment appeared on his face for a moment. He hadn't expected such a joke from someone who had recently been his enemy. Before he could respond, however, the monster, with a good-natured smile on his no longer intimidating face, stepped closer to their table and set down the plates of food they had apparently been waiting for some time. Zeke, smiling embarrassed at the monster's joke, said that he wasn't on a date at all, but had just stopped by to see an old acquaintance. His tone was friendly and soft, but there was a slight tiredness in it after all the recent events. He added that he would soon have to go back to the infirmary, where he had urgent business to attend to. Those words brought him back to reality, reminding him of the responsibilities that still rested on his shoulders. Despite the joy of the encounter, Zeke realized that his duty was not over, and new worries and responsibilities awaited him for those who still needed help. Zeke, looking at the monster, couldn't help but smile. He was pleased to note that he was now able to handle his new responsibilities. This creature had once lived only to destroy and sow only chaos and fear around him. Now it had found its place in a peaceful life, serving others and doing good instead of harm. This moment was especially important to Zeke, for he had given the monster a chance at a second life, and to see how his actions had brought about such a meaningful change was deeply satisfying to him. The monster, noticing Zeke's warm gaze, was slightly embarrassed himself, but immediately thanked him profusely. The monster recognized that without him none of this would have happened. He confidently stated that it was because of Zeke's intervention that he and his kin were able to get rid of the curse that had held them captive for so many years, and began a new life. Elizabeth, watching this scene, listened to the monster with an invisible smile. She, more than anyone else, understood what it meant to lift the curse from those whom many thought hopeless. Her eyes were full of appreciation and respect for Zeke's kindness and mercy. Still vivid in her memories was how he had lifted the curse from every creature in the dungeon, relieving them of the torment they had endured for so long. It was an act that saved not only the humans, but also those they used to consider enemies. Elizabeth realized how great this step was, especially in a world where humans rarely showed compassion for those they considered monsters. The monster continued, telling her that thanks to Zeke, they were now not only free of the curse, but had a chance to be part of society. It was incredible to see how creatures that once existed only for destruction now found their place in a peaceful life. They were no longer a threat to those around them, but instead became useful and respected members of the new world. The monster made special mention of Lady Sophia, who had been instrumental in their adaptation. She helped them find their place in this new world, guiding them and supporting them in their first steps towards normalcy. Elizabeth, hearing Sophia's name, suddenly became silent, remembering those moments in the dungeon when she, gripped by fear and anger, had said many unnecessary things. Her face became serious for a moment, and she admitted to the monster, after a slight hesitation, that she would like to apologize for the harsh words she had spoken then. She felt that her emotions at the time had overpowered her common sense, and now she was ashamed of her harshness. The monster, however, replied with a slight smile and a soft look that such moments happen to everyone. He didn't hold a grudge against her, realizing that in those circumstances everyone could afford something extra. His response was filled with understanding and wisdom that was rare even among humans, let alone creatures accustomed to battle and cruelty. Zeke, watching this conversation, suddenly realized how much the situation had changed. The one who had once been their enemy had now become not just an ally, but a friend ready to come to their aid. This realization filled him with a sense of deep satisfaction and joy. He realized that the past didn't matter if the present could be changed for the better. Enemies can become friends, and despite all the darkness of the past, there is always the possibility of a fresh start. Everything that had happened before was just a stage on the way to this moment, and now they could move on without looking back. Elizabeth caught those thoughts in his gaze and nodded silently, agreeing with him. She, too, realized that the past were mere shadows that should not rule their lives. Their future was in their hands, and it was up to them alone to decide what it would be. Humans, beastmen, and even monsters now laughed and lived together, sharing the common joys of a peaceful life. This world, once soaked with fear and hostility, was now a true oasis where beings of all races could find their place. Elizabeth watched the scene with a soft smile, her eyes filled with pride and a slight wistfulness. She turned to Zeke, who was sitting next to her, and looked at him carefully and said that he had created this new world. This harmony between humans, beastmen, and monsters. It was a true miracle for her to see how those who used to fight each other could now laugh and share food, peace, and friendship. Zeke was slightly embarrassed by her words, but he couldn't hold back a slight smile. He knew he had done a lot, but his modesty made it impossible to take all the credit. He tried to lighten the mood and said with a chuckle that he thought he and his squad had moved here solely because of the good food that was so famous in these parts. His words were lightly ironic, but there was a casualness in them that he tried to maintain so as not to overload the conversation with seriousness. Elizabeth, still enjoying her meal, replied with a chuckle. She appeared to have finished more than her first meal and agreed that yes, the food here was truly excellent. Her appetite was impressive, and Zeke watched in amazement as she devoured another portion without losing any of her energy or enthusiasm. It reminded him that despite all their battles and trials, life goes on, and simple pleasures like good food remained an important part of it. At that moment, members of Elizabeth's squad approached their table. They moved confidently, their faces were calm, but their eyes showed friendliness and respect for their commander. Upon seeing her comrades, Elizabeth smiled happily, her eyes lighting up with warmth and pride for those who had stayed with her in her most difficult moments. She greeted each of them with a slight nod, her smile growing even wider as they gathered around the table. Realizing that her time with Zeke was coming to an end, Elizabeth apologized to him, gently telling him that she had to go. They had a dinner party with the rest of the squad ahead of them, and she couldn't be late. Zeke looked over her plates in surprise. He was dumbfounded that Elizabeth had already eaten so much food in a short time in front of him, and now she was going to another dinner party. This moment was so unexpected that he didn't even know how to react. As Elizabeth stood up from the table, about to leave, Zeke suddenly noticed a scar on her cheek. It was a thin, barely noticeable mark, but it still stood out on her skin. His eyes lingered on that scar and, unable to resist, he offered that he would fix it the next time they met. To Zeke, as a doctor, any scars or injuries seemed like something that could and should be fixed, and he wanted to offer his help. Elizabeth, however, shook her head slightly and replied with a slight smile that it was fine. She said that this scar was old and it did not need treatment. She then raised her hand and gently touched her cheek as if immersing herself in her memories. For her, the scar was more than just a wound mark, it was a memory of the people she had met along the way, of those with whom she had shared trials and triumphs. She called it her medal, a symbol of those memories she did not want to forget. Zeke froze for a moment, surprised by her answer. To him, as a doctor, every scar was evidence of pain and suffering, something that could and should be healed. But Elizabeth looked at it differently. Her words about the scar as a medal, about memory and the value of those memories were something new and unexpected to him. He could not understand how anyone could treasure so much something that to him had always seemed a symbol of pain. Still slightly surprised, Zeke asked Elizabeth the question he had long wanted to ask: what were those memories associated with her scar? There was genuine curiosity in his voice, mixed with respect for her life experience. Her answer, however, was unexpected. Elizabeth, smiling with slight irony, stated that it was a very delicate question and he should be ashamed of himself for asking it. Her eyes gleamed with a slyness, and for a moment, Zeke felt awkward. Zeke, feeling that his question was too direct, instantly began to apologize. He spoke quickly, stammering slightly, trying to smooth over his awkwardness as quickly as possible. His face became tense, as if he hadn't expected to offend Elizabeth or make her feel uncomfortable with his words. He lowered his gaze, trying to find the right words to correct his mistake, and frowned slightly in annoyance at himself. But as soon as he looked up at Elizabeth, she laughed. That laugh was soft, calm and friendly, as if she wanted to show that she was not at all offended by his question. There was a hint in her words that as they got to know each other better, she would share her memories with him. Her eyes glittered with cheerful anticipation, but there was a depth behind that light, a hint that she had stories she was not yet ready to reveal. but that might change the way they felt about each other. This promised moment when they would grow closer and be able to share what each of them held dear was creating a new bond between them, one that was no less important than the one forged in battle. Zeke, hearing her words, was relieved. He smiled, his eyes shining with warmth again, and he nodded, acknowledging her joke and accepting the challenge. He promised that he would do his best to earn her trust and get to know her better. It wasn't just a response out of politeness, it was a sincere promise he was willing to fulfill. Elizabeth, with a slight smile on her face, stood up and joined her troop. Her figure gradually receded, but Zeke could still feel her presence, as if a plume of warm and promising emotion remained behind her. Meanwhile, in the shade of the thick bushes nearby, Kai-chan was watching. Her face was filled with jealousy mixed with resentment. She hummed softly as she noticed Zeke's hesitation again in Elizabeth's presence. For Kai-chan, these feelings were agonizing, her heart clenched with jealousy, but she couldn't afford to openly show it. While Kai-chan was immersed in her thoughts, far away from here, in a dark and mysterious place, another important meeting was taking place. The Diamond Dragon, a majestic creature with scales shining like jewels, stood before his master and spoke about Zika. His voice was firm and confident, each sound given with respect and reverence. The dragon described all of Zeke's feats, his accomplishments, his abilities. Every detail was important. Diamond Dragon did not allow himself to exaggerate. His story was accurate and objective, but there was a sense of sincere admiration for this man who was able to achieve so much. The master, a mysterious and powerful figure, listened attentively without interrupting the dragon. His eyes glittered in the semi-darkness, reflecting the light of an unknown source, and in them one could see interest bordering on thoughtfulness. There was something shrewd in his gaze, as if he already knew ahead of time how this meeting with Zeke would end. He interrogated the dragon, clarifying the details to make sure he understood his words correctly. The Diamond Dragon nodded, confirming everything he had just told him. His voice remained even, but it was noticeable that he believed in Zeke's power, and that he would be able to help. The Lord, after thinking about the dragon's words, nodded silently. His decision had been made. He declared that he would pay Zeke a visit himself, a sign of his respect and interest in the man. It was an important step. A personal visit from the Lord meant that he recognized Zeke as worthy of his attention and willingness to cooperate. He knew that this decision would undoubtedly affect the course of their destiny. Diamond Dragon, realizing that the Lord was indeed going to meet with Zeke, offered to prepare everyone else for the meeting. He wanted everything to be ready so that the meeting would go off without a hitch. However, the gentleman declined the offer. He stated that it was not necessary. The dragon announced that this visit would be a personal one and he did not need an escort. His words were spoken quietly but firmly, as if he had already seen the outcome of this meeting and knew that everything would go as he intended. With these words, the Lord, clad in glittering scales, slowly began to rise into the sky. His mighty wings, framed by shining webbing, unfolded with a grace that was characteristic only of dragons. Each of its movements resembled the flight of an ancient creature whose presence left a trail of magical power behind it. The Diamond Dragon, watching his master rise higher and higher into the sky, felt a slight uneasiness brewing deep in his heart. His eyes, glittering with a gleam of realization of responsibility, were fixed on the figure of the departing dragon. He tried to say something, as if wanting to stop the Lord, but he already knew it was useless. As the Lord rose almost to the very edge of the clouds, his deep and powerful voice rang out across the sky, as if the wind itself was the conduit for his words. The last sounds that reached the Diamond Dragon were a plea for patience. At the same time, as if echoing in the air, there were words addressed to someone special. The Lord mentioned his dear child. His figure finally dissolved into the sky, leaving behind only this powerful echo. The king was in a noisy but respectable bar, where only the most influential people of the country usually gathered. Here, amongst similarly important people, the king felt confident and relaxed, until the moment when news like lightning struck his mind. When he was informed that the S-Class Twilight Dragon party had left the country, he shrieked with rage. His shout cut through the entire atmosphere of the bar, causing all the customers to freeze and turn their heads in his direction. The king's face was bloodshot, his eyes glittering with anger. He couldn't believe it. How could such warriors, the elite of his kingdom, abandon him at such a moment? They had been his pride, his shield and sword, and now they were gone. It seemed like a betrayal to him. The king slammed his fist angrily on the table, making glasses and mugs clink, and the silence that hung over the hall was ominous. Opposite the king stood the man in charge of the bar, a stout man with a serious and focused face. He was already used to such outbursts of emotion from powerful people, but the situation was different now. The man said that he didn't know all the details, but he had definitely heard that Shadow Dragon had left the country for personal reasons. His voice was low and calm, but the king took it as mockery. This attempt to explain the situation looked pale against the anger of the king, whose eyes glittered and whose face burned with rage. It was not enough for him to simply explain. His royal pride was wounded. He was stunned and could not understand how these warriors who had sworn allegiance to the crown could betray him at such a moment. The king cried out again, his voice booming through the hall like thunder in the middle of a storm. He shouted words of betrayal. He was saying that he had sent these warriors on an important, almost holy mission, entrusting them with something he would not have entrusted to anyone else. And they had dared to leave without warning, abandoning him at the most important moment. His anger was growing stronger by the second. The king's eyelids twitched and his lips quivered with tension. The tables around him trembled from his furious blows on the surface. The cafe patrons tried to pretend not to notice, but their gazes kept returning to the enraged monarch. The head of the bar showed no emotion. He stood in front of the king and waited patiently for him to calm down a little. But the king's anger did not subside. At that moment, the prime minister, a man with a cold but impeccably collected appearance, approached them. His voice was calm, but interest burned in his eyes. The prime minister asked the man what he meant when he said that the Shadow Dragon had left the country. The man, without averting his gaze, replied that the squad had indeed left, and he himself did not know all the details. They were in the service of the prime minister, and supposedly, he should be the one who should know best about the reasons for their departure. The prime minister seemed to be a little confused. He quickly explained to the king that he had only found a resignation letter from several members of the squad, but no reasons or explanations were given there. This statement, written with such cold formalism, did not reveal the motives or plans of the warriors. The prime minister's face remained calm, but a shadow of worry slipped into his eyes. If even he was not aware of exactly what had happened, then the situation was more complicated than it seemed at first glance. The king, upon hearing this, exploded with renewed vigor. His shout was like a thunderclap. It overrode all other sounds in the room. He blamed everyone around him for allowing such incompetence and ordered that a replacement for the squad be found immediately. His order sounded like an ultimatum, but there was fear in his words, fear of losing control of what was happening. The king repeated that he did not intend to suffer a bad reputation because his elite squad had run away, and again he unleashed his anger on those around him. The bar owner, observing the king who was in a fit of rage, stared at him intently. His gaze was calm, but there was condemnation in it. He realized that the king seemed completely unaware of what was happening around him in his own kingdom. The country was descending into chaos, but the monarch was blind to these problems, fixated on his anger. This realization gave the bar owner a strange feeling, a mixture of frustration and sadness. His heart clenched at the fact that the ruler who was supposed to lead the country was losing his grip on reality. These thoughts were clear and cold when he finally decided to voice them aloud. The king, who had been busy shouting and lashing out at everyone around him, suddenly stopped when he noticed that the barkeeper had said something incomprehensible. He was silent for a moment, looking at him in surprise, as if not believing that someone dared to interrupt his torrent of rage. It was a look of bewilderment. How could a mere owner of an establishment defy him? But in the depths of the king's eyes, a suspicion began to dawn that the man knew more than met the eye. The bar owner sighed slowly, his face remaining stone calm as he continued. He informed the king that the departure of Elizabeth's squad was only the tip of the iceberg. He explained that more disturbing events had recently begun to occur in the kingdom. Magical beasts, once tamed and domesticated, were now escaping from control and running rampant in the streets. These creatures, once docile and tame, had suddenly turned into wild and dangerous creatures. The citizens of the city were horrified by this news, and the city patrols were failing to do their job, allowing the chaos to grow by the day. The city was slowly descending into chaos, and it was all happening in front of the eyes of those who were supposed to protect peace and order. There was restrained indignation in the bar owner's voice as he added that it was the government that should have taken responsibility for maintaining security. His words were direct and harsh, and they hit the king like a hammer. He was pointing out that everything that was happening was the result of the disorder in the kingdom and the lack of governance. The bar owner didn't try to hide his disappointment. He saw that his country, once strong and stable, was now shaken by these strange and frightening events. The king should have been on the front lines governing and solving these problems, but instead he was yelling and blaming everyone but himself. At that moment, one thought flashed through the king's mind that was like being struck by lightning. He suddenly realized who it could be about. The magical beasts, the chaos, and the strange things that had begun to happen all pointed to one name. Zeke. The king realized that all of these events could be linked to this mysterious vet whose actions were always outside of normal notions of order. The realization of this fact seemed to awaken a new flood of rage in the king's heart. His eyes lit up with new fury, and he roared like a wild beast, unable to contain his emotions. The king screamed, unable to believe that even Zeke could have been involved in these strange events. That name, like a curse, haunted him at the most unexpected moments. He couldn't believe he was once again caught up in events that were beyond his comprehension. Zeke, as always, was beyond the king's control, and it was driving him mad. His anger peaked and he began to rampage, throwing chairs around and hitting tables with force. It was as if he was trying to vent his emotions, but it only made him worse. Each of his blows was filled with helplessness and rage, for the king realized that he could not stop what had already begun. The bar owner watched silently, giving the king a chance to vent his rage. But when the king's anger began to overflow, he stepped forward. His voice was firm and calm, there was no fear or doubt in it. The bar owner sternly and firmly demanded that the king stop his shouting and disorder. His words were like a cold shower for the king. He froze, as if he could not believe that someone dared to order him. But the bar owner was adamant. He saw that the situation was getting out of control, and he was ready to take it into his own hands. When the king did not respond, the bar owner did not wait long. He walked up to the king and the prime minister, and without wasting time to explain, he grabbed them by the shoulders and pushed them out of the establishment. This gesture was unexpected by everyone, especially the king. He didn't even realize what had happened before he was out the door. When they were outside, the bar owner closed the door behind them without further ado, leaving them standing in the cold. He did so calmly and decisively, like a man who had long been accustomed to acting without delay. The king, still stunned and humiliated, cried out in indignation. His face poured blood and his chest heaved with anger. He began to shout at the bar owner, accusing him of insolence and disrespect. In his anger, he asked how the owner could have so rudely kicked him in the leg. His words were full of indignation, but instead of answering, the bar owner closed the door and stayed inside. The king continued to shout accusations, but now his cries found no answer. A moment later, however, the king and the prime minister noticed something strange that completely shifted their attention. The owner of the bar, who had come out into the street after them, froze, raising his head upward. At that moment his face changed. It became tense and surprised. He saw something that silenced him. White flakes of snow were swirling in the sky. It was so unexpected and out of place that it seemed like an illusion at first. The snow fell slowly, white swirls settling to the ground. Its cold flakes touched the skin, but no one could understand why it was snowing at this time of year. The prime minister, noticing this strange phenomenon, also raised his eyes to the sky. His face, which usually maintained a cold and reserved mask, now expressed real shock. Snow was impossible at this time of year, and he, like the barkeeper, could find no explanation for the phenomenon. A sense of uneasiness was growing in his heart, as if this anomaly foreshadowed something far more frightening and inexplicable. The cold snowflakes fell thicker and thicker, and a tense silence hung in the air. The king, seeing that something was wrong, finally raised his head to see what had silenced everyone. His face turned white with surprise when he noticed that the snow was only a harbinger of something more terrible. In the sky, amidst the white clouds and swirling snow, hovered the huge figure of a dragon. The owner of the bar, who moments ago had felt at least some confidence, now stood stunned and confused. He was stunned by what he saw before him, a huge ice dragon, soaring over the city with such majesty that every wingbeat seemed like the movement of an entire element. For the first time in his life, the bar owner felt his power over the situation, over this place, over his own fears slipping away. His thoughts were racing in panic, each one born of fear and uncertainty. He didn't understand how this could happen, or how a dragon could appear in the heart of the capital. This question would not let him go. Everything seemed unreal, as if he had fallen into a nightmare from which it was impossible to wake up. His voice, full of anxiety and confusion, broke through. He cried out, as if trying to free himself from the weight of his bewilderment and fear, turning to the void with a question that no one could answer. His cry sent a wave of panic through the others. As if that very cry was the catalyst, a crowd of people began rushing out of the bar like alarmed birds, scrambling over each other, shouting and grabbing whatever they could carry. People shouted something, but their words were drowned out in the chaos of sounds coming from all directions. Fear spread lightning fast like a fire, engulfing the streets. People rushed away without a backward glance, many of them unable to even realize what was happening. They just knew one thing: an ice dragon was hovering above them, above their city, and that was enough to cause animalistic terror. Meanwhile, high in the sky, the dragon soared, majestic and calm, as if all this human panic and screaming didn't matter to him. His eyes, huge, glittering like two shards of ice, scrutinized the city. He wasn't here to wreak havoc or destruction. He had a purpose. He was looking for a veterinarian named Zeke, the same man whose reputation rattled throughout the kingdom. The dragon knew that Zeke could help him, and that was why he had flown here. But finding him was proving to be much more difficult than he had anticipated. Although the dragon felt that the veterinarian was somewhere nearby, the people he addressed mentally did not respond to his words. The ice dragon continued to mentally convey his message, hoping that someone would hear him. He was telling them that he was an ice dragon and he had not come to destroy or threaten. He was looking for a man named Zeke, a veterinarian known for his abilities. But the people running through the streets didn't seem to understand him. His every wing flap and every mental call went unheard, and this began to worry the dragon. He could speak to any creature, but these people below, despite his best efforts, could not understand him. To them he was only a monster, the embodiment of ancient fears and legends. The bar owner standing outside was unaware of the dragon's mental messages. To him, it all seemed like an open threat. His heart was beating so hard in his chest that it seemed he couldn't stand it and would fall over. Staring at the dragon, at its enormous figure, his master could not contain his horror. Not understanding the creature's true intentions, he cried out in despair, accusing the dragon of trying to threaten the city. His voice sounded harsh, breaking into a scream, full of fear and rage, but deep down the master realized that these words are powerless before such a monstrous force. The dragon suddenly realized that his speech, his thoughts, were not reaching people. He tried to communicate, to convey his intentions, but those could not hear him. It was a shock for such an ancient creature, who was used to the fact that his magical speech was understood by everyone. But now he found himself in a world where his powerful mind was unaccepted and misunderstood. A feeling of alienation came over him, and he stood still for a moment, pondering what to do next. The situation seemed to be getting more complicated by the second. On the ground, the king, still recently in anger, could not stand the strain. His patience snapped like a thin thread. He screamed at the top of his lungs, his face twisted with rage. The king could no longer tolerate this inaction. His fear of the dragon mingled with the madness of power, and in his scream he demanded an immediate attack on the beast. He threw out orders to his guards and warriors to attack the dragon, to destroy it before it destroyed them. There was a desperate determination in the king's voice, as if force could solve everything. His hands trembled with tension, and he was ready to rush into battle if only he could. However, the warriors who had been given the order hesitated. None of them wanted to rush into battle against such a powerful being unnecessarily. One of the soldiers, brave but wise, dared to object. His voice was quiet but confident. He said that the dragon had not yet done anything that could be considered a threat, and there was no point in provoking this creature that could unleash its fury upon them if they themselves launched an attack first. That voice of reasoning caused the rest of the warriors to freeze in place. They realized that there was logic in the soldier's words. Haman, the prime minister standing nearby, couldn't stay away either. His usually cold and reserved face now expressed concern. He realized that the king was too hasty in his decisions, and this could lead to disaster. His voice sounded harsh and anxious as he shouted that it was now too late to do anything about it. The destruction of the city could begin at any second, and the dragon could become not just a threat, but the cause of the capital's complete destruction. Haman, always concerned with the practical aspects, loudly asked who would cover all the losses if the city was destroyed. The crowd gathered around began to murmur loudly. In response to Haman's words, people began to shout accusations in his direction. Someone shouted that he, Haman, was the one collecting the taxes, and if he cared so much about the budget, let him solve the problem himself. These words sparked angry cries among the townspeople, and soon the crowd began blaming the government for everything. People were furious that their leaders could not offer a single solution to such a dangerous situation. Panic and discontent grew like an avalanche. The king, still in a state of extreme anger, began to feel that everyone around him was useless. His gaze darted from one person to another, and he saw in everyone only weakness and inability to do anything. However, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. A troop approached them, and their confident footsteps immediately attracted the attention of everyone around them. These were no ordinary soldiers, they were professional mercenaries. Their faces were stern and ruthless, and their movements were confident and graceful, like predators. They came with a clear purpose, and the king instantly realized that before him were the ones he had been waiting for. Meanwhile, the owner of the bar, hitherto stunned and plunged into chaos, suddenly froze upon seeing these men. His eyes widened with shock and surprise. He immediately recognized these mercenaries, and it didn't take long for him to react. This was not just a squad, these were people about whom rumors were spreading all over the country, and not the most pleasant ones. The girl behind him asked with curiosity and concern in her voice if he knew these people. The master nodded slowly, not taking his eyes off the approaching mercenaries. His voice, though quiet, was full of concern. It was a group of mercenaries known by the formidable name of Hungry Wolves. There was something dark and grim about their reputation. Everyone had heard stories about them, but few wanted to meet them face to face. They were called thugs because they always acted ruthlessly and decisively without thinking of the consequences. However, they could not be called ordinary killers. Despite their toughness, they had impressive fighting skills and experience, especially in battles against strong opponents. It was said that they even defeated ancient dragons. The leader of the squad, Lamob, paced ahead of his men with the same cold-blooded confidence as the others. His face was almost impenetrable, and only the thin grin on his lips betrayed that he was aware of his power and influence. When someone in the crowd mentioned in whispers that they were thugs, Lamob picked up on it. His ears were always alert, and he coldly remarked upon hearing those words that it sounded like an insult. However, there wasn't much indignation in his voice, more like boredom. He didn't care what anyone said about him. He was here for a specific task, and that was the only thing that mattered to him. At this point, Prime Minister Haman, who was trying to maintain control of the situation, addressed the king with undisguised surprise in his voice. He asked where the king had found these men, for their presence did not bode well for the castle and the city. He knew the questionable reputation of the Hungry Wolves, and the thought of such people being so close to the royal court clearly bothered him. The king, still in a state of irritation and anger, replied sharply. His voice was full of contempt for the prime minister. He said that he had hired these mercenaries himself because Haman was completely useless in the situation. The king no longer trusted his usual advisors and subordinates. He saw that only these men could make a difference. His pride and despair intertwined in one response as he confidently asserted that the Hungry Wolves were his last hope. The prime minister, hearing this, frowned even more. His cold face became even more severe. He didn't hide his displeasure and voiced his fears that if such mercenaries stayed in the city, the castle wouldn't be safe. These people were unpredictable and cruel. They could obey now, but who knew what would happen later? However, the king, with another wave of his hand in annoyance, brushed off his words, saying that it was not his concern. He said that the safety of the castle was the prime minister's problem, not his, and that he had more important things to do. The king, forgetting everything but his purpose, hurriedly approached the detachment. He was almost panting with excitement and exertion when, running up to Lamob, he declared that they had come just in time. His voice trembled, but there was desperate hope in it. He immediately ordered them to get rid of the monster, a dragon soaring through the sky that seemed to the king about to unleash its wrath on the city. This was not a request but an order to be obeyed without discussion. Lamob, looking intently at the king, did not immediately reply. His cold eyes studied the king as if he were just one of many people he had met along the way. Then his face contorted into a slight grin, and he ordered the king to kneel down without a second's hesitation. These words struck like a thunderbolt. The king froze. His eyes widened with bewilderment and shock. He could not believe his ears, for this simple mercenary, this thug, dared to order him, the king, to fall on his knees. Lamob, ignoring the king's confusion, repeated his order. His voice was as cold as the winter wind. He was saying that if the king wanted to ask someone for help, he should observe the rules of etiquette. There was contempt in his words, not for the king himself, but for the position he had put himself in. The king, furious to the extreme, shouted back. His voice broke as he, losing control of himself, shouted that this was nonsense. He was the king. He couldn't understand why he, the ruler of the entire kingdom, should kneel before a mercenary. But Lamob remained unshaken. He did not even seem to react to the king's rage. He declared that he was getting cold and suggested that his troop go to warmer climes. Lamob took a step back, signaling that he didn't care at all about the argument, and started to walk away. His men were ready to follow him. The king, who was about to lose his composure, suddenly shouted, asking them to wait. His voice was full of despair, which he could not conceal. Lamob stopped, turned around and coldly asked what the king wanted from them if he was not even able to fulfill the simple request of kneeling. This question was asked with icy indifference, as if the fate of the king and the entire kingdom did not matter to Lamob. The king faltered. He looked around, seeing that everyone was looking at him. The eyes of his subjects and soldiers were fixed on him, and this tension made him feel even worse. The next second, realizing his helplessness, the king fell to his knees. His pride, his dignity, everything was broken. He pleaded with Lamob for help, asking him to save him and his kingdom. Lamob could barely contain himself from laughing. He looked at this king, this great ruler, who was now kneeling before him, and mirth flared in his soul. It was a true spectacle, and he could not help himself. Lamab laughed loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the square, as if confirming his superiority at this moment. The laugh was full of scorn and derision. It was not a simple display of joy. It was the laughter of a man who enjoys the humiliation of power. He saw before him a king who a moment ago had been a symbol of strength and power, but now was on his knees, begging for help. Lamab was enjoying this moment with obvious pleasure, his face contorted in a cruel grin and his eyes glittering with amusement. It was quite a spectacle for him, and he seemed to feel a deep satisfaction that a man who considered himself superior to everyone else was in such a humiliating position. The members of Lamab's squad who were watching this scene could not contain their smirks. Their faces were almost indifferent to what was happening, but in their gazes one could read contempt for the king who found himself before them in such a position. Meanwhile, Lamab, having already savored the moment, decided it was time to get down to business. He cast one last mocking glance at the king, then turned to his troop and briefly ordered them to prepare for battle. This order sounded like the end of Humiliation, as if to him it was just a pastime that had already lost its appeal. Lamab was ready to move on to the next stage, the actual battle for which he had come here. The Hungry Wolves squad slowly turned around, their attention now focused on the dragon that was still hovering in the sky above the city. The dragon, who had been watching them all this time, saw the humans discussing something, but didn't realize what. The thought flashed through his mind that perhaps they had finally realized his intentions, that they were willing to help him in his search for Zeke. He hoped that his message had finally reached them and they would stop seeing him as a threat. However, that hope was shattered in an instant when Lamab suddenly snatched a huge metal chain from behind his back. It glinted in the air, reflecting the light of the setting sun, and the dragon realized that he was perceived as an enemy. Lamab, wasting no time, moved straight at the dragon like a predator ready to strike a decisive blow. His movements were swift and sure, and the chain in his hands was not just a weapon, but a tool made for battles with creatures like dragons. The dragon froze, his eyes narrowed. It sensed the threat from the man before it, and realized that there would be no peaceful outcome. Lamab, having gotten within a comfortable distance of him, suddenly struck his chain, aiming it directly at the dragon. The powerful blow struck its scaly body with a deafening sound that echoed through the city. The dragon took a step back as it felt the blow, its wings flapping, creating a whirlwind of snow and wind. Lamab turned to his squad, grinning, and asked defiantly if they were going to join the fight. His voice sounded confident and calm, as if this was just another task for him. He even suggested that he could slay the dragon alone, but he obviously didn't mind the help of his comrades. The ice dragon roared, its anger growing stronger by the minute. Its huge, glittering ice scales cast a blinding light, making the air around it sparkle as if thousands of tiny snowflakes had fallen under its powerful control. The dragon's every movement was like a natural disaster. As it flapped its massive wings, icy whirlwinds appeared in the air that seemed to tear apart space itself, raising snowstorms ready to engulf anyone who dared to stand in its path. Lamab, standing at the head of his troop, watched it all with a cold determination on his face. His sharp, stern gaze did not waver even in the face of the dragon's might. He knew that this moment was decisive. The ice dragon was not just a dangerous enemy, but a valuable trophy that could bring incredible riches. The entire squad realized that killing this beast was not just a victory, but a path to glory and rewards that would be of legendary value. Lamab silently raised his hand, and his soldiers immediately understood the order. Without further ado, coherently and quickly, they began to release all of their projectiles, fire arrows, explosive spears, and magic charges. Each shot was aimed directly at the monster, and under their pressure, the dragon weakened for a moment, its roar growing louder, reflecting its pain and rage. The projectiles touched its icy scales and exploded with blinding flashes, filling the space with bright light. As the bright light engulfed the dragon's figure, the entire squad froze for a moment, breathless. The warriors looked at the shimmering shards of ice flying around like stars burning in the night. The king, who had been watching from afar, suddenly cried out as he realized that their efforts had succeeded. This beast, so strong and invincible, had finally been defeated. Lamab allowed himself a brief moment of triumph, feeling the jubilation rising in his chest. At last, they had done it. The ice dragon had fallen before their might, and now its treasure, its magical power would be their reward. He was about to deliver the final, finishing blow when he suddenly felt a strange resistance. An invisible barrier arose between him and the dragon, barely perceptible but impervious to his blows. There was a look of surprise on his face. He looked around, searching for the source of this magic, But the answer was even more surprising. A sharp cry resounded in the air. Another dragon appeared in the sky above the battlefield, and to everyone's amazement, Zeke was flying on top of it. His figure was confident and calm as always, but this time, there were notes of despair and anger in his voice. The squad, the king, and even the prime minister froze, dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. No one had expected to see Zeke here, and on top of a dragon. To them, he was just a healer, a mage who always stayed in the shadows, but now everything had changed. The ice dragon, wounded and exhausted, raised his head and looked at Zeke with the same surprise. Now he knew who was in front of him. Zeke, wasting no time, loudly stated that he had heard about the ice dragon from the other diamond dragon. But right now, talk was unnecessary. Action had to be taken immediately. Lamob, blinded by the rage that burned within him like an unquenchable fire, could not accept that his long-awaited victory was on the brink of collapse. This man, this mage, who stood in his way, was the final obstacle to his ultimate triumph. The moment of glory, when he was to be the one to slay the ice dragon and take its mighty powers, seemed to him now more and more distant and slipping away like sand through his fingers. He screamed, trying to regain control of the situation, ordering Zeke to stop interfering in their battle immediately. His voice was rough, drenched in anger and despair, as if it was the last cry of someone who felt his power crumbling. Lamob's eyes, normally full of determination and lust for power, now sparked with rage. He looked at Zeke with the same contempt he looked at all of his enemies, but there was something different about this mage. Lamob couldn't accept the fact that Zeke not only dared to interfere, but seemed to have gone over to the dragon's side, the same beast that to humans was but the embodiment of death and chaos. Dragons, in the minds of Lamob and all his subordinates, had always been symbols of obstacles, barriers to power, wealth, and authority. Their destruction was not just a victory, but the key to new heights. But Zeke, standing before him, belied all of this with his calm and confident presence. Suddenly Lamob realized that Zeke had never been on their side. He did not belong to any army, neither warriors nor monsters. His actions were not motivated by lust for power or wealth. Zeke was a part of it all. His words, spoken with cold determination, captured the essence of his intentions. He wasn't fighting for the dragons, but he wasn't on the side of the humans either. He simply could not leave a wounded dragon to die alone. This statement sounded to Lamob like a mockery, like a blow to his ego. He didn't understand how he could give up such a trophy for the sake of pity. Lamob's rage reached its climax. One thought was ringing in his mind: weakness. He saw Zeke before him as a do-gooder, as a weak man incapable of the cruelty that was necessary in their world. His anger overwhelmed his mind, and without restraining his emotions, he swung the heavy chain with a scream. All of his experience and strength was put into this blow. The chain rushed forward, flashing through the air like a deadly whip aimed straight at Zeke. But Zeke remained unfazed. There was no fear or doubt in his eyes. He watched the approaching chain as if he saw it in slow motion, as if every swing of it was predictable and posed no danger. The calm that emanated from him was almost palpable. When the chain reached him, he raised his hand, and at that moment, everything around him froze. His fingers lightly touched the metal, and in the same second something incredible happened. The Halcon, which had been considered indestructible and impenetrable, began to crack and break. There was a deafening crunch in the air, and the chain shattered into tiny shards as if it were made of brittle glass. Lamob froze, stunned by what had happened before his eyes. His mind simply refused to accept what he was seeing. He could not believe that Zeke, who seemed so ordinary and unremarkable a mage, had destroyed with his bare hands an artifact made to win the toughest battles, an artifact made of the strongest Halcon, the hardest metal known to man. His mind was drowning in countless questions to which he could find no answer. Meanwhile, Tiffany, Zeke's faithful companion, sat on his shoulder in the guise of a small puppy. Her gaze was fixed on the ice dragon that lay nearby, exhausted and wounded. Her small paws trembled slightly as she pointed at it, and alarm sounded in her voice. The dragon was in critical condition, and time was running out. Zeke, catching her worry, instantly realized that he needed to act quickly. His magic power flashed brightly, and he focused on stopping anyone who could threaten the wounded creature. The paralysis magic emanating from Zeke enveloped the entire Lamoba squad, as if invisible threads had wrapped around each warrior. They froze in place like marionettes whose ropes were suddenly severed. Each of them was unable to move, their bodies shackled by invisible magic. As silence enveloped the whole place again, Zeke stood still for a moment. His mind raced through what had happened, and suddenly he realized something important. His power was growing. He was no longer just a healer. The healing magic that used to be his sole calling was now giving way to something more powerful, more destructive. This realization was as surprising to him as it was to those around him. He marveled at how quickly his abilities were developing, and this discovery made him wonder what he was really capable of. Tiffany, always cheerful and upbeat, loudly congratulated him on this accomplishment. Her voice was full of pride and joy, and she, as always, added some levity to this tense atmosphere. Everything happened so quickly and silently that even the king and the prime minister, who were watching the battle from a safe distance, did not immediately realize what exactly had happened. Their gazes darted around the battlefield, and it wasn't until a few moments later that they realized that Zeke was responsible for the change. King and Hyman, who until that moment had thought Zeke was only a weak mage, finally realized the power hidden in this calm and confident man. At this moment, as the tension in the air hovered almost palpably over the field, amidst the waves of magic that could still be felt in the air, Mint slowly and majestically flew up to Zeke from the heavenly heights. Her dragon, silvery and majestic, cleaved the air like a knife flying through thick clouds, leaving behind a plume of ringing air. She screamed, her voice cutting through the air, echoing through the neighborhood like a battle cry announcing the decisive moment. She informed her brother that she was ready for action. Zeke, never losing his nonchalant collectedness, turned his head to Mint and met her gaze with an understanding nod. His eyes sparkled in response to her words, reflecting determination and the realization that their plan was coming to its climax. Energy concentrated in his hands, ready to burst forth in a powerful spell. He confidently pronounced that it was time to execute the plan, to take the ice dragon and teleport to safety. This was not just a rescue plan, but a magical skill that required tremendous strength and precision. Mint, displaying her natural grace and strength, smoothly guided her dragon towards the injured creature. Her movements were swift, but they read caution, respect for those in danger. As she flew up to the ice dragon, she leaned over its ginormous body and, with a gentleness reserved for those who know how to handle majestic creatures, whispered words of comfort into its ear. She explained to the dragon that they were going to teleport him to the realm of the beastmen, a place where he would be safe, where no one could harm him anymore. The ice dragon struggled to raise his colossal head, his eyes like mirrors reflecting all his fatigue and pain. He could not believe that he was being rescued. These people, whom he used to consider enemies, had suddenly become his only allies. His gaze read a mixture of disbelief and gratitude, but his strength was already leaving him. Meanwhile, on the ground, watching everything happening from a certain distance, the king, who was still in shock at the sudden turn of events, suddenly shouted Zeke's name. His voice trembled with emotion. He could barely contain his excitement as he realized that this man he had once rejected was now standing on the side of truth and justice. The king, struggling to choose his words, thundered that Zeke had done a great thing by coming to the rescue in the most difficult time for their country. He noted that he was willing to forget past differences and even consider returning Zeke to his former position at court, a position that Zeke had once lost due to intrigue and betrayal. However, despite all the pathos and majesty of his speech, at this point the king's words lost their significance. Zeke, Mint and the ice dragon had already disappeared, engulfed by a powerful flash of magic. In an instant, a bright light surrounded them, and they vanished into thin air as if they had never been here. The king froze, realizing that his words never reached Zeke. He was left standing there in utter bewilderment and confusion. His thoughts were confused. He had no way of realizing that Zeke, who had seemed weak and loyal to the court, had now simply ignored him. It was a blow to the king's ego. A majestic ruler, who was used to having his words be law, found himself rejected by someone he had once considered a mere mage. Some time later, after magical teleportation had transported them to the safety of the Beastmen realm, Zeke and his companions found themselves in a quiet and peaceful forest full of magical energy. In this place, hidden from human gaze, nature bloomed and blossomed under the protection of the Beastmen and their magical allies. Zeke, fully focused on his injured patient, bent over the ice dragon, his hands gently touching the scales that still held remnants of former strength and power. His magic, intertwined with his ancient knowledge of medicine, allowed him to feel every vibration in the dragon's body, every heartbeat. Zeke frowned, his gaze becoming serious. After a thorough examination, he quietly reported that there was an egg lodged inside the dragoness. This was an extremely dangerous moment. The labor was going on with complications, and every moment of delay could cost the lives of both mother and cub. He understood that the situation was critical, but his words were more than just a medical opinion. Behind them was fear for the life of the dragon he was obliged to save. Then, without taking his eyes off the ice dragoness, Zeke asked her an important question. Why did she, knowing her dangerous situation, still dare to go to the city despite the enormous risk? The dragoness, breathing heavily, struggled to speak. Her voice was tired and desperate. She admitted that she understood the risk, but was forced to fly, fearing that otherwise she simply wouldn't make it in time. At that moment, something changed in the atmosphere around her. The silence, previously interrupted only by the breathing of the wounded dragon, suddenly became even more palpable, as if time itself had stopped for a moment. There was a slight tension in the surrounding air, as if something powerful and important was approaching. Footsteps, barely audible, began to approach, but each sound was filled with weight, as if there was a centuries-old power behind each step. Zeke, sensing this presence, froze for a moment, his gaze fixed on the source of the sound, and wonder and alarm grew within him. A majestic figure stepped out of the shadows of the trees. The voice that followed her appearance was deep and penetrating, like the echoes of ancient mountains. It was full of confidence and hidden power, and one could sense such strength in its intonation that any living creature, upon hearing it, instinctively obeyed. This voice said that the ice dragoness must have been worried about him specifically. This statement sounded not like a question, but a statement as if it was an obvious fact. Zeke turned around sharply in surprise, not expecting to see someone who could speak so confidently. His gaze fell on the figure of the Ice Dragon King, and in that moment, even Zeke, who was used to amazing creatures and powerful beings, thought that he had encountered something truly unique. Before him stood the king of the ice dragons, Elrond, whose mighty scales glistened in the sunlight, reflecting the light like ice crystals on a winter's day. His presence was so majestic that the very space around him seemed to bend to his will. Tiffany, always full of energy, instantly recognized who stood before them and couldn't contain her joy. She shouted, greeting the king, her voice sounding as clear as the tinkling of a bell in the silence. There was more than mere respect in her greeting. It was a recognition of his might and wisdom. The Ice Dragon King, hearing her cry, turned and looked at Tiffany with a warm smile on his face, his eyes sparkling with softness. He greeted her, calling her a divine beast, recognizing her status and power, and there was genuine appreciation in his words. Mint, who was standing a little to the side, watched silently, but as always, she was aware of the situation. She quickly intervened, clarifying to those around her that what stood before them was not just a dragon, but the divine Dragon King Elrond, the supreme god of all dragons. Her voice was calm and confident, but there was a deep respect in it. Elrond looked at her, and his gaze was full of warmth and pleasure. He introduced himself again, but with joy in his voice, seeing that he was known and respected not only as a king but also as a supreme divine being. He was clearly pleased to realize that Mint respected and understood his importance. Zeke, still under the impression of meeting the powerful Ice Dragon King, couldn't gather his thoughts for a few moments. His mind was filled with feelings, a mixture of surprise, admiration, and slight anxiety. He raised his eyes to Elrond, whose majestic figure seemed to tower over everything that was going on, like a mighty symbol of power and strength. Despite his imposing presence, Zeke's eyes showed genuine surprise. He couldn't understand how such a great ruler, whose name had long since become a legend among dragons and humans, could be here at this moment in such a critical position. The question that came out of Zeke's mouth was simple, but imbued with admiration and respect. His voice was calm, but underneath it was a note of awe, as if he was speaking to the very embodiment of ancient power. Elrond seemed to have anticipated this question. His eyes, filled with ancient wisdom and serenity, met Zeke's gaze, and a slight smile flashed across his face. His answer was brief, but each word was like a honed blade, simple on the outside, but deep and layered within. He began by explaining that the ice dragoness lying before them was his seventh consort. It was an important revelation, but it only added to the questions. Elrond continued, informing them that he had noticed a strange change in her behavior in recent days. Her actions, usually so predictable and calm, had begun to make him uneasy. But despite his powers of observation, the true cause of her changes remained a mystery to him until now. He did not know that she carried within her a new life, their child, and this revelation was as unexpected to him as it was to everyone else. As Elrond approached his consort, his movements were incredibly fluid, almost dance-like despite his imposing size. Every step he took was like the embodiment of the power hidden beneath the grace of his appearance. His emotions raged inside him, but he held himself with the restraint befitting a king. When he leaned toward his wife, his voice sounded so soft and gentle that it was almost lost in the surrounding forest. He asked her a question that was not accusatory, only mildly reproachful and deeply troubled. He didn't understand why she had kept her pregnancy from him. The question was imbued with concern, not reproach, for his love for her was obvious to everyone around him. Even Zeke sensed it. Mint, who was silently watching this scene, felt an ache in her heart from understanding the gravity of the situation. Her sympathy for the dragoness was obvious. She could see how hard it was for her to keep this secret. Mint asked the question that had probably been in the air for a long time, but no one had dared to say it. Was the Ice Dragoness afraid of all this struggle for the throne and the intrigue that would follow the birth of a child? The Ice Dragoness, struggling to lift her body weakened and exhausted, slowly nodded in response. There was so much sadness and bitterness in her gesture that even the strongest of hearts could tremble. Her reply, uttered with difficulty, was full of a hard truth. If she gave birth before the queen, it could indeed cause a huge scandal in the Dragon Kingdom. Political intrigue was so cruel and ruthless that even a joy like the birth of a child could cause devastating consequences. Her decision to go into hiding was not motivated by fear, but by an instinct for protection. The protection of her future baby. Elrond, hearing her confession, froze for a moment. His face became thoughtful, his mind processing what he had heard. He knew that her fears were well-founded, that the dragon world was no less harsh than the human world, perhaps even harsher. But then his face lit up with a soft, understanding smile, and he recognized that her fears were justified. He confirmed her words, adding that if she did give birth, it would be his first child, and that fact was extremely important to him. It wasn't just the birth of an heir, it was a moment that would mark a new stage in his life. Although he was not as strict and categorical as other kings, he realized that political struggles could seriously complicate the situation. However, despite all the political nuances, Elrond stated that his heart was full of joy at the impending birth. He assured his wife that nothing was more important to him than their child, and that he would love him no matter how the political circumstances played out. There was not an ounce of doubt in his words, only certainty and boundless love. The Ice Dragoness, hearing such warm and sincere words, froze for a moment. She didn't know what to say. Tears of gratitude flashed in her eyes, and she felt deeply grateful that her husband had accepted her despite her fears and mistakes. She was overwhelmed by his kindness and willingness to understand her feelings. A sense of relief began to grow in her heart, as if the heavy load she had carried for so long had finally been lifted. Elrond, without giving her time to respond, continued speaking. His voice had become a little softer, but there was still strength in it. He stated that despite her attempt to escape and hide her pregnancy, her punishment would be to enjoy his love and care even more. Those words sounded like an oath, a promise he would never break. He made it clear that now that the truth was out, he would love her and their future child even more than before. It wasn't just tenderness, it was a deep understanding that every moment they would spend together would be filled with joy and mutual love. The Ice Dragoness couldn't hold back her tears of gratitude after hearing those words. Her voice trembled as she tried to thank him, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. It seemed to her that all her fears and worries that had been weighing on her for so long were finally gone. She could now look forward to a bright future where her child would grow up in love and care. Zeke, who had been watching this touching scene up to this point, realized that he could not put it off any longer. Despite the emotionality of the moment, he couldn't forget about the Ice Dragoness' critical condition. He gently apologized for interrupting their emotional conversation, but reminded everyone that her condition remained extremely serious and their child was still in danger. Those words brought everyone back to reality, and Elrond instantly became serious, realizing that time was running out. Elrond, instantly brought back to reality, focused completely on Zeke's words. His face took on a serious expression again, and the steely determination in his eyes was back in his eyes, not just a king, but a loving husband and future father who would do anything to save his loved ones. He looked at Zeke carefully, trying to pick up on any detail in his words that might shed light on the way forward. When Elrond asked his question, his voice was deep and calm, but he could feel the tension behind his outward composure. He asked if Zeke could truly save his consort. The question wasn't just a formality. There was an underlying desire to hear confirmation that his family had a chance at salvation. He knew that not only the Dragoness's life was at stake, but also the future of their child. Zeke, realizing the gravity of the situation and feeling the weight of responsibility, did not hesitate to answer in the affirmative. His confidence was unshakable. He knew he had the knowledge and skills to save the Dragoness. But then, with a slight regret in his voice, he added that there was one obstacle. He explained that natural childbirth in her current state was impossible. There are too many risks, too great a threat to her life. The only safe way to save her and the baby was surgery and incision that would allow the baby to be extracted without further complications. Elrond, hearing these words, thought for a moment. His gaze became serious and deep again. He knew that Zeke was telling the truth, but to him, as a dragon, human intervention in such an intimate and sacred process was something unbelievable. In a dragon world where magic and nature merged into one, putting the life of his consort and child in the hands of a human was a huge step. This matter was more than just a matter of choosing a method of treatment, it was a matter of trust. Elrond had to decide if he was willing to trust the man enough to touch the dragon's body at such an important moment. Zeke, sensing that his words might raise doubts, looked into Elrond's eyes with complete confidence. He knew that this moment was pivotal, and the life of the dragoness and her child depended on the king's decision. When Elrond finally asked a question that sounded like a test to see if Zeke thought it was appropriate for a human to touch the dragon's body, Zeke didn't hesitate for a second. He stated firmly that if it was necessary to save the mother and child, then yes, it was necessary. There was a sincerity and confidence in his words that came not only from the mage's knowledge, but from a deep concern for the lives of those he undertook to save. Elrond, after thinking for a moment, looked at Zeke again. But now his gaze was different. He saw in him not just a man, but a mage whose aura and power spoke for themselves. He sensed that standing before him was someone who was truly capable of helping his family. Finally, Elrond made his decision. He nodded, giving his consent, and his voice sounded deep and determined. He said he trusted Zeke because his aura spoke for itself. This moment was symbolic. The Dragon King, the embodiment of ancient strength and power, had put his family's lives in the hands of a human. But even in that trust was the hidden power of the Order. Elrond had asked Zeke to preserve not just a dragoness, but two of his most beloved creatures, his consort and their future child. It wasn't just a request, it was a direct command, and there was no room for error. Elrond made it clear that this errand could not be repeated twice. Zeke, hearing those words, nodded briefly and replied with a slight smile that he didn't need to repeat it twice. He was ready to get down to business, and there was no longer any doubt in his heart. When all the necessary words had been said, Zeke took out his surgical instruments, magical artifacts that were created especially for moments like this, when magic and medicine must come together in one action. His hands, despite the tension of the situation, remained steady and confident. He concentrated, his mind fully immersed in the task before him. Every movement, every detail of preparation had been thought out to the last detail. Zeke was completely absorbed in the procedure, his hands moving with a precise and deliberate grace, as if the very air around him was thickening under the influence of his concentration. Every movement of his fingers was precise and careful, as if he were dancing over the thin line between life and death. Zeke's hair was sticking slightly to his forehead from the exertion, but he did not notice the fatigue or the oppressive atmosphere, only the sound of his own breathing and the silence that was broken only by the restrained instructions of his assistants. Each of them knew that a life was at stake, and each was ready to lend any assistance he could. They handed Zeke tools, kept the magic flowing, created a space around him saturated with energy for healing. Mint, his faithful companion and sister, stood by his side, her eyes following her brother's every move, her heart beating so hard she could feel it pounding in her throat. She always stayed close by, never interfering, but her presence was invaluable to Zeke. She knew him better than anyone, and her calmness and support were an anchor for him, keeping him grounded in reality during his most stressful moments. Mint felt every second fill with tension, and though her thoughts swam between excitement and anxiety, she remained collected, realizing she couldn't afford to distract her brother at such a crucial moment. The hours stretched slowly, as if time stretched into infinity. Each movement of Zeke felt like a separate act of magical ritual, where every gesture was worth its weight in gold. The whole long process was accompanied by silence, only occasionally interrupted by the whispers of his friends, whose voices sounded muffled, as if afraid of disturbing the fragile harmony. After long hours of work, finally came the moment for which everyone waited with bated breath. With one last confident movement, Zeke carefully removed the egg from the body of the ice dragoness, his hands holding the precious cargo with such care as if they held the future of the entire world. The egg glistening in his hands was covered in a soft light, and that light reflected on the faces of everyone present as a symbol of new life. As soon as the egg was removed, a wave of joy broke out in the air. The people standing around exhaled at once, as if a heavy weight had been lifted off their shoulders. The relief was almost palpable, and gratitude was in every look. Some smiled without restraint, others whispered words of praise to Zeke, marveling at his skill. Everyone was filled with jubilation and pride in the work they had done. But Zeke, standing with egg in hand, did not allow himself to relax. His attention was completely focused on what was happening in front of him. Zeke's face remained focused and his gaze was fixed on the egg, which he knew contained new life. Elrond, standing off to the side, watched everything with his characteristic restraint, but his eyes betrayed excitement and concern. He stepped closer, his majestic image filled with majesty and serenity, but there was a subtle worry in the depths of his voice when he asked if the child was safe. Although his voice remained firm, everyone around him could sense that this was the moment that mattered most to him. The question wasn't just curiosity, it was infused with a deep concern and love for his future heir. Zeke, despite the long hours spent in suspense, looked up at the king with a slight smile and informed him that the child was perfectly fine. His words were imbued with a calm confidence that instantly diffused the tension that hung in the air. He could feel the little wings beating inside the egg, their subtle movements and pulsations of life filling Zeke with joy and relief. This beating, this sign of life, was the best reward for his efforts. Sighs of relief echoed among those gathered, and many allowed themselves to relax for a moment. But just as calmness began to envelop everyone, something unexpected happened. The first crack appeared on the surface of the egg, a tiny line that was almost imperceptible, but it was enough to make everyone around them instantly tense up. Zeke, holding the egg in his hands, froze. His gaze was fixed on this amazing phenomenon, and his heart beat faster. He knew that he had witnessed the miracle of the birth of a dragon. There was silence all around, tense and magical, like before the most important moment in life. Everyone standing around instantly realized that they were witnessing the rarest and greatest event, the birth of a dragon. Elrond stepped forward, his voice, quiet and calm, cutting through the silence. He asked Zeke to hold the egg tighter to meet his heir with proper care and reverence. In his words was the power of ancient wisdom and trust in Zeke, and he knew that it was this mage who could properly meet the birth of the dragon heir. The ice dragoness, still weak from the surgery but already recovered, quietly asked Zeke to do the same. Her voice was full of care and love for her child, and even though she was weakened, she gathered all her strength to express her request. Her words were filled with maternal warmth, and Zeke felt it awaken even more confidence in him. Zeke felt a wave of joy roll through his body. He was honored to be a part of such a majestic and meaningful event. But there was still a slight uneasiness within him. Mint, always attentive to her brother's mood, gently leaned toward him and whispered in his ear that dragons don't have a habit of imprinting. They don't attach themselves to the first person they see after birth. Her words brought Zeke relief, his fears dissipated, and he was able to focus on what really mattered. After a few tense seconds, the crack in the egg widened and the first signs of new life emerged from it. The little dragon slowly hatched, its wings still moist and its eyes huge and shining. Everyone around was stunned by its cuteness. Everyone standing nearby just couldn't take their eyes off this marvelous creature. Everyone froze as they watched the birth, and joy erupted in every heart. It was truly a magical sight. The dragon cub that seemed so tiny and vulnerable suddenly looked at Zeke and reached for him without hesitation. Barely born, it gently touched Zeke's cheek with its snout, as if expressing its gratitude for being saved. This gesture was so tender and touching that everyone present froze. Even Kai-chan, who had initially stood aside, felt a strange jealousy within her. Her eyes flashed with rage, but she restrained her feelings as she watched. Everyone around them was mesmerized by the touching scene playing out before their eyes. Even Tiffany, always bright and energetic, could not contain her delight. She exclaimed with childlike enthusiasm and a twinkle in her eye that she wanted to kiss Zeke too, as if this moment was so magical that it required everyone's participation. Her voice, full of joy and playfulness, sounded like a flash of light amidst the general silence, instantly making everyone smile. She was the one who always added lightness and lightheartedness to the most serious moments, and this occasion was no exception. The response to her exclamation was a sea of laughter that seemed to spread like a wave among the gathered crowd. Everyone around them began to laugh and rejoice at the miracle that had taken place before their eyes. The atmosphere, which until recently had been tense and serious, was suddenly filled with lightness and joy. It was the very moment when joy and relief became the overriding feelings in the hearts of all present. However, soon, when the wave of merriment subsided, one of the helpers gently asked everyone to return to silence so as not to disturb such an important moment. Despite the joy, the birth of a dragon demanded respect and quiet. Mint, who was standing slightly to the side, watched the scene with a soft smile on her lips. Her eyes sparkled, but she tried not to draw attention to herself, quietly looking away so that no one would notice her joy. This moment was so special that even her normally reserved nature couldn't resist a wave of emotion. With a slight chuckle, she muttered under her breath that she now understood how babies came to be. This unexpected, almost innocent remark caused a new burst of laughter among those who heard it. There was a playful naivete in her words that added even more warmth and joy to the situation. Elrond, who was standing nearby, was watching this moment with a soft, almost fatherly smile. His majestic figure, as respectful as ever, at this moment radiated not only strength, but also incredible warmth and pride. Gratitude shone in his eyes, and every moment he spent with the newborn seemed priceless to him. Elrond approached Zeke with that restrained but profound gratitude that only the wisest and strongest rulers had. When the laughter died down a bit, the king turned to Zeke. His voice, usually sounding so powerful and majestic, was filled with gratitude and respect. Elrond expressed his feelings with incredible seriousness and sincerity, noting that Zeke had accomplished not just a job, but a true feat. The Ice Dragon King realized that the birth of his firstborn, this amazing moment, was only possible because of Zeke's skill and talent. His words were respectful, and they sounded especially weighty because Elrond was someone who was not in the habit of throwing compliments and praise around. Every word he said was thought out and had deep meaning. Zeke, as always, tried to hide his embarrassment behind a smile. He was a man who never sought recognition or fame, and so Elrond's words made him a little nervous. He tried to dodge the praise, saying with a smile that he was only doing his job. His voice was full of modesty, but everyone around him felt that behind those simple words was a lot of responsibility and labor. In the back of his mind, Zeke realized that this day was a special day not only for the dragons, but for himself as well. It was the moment when his knowledge and skills saved a life, and not just any life, but the heir of a great king. Elrond, however, did not let Zeke get away with the praise he deserved. He stated with a slight smirk that such modesty was on the verge of irreverence, and that not every creature in this world was capable of discovering a new way to birth a dragon. His words were full of respect and pride for Zeke, and a flicker of sincere appreciation flashed in Elrond's eyes. He emphasized that it was Zeke's skill, his deep understanding of magic and Kai, and his immense magical power that made possible what would have been impossible for an ordinary magician. These words were important not only as an acknowledgement but also as a sign of trust. Elrond made it clear that Zeke was special, and this day would forever be remembered as the day the world saw the birth of a dragon thanks to the efforts of this particular mage. Zeke, hearing such sincere words, felt a slight blush flood his face. Despite his natural modesty, he couldn't help but feel proud of his work. He smiled, but it was not a smile of embarrassment, but of sincere joy. In that moment, he realized that his efforts were truly important, and the Dragon King's gratitude made this moment special. It was more than just recognition of his skill. It was true trust and respect from a being whose strength and power surpassed anything Zeke had ever encountered. In that moment, he realized that this day had changed not only the dragons' lives, but his own as well. Elrond suddenly froze, as if his thoughts had flown somewhere far away for a moment, beyond what was happening. There was something quiet and profound in his gaze, as if he had made a difficult decision that could not be postponed. A heaviness hung in the atmosphere, as if everyone knew what he was going to say, but could not foresee how it would come about. Suddenly, he announced that he had to leave. Zeke, standing nearby holding a newborn dragon cub, was confused by this sudden announcement. A question quickly flashed through his mind that needed to be answered immediately. He didn't understand what would happen to Elrond's wife and his child. The very idea that the king could leave them at such a moment was unfathomable. Elrond, catching this confusion, turned to Zeke and calmly explained that he had to leave his wife and baby under their protection for a while. Elrond spoke with deep seriousness, explaining that he had a duty to fulfill that he could not put off, no matter how much he wanted to. His eyes, as if reflecting the infinity of the starry sky, lit up with a special light when he added that he had someone to thank. These words caused even more confusion for Zeke, who was now looking at Elrond with a question in his eyes. There was a sense of mystery in this moment, and Zeke began to realize that there was something deeper behind the king's words than mere gratitude. The king seated on his throne was deep in thought as the dazzling glow of candles reflected off the walls of his huge throne room. The air in the hall seemed heavy, as if even the stone walls of the castle had absorbed the anxiety that hung over the kingdom. His face, stern and grim, reflected the growing anxiety. Anger swelled within him, though he tried to contain it. But each new report of what was happening in his domain made him more and more angry. He waited tensely for news of what damage had been done to their lands and people, and his patience was coming to an end. Prime Minister Haman, standing nearby, had to choose his words with care. In his hands were neatly folded reports, every detail of which could be the cause of the king's anger. He realized that any word he spoke could have enraged the Lord, so his voice was calm, even overbalanced, as he began his report. Hyman reported that several villages had suffered due to the cold caused by the dragon's presence. The icy winds that came with the northern winds and the dragoness magic had caused damage to crops and several accidents among the residents. People unprepared for the sudden cold weather found themselves in difficult conditions. Nevertheless, Hyman was quick to point out that thanks to Zeke's actions, which were swift and professional, the effects were minimized. This fact he inserted almost imperceptibly, but nevertheless it did not escape the king's attention. Zeke's name spoken by the prime minister caused the king to react violently. The king suddenly stopped, and his face contorted into a grimace. That name, which he had long wanted to forget, came back to him like an old scar, reminding him of former disagreements. Zeke, a man the king had long considered a traitor, had somehow become involved in the events of his kingdom again, and it was unforgivable to him. The king turned sharply toward Hyman, his eyes burning with anger, and every step he took toward the prime minister was filled with rage. Like a beast preparing to leap, he approached Hyman and asked a question full of accusation. There was a deep dislike for Zeke in his voice, and he asked what it meant, thanks to Zeke. It seemed inconceivable to the king that someone he hated could help his people. The question was more than mere curiosity, it carried the character of an open attack. One could hear in his intonation that he suspected Hyman of treason or of sympathizing with his old enemy. The prime minister, feeling threatened, endeavored to explain that he was merely stating facts, without any intention of defending Zeke. Hyman held himself up as best he could, though his face expressed growing concern. He knew how easily the king could become enraged, and how dangerous it was at that moment to speak in defense of anyone, especially Zeke. But the king was not going to listen. His rage grew like a storm, and he continued to shower Hyman with accusations in which only the bitterness of past defeats could be heard. But suddenly, before this anger could reach its climax, the door of the throne room swung open with a loud bang. Something incredible appeared in the hall. Elrond stepped inside. His steps were unhurried, but his presence was so majestic and intimidating that the room was instantly silent. Everyone in the room felt the air thicken with his strength and power. His figure, surrounded by a cold aura, filled the entire space, and even the king, who was usually immune to fear, was stunned for a moment. The king, turning sharply towards the stranger, instantly erupted in indignation. He did not realize who this insolent visitor was who dared to violate his private chambers without permission. His face turned purple and he shouted, demanding an explanation of who this man was and how he dared to enter here without his permission. The king's voice, which usually evoked fear in his subjects, this time was full of confusion and rage. Hyman, standing nearby, tensed up, trying to figure out who this strange visitor was. But before he could say anything, Elrond, with unperturbed grace, calmly introduced himself. He explained that he too was a king, but not a mere ruler, but a great dragon king, ruling over all winged creatures. His words sounded like a hammer blow, and the king and the prime minister were stunned to hear it. They had certainly heard legends about dragons, but they had never encountered someone who could claim to rule over all these mythical creatures. The king, who had previously tried to suppress his indignation, fell silent. His face turned pale, and he didn't seem to know how to respond. Hyman, who had finally realized who stood before them, froze in mute shock. They both could not believe their eyes and ears. Elrond, looking at the king and his prime minister, spoke with icy calm, his voice resonating with a sternness reserved only for ancient and powerful creatures. He informed them that the ice dragon that had recently appeared in their lands was not a random wanderer or a wild threat. It was his consort, a dragoness whose strength and nobility were inextricably linked to his royalty. Elrond emphasized that she had no intentions of harm, but was unfortunately the victim of a brutal attack. These words sounded like an accusation, and the silence that followed was frightening. These words caused an instant reaction from the king and his counselor. The king, who had previously been full of anger and self-confidence, suddenly realized that the situation was much more serious than he could have anticipated. Thoughts of possible consequences began to flicker through his mind. After all, if his kingdom was involved in the attack on the royalty, it could cause dire consequences. Elrond, without giving them time to think, asked a direct question full of unseen menace. Who was responsible for the attack on the dragon? The king and Hyman froze, realizing that any wrong move could lead to disaster. They felt a cold, almost palpable fear clutching their hearts. The prime minister, finally gathering his courage, dared to break the silence. His voice was barely audible, but there was a tremor mixed with despair. He remembered seeing a band of mercenaries known as the Hungry Wolves, who, he said, were the perpetrators of the attack. There was truth in his words, but it was not enough to absolve the kingdom of all responsibility. The king, upon hearing this, immediately picked up Haman's version, hoping that he could shift the blame onto these mercenaries and thus avoid punishment. His voice sounded almost panicked, as if he was trying to convince not only Elrond but himself that this was the only possible explanation. Elrond, hearing their explanation, hesitated for a moment, his icy gaze drilling the king and the prime minister as if he were weighing their words on invisible scales of truth. Then, without warning, his figure disappeared from the hall, leaving the king and Haman at a complete loss. Their hearts pounded faster and their faces turned pale. But before they could recover, Elrond was back, and this time he had Lamob, the leader of the Hungry Wolves gang, in his arms. Lamob, battered and exhausted, looked pitiful in the hands of the powerful Dragon King. His body trembled with fear and pain, and his face expressed doom. Elrond threw him at the feet of the king and the prime minister as proof of their guilt. The Dragon King's powerful, unwavering voice rang out again, demanding the truth. Lamob, sensing the inevitability of his fate, did not bother to hide the truth. He admitted that the attack had indeed been ordered by him, but the order itself had come from the king. This moment sounded like a thunderclap, and the king, realizing that he was cornered, tried to save himself by shifting the blame to his prime minister. The king, almost stammering, began to justify himself, claiming that he knew nothing of the attack and that Haman was behind it all. These words sounded like a betrayal to the prime minister, who had always been loyal to the king. For Haman it was a stab in the back, an unexpected and bitter betrayal for which he was not prepared. He stood there, unable to utter a word, shocked at how easily the king had tried to deflect blame. Elrond, seeing how the king and his minister began to bicker among themselves, did not waste time on these pointless arguments. His voice, full of coldness and harsh power, silenced both of them in an instant. He declared that retribution was at hand and they would answer for their crimes against his people. At that moment it was clear there would be no mercy. Elrond unfurled his huge wings, which obscured the light streaming through the high windows of the throne room, and with one mighty sweep soared into the sky. His figure pierced the roof of the castle, destroying half of the structure as if playing with material reality. Huge chunks of stone began to tumble downward with a rumbling sound, and the king and Haman, panicked, pressed themselves to the ground, trying to defend themselves from the debris. As Elrond took to the sky, his voice boomed throughout the castle, powerful as a roll of thunder. He announced that this time he would show mercy and let them live. However, he warned that next time, if his people suffered again, he would destroy their kingdom without hesitation. His words echoed through the ruined castle, leaving behind a silence full of heaviness and fear. Behind Elrond, the sky was filled with hundreds of dragons whose wings created a noise so loud that it drowned out any sounds on the ground. These majestic creatures, fierce and powerful, soared above the earth, and their presence inspired true terror. It was a warning that no one could ignore. The king and the prime minister, still lying on the floor, struggled to raise their heads. The sunlight streaming through the shattered ceiling blinded them, but there was no more pride or self-confidence in their gazes. Now their eyes reflected only shock and fear at what had just happened. They had seen the majesty of Elrond and his dragons, and the realization of how easily their lives could have been cut short pierced their souls, filling them with cold terror. The king, who had always felt himself to be the absolute ruler, realized for the first time how tiny his power was in the face of the ancient and invincible power of the dragons. He, with his crown and armies, was nothing compared to Elrond and his retinue. The silence that hung in the hall seemed endless. The inner walls of the castle trembled with destruction, and fragments of stone were strewn across the floor like mute witnesses to a recent catastrophe. At this moment, in this silence and chaos, footsteps sounded. They sounded unexpectedly confident and calm, as if a man who knew no fear had entered the ruined hall. The king and Haman hardly raised their heads to look at the one who dared to come at this moment. Before them stood Makan, the legendary hero whispered about in the streets and taverns of the kingdom. His calm, relaxed gait was in stark contrast to the devastation that surrounded him. Makan was unperturbed by the destruction or the grandeur of the events taking place around him. His eyes, full of a slight chuckle, surveyed the ruins as if this was all just another chapter in a long line of his adventures. The little dragon named Shia flew with innocent joy, his wings slicing through the air quickly, leaving behind a barely perceptible trail of bluish glow. There was a youthful energy in his every movement, his small but strong muscles working flawlessly, as if nature had put all its harmony into him. His blue scales shimmered under the rays of the setting sun, reflecting the light like the surface of a calm lake. The shine was mesmerizing, and it seemed as if the heavenly energy itself was concentrated in this small creature. Shia was full of life. His every flap of his wings spoke of an indomitable drive towards Zeke, who stood nearby, watching him. Zeke, standing on the threshold of his home, waited, not hiding his affection and excitement. His gaze was a mixture of joy and peace. His whole appearance said that he was happy to see Shia again after many days of separation. His arms were open, ready to embrace the little creature, and his heart beat faster with every moment of the dragonling's approach. When Shia finally reached Zeke, she promptly flew into his arms. The soft tremor of her body could be felt through the dense scales, and Zeke immediately felt the dragoness relax in his arms, trusting him completely. Zeke, smiling, asked Shia if she had been a good girl, and the dragonkin nodded in response, his eyes glistening with pride and joy. Those eyes, large and full of life, looked at Zeke with an adoration and devotion that only those who had not yet learned the hardships of the world have. Zeke felt his heart fill with warmth as he looked at her, but the next second he noticed the expression on Shia's face change. She suddenly frowned and looked away, her attention shifting to something off to the side, and that gesture seemed strange to Zeke. He followed her gaze and saw Kai-chan standing in the shadows. Her eyes, usually so lively and sparkling, were now full of jealousy and resentment. She stood with her arms crossed over her chest, watching Zeke hugging Shia, and the scene evoked a sense of injustice in her. There was a fire of resentment in her gaze, and Zeke sensed it immediately. She was silent, but her posture, clenched fists, and clenched lips spoke for her. It wasn't just irritation, it was a built-up feeling of jealousy that was spilling out with every passing moment. Zeke, realizing that the atmosphere was heating up, decided to intervene. He approached Kai-chan with a light but cautious question, trying to find out what was troubling her. However, Kai-chan did not bother to hide her feelings. Her voice cut through the silence, filling the air with reproach and rage. She shouted that everything was fine, but her words felt like restrained anger. Her phrase about how every little thing now lived in Zeke's house sounded barbed and sharp as a blade. To her, it wasn't just annoyance at Shia, it was an underlying resentment that someone, even a dragon, had taken a place that she felt should belong only to her. Zeke, remaining calm, tried to explain that it wasn't his decision. Elrond and the Ice Dragoness had personally asked him to look after Shia, and he couldn't refuse. He remembered Elrond saying that it was common for dragons to have their children leave their parents' home for a while before becoming independent. The Ice Dragoness had entrusted Zeke with the care of her child, and he knew it was a great honor. But Kai-chan, despite all his explanations, was not about to give up her position. Her anger flared up with renewed vigor, and she shouted again, saying that he might not have agreed to it even if he had been asked. In her voice one could sense not only resentment but also a deep resentment towards Zeke himself. She had spent her whole life with him, had always been by his side, and now she felt that her place was gradually being supplanted by others, first his sister and now this new girl. Her words sounded like a painful confession that she had carried around for too long. Shia, who had been silently watching the altercation until then, suddenly raised her head and, despite her youth, suddenly intervened sharply. Her voice sounded loud and confident, causing everyone to freeze for a moment. She stated that she wasn't new at all, and her name was Shia, a name that Zeke himself had given her. There was a sense of pride in her words, and she wasn't going to let herself be humiliated like that. Her eyes, sparkling like two blue flames, looked straight at Kai-chan, full of determination. Zeke, looking at Shia, felt mixed emotions. He knew that by giving her this name, he had given her a new identity, binding her to himself and his world. In the back of his mind, however, he realized that the gesture might have caused even more tension. He tried to change the subject, gently noting that he had probably given her that name because of her sky blue scales that shimmered so beautifully in the sun. But even that didn't help. Shia, though she thanked him, was ready to defend her right to a place next to Zeke. Kai-chan couldn't stand it and screamed again. Her voice was full of bitterness and despair. She argued that it wasn't the name at all, but the fact that Zeke dared to name someone else's child as if it had some special meaning. There was pain and jealousy in her words. To her, the gesture was a symbol that she was losing her intimacy with Zeke, that her place was being taken by others. Mint, sensing that the situation was getting out of control, decided to intervene. She stepped closer, her calmness contrasting with the emotions of the others. Mint explained quietly that dragons were creatures for whom every family bond, every choice, was an ancient ritual. To allow someone to name their child was an honor only available to a select few. The Dragon King had entrusted Zeke with his blood, his heir, and it was more than an act of gratitude. It was a recognition of Zeke as part of their ancient family, as an important link in their lives. Mint's words penetrated the hearts of everyone present, and even Kai-chan, despite her irritation, began to realize that her resentment was only the surface expression of a deeper fear, the fear of losing her role in Zeke's life. Zeke, realizing that the argument was going nowhere, sank into his chair with weariness. His movements were slow, as if the weight of recent events had accumulated in his body. He closed his eyes for a moment, then took a deep breath, allowing himself a moment of respite. He knew he wouldn't change anything anymore. The decision had been made, the word had been given. There was no point in him making any more excuses or trying to explain his actions. Zeke, still with a smile on his lips, opened his eyes and, smirking slightly, suggested that perhaps in time, Shia and Kai-chan would find common ground. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he still hoped that there would be room for reconciliation in their life together. However, that moment of calm was brief. Before Zeke could finally relax, suddenly everything around him changed. Suddenly, the world that had been filled with evening light and the quiet whispering of the wind was plunged into darkness. It was no ordinary darkness, it was thick, as if nature itself had decided to absorb the light. The air became heavy, and it seemed as if even the sounds had frozen, as if the whole world was frozen in anticipation of something terrible. Zeke turned around abruptly, feeling his heart freeze at the sudden realization. Everything around him was plunged into impenetrable darkness. Kai-chan and Shia, who had been by his side just a moment ago, had disappeared without a trace. Their absence caused Zeke to grow uneasy, and the thought that something unknown might have befallen them pulled him down like a heavy stone. He frantically ran through possible explanations. It could have been spatial transference, a powerful spell that could transport people and objects to other worlds or parallel realities. Or perhaps it was a clever illusion designed to confuse and weaken him. Either way, the answer was beyond his comprehension. He cautiously questioned who was in the room, his voice trembling with uncertainty, cutting through the darkness like a knife. The answer followed almost immediately. An ominous voice echoed from the depths of darkness, breaking the absolute silence. There was an ancient power behind the calmness and softness of the voice. The voice was strangely muffled, as if it came from the very space surrounding it. He asked Zeke what he really wanted, and the question seemed to penetrate right into the heart of his soul. It was a simple question, but there was something more behind it, not just curiosity, but a desire to know the innermost secrets of his mind. Zeke slowly took a breath, his thoughts swirling like a whirlwind. He couldn't give an answer right away. That voice caused him a sense of unease, but not fear. He sensed that there was something important behind those words, but he couldn't tell exactly what. Suddenly, a figure materialized in front of him, as if emerging from the darkness itself. A hooded man, his face obscured by shadows and his movements smooth and confident. He asked Zeke not to worry, and whispered that he had one question. The figure stepped forward. Its presence felt powerful but not threatening. The slight rustle of his robe seemed to be the only sound in this world. The man raised his head, and Zeke saw that it was a girl. Her face was pale, with delicate features, and her eyes were deep and penetrating, as if they hid whole worlds. She introduced herself as Elena. Her voice was soft, but there was an undercurrent of power in it. She asked again what Zeke wanted. The question echoed once more as it echoed in his head, causing a vague feeling that the answer might be more complicated than he thought. She spoke calmly, but her words were like shards of ice penetrating his mind. Zeke lowered his gaze, trying to focus. He realized there was no simple answer to this question. It was hard for him to express what he really wanted because his desires and aspirations were blurred. He answered that he was just trying to help those he could. But he knew that was only a superficial answer. Elena seemed to read his mind, and her look told him that she realized this was not what she wanted to hear. Her eyes expressed a deep sadness, as if she knew something Zeke didn't. Elena, lowering her gaze, continued to speak. Her voice was quieter, almost a whisper, but there was a melody of sadness and misunderstanding in it. She spoke of how different creatures, humans, monsters, gods, beasts, and dragons, all so different in nature, laughing and believing in each other around Zeke. It was a mystery to her. Her eyes read confusion, as if she was trying to solve an unsolvable puzzle. She couldn't understand how these creatures could find common ground, how they could believe and trust each other in a world where everything was built on divisions. Zeke stood still for a moment, immersed in his own thoughts. He admitted that he had wondered the same thing himself more than once. His voice was soft, but there was a certainty in it. He said that he simply helped those who could help him, and the rest came by itself. It was natural for him. His path and the power of the gods that he had gained were the result of his steps through life, not by chance. Everyone around him was part of his path, the result of his consistent forward movement. Zeke said this with confidence, but Elena clearly did not share his beliefs. She cried out, her voice full of surprise and bewilderment. She asked what made humans different from everyone else, why Zeke couldn't see the differences between them. A spark of concern glittered in her eyes, as if she was trying to find an answer to her own inner conflict. Zeke, despite the heavy atmosphere, tried to remain calm. His voice, confident and steady, seemed to strive to reassure not only Elena but himself as well. He explained again that everything was much simpler than it seemed at first glance. To him, there were no artificial barriers between beings, humans, beasts, gods, or monsters. All of them, it seemed to him, were the same in essence, as they all fundamentally shared the same desires and fears, despite their outward differences. To Zeke, it all came down to the simple principle of equality. Elena, on the other hand, was taken aback by his words. Her gaze, hitherto filled with latent tension, suddenly dimmed, as if this answer did not give her the answers she sought. For a moment, Elena froze, as if immersed in her own thoughts. Her eyes drifted downward, as if she were trying to comprehend what she had heard. She was clearly pondering Zeke's words, and there was doubt in her eyes. The words about all beings being equal in essence seemed both simple and impossible to her. She couldn't immediately accept such a philosophy because her inner world was built on opposite principles. However, something in Zeke's words made her think deeper, and then something strange happened. The space around them changed. Time seemed to stop, as if someone had slowed down the entire world around them. Everything around Zeke and Elena suddenly began to disappear, as if the darkness that had surrounded them until that moment was not real, but only an illusion. The darkness began to dissipate, slowly receding as if someone invisible was turning it off, bringing the world around them back to a familiar reality. The air became lighter, and the familiar outline of the room began to appear before Zeke's eyes. Zeke blinked, and before him, as if by magic, the usual surroundings reappeared. The room was again filled with soft light. The furniture had regained its familiar shapes, and the walls seemed so real that the darkness that had receded only a moment ago seemed like a distant dream. In front of him, as if she had never left, stood Kai-chan. Her face was troubled. She was standing right in front of him, her hands trembling slightly and her eyes glistening with anxiety. Kai-chan stared at him with an expression that said she didn't understand what was happening to him. Her gaze was full of concern, but also bewilderment. Her voice, trembling with slight excitement, broke the silence. She cautiously asked what was wrong with him. Her eyes, large and full of concern, glittered as if she sensed that Zeke had experienced something strange and incomprehensible. Zeke, feeling slightly confused, tried to gather his thoughts quickly. He quickly apologized to her, trying to regain his former composure. The smile he put on his face was friendly, but fatigue lurked in it. The smile was forced, like a mask covering the inner storm that was tearing at his soul. Zeke knew he couldn't let his inner turmoil come out. He explained that he was just brooding, though in truth his thoughts were preoccupied with his recent encounter with Elena and the questions she had asked. This whirlwind of thoughts, like an invisible storm, continued to tear him apart. Mint, who had been standing nearby all this time, watched the scene intently. Her gaze was penetrating, as if she saw more than the others. In her eyes, Zeke could catch not only surprise, but also the realization that something was wrong. Mint remained calm as always, but her silence was meaningful. She clearly sensed that something strange and important had happened, but she didn't ask any questions yet. Her silence was wise and observant, like one who waits for the truth to come out. And then the silence was again interrupted by a sharp, loud cry from behind the window. The sound shattered the stillness of the room like a clap of thunder. Zeke immediately turned around, his attention instantly diverted to the source of the sound. His heart froze for a moment, then began to beat faster, as if the anticipation of impending danger had filled his body with adrenaline. He looked out the window and saw the dragons, their silhouettes silhouetted against the sky, their wings flapping with such force that the air itself seemed to vibrate with their flight. Their voices, full of anxiety and haste, echoed through the air, calling for Zeke. These were no ordinary cries, it was a call for help. Zeke instantly jumped to his feet, his inner world instantly shifting from thought to action. Everything that had gone before, philosophical musings, meeting Elena, faded into the background. Now he was faced with a concrete problem, and he knew he had to act immediately. At the western gate of the fortress, bathed in evening light, nervousness reigned. The guards, shrouded in their heavy armor, exchanged anxious glances as they discussed the fact that no clear instructions had been received as to when the guests from the border would arrive. Before them stood Makan, one of the kingdom's most famous heroes. His statuesque appearance inspired respect and even a slight fear. His appearance was impeccably majestic, a powerful figure clad in armor that glistened in the last rays of sunset, giving the impression that he was not a mere man, but a living legend. But instead of honoring the guards, his presence only served to increase their confusion. Makan was frustrated with the situation, and it was clear in his tired gaze. His patience melted with each passing moment, like water running through his fingers. Every moment of waiting seemed like a waste of time to him. Glancing at the guards who looked so ignorant in his eyes, he asked discreetly but sharply what it all meant. It was incomprehensible to him how they could fail to recognize him, the hero of Makan, and how they could make him stand at the gate as if he were a mere traveler. His voice was filled with mockery, but also a restrained threat that lingered deep within his soul. Makan knew he wasn't used to such obstacles, especially when it came to his status. He sighed, heavily and almost theatrically, letting it be known that this situation was pissing him off. A wave of irritation was building inside him, but he tried to keep his composure. These bureaucratic barriers had always been something meaningless to him, but this time they were especially annoying. He was a hero, a man who saved lives and solved issues with force and action, not documents. And now, faced with routine, he had to improvise, which further fueled his inner discontent. He asked question after question, but the answers brought him neither clarity nor satisfaction. Makan addressed the guards again, this time with a more insistent tone. He asked if they really didn't know who he was. There was a clear resentment in his words. He was a hero, a legend, a man whose exploits were recounted throughout the kingdom. Makan was sure his name should inspire respect, even awe. But the guards' reaction was not what he expected. They glanced around, their faces expressing bewilderment. One of the guards, humming slightly, threw in a remark that Makan might have been the best the Yuga kingdom had to offer, but that didn't impress them at all. His words were spoken with a slight sneer, and it elicited chuckles among his companions. They didn't see Makana as a hero, just a man standing at the gate trying to bend the rules. There was a look of incomprehension in their eyes. Why was Makan here at this gate? And why did he have to break protocol when everyone else had to obey the established laws? To them it looked like something unreasonable and even strange. Makan felt his anger begin to rise to the surface. His patience, already at its limit, was bursting like a taut string. The guards' taunts, their blatant non-seriousness, only added fuel to the fire. His rage was growing inside him, and it was a great effort to keep himself under control. His face reddened with irritation, and his eyes flamed with discontent. For a man who was used to getting his way by force, such slowness and stupidity was unbearable. The guards standing next to Makan were already starting to panic, realizing that the situation was getting out of control. One of the guards, trying to remedy the situation, shouted loudly that the hero had arrived, demanding that the guards open the gates immediately. His voice, full of alarm, echoed through the neighborhood, but none of the guards moved. They remained in their places, with the express intention of keeping Makan out until they received the proper orders. Makan, shaking with accumulated anger, could no longer contain himself. It seemed to him that time had stopped, and each moment of waiting became more and more unbearable. His patience was exhausted. Suddenly, unable to bear it, he hit one of his guards with all his might. The blow was so sudden and powerful that the guard instantly fell to the ground. His face expressed shock and bewilderment. He couldn't believe that his own commander, the man he was loyal to, had hit him. Pain pierced his body. But what struck him most of all was the injustice of this blow. When the guard, struggling to rise to his feet, tried to comprehend what had happened, his face was full of fear. He discreetly asked Makan what he was doing and why he had hit him. But Makan's answer was full of rage. The hero screamed, his voice echoing throughout the neighborhood. Not only was there rage in his screams, but also clear frustration. He blamed the guards for not preparing his arrival properly. To him it was an insult, a failure of those who should have given him a proper welcome. Makan saw their actions as incompetent and unable to follow orders, and this only increased his rage. The guards watching began to realize that Makan was far from what the legends had portrayed him to be. He did not look like a hero, but like a man on the verge of a nervous breakdown. They looked at each other, realizing that before them stood an inadequate man, capable of anything in his anger. It was obvious to them that it would be extremely dangerous to let him into the country, but they dared not openly say this out loud for fear of provoking an even greater outburst of anger. Makan, noticing their hesitation, decided to change his approach. He stepped closer to the guards, his face regained its calm expression. But there was an undercurrent of menace in that calmness. His voice became soft, almost friendly as he asked them not to worry and just let him in. Makan promised that he would take care of everything else himself, but there was an underlying threat in his tone, as if he was saying that any attempts at resistance would be punished. The guards, clearly startled by his change of mood, froze. One of them cried out, his voice full of fear and uncertainty. He asked Makan to wait, for such a thing was impossible, to let him pass without authorization from the authorities. Only a few seconds had passed when something devastating happened at the main gate of the castle. Where a wall of massive, millennia-old stones had stood firm, a huge hole suddenly appeared, as if nature itself had decided to destroy the symbol of invulnerability. The stones that had resisted any impact for centuries crumbled to the ground, turning into a pile of rubble. They flew in all directions, raising a cloud of dust and small fragments that seemed to cover the entire horizon for a moment. The legendary, impregnable gate, which for years had guarded the entrance to the country, and symbolized protection and strength, was destroyed in an instant. The guards standing at the perimeter experienced more than surprise at that moment. They were overcome with shock bordering on complete confusion. These men, accustomed to routine and order, had never seen such a thing. The gate, which even the strongest blows could not damage, was destroyed in a matter of seconds. One of the guards, frozen in horror, tried to comprehend what was happening. His gaze darted around the ruins, but he found no answer. He was overwhelmed by the inexplicability of what had happened, as if reality itself had changed overnight. In the distance, amidst the debris, another guard realized something important. What stood before them was more than just destruction. It was a show of strength. He muttered quietly to himself, realizing that this could not be the work of an ordinary man. Before them was the might of the hero himself, legendary and powerful. Meanwhile, Makan, the mastermind behind this destruction, stood nearby and watched with cold-blooded equanimity. His figure, towering among the stone rubble, seemed to emphasize his majesty and steadfastness. Calmly, as if it were the simplest of sentences, he made it clear to the guards that they must now give way to him. There was no order in his voice, rather it was an offer that did not imply refusal. However, even in the face of this incredible display of power, the guards, though clearly frightened, were in no hurry to comply with his request. They froze in place, glancing at each other, and after a brief silence, explained that they had no authority to let him pass. They were all under a strict charter forbidding such action, regardless of any circumstances. Makan clenched his teeth, his face contorted with restrained rage. His patience was wearing thin, and he was tired of these petty people who tried to block his path with bureaucratic rules. Their words annoyed him like a little annoying noise that could not be eliminated. He could feel his anger growing with each passing second as they continued to stand before him as if his threat meant nothing to them. In the next moment, unwilling to listen to their excuses any longer, Makan raised his hand. A dark, ominous energy began to gather in the air around his palm, condensing into a huge spherical object that gradually gained strength. The wind seemed to slow down around this black sphere, and the very space around the hero seemed to obey his will. The ball of darkness pulsed, emitting an inexplicable, overwhelming energy capable of destroying everything in its path. Makan, without hiding his sarcasm, hinted to the guards that they had taken the first step toward destruction, and now the blame lay not with him, but with them. The guards were stunned. Their gazes stared in horror at the black magic ball that seemed unimaginably powerful. They had never seen anything like it before. Panic grew, but no one moved. Each of them was paralyzed with fear of the unknown magic that filled the air around. Makan suddenly pointed his finger toward the village spread out behind the guards, and this simple gesture was full of hidden sinister intent. His movement carried a sense of inevitability, as if with a single point he could destroy everything in sight. The moment his finger pointed into the distance, the guards' attention immediately turned to the houses that stood on the horizon as the last stronghold of their peace and safety. These houses, which had always seemed impregnable to them, were now vulnerable targets under Makan's gaze. The hero, with slight disdain in his voice, asked if these houses belonged to the guards, as if testing them for their strength. His question sounded less like interest than an anticipation of destruction. Each guard felt his heart clench as he realized that this was not just a threat, but a real possibility. Makan said that if he wanted to destroy the entire village, perhaps the guards who were about to watch the destruction of their homeland would become more submissive and compliant. There was an icy determination in his words that could break any will. The guards in front of him could not contain the terror that gripped their hearts. Their screams, filled with panic and fear, echoed around the area. With each word Makan spoke, they became more and more aware of their helplessness in the face of such power. They were unprepared to face such a threat. Makan had left them no chance of escape, and now their fear turned to utter terror as they realized they could lose everything they held dear. Not content with just words, Makan raised his hand in front of them, and a huge sphere filled with dark magical energy began to form in the air. This orb, pulsing with power, seemed to absorb everything around it, destroying the very space around it. It grew in size with every passing moment, and the tension in the air grew, as if nature itself was retreating before this demonic display of power. Makan defiantly pointed the guards at the orb, letting them know that they were now facing something far more dangerous than they had imagined. He suggested that they watch carefully to see how much magic had already accumulated inside this destructive ball. His words sounded like a warning, but with a distinct tinge of sarcasm and contempt. Makin enjoyed seeing the fear in their eyes and, without hiding his arrogance, reminded them that he could destroy not only their homes, but the entire country if he wanted to. His confidence in his own invulnerability was so great that every guard felt small and insignificant in his presence. At the moment when disaster seemed imminent, something incredible happened. Suddenly, without any warning, the dark magic ball filled with destructive power disappeared as if it had never existed. Makin, who had just controlled such power, froze in place, stunned by what had happened. His confidence gave a crack for a moment, and he looked around in amazement. He didn't understand why his magic had suddenly disappeared, and who or what could have intervened at that moment. Out of the shadows, as if appearing out of nowhere, came Zeke. He approached Makin with a confident, unhurried gait, as if what was happening didn't concern him at all. There was no fear or hesitation in his movements. He looked at Makin with a cold, calm gaze that showed hidden power. Zeke stopped a short distance away and stared silently at the hero, sizing him up as if meeting him was a foregone conclusion. Zeke's gaze was filled with mystery, and his calmness was in stark contrast to the Makin magic raging before him. Then, without showing the slightest fear of the hero, Zeke asked if the hero in front of him was indeed the hero of legend. His question sounded unexpectedly mundane, as if he was speaking to an equal rather than someone who had just threatened to destroy the village. There was no fear or bowing in those words, just a quiet confidence that momentarily knocked Makin off balance. Zeke continued by saying that rumors of Makin's actions had reached the kingdom, and that the hero had probably come here precisely to meet him. Makin, still in shock at the disappearance of his magic, glanced at his hand, as if hoping to see the remnants of destructive power there. But his palm was empty. The magic that had seemed inexhaustible a few moments ago was gone, leaving behind only a sense of loss. Makin couldn't believe he had lost control of such a powerful spell. He wondered if this was some kind of trap or a clever maneuver by Zeke. The hero felt as if he had been disarmed in front of everyone, and it humiliated him. However, Makin quickly regained his composure. He looked back at Zeke with a glance, and contempt was once again lit in his eyes. The hero dryly informed him that he had been sent by the king for one purpose, to bring him back to the kingdom. His voice sounded a note of sarcasm as he recalled how the king had begged him to fulfill this mission, as if this task was above everything else. To Makin, it was all just part of the game, and now that Zeke himself had appeared to him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Makin added with a chuckle that he was glad for this turn of events, for he had no desire to find out how disgusting this forgotten place smelled. With humor hiding contempt, he reminded him that he'd even forgotten to bring deodorant with him, another reason he wanted to leave this village as soon as possible. But Zeke didn't give in to the provocation. He remained as nonchalant and serious as he had been at the beginning of the conversation. His face expressed no emotion other than cold calculation. Ignoring Makin's sarcasm, he calmly but firmly ordered the hero to leave. For Zeke, this was not a matter of negotiation, but a direct order that Makin had to obey. The hero, surprised and offended by this tone, couldn't believe his ears. He looked at Zeke with suspicion, trying to understand how the latter dared to speak to him in such a tone. Makin was confident in his power and authority, and it stunned him that someone dared to give him an order. Zeke, despite the anger that could be felt in the air and the tense atmosphere, did not give the slightest sign of hesitation. Even when faced with a hero whose power had just been demonstrated in a devastating way, he didn't lose his composure. Makin could have blown the village apart and scorched everything around him, but Zeke showed no fear or doubt. Without a shadow of doubt in his voice, Zeke spoke his words again, his voice like a sharp blade cutting through the silence. This time his tone was even firmer than before, and every word sounded like a sentence that could not be challenged. He made it clear that his decision was unchangeable. He no longer belonged to Gove, the country he had once called home. He was now part of Nagma, the mysterious and dangerous land of beasts that had taken him in and become his new home. This place, full of strength and harsh customs, was his new homeland, and nothing could make him go back to the past. For Zeke, his path was predetermined, and he intended to follow it to the end, without regard for what was left behind. He added that he had no intention of going back, and this statement was spoken with final certainty, as if his fateful choice was sealed in those words. Makin stated coldly, almost with indifference, that he did not care at all for all this talk about Nagma and the new path. He made it clear that he was unimpressed by these discourses, and to him there was no significance in the fact that Zeke had found a new home for himself. His goal was clearly stated, to get Zeke back, and the hero was willing to do so at any cost. There were no compromises or alternatives for him. Zeke could talk all he wanted about his new beliefs and new life, but it would not change anything for Macken. The hero made it clear that Zeke had no choice. His words sounded like a final judgment from which there was no escape. Macken made it clear that either Zeke would submit and follow him willingly or he would have to do it by force. Without a second's hesitation, Macken summoned his magic power once again, which burst out of his body in an instant, filling the air around him with a sense of destructive power. Like an invisible wave, the magical energy exploded in all directions, shaking the ground and throwing away anyone who dared to stand too close. Each guard's body flew into the air as if gravity itself had ceased to work for a moment, and they were thrown away as if stripped of their weight. The air shuddered as their screams echoed around them, and then with a thud their bodies fell to the ground like marionettes whose strings had been cut. The anger that erupted in Macken's heart was not just intense, it was a rage that knew no bounds. He screamed so that his voice pierced the sky like thunder on a clear day. His scream was filled with anger and despair, as if he himself couldn't bear the feeling that Zeke had put him at such a disadvantage. It was unacceptable to him that someone dared to put him, a hero, in a light where he could look weak or vulnerable. It seemed to him that his power was being questioned, and it drove him mad. In his rage, he sarcastically asked Zeke to act like an adult, implying that the whole situation was ridiculous and that he, as a hero, deserved more respect. There was a mocking contempt in his words, and it was clear that he was not going to tolerate further humiliation. Meanwhile, one of the guards, stunned by the outburst of Macken's magical power, still dared to intervene. His voice, full of terror, broke into a shout, and he recalled that the king had given strict orders to capture Zeke alive. It was a last-ditch attempt to bring events back to sanity, but it was futile. Macken, barely glancing in the guard's direction, brushed his words aside like a pesky fly. His gesture was full of contempt and indifference, as if even talking about the king's orders didn't matter to him. He coldly threw out that he knew full well that he had to capture Zeke alive, but there was an undercurrent of threat in his voice. He clearly had no intention of following those orders as expected. At this point, Macken allowed himself a short monologue, filling each word with sarcasm and dark philosophy. He wondered aloud what it meant to be alive, and his words felt like a cruel play on the concept of life. He spoke of being alive as breathing, having a heartbeat, or being able to radiate magic. But, as if immersed in his own dark thoughts, Macken continued that if he ripped Zeke's eye out, and returned it in that state, it would still be in accordance with the order. There was an eerie mixture of mockery and cold calculation in his voice, as if life was something of little importance to him and could be interpreted differently depending on the circumstances. Macken, without thinking for long, suddenly snatched his holy sword, a legendary weapon that shone with divine light, from behind his back. The sword emitted a dazzling radiance that seemed to illuminate heaven and earth, reminding them of its origin. The moment Macken picked it up, the sword's power intensified, feeding off its magic, and Macken, without a second's hesitation, soared into the air like a bird of prey dashing towards its prey. His movement was swift as lightning, and everyone who saw it understood. He flew at Zeke with the intention of not just defeating, but destroying. However, to Macken's surprise, at the very moment when he was ready to deliver a devastating blow, Zeke, remaining calm and focused, raised his arm forward. His movement was confident, without the slightest sign of panic. With a light touch, his fingers touched Macken, and the latter was paralyzed in an instant. The hero's explosive spurt was interrupted, as if invisible shackles had bound his body. He couldn't believe what had happened. His might was suddenly nullified by one simple movement. Paralysis seemed to shackle him not only physically but mentally as Macken collapsed to the ground like a giant oak tree felled by lightning. One of his guards, seeing his leader on the ground, rushed to his aid. However, barely having taken a few steps, he was stopped by Macken's menacing voice. The hero, raising his head, with obvious anger in his eyes, ordered him to be silent and move away. There was so much rage in his voice that the guard froze in place, not daring to approach. Macken added that if the guard dared to come any closer, he would be dead. It wasn't just an order, it was a threat, spoken with such force that no one dared challenge it. Macken was in no condition to show tolerance even to his subordinates. Macken was still in shock at what had happened. His mind was trying to comprehend what had happened. He couldn't understand how Zeke, using such an inferior skill, was able to break through his defenses. Macken was sure he heard Zeke cast a paralysis spell, a low-rank magic barely worthy of attention. And yet, that weak skill had somehow overcome his holy sword. He couldn't believe what had happened. His entire being screamed in disbelief, forcing his mind to search for some rational explanation. It seemed that the world around him had become distorted, that all this was nothing more than an illusion or a cunning trap into which he had fallen. The hero, used to his power being absolute, couldn't accept that someone, much less Zeke, could break through his magical defenses. Mac intensely wondered if this was a subtle ploy. Maybe Zeke was just pretending to use one skill as a distraction, but in reality he was activating something far more dangerous and powerful than simple paralysis magic. That thought kept him on his toes. He didn't want to admit that Zeke might have been stronger. Meanwhile, Zeke remained calm, as if everything that was happening was part of a normal day for him. He stood nearby, perfectly still, and his gaze, which seemed bottomless, was completely focused on Makana. There was not the slightest trace of triumph or gloating in that gaze. Zeke was not relishing the fact that he had paralyzed his powerful opponent. He looked at Makin with cold determination, like a predator assessing his chances before the final blow. When Zeke spoke, his voice sounded surprisingly calm, as if he were not part of this intense battle, as if what was happening didn't matter to him. There was a hidden strength in that calmness, and his every word was imbued with confidence. He offered to let Makin return home if he didn't want to get hurt. It wasn't a threat in the usual sense, but anyone who heard it felt that there was incredible power behind the words. It was a gentle ultimatum that demanded a serious response. Makin, despite the shock he had just experienced, suddenly smiled unexpectedly. It wasn't a simple smile. It was a vicious, grim grin that read the unbroken will of a warrior who was used to being challenged. The fire of challenge suddenly flared in his eyes, as if what had happened was just a prelude to a real battle. His face contorted in a grin as he stated that it looked like Zeke had decided to test his luck. But Makin was no ordinary opponent. He is a brave warrior blessed by the goddess herself. There was pride in his divine origin in those words. Makin was implying that his power was greater than anything this world had to offer, and that to oppose him was not just audacity, but sheer madness. He asked loudly if Zeke realized who he was dealing with, as if giving him one last chance to realize the depth of his mistake. Makin wanted to remind his adversary that he was no ordinary man, but the chosen one of the gods, the one who stood above all others. His voice, filled with self-confidence, rolled over like the rolls of thunder ready to crash to the ground. Then, with even more confidence in his superiority, Makin shouted that his magic was capable of blocking any attack that ordinary mortals could use. He reminded Zeke that his barrier was an absolute defense that no magic, not even the most powerful magic, could penetrate. As long as that barrier stood, Makin considered himself invulnerable. He was certain that his enemy could not even come close to harming him. Moreover, Makin was already beginning to plan his victory. He intended to use his defenses to accumulate magical power and destroy Zeke once and for all. In his mind, this battle had already been decided, and Makin considered himself the victor. To further intimidate his opponent, Makin began to count aloud the percentage readiness of his magic. He started at 120%, his voice sounding as loud as a bell warning of imminent disaster. It was the countdown to Zeke's death, and Makin savored every moment of it. After a moment, he raised the number to 130%, signaling that the countdown was underway and his opponent had less and less time left. Makin, smiling with obvious enjoyment, asked Zeke if he was enjoying this countdown to his own demise. The hero was sure that his plan was flawless, and that with each passing second his opponent was getting closer to his inevitable demise. He was sure that the accumulated power would be the final and decisive blow that would destroy his enemy to the very core. For him, this battle was no mere conflict. It was absolute proof of his divine origin, of his right to dispose of other people's lives as he saw fit. Yet, to Makin's surprise, Zeke remained perfectly calm, despite the threat that hung over him like the sword of Damocles. His gaze was focused, there wasn't an ounce of fear in it. Makin couldn't understand what was going on. He stared at his opponent and couldn't understand how he could remain so unfazed. It was something beyond logic to him. Anyone else in Zeke's shoes would have been trembling with fear, but this man was completely calm. Makin began to think that his opponent was either insane or simply didn't understand the gravity of the situation. But no sooner had he finished that thought than he noticed that something strange was beginning to happen to Zeke. In the next second, Zeke's arm, which until that moment had been a normal human limb, began to slowly change. At first this process was barely noticeable, but then the transformation accelerated. His hand began to be covered in shiny ice shards that grew and expanded, becoming a huge, sharp blade made of pure, glittering ice. Zeke swung his hand, and his magic seemed to take on the form of a physical weapon. Makin watched it, and a strange feeling grew inside him. Something was wrong. Something didn't add up in his understanding of what was happening. Makin realized that Zeke was using ice and snow magic, but something about it didn't seem right to him. His mind was confused, and despite all his experience, he could not grasp the essence of what was happening. Doubts began to form in the hero's mind. Even so, his sense of smugness kept him from focusing on the real threat. Makin was confident in his invulnerability. After all, his barrier, erected with divine power, was supposed to be impenetrable. He believed that no element-based spell could break through his defenses. But what happened next turned his entire understanding of the world upside down. Zeke swung his icy hand without a second's hesitation, and suddenly Makin felt something completely unexpected. His muscles tensed, his heart hammered with redoubled force, and thoughts flashed through his mind that everything he knew about magic and his invulnerability was now crumbling. Makin, completely confused, turned sharply to Zeke. His eyes, full of bewilderment and confusion, searched for an explanation, but he found none. He had never expected to encounter something like this and couldn't fathom how it could have even happened. There was a mixture of surprise and despair in his voice when he finally spoke. Makin loudly asked Zeke what he had just done, as if trying to find some explanation for what was happening. For a hero who was used to having the world bend to his will, this was an incredible blow to his pride and self-confidence. Zeke, standing motionless, remained as calm and confident as ever. There was not the slightest hint of gloating or joy in his eyes at being able to break his opponent. His face remained impenetrable, as if this battle didn't matter to him as much as it did to Makin. When Zeke spoke, his voice was quiet and calm, but there was a strength in it that had seemed hidden before. Zeke, without giving much thought to his words, calmly explained that he used Mist Ice Alchemy, an ancient divine skill granted to him through his connection with the dragon. His words sounded like a statement of fact, without too much emotion or pride. It was simply a fact that Zeke voiced without any narcissism. To Makin, those words sounded like a thunderclap. It was beyond his comprehension. He didn't understand how it could happen that something obtained through a connection with a dragon surpassed the power of the goddess he himself worshipped. Makin couldn't understand it. His mind resisted the realization that something or someone could be stronger than the divine blessing he was proud of and had always considered his absolute protection. He could not believe that his barrier, impregnable and invulnerable, had been pierced by such an exquisite and powerful spell. Makin lay on the ground, his body heavy and paralyzed with pain. Every breath he took was labored, as if the air didn't want to enter his lungs. Many small wounds and bruises covered his skin, and his mouth tasted of blood. Every attempt to move caused a flare of pain, as if thousands of invisible needles were penetrating his muscles and nerves. He could feel the magic that had once fueled his power now seeming to disappear, leaving him defenseless and vulnerable. Even his mind was full of chaos. His thoughts were jumbled, and the realization of what had happened was unsettling. That he, the greatest hero, was in such a pathetic state seemed unthinkable to him. Every second of lying on the ground was tantamount to an eternity of torment and humiliation for him. At this time, high in the sky, Kai Chang, while riding her majestic dragon, was circling above the battlefield. Her eyes, sharp and attentive, watched the scene from on high. She couldn't believe what she saw. How one of the most powerful heroes she had ever known was defeated before her eyes. The wind fluttered her hair and the shadows from the dragon's wings fell to the ground, creating an ominous contrast to the world that was still shuddering from the recent magical battle. She noticed Zeke's skill in using the alchemy of mist and ice suddenly increased. It was obvious even from a distance. With every move he made, the magic in his hands became more and more controlled, and its destructive power became more and more sophisticated. Kai-chan felt her heart clench in her chest with worry. She realized that Zeke had become even more dangerous than they had anticipated. On the ground, still puzzled by what had happened, the Makin guards gathered their wits and moved closer to their commander. Their faces expressed alarm and fear. They were not used to seeing their leader in such a position. Makin had always been their pillar, a symbol of power and invincibility, and now they saw him slumped on the ground, unmoving, like a mere mortal. One of the guards, daring to ask a question, asked quietly if their leader was dead. His voice trembled, as if those words contained all the pain and fear he felt. The question was full of uncertainty, as if they didn't want to hear the answer but knew they were obligated to find out the truth. Zeke, who was watching with icy calmness, didn't let his emotions show on his face. His eyes were indifferent to the guards who looked at him with concern, but still a shadow of respect for Makin could be caught in his gaze despite his defeat. In a calm and even voice he stated that Makin was not dead. Zeke spoke with such cold reasoning, as if he was discussing something completely mundane, even though he had just defeated one of the most powerful heroes. He confirmed that Makin was indeed one of the strongest, and this confession sounded like the last word in a completed duel, the final note in the melody of the battle. Approaching his defeated opponent, Zeke, without showing the slightest strain, grabbed Makin by his shirt and lifted him off the ground without apparent effort, as if he weighed next to nothing. Makan, hanging in the air, resembled a broken puppet, devoid of will and energy. Zeke's gaze remained cold and determined, and his movements smooth, like those of a predator sure of his victory and control over the situation. Lifting Makan off the ground, Zeke softly but with undeniable authority told the guards to take him away and never come back here again. It wasn't just an admonition, it was a sentence of sorts, a ban that now hung over Makan like an invisible seal Zeke had placed on his adversary to protect Nagma from further encroachment. When the battle ended, the world around them seemed frozen in absolute silence. The wind that had earlier mercilessly chased the clouds and fluttered the cloaks of the warriors suddenly subsided, and the air became dense, as if the world itself was waiting for the balance to be restored after the devastating battle. The wounded earth, where magic had recently raged, was slowly coming to its senses, as if nature itself was trying to heal the wounds it had suffered in battle. There was a sense of relief in the silence, as if the earth itself had sighed after being relieved of the heavy and destructive clash. The former calm was restored, the magic dissipated, and light slowly but surely began to break through the clouds, illuminating the field once again. Zeke wasted no time in heading towards the castle to meet Queen Sophia and report the results of the battle. Sophia, sitting on her throne, surrounded by symbols of power and wealth, listened to Zeke's story with attention and deep reflection. Sophia realized that this event could change many things in their relations with the other kingdoms, and every step now required extreme caution. When Zeke finished his story, he looked up at her, daring her to raise her eyes, feeling that his decisions could affect the fate of the country, and with inner uncertainty asked if he was wrong. Sophia, who had been silent until that moment, finally raised her eyes and looked at him. Her nod was slow and heavy, as if she weighed each word before uttering them. She explained that although Makan had not arrived as an enemy, his arrival had serious political implications. Makan was not just a hero, but an envoy of the Nuga kingdom, and his defeat could be perceived as a hostile act. Now that he had returned defeated, it could have triggered a serious chain of events leading to conflict between Nagma and the Nuga kingdom. Sophia's words sounded like a heavy blow to Zeke, and his shoulders slumped slightly. He realized that his action might have brought Nagma to the brink of war, and all his strength and good intentions could not save him from realizing this mistake. The political situation was far more complicated than he had expected. At that moment, the guards who had guarded the gate during the battle with Makan approached him. Their faces were full of fear and remorse, and their breath was hitched from running fast. One of them, gathering his wits, bowed and began to speak. His voice was filled with despair, but also with determination to accept punishment for their mistakes. They apologized for failing to stop the fight and offered to accept any punishment, believing themselves guilty for not accomplishing their mission. Their fear was evident in every word, and they sincerely believed that if they had acted better, they could have prevented a clash with such a powerful foe. Queen Sophia, seated on her throne surrounded by counselors and guards, declared with a soft but determined tone that no one present would be punished for what had happened. There was a calmness and confidence in her voice that came from realizing the strength of her power. She explained that the guards' actions were dictated by duty and the defense of their kingdom, and they had done nothing wrong. Despite her gentleness on the matter, however, Sophia could not hide her anxiety for the future. Her eyes grew serious as she continued. King Nuga would certainly not let what had happened go unheeded. Her every word resonated in the air like an echo of approaching hardship. If word spread that Zeke, the powerful mage who had come to Nagma, had allegedly been kidnapped, the consequences could be disastrous. The Queen had made it clear that this incident could be a cause for all-out war with neighboring human nations. Sophia was well aware that politics often depended not on the truth, but on the perception of those around her. And if the King of Geth decided that Zeke had been captured or held against his will, it would be a threat to the diplomatic peace she had tried so hard to maintain for so long. Zeke, unable to hold back, shouted that he was in this country of his own free will. His voice echoed through the hall like thunder, full of indignation and despair. It was insulting to him to even suggest that anyone could think that he was not here voluntarily. He felt the injustice of such a perception. He was not a prisoner, he had chosen this path on his own. But Sophia, with the same unperturbed calmness, looked at him, and in her eyes read the bitterness of realizing the harsh reality. The Queen explained that Zeke's statement alone would not change the views of the world. He could say whatever he wanted, but in the big political game, words mattered little without proof. There was more than a warning in her tone. It was a lesson in how cruel the world of politics and intrigue can be. Zeke listened intently, and gradually the meaning of her words began to dawn on him. He nodded, recognizing the queen's point. He understood that her words reflected the wisdom of a ruler who had to deal with false accusations and political maneuvers more than once. It was a revelation to Zeke that the world he lived in was far from as simple as he had assumed. His magical power and the skills he had always relied on could not protect him from the guile of words and diplomacy. At that moment, one of the advisors standing a little behind the queen stepped forward and respectfully asked her to listen to him. He, like all the others, understood the complexity of the situation and suggested a possible way out of it. The counselor suggested that making Zeke a Knight of Nagma would make a strong statement to the world. There was confidence in his voice that this decision would show that Zeke was not just a pawn or a random mage who ended up in Nagma. He would become an important figure in the kingdom, a valued citizen, and then no one could accuse Nagma of kidnapping or holding him. The knighthood, according to the advisor, was to be a symbol of Zeke's recognition as one of his own, leaving enemies and diplomats no chance for interpretation. Sophia was enthusiastic about the proposal. Her eyes became animated, and with a smile, she agreed that it was indeed a brilliant idea. A knighthood would not only elevate Zeke in the eyes of everyone around him, but it would also give him an official status that no one could challenge. In her mind, she was already plotting how this decision would help prevent any future conflicts and stabilize Nagma's position in the political arena. Zeke, on the other hand, who until that moment had been immersed in his own thoughts and worried about the future, suddenly became animated. When he heard about knighthood, he quickly raised his head and asked in surprise if it meant that he would become a nobleman. The suggestion came as a surprise to him, for he had never aspired to titles or honors. But the thought that he could become part of the nobility of Nagma struck him. It was far more than he could have imagined, and his heart filled with gratitude for the opportunity. He happily remarked that he already felt recognized as the chief physician in the kingdom, but a knighthood was an honor he couldn't have imagined. At that moment, Tiffany, always full of vitality and enthusiasm, ran up to Zeke. Her eyes shone with enthusiasm, and she told Zeke, without concealing her emotion, that he was mistaken if he thought it would be limited to a knighthood. It was obvious to her that something far greater awaited him. She explained that Zeke would become not just a nobleman, but a royal person, someone who would stand side by side with the elite of the kingdom, protected and honored. Her voice was full of joy, and her every gesture expressed genuine admiration for what was happening. These words caused a storm of approval among everyone in the hall. The guards, counselors, and servants who were present suddenly united in a single outburst of support. Each of them expressed their agreement that Zeke deserved such an elevation. Their voices filled the hall like thunder, echoing through the walls. Without exception, everyone was ready to support this decision, to express their respect and support for Zeke in his new status. Zeke soon did indeed receive the knighthood he and the people of Nagma had been waiting for. The ceremony was held in a solemn atmosphere. The main hall of the palace was packed with influential figures of the kingdom, nobles, diplomats, and even ordinary townspeople to witness this significant event. He understood that his life would now change forever, but he did not yet fully realize how deeply this change would penetrate his destiny. Later, after the ceremony was over, Zeke stood on the spacious balcony that overlooked the moonlit plaza. From this spot, he had a view of the city where the festivities in his honor continued. Crowds of people with jubilant voices filled the streets, the glow of torches and lights played in the night, creating a sense of magic. However, despite this elation and unanimity that hung in the air, Zeke's thoughts were far from joyful. He reflected on how careless people could be, not only in Parliament, where decisions were often made without proper thought of the consequences, but also in the square, where the citizens, not knowing all the details, blindly believed in the symbols and trappings of power. Zeke looked at this picture with a faint chuckle, realizing that behind this delight lay many unspoken fears and concerns. His musings were interrupted by light footsteps. Mint approached him, her image filling the balcony with a sense of something fresh and cheerful. She was young, her energy and lightness felt in every movement. With a smile, half-concealed irony, she remarked how much the people loved Zeke. Her voice was a mixture of mockery and genuine admiration. Her words were full of jest, but they hid the recognition that Zeke had become an important figure in people's lives, even if he didn't fully realize it himself. She too, like everyone else, saw him as more than just a knight. Zeke, listening to her words, smiled as well. Her presence at this moment filled him with an inner warmth, and he looked at Mint with a soft smile. He liked that she, despite her youth, saw everything with a certain amount of irony, but at the same time recognizing the truth. Mint continued, taking another step closer to him, talking about how no one likes it when the star of the show leaves the party early. Her phrasing was imbued with a slight sneer, but there was also a sense of genuine regret that the festivities would one day end and people would go back to their normal lives. She looked at Zeke, as if reminding him that his role in this world was far more important than he realized. Zeke replied with a smile that since the ceremony was over, it was time to enjoy the evening. There was a calmness and ease in his words, as if he was ready to put all his thoughts aside and just sink into the pleasant solitude of this moment. From behind him came the sounds of the party going on, music and the voices of the guests cheering and laughing in the hall. The atmosphere was full of joy, but on the balcony there was a different, more intimate world. It was a moment of peace and quiet that allowed for reflection and respite from the loud festivities. Zeke, feeling peaceful, raised his wine glass, which glowed in the light of the moon like a ruby liquid. He motioned for Mint to join him, adding that in Nagma one could drink from the age of 15, which meant that she was old enough to enjoy wine. Mint looked at him in surprise, her eyes rounded for a moment at the unexpected suggestion. She hadn't expected to hear such a thing from Zeke, and it was evident in her gaze as she wavered between curiosity and doubt. Zeke, sensing her hesitation, handed her the glass, gently nudging her toward the new experience. Mint, though reticent, still decided to give it a try. She carefully brought the glass to her lips, taking a small sip as if she were testing something completely new and uncharted for herself. The flavor of the wine was soft and refined, and her face reflected her pleasure at the sensation. Her eyes lit up with delight as she whispered that it was indeed a fine drink, something she had never tasted before. Zeke, laughing, confirmed her impressions, commenting lightly that it was indeed exactly as she said. At that moment, a sort of informal bond between them emerged, as if this sip of wine was not only an opportunity to share an experience, but also a feeling that they had both grown a little closer to each other. However, Mint, realizing that she still had a lot to learn in life, handed the glass back to Zeke. She stated with slight regret that although she wanted to try many things, she was still a child and realized that not everything could be experienced at once. There was a realization in her voice that life is long and she has many more steps to take before she feels fully grown up. Zeke, still smiling the same way, gently acknowledged her rightness. He pointed out that there are always things in life that cannot be done ahead of time, no matter how much one would like to. He understood her inner conflict, that of realizing the inevitability of growing up and wanting to remain free of responsibility. Mint was about to give some example from her life to support their conversation, but at that very moment, as if by some mysterious sign, everything around her suddenly plunged into a deep, impenetrable darkness. Silence enveloped them like an invisible veil that separated them from the noisy festivities. The moon disappeared behind thick clouds and the candlelight faded, leaving them standing in total darkness. Zeke turned around abruptly, his gaze sharp and wary. He realized that this wasn't just a random eclipse. Suddenly, as if out of thin air, a figure in a black robe appeared in front of them, hovering over the balcony, her robe rippling in the air, and something sinister hovering around her. It was Elena. Her presence was frightening, as if she had appeared from another dimension, and her eyes glowed with an unnatural light, reflecting the mysterious power that emanated from her. Her dark robe hid her face, but even through the fabric her power could be felt. Zeke recognized her with a cold calmness, though alarm rose in his heart. Elena looked at him intently, as if she were about to say something important, but hesitated, as if trying to find the right words. Mint, who was standing next to Zeke, was stunned by this sudden appearance. Her eyes went wide and her voice, full of confusion, trembled when she asked who was in front of them. Her question hung in the air, but Zeke, keeping his composure, answered confidently that while he didn't know all the details, he was certain that Elena was not their enemy. His voice was full of confidence, but at the same time cautious. He couldn't completely trust her, but he didn't feel directly threatened either. Elena glanced at Mint, as if studying her, and noted that she seemed to be one of their circle as well. Her words were full of mystery, but they sounded as if Elena possessed knowledge hidden from the others. She then calmly stated that she had come with a request and that they would have to listen to her. Her voice was quiet, but filled with such confidence that Zeke felt the tension in the air rise. Elena, noticing their stunned expression, continued to speak in her quiet but insistent voice that held a deep confidence and perhaps even sadness. She explained that she had come here with an important request that could not be delayed. Her tone, though full of dignity, hid the tension behind it, as if her request concerned something not just significant, but extremely serious and dangerous. She paused briefly, giving Zeke and Mint a chance to reflect on what they had seen and heard. Zeke, slowly coming to his senses, tried to hide his excitement and return to the calm that had always helped him deal with the unexpected. His instincts told him that there was something serious behind this sudden appearance, but he felt that this girl was not directly threatening them. He let her continue speaking, hoping her words would shed some light on her intentions. Elena, seeing that Zeke was willing to listen to her, moved on to the main part of her speech. She explained that she had not come to them for war or conflict, but to ask for help. There was a strange sincerity in her voice when she mentioned that she needed help specifically from Zeke, not just as a mage, but as a veterinarian. The statement startled and confused both Zeke and Mint. They exchanged surprised looks, not understanding what the demonic girl could possibly mean. Elena slowly removed the hood of her dark robe, and beneath it exposed two black horns, contrasting ominously with her delicate facial features. The horns rose up like the embodiment of her demonic nature, giving her the appearance of a creature from other worlds. Her long black hair spilled over her shoulders, glistening in the dim light that seemed to barely penetrate the darkness that enveloped her figure. In that moment, it was obvious that she was no mere guest or casual visitor. She belonged to a world that was far removed from anything Zeke and Mint knew. Elena, noticing their bewilderment, hesitated for a moment, but then continued with even more determination. She said that she needed help, not for herself, but for the one who mattered most to her in the world, her father. When she said the word, her voice trembled as if she were opening her soul to them. Her father wasn't just an ordinary demon. He was a demon lord, the ruler of a powerful and dangerous race that was feared by many. His name instilled terror in the hearts of those who knew of his existence. However, Elena came not with threats, but with a plea. She sought healing for her father, who she said suffered from an unknown disease that could not be cured by magic or alchemy. At this time in the kingdom of Gedan Yuga, events that seemed unthinkable a short time ago were taking place. Ordinary civilians, who had followed the established order for centuries, now gathered around the majestic castle that had once served as a symbol of unshakable power and stability. Crowds of people, faces contorted with anger, shouted, demanding the overthrow of their ruler. Their cries echoed around the majestic walls of the castle, plunging it into an atmosphere of tension and chaos. The powerful voices, merging into a single mass, grew louder and louder, their demands for a change of power more and more aggressive. It was like a thundercloud looming over the kingdom, ready to burst into a storm. The royal court was plunged into shock. Even the most experienced and wise courtiers, accustomed to handling any crisis, couldn't understand what was happening. No one expected the situation to spiral out of control in such a short time. Complete confusion reigned in the castle, with people rushing through the corridors, relaying disturbing news that only added to the anxiety. Prime Minister Haman, a man accustomed to holding the situation in his hands, was now completely disoriented. He could find no explanation for such mass discontent, and could hardly imagine what action should be taken to pacify the people. Trying to make sense of what was going on, Haman was confronted by a guard whose face showed obvious concern. The guard looked like he was about to say something, but hesitated. The Prime Minister, seeing his condition, resolutely demanded an explanation. The guard, sighing, finally began to speak, and his words shed light on the true reasons for this sudden riot. He told him that it all began with an outbreak of plague that had struck the state farms. This disease spread with terrifying speed, destroying a large portion of the crops. The losses were enormous, and the economy was instantly affected. Food prices skyrocketed, causing a wave of discontent among the population. People accustomed to stability and prosperity found themselves in a situation where basic needs became unaffordable. The situation became even more heated when the guards, who had pledged to maintain order, were themselves engulfed in unrest. Morale among the soldiers plummeted, many of them abandoned their posts, and those who remained were unable to control the situation. City facilities, including crucial buildings such as the castle, were abandoned as there were not enough men to maintain and rebuild them. Even the majestic castle walls that had once inspired fear and respect had begun to crumble, indicating that the kingdom was slowly but surely falling into chaos. The guard's words struck Haman like a thunderclap. He was stunned, his mind refusing to accept the magnitude of what had happened. Not long ago, the kingdom had been prosperous, and now it was on the verge of collapse. The Prime Minister, barely containing his panic, realized that he needed to inform the king immediately. He knew that if action was not taken now, the consequences could be irreversible. Breaking into a run, Haman dashed through the corridors of the castle toward the king's chambers. His footsteps echoed through the empty, stately halls. Every second seemed important to him, and anxiety reigned in his heart. No matter how hard he tried to keep his composure, thoughts of possible anarchy and the destruction of the kingdom kept him uneasy. Finally, he reached the throne room and, opening the doors, ran inside, ready to report the critical situation to the king. However, what he saw made him freeze in a stupor. The majestic King Getanyuga, the one who personified strength and wisdom, now lay on the cold stone floor of the throne room like a broken figure. All around him was chaos. The walls of the hall had been mangled, and fragments of furniture and stone were scattered everywhere, as if it had been a disaster rather than a battle. Haemon's heart sank with horror. His mind refused to believe what he was seeing. The Prime Minister began to dart his gaze around, looking for any trace of what was happening. At that moment, one of the guards, who had come running after him, shouted that it was all the work of a hero. There was fear and despair in his voice, as if he himself could not believe what he was saying. Makan, the legendary hero of the kingdom, once the epitome of valor and honor, stood in the middle of this ruined hall. His face was contorted with rage, and the fire of hatred burned in his eyes. He was like the embodiment of a destructive force that had broken free. His hands were clenched into fists, and his breathing was as heavy as a beast ready to attack. Makan screamed, his voice breaking the silence of the hall, full of terror and confusion. His scream was full of pain and hatred. He swore he would never forgive the man who had ruined his life. His whole appearance testified that this man was on the verge of madness, ready to do anything for revenge. His words were directed not only to himself, but to the whole world that he felt had betrayed him. One of the guards explained to Haemon that ever since Makan returned to the castle after his defeat, he had been in such a state of mind. His defeat at the hands of Zeke, which had been rumored throughout the kingdom, had been an intolerable tragedy for him. The heroic dignity he had always prided himself on was now shattered, and it made him uncontrollable. The king tried to calm Makan, tried to bring him back to his former state, but all attempts were in vain. The hero's rage grew day by day, and now it led to tragedy, a ruined throne room and a defeated king. At this tense moment, as the hall filled with an anxious silence, there was the sound of footsteps and a troop burst into the room. At their head walked a tall, confident man, a commander whose gaze radiated determination and sternness. His movements were calm, but there was strength in them, like a man accustomed to commanding and enforcing orders. He walked firmly up to Makan, who was still standing in the midst of the destruction, and stopped in front of him, looking straight into the hero's eyes. There was no fear in his gaze, only equanimity and willingness to do his duty. Without raising his voice, the commander discreetly but firmly ordered Makan to stop the destruction. His words sounded like an order, but they also sounded like a request, as if he were trying to reawaken Makan's former nobility. The commander reminded the hero that his actions no longer benefited the kingdom or their common goal. There was bitterness in his voice as he saw that the one who had once been a light to all was now mired in rage and destruction. He urged Makan to remember who he used to be, when his self-control and honor inspired everyone around him. The commander spoke with respect, as if trying to remind the hero of his duty to those who believed in him. But there was also anxiety in his voice, for he knew that Makan's mind was shrouded in darkness. Makan, however, was unwilling to listen. His rage, which had long ago taken over his mind, shrouded everything around him in a fog of hatred. He turned sharply toward the commander, his eyes glittering with contempt. With a wave of his hand, Makan told the commander to be silent, his voice echoing through the room like a clap of thunder. There was no trace of his former nobility in his words, only bitterness and hatred. To him, these men were no longer allies. He no longer saw in them those with whom he had once fought side by side. Now they seemed to him like weaklings who hid behind his back, relying only on his strength. Makan believed that he, the hero, was the one who saved them in the most difficult situations, and without his strength and bravery they would all be dead. But the commander did not back down, although the tension in the room grew stronger with every word he spoke. His face remained calm, but his emotions raged inside him. He tried again to convince Makan to stop. The commander reminded him that the king had assembled their squad for a reason. Their main goal was to defeat the demon lord and save the world. This mission was their only hope for the return of order, and he asked Makan not to forget that. There was a desperate plea in his voice, as if the commander was trying to reach out to the person Makan used to be. Makan only grinned in response. That grin was not a joyful grin. It contained only contempt and schadenfreude. Without hiding his contempt, he asked the commander how dare he call them a squad. In his opinion, they were just a bunch of pathetic weaklings trying to make up the numbers. Makan was convinced that without him, the hero, they would have died in the first battles long ago. His words were filled with confidence in his exceptionalism and contempt for those who could not match his strength. He saw himself as the center of their world, the one who kept them afloat. His speech was cut short, however, when the troop, united by a sense of duty, cut his words short. Their eyes read the pain of realizing that their hero had become someone they despised. They could not accept that Makan was putting himself above them all. But despite their outrage, silence once again filled the hall, and the tension continued to build. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the voice of one of the girls from the squad. She stood a little behind, a magic orb floating in her hands, emitting a soft glow that illuminated her face and hands. The light seemed warm and soothing, but there was great power in it. The girl holding the orb in front of her looked at it, her face expressing deep excitement. Her voice trembled as she finally announced the news everyone had been waiting for. They had found Veterinarian's location. Her words, like a lightning strike, lightened the atmosphere of the room. Everyone in the room froze, realizing the importance of this information. The hero they had been searching for so long had finally been found. Makan, as soon as he heard this, turned around abruptly. His eyes, which had just been full of anger and contempt, now glittered with a thirst for revenge. His body tensed as if ready to lunge, and his voice became even more harsh and threatening. He asked impatiently where Zeke was. His intention was very clear. He wanted to kill him, and as soon as possible. His words sounded like a sentence, and no one dared to contradict him. The girl, concentrating on the magic ball, quietly but clearly said that Zeke was now in the Demon Lord's castle. Her voice sounded as if she was giving not just information, but fateful news on which the future depended. Everyone around them froze in shock, realizing that their enemy was in the heart of the demonic empire. Makan, upon hearing those words, broke out into a gloating grin. His face contorted into a predatory grimace full of grim triumph. A new spark flared in his eyes, a spark of long-suppressed rage and lust for revenge. All the accumulated hatred he had carried since their last encounter now found its way out. Makan clenched his fists, feeling the pulsing magic begin to fill his body. His anger was so strong that it felt as if the very ground beneath his feet was ready to shake with its power. For Makan, this moment was the culmination of all his suffering and torment. Now he had the chance he had waited so long for. With ominous certainty, Makan loudly announced that they were about to have a real bloodbath in the Demon Lord's castle. His voice sounded as if he had already seen in his head a picture of the destruction to come. For him, this battle was not just a chance for revenge, but a way to prove to everyone that he was still the hero they had hoped for. He was determined to restore his name and honor, even at the cost of other people's lives. Meanwhile, far from these events, Zeke and Elena finally approached the Demon Lord's castle. This gloomy and ominous castle, set in the middle of a desolate and dead landscape, looked like the embodiment of ancient and overwhelming evil. Its tall, dark towers, covered in black magic, towered above the ground as a symbol of the power and might of the demonic race. The castle walls, modeled with ancient runes and protective enchantments, seemed alive, exuding a faint, ominous light. Elena, walking beside him, had mixed feelings. Despite her power and status as the daughter of a demon lord, she couldn't completely shake off her anxiety. This castle was her home, but now that her father was sick and the world around her was cracking at the seams, it seemed frightening and cold to her. Elena cast studying glances at Zeke, trying to understand what he was feeling at this moment. Her mind was torn with contradictions. On the one hand, she believed in Zeke's power, but on the other, she knew that demonic magic could be unpredictable and dangerous. Her quiet voice interrupted the silence as she asked Zeke if he had any fear of what awaited them inside. Zeke, however, answered her with his usual coolness. He wasn't afraid of the traps or magic that might be waiting for them. His years of experience in battles with mages, demons, and warriors had allowed him to develop the ability to keep his mind clear even in the most dangerous situations. Zeke explained to Elena that he didn't think it was a trap. To him, the main danger remained the humans, those heroes who could come for his head. However, despite his words, Zeke felt a slight uneasiness. He realized that being in a demon castle was a risky venture in itself. No matter how much they wanted to avoid conflict, the very nature of the place could force them into battle. That was why he had thoughtfully left Mint and the other allies behind to cover them from possible outside attacks. He didn't want the mission he had been pursuing for so long to be derailed by a surprise attack from heroes eager for his death. He turned around and looked at Elena, who was walking beside him. Her steps were quick, almost brisk, as if she were trying to reach her destination. But her eyes were tense, and her shoulders were tense, as if an invisible weight of responsibility were pressing down on them. Despite her determination, Zeke saw a shadow of doubt in her. He couldn't help but wonder if she was sure that everything was going according to plan, and that they could handle the situation. Bringing a human into a demon's stronghold wasn't just a bold move, it was an act full of danger and unpredictable consequences. Zeke realized that this risk could turn disastrous if anything went wrong. He was well aware that demons traditionally did not welcome outsiders into their lands, especially people whose life principles and magical abilities were radically different from those of demons. His presence here, in the heart of the demonic fortress, could become a serious problem if any of the hostile demons decided to take advantage of the situation. Any mistake could cost them their lives. Elena paused for a moment, her gaze more determined than before. She turned to Zeke and a fire of determination lit up in her eyes. He could see that she had made her final decision. She knew it was all to save her father, and she was willing to take the risk. But her voice, though firm, could not hide the underlying anxiety that was still present in her heart. For her, this was not just an important mission, it was a personal battle for the life of someone who was close to her. She was keenly aware of the gravity of the situation, but her determination prevailed over fear. Elena realized that bringing a man into this dangerous place was an extremely risky move, but she was willing to do anything for her father. But at that moment, as if by the stroke of an invisible hand, her resolve suddenly evaporated. Her confidence was like a wind that suddenly died down. Elena clutched her head. Her eyes went wide with horror, and after a moment her body began to tremble, as if an inner pain had overwhelmed her mind and body. She struggled to stay on her feet before she abruptly fell to her knees. Her breathing became ragged and her face reflected anguish. Zeke, seeing this, instantly rushed over to her. His heart beat faster, anxiety gripping his soul. He sank down beside her, trying to understand what was going on. Elena clutched her hands convulsively, her face contorted in pain. It was as if she was trying to hold on to something, but her mind was clouded by an unknown force. Her hands were shaking and her body was squirming in spasms. Zeke, watching her body wriggle, tried to find an explanation for what was happening. He realized that this wasn't just an attack of pain caused by internal wounds or sickness. It was something deeper and more ancient, something related to the curse coursing through her body. He realized that before him was dark magic, a powerful curse that was restraining her from within. Suddenly, from the deep shadows of the corridor, as if from nowhere, a voice sounded. This voice was low, ominous, as if imbued with the core of darkness itself. It sounded like a clap of thunder, breaking the gloomy silence of the castle. The stranger addressed Elena with contempt, his words sounding like a rebuke. He wryly pointed out that the demon princess should not have done this act. There was arrogance in his tone, as if he was condemning her for breaking some ancient and unwritten law. Zeke instantly turned around, trying to determine the source of the voice. Standing directly behind them was a tall man. His appearance was deceptively calm, but a powerful, threatening aura emanated from him. He was a demon dressed in dark robes that emphasized his grim nature. The demon's face radiated an icy calmness, and a wry grin of mockery and contempt played on his lips. The demon continued his sarcastic speech towards Elena. He coldly remarked that as a demon princess, she should not make such vulgar noises in public. His words carried an undercurrent of sarcasm mixed with threat. He was not only humiliating her, but also demonstrating his superiority. His tone was haughty, as if he was enjoying her weakness. Elena, still clutching her head with her hands, struggled to look up at the demon. Her eyes read hatred, but also fear. She called his name Jammer. There was not only anger in her voice, but also a clear fear of this demon. Zeke immediately realized that Jammer was more than just a random demon. His presence here was important, and his words carried weight in the demon world. Elena clearly knew him, and his power made her uneasy. Jammer, enjoying her state of mind, shifted his gaze to Zeke. His eyes flashed with contempt, and he asked with undisguised disdain what could have made a demon princess bring a weak man like Zeke to their land. His words sounded like an accusation, as if he viewed Zeke's presence as something sacrilegious, unworthy of their world. This demon was clearly trying to humiliate him, but Zeke, realizing this, remained calm. Zeke, keeping his composure, calmly stood up. He bowed slowly, showing respect, and apologized for his nature. He introduced himself as Isekai'd, a veterinarian. His voice was steady and confident, without a hint of fear or doubt. He knew the demon was trying to confuse him, but Zeke was ready for this word game. Jammer, hearing his reply, grinned even wider. His laughter was loud and malicious, as if he found something extremely amusing in the situation. Realizing that the doctor was standing in front of him, he couldn't contain his laughter. His laughter echoed through the corridors, sounding like an ominous melody. The demon laughed as if Zeke's presence seemed like a farce that he couldn't help but mock. Jammer, standing in front of Zeke with an expression of mocking superiority, continued to utter his words with obvious menace in his voice. His face froze into a crooked grin as he spoke of how, even though Zeke was a veterinarian, he would still have to report to him. Hidden in that statement was not only a threat, but also an undermining of Zeke's authority. Jammer now held the position of Prime Minister, and this new title gave his words a weight they didn't have before. He was happy to hint at his power, using the Demon Lord's ailing state as an excuse to manipulate and control. His voice sounded as if he was already envisioning Zeke falling under his control, forced to follow his orders. Jammer made no secret of his intentions, adding contempt and arrogance to his words. Elena, still struggling to stay on her feet after the seizure, slowly came to her senses. Her body still shook with pain, but her determination prevailed over her physical suffering. She gritted her teeth, fighting the pain that still tormented her, but despite this, her gaze remained focused. She knew she couldn't afford to look weak in front of Jammer, especially in this moment. Helena realized that this demon was trying to undermine their confidence and sow doubt, but she wasn't about to give in to it. Her body, shaken by the curse, began to move again despite her inner agony. She rose slowly. Her steps were uncertain, but her will remained unbreakable. Jammer, noticing her movement, allowed himself a chuckle. He made no secret of his pleasure at her suffering, and, with feigned concern in his voice, asked if she was better. The question was nothing more than a taunt. His words were spoken with such an undertone that Elena realized Jammer was enjoying her pain. His voice was filled with gloating, as if her weakness confirmed his strength. It was as if he expected to see her break down again, which would only assert his dominance over the situation. But Elena, despite the pain, nodded feebly. Her face was an expression of anguish, but in her eyes burned a determination not to be provoked. She couldn't let Jammer see that her spirit had weakened. She answered briefly, confirming that she was feeling a little better, though there was still pain in her voice. She knew that any show of weakness could be used against her, and she struggled to control her emotions so as not to show how hard it was for her at that moment. Gathering her last bit of strength, Elena approached Jammer. Her every move was difficult, but her gaze reflected unwavering determination. Her face, contorted with pain, also expressed deep anger at this demon who seemed to enjoy her suffering. There was not just determination in her voice, but clear contempt for Jammer. She firmly stated, despite her physical condition, that she had brought Zeke to examine her father. To her, it wasn't just a request for help, it was a desperate decision, the last thing that could save her father. Elena had made it clear that no one in the castle was capable of curing him, and they needed an outside view, the view of someone who had experience in treating creatures like demons. Jammer listened to her and only nodded, showing his understanding, but his eyes remained cold. There was not a hint of sympathy or even a desire to help on his face. He smirked again, his lips stretched into a malicious grin. His gaze was certain that Elena and Zeke were mistaken. His eyes glittered with contempt, as if he'd already seen how their attempts to save the Demon Lord would fail. He didn't need to utter any overt threats. His every gesture showed that he was confident of his superiority. With obvious sarcasm, he added that their efforts would fail anyway. For Jammer, it wasn't just a matter of their failure, it was an affirmation of his own control over the situation. Zeke, watching everything that was going on, remained silent, but his thoughts were bubbling. He sensed Jammer's latent hostility, his attempts to manipulate the situation. Zeke followed Elena, leaving Jammer behind, and soon they came to the door leading to the room where the Demon Lord lay. Elena stopped for a moment, her hand lingering on the door. She knew that behind that door the truth she feared awaited them. Her heart beat faster and she gathered her strength before swinging the door open. As they entered, Zeke immediately felt the coldness that seemed to permeate the entire space. This room was drenched in darkness and despair, and even the air seemed thick and heavy. The room was illuminated by the dim light of magical lamps that barely pierced through the thick darkness. A massive bed stood in the center of the room, hidden behind a thick curtain. This curtain seemed to separate the Demon Lord from the rest of the world, plunging him into darkness and isolation. Standing at the Demon Lord's bedside, Zeke suddenly realized the depth of insidiousness and complexity of what was happening. Everything that had previously seemed mere suspicion was now becoming clear in his mind. He realized exactly what Jammer had meant by his vague hints and arrogant statements. Demons, despite their strength and organization, were not as cohesive as expected. There were hidden intrigues simmering among them, and loyalty was only a mask for those who sought to seize power. Jammer was clearly part of these internal intrigues, and his actions likely had a hidden agenda that he was approaching step by step. Zeke sank deeper into his thoughts. He realized that Jammer was most likely behind the curse that had struck Elena. His subtle hints and disdainful glances gave him away as a conservative who held strict views on the demon world. Jammer seemed to despise anything that went against his ideas of order, and the human presence here was particularly repugnant to him. To him, Zeke and Elena weren't just outsiders, they were a threat that could ruin his plans. Zeke, after hesitating for a moment, gently pulled back the curtain concealing the Demon Lord and turned his attention back to his body. The ominous, suffocating coldness emanating from the sick man seemed even more palpable. Zeke wondered how the demon lord's illness could be related to Jammer. He began to analyze all the details like a jigsaw puzzle that was forming in his head. The disease destroying the Overlord was too similar to the curse affecting Elena, but perhaps its effects were less devastating because of the power the Overlord possessed. Nevertheless, the Overlord's condition was so terrible that this curse seemed ready to complete its work soon. Elena, who was standing beside Zeke, tried her best to keep her cool, but her face was gripped by deep concern. Her eyes were full of fear and anxiety, as if she were trying to find in Zeke the answers to all her agonizing questions. She looked at him as if he was her last hope, the only one who could save her father. Her voice was weak and trembling when she asked him what he thought of the Lord's condition. For her, every moment of waiting was unbearable. For Zeke's silence could mean that things were far worse than she had expected. Her faith in him was strong, but the sight of her father, whose body was ravaged by disease, made her doubt the success. Zeke hesitated, as if pondering each word before uttering it. He turned to Elena, his face serious and focused. A deep thoughtfulness shone in his eyes as he began to speak. His voice was calm, but full of gravity as he explained that the situation was far worse than she could have imagined. The curse that had entangled her father was incredibly powerful. It permeated his entire body like a poison that penetrated every cell. Zeke described how this curse left no area untouched. Its every action was designed to destroy the body from the inside out. Simple healing would not have worked here. Moreover, it could only hasten the destruction. Elena, hearing his words, was shocked. Her eyes widened with horror as she realized that her father was on the brink of destruction. She may have already suspected that the curse ran deeper than it seemed, but the confirmation of it from Zeke was like a blow to her. She wanted to say something, but the words stuck in her throat. The gravity of what was happening overwhelmed her, as if all her hopes had been wiped out by one single moment. Suddenly, as if her fears were the source of someone's amusement, a sinister laugh sounded behind her. It was Jammer, who, standing in the shadows, was watching with a mocking expression on his face. His voice echoed around the room, reverberating off the walls as if amplified by it. He laughed as if everything that was happening was a fun game for him, one in which he already knew the ending. Jammer enjoyed their desperation as if it were part of his plan. Zeke concentrated deeply, slowly raising the demon lord's hand. He felt beneath his fingertips the unusual texture of the demon's skin, cold and pale, as if devoid of life but imbued with ancient magic. Zeke realized that what he was looking at was something unique, unlike anything he had ever encountered before. It wasn't a human body. It wasn't the body of an animal or even a monster. It was an entity connected to another world, to another level of magic, different from anything he knew. The bodies of demons, Zeke now realized, were arranged differently. It was governed by magical flows that were something unknown to humans and other creatures. Every magical impulse, every burst of energy he felt under his hands seemed wild, chaotic, and unpredictable. It was not the kind of orderly magic he was used to working with, but something primal, fluid, as if space and time itself inside this body worked according to other laws. Zeke realized that the demons were connected to a more ancient and powerful magic that flowed through their veins like a river, defying the normal laws of magical nature that humans and other creatures knew. Meanwhile, Jammer, who was standing behind, continued to watch the scene with a contemptuous smirk on his face. He needed no words to express his attitude toward what was happening. His look of arrogance spoke for him. He grinned again, as if enjoying what he saw before him. Jammer thought that Zeke, despite his best efforts, was just wasting time. His voice came out loud and mocking as he turned to Zeke, asking with obvious sarcasm what had happened to the doctor. After all, Zeke was the same veterinarian who boasted that he could heal any creature. Jammer's words cut like a knife, their caustic undertones obvious. With each new taunt, Jammer became more and more outspoken. It seemed to him that he was in control, that Zeke was doomed to fail. Jammer was certain that demonic magic would never submit to human methods, and that all of Zeke's efforts were in vain. To him, this was more than just a contest. It was proof of the superiority of demonic nature over human nature. His grin grew wider with each new remark, his gaze full of schadenfreude. Zeke looked at his hand, as if he could feel in it the very power that had once helped him save the dragon. He could feel its ripples, as if the magic that had once awakened in his body was once again filling him with energy. It wasn't just a memory of a past feat, it was a living memory that he was capable of more than he might think. His fingers trembled slightly, but it wasn't weakness, it was the strength awakening within. He remembered how, at the moment when the dragon had been on the verge of death, he had been able to find something within himself that had allowed him to transcend the boundaries of conventional healing methods. Now that determination and strength were beginning to awaken within him again, filling him with confidence that he could handle any task, even the most improbable. Elena stood beside him, her figure like a beacon in this dark room lit by the dim light of the magical lamps. Her every look, every movement made Zeke realize that she believed in him as no one else could. Zeke, feeling that connection, slowly turned to Elena. His gaze was hard, but behind that hardness was an inner turmoil. He knew he needed to hear words of encouragement from her to finally be sure he was doing the right thing. Zeke said his question quietly, but his voice was filled with determination and firmness. This question wasn't just a request for support, it was a moment of truth, when he needed to know if Elena shared his confidence. He wanted to know if she believed in him as he believed in himself, and that confirmation was vital to him. Elena, clenching her fists and feeling a wave of unbearable tension, could not stand it. Her voice, hitherto restrained and full of anxiety, suddenly burst forth with furious force. She screamed, as if trying to banish all the doubts that had long tormented her. Everything sounded in that scream, her fear, her pain, but above all, her unwavering faith in Zeke. That moment was a turning point for Zeke, when all her fears and doubts vanished and only unwavering confidence took their place. Elena's words penetrated his soul, filling him with the strength he lacked to continue the fight. Zeke stood at the Demon Lord's bedside, his body tense and his hands radiating the light of divine magic. He knew he had an incredible responsibility, for any mistake could prove fatal. As he raised his hands, activating his unique skill known as the God Hand, the magic around him seemed to come alive. This skill, filled with divine energy, was his last hope. The light emanating from his fingers was no ordinary light. It was imbued with a power that could either heal or destroy, depending on how it was applied. The moment was filled with tense anticipation, as if fate itself stood still, waiting to see which path the magic would choose. Elena, standing nearby, was dumbfounded by what was happening. Her heart clenched with alarm and her eyes widened with excitement. She had never seen anything like this before. It was a sight that simultaneously instilled fear and hope in her. After all, what Zeke was doing was healing magic, and she had always been told that such magic was extremely dangerous to demons. Her entire being was racked with doubt and worry, but she couldn't take her eyes off Zeke. In that moment, he was not just a doctor to her, but something more, a being with powers that could change her father's fate. Meanwhile, Jammer, who was watching Zeke with an arrogant smile, couldn't contain his laughter. To him, the spectacle was nothing more than a farce. He believed that Zeke didn't realize what he was dealing with, that his actions would only lead to tragedy. Jammer laughed loudly as he watched the man's helpless attempts to use magic that demons had always considered deadly to themselves. In his eyes, Zeke looked like an ignorant mortal who doesn't even realize he's killing with his own hands the one he's trying to save. It was an amusing sight to Jammer, and he mockingly stated that the healing magic Zeke was using with such confidence would be extremely poisonous to demons. Jammer continued his sarcastic comments without stopping to laugh. He was saying that the healing magic that could heal any creature in the world was as deadly as poison to demons. It amused him to watch Zeke, who didn't realize the full extent of what was happening, mindlessly apply his powers to a defenseless demon lord. Jammer was sure that in a few moments Zeke would witness a terrible tragedy when the magic began to destroy the demonic body instead of healing it. But what happened next caused Jammer to freeze in surprise. The light coming from Zeke's hands didn't destroy the demon lord's body as he had expected. On the contrary, it began to envelop him, like a soft cocoon that gently restores all that has been destroyed. This magic penetrated deep into the demon lord's body, breaking the dark curses that had plagued him for so long. Slowly but surely the light grew brighter, its energy filling every cell of the overlord, banishing the darkness. At one point, the demon lord's eyes, which had been closed and clouded with darkness, suddenly opened. The demon lord cautiously raised himself on his bed. His movements were slow, as if he had just awakened from a long nightmare. His face expressed confusion and incomprehension. He did not realize where he was or what had happened to him. His body, previously distorted by the disease and the curse, was now beginning to recover. He blinked several times, looking around, his gaze full of bewilderment. It was as if the demon lord was trying to realize that he was alive again, that the darkness that had taken over his mind and body no longer possessed him. Elena, seeing her father come to his senses, could not hold back her tears. Her emotions overwhelmed her and tears rolled down her cheeks. This was the moment she had been praying for weeks and months. Her father was alive again, was with her again, and it seemed like a miracle she was afraid to believe. She ran up to him, her hands shaking with excitement as she touched his arm to make sure it wasn't a dream. Her father smiled when he saw her, his eyes filled with joy and warmth. He was happy to see his daughter. He realized how long he had been immersed in darkness and that he now had a chance at a new life. Elena, not holding back her emotions, exclaimed that her father had slept for too long and now he was finally awake thanks to Zeke, the man who had healed him. There was gratitude and wonder in her voice. She couldn't believe that the man she brought was actually able to save her father. The Overlord looked at Zeke and studied him carefully. His gaze was full of wisdom and strength, but also deep gratitude. He saw that the man before him was not just a man, but a physician who possessed extraordinary power. The Lord thanked Zeke. His voice was weak but sincere. To him, this moment was full of deep respect for the one who had saved his life. Zeke, who did not seek fame, modestly replied that it was just his job. He did not consider himself a hero. To him it was a doctor's normal duty to help those in need. However, his modesty only increased the respect from everyone in the room. Elena still couldn't understand how Zeke was able to break such a powerful curse that affected her father. Her mind searched for answers, but everything seemed impossible. Jammer, standing off to the side, was utterly confused. He couldn't understand how Zeke, who was using healing magic, hadn't killed the Overlord. After all, by all the rules of magic, this power should have been lethal to a demon. He exclaimed that it was impossible, that no one could heal a demon using such magic. His voice shook with surprise and anger. Jammer could not believe that a man could break the laws of magic that seemed inviolable. Zeke lowered his gaze to his hand and felt a slight tingling sensation in his fingertips. It was the same hand that just a moment ago had done the impossible, cured the demon lord of an ancient curse. The light that emanated from it was not just magic, but something divine beyond his comprehension. He quietly admitted that he himself could not exactly explain how it had happened. His voice was full of sincerity and humility. There was no pride or arrogance in this confession, only the realization that he had managed to accomplish something that he himself had not fully expected. There were still questions swirling around inside his mind, the answers to which remained a mystery to him. But despite that, Zeke felt that somewhere deep in his soul he had never doubted success. Each time he faced new challenges, he felt his powers, given to him by the gods, become more powerful. With each new challenge, each new battle or healing, Zeke realized that his abilities were evolving, as if responding to his determination. It wasn't just a magical gift, it was more than that. It was a connection to something higher, to a divine source of power that fed him. And it was this feeling that gave him confidence even when he didn't know exactly how to handle a problem. He always believed that with each new challenge, his potential would grow, and that realization helped him move forward, despite the odds. Zeke remembered again the moment he had met Elena. Her face, full of worry and pain for her father, imprinted itself on his memory. Her suffering had evoked in him more than a desire to help, it had been a deep inner response, as if his own soul had responded to her pleas. He could not leave her in this grief, he could not pass her by. Perhaps it was this desire to help, this earnest desire to relieve her suffering, that was the key to his powers unfolding in full force. Elena, hearing these words, felt her heart fill with strong emotion once again. Tears sprang from her eyes again, but they were tears of relief and gratitude. She realized that in front of her stood not just a person, but someone much more significant. Jammer couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there, stunned and bewildered, watching all his carefully planned manipulations crumble like sand castles under the pressure of reality. It was beyond his comprehension how could a mere mortal, a human, break the curse that Jammer had such high hopes for. He was certain that no one could ever penetrate the essence of that magic, much less break it. For him, this wasn't just defeat, it was the collapse of all his plans, his designs, his carefully constructed strategy. Everything he had relied on was destroyed in an instant. He stood motionless, not knowing what to say, his world crumbling around him. Meanwhile, the demon lord, who had already begun to recover from his healing, was looking intently at Jammer. There was not only surprise in his eyes, but also deep understanding. He quickly realized that everything that had been happening to him for the past few months was Jammer's doing. No one else would be so devious and cruel as to place such a curse on his own ruler. The Lord's gaze grew cold and heavy as he realized that Jammer had been operating from the shadows all this time, turning him into a puppet, manipulating him until he was too weak to resist. Jammer, noticing the look, only grinned. Instead of making excuses, he laughed, his laugh full of malicious triumph. He stated that he had hoped all along that the Overlord would remain his will-less puppet, a tool in his hands. Jammer had never planned to give him back his true power. To him, the Overlord was merely a means to his ends. His words sounded like a final confession of all dark designs, and his laughter only emphasized his contempt for everyone in the room. But Jammer didn't stop there. His face contorted with anger as he realized his plan had failed. His voice, full of hate and rage, cut through the silence of the room. Jammer screamed that there was nothing left for him to do but destroy anyone who got in his way. Now that his devious schemes had been revealed, he wasn't about to give up. His magic began to flare up and darkness began to envelop the room like a living thing. The air became thick and heavy, and the sense of impending disaster became unbearable. The dark energies spilling over the room filled the room, as if preparing to devour everything and everyone. Jammer, grinning, declared that although the Demon Lord had been healed, he was too weak to fight. His taunt sounded like a final warning. Even with his strength back, the Demon Lord wouldn't be able to win. Jammer smirked confidently, believing he was in control of the situation. He knew that his magic, carefully prepared over many months, had to work. At that moment, the walls of the room began to be covered in a strange liquid that seemed to be crawling and viscous. They were magical stomach juices, as Jammer disdainfully called them. They slowly but inexorably oozed out of the walls as they approached Zeke, Elena, and the Demon Lord. These magical substances were meant to dissolve everyone in the room. Jammer, having planned everything in advance, was now savoring the moment. He was waiting for his insidious trap, created with the darkest magic, to complete its work. The Demon Lord, realizing that everything around him was part of Jammer's magic, realized how devious he was. This room was an elaborate trap, and the curse the Overlord had been hit with earlier was only part of one big scheme. Jammer was never going to let him recover. This was an elaborate attempt to destroy the ruler and take his place. Elena, seeing the darkness and sticky magical substance surrounding them, screamed in horror. She didn't know what to do, for everything around her was filled with magic that she couldn't handle. At this moment, her faith in her own strength seemed utterly insignificant in the face of Jammer's destructive power. She was in a panic, not knowing where to turn for help. But Zeke remained calm. His voice was firm when he told them to leave everything to him. His confidence didn't waver even when the whole world around them seemed ready to collapse. He had already proven his power by healing the Demon Lord, and now he was ready to fight any darkness that stood in his way. A fire of determination burned within him, and he knew he could not fail Elena, the Demon Lord, or anyone else. Jammer, grinning maliciously, with a faint glint in his eyes, summoned one of his latest and most dangerous creations, a magical beast, a creature born in the depths of the darkest magical rituals. He squatted down beside it, as if anticipating the moment of triumph. Jammer chuckled, though his face expressed a mixture of displeasure and triumph. He hadn't expected the situation to go this far, and would have to resort to his most powerful, secret weapon, the compound magic beast. It was his last resort, his last card in a game where power over the demonic realm was at stake. He was confident in his creation, for the beast had demonstrated its irresistible power more than once. No one could resist him. Even an opponent like Zeke, whom Jammer already hated for his audacity and ability to ruin his plans, had to fall before this power. Zeke, on the other hand, didn't waste a second. He realized that any delay could cost him and Elena their lives, and he had no intention of waiting for Jammer to enjoy a moment of triumph. While Jammer was just beginning to wallow in the sweet sensation of near victory, Zeke focused, instantly activating his Misty Ice alchemy. It was his secret weapon, his magic that had saved him many times in battles. In an instant, his hand began to glow with a cold radiance, transforming into a sharp ice blade. The blade was so shining and powerful that its power seemed to be able to pierce the air itself. It seemed to merge with the very magic of nature that had been summoned to his aid. Zeke struck with incredible precision. His movements were swift and deadly, like a predator aiming for the vital points of its prey. The ice blade slashed through space with lightning speed, and in the next second, the monster was destroyed. This beast, which seemed invincible and was created for absolute destruction, did not even have time to show its strength. Its entire menacing essence vanished in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. It happened so quickly that Jammer didn't even realize that his main weapon, in which he had invested so much hope and dark magic, had been defeated in a single blow. Jammer froze in shock. His face, which a moment ago had been glowing with confident smugness, was now contorted with horror and confusion. He couldn't believe what had happened. This S-class beast was built to defeat anyone, much less destroy the Demon Lord himself. Jammer had prepared it long and painstakingly, putting all of his skill and evil magic into the creation. He didn't understand how it was that a mere mortal, a lowly human, could destroy his magical creation, in which he had invested so much energy. It seemed to Jammer that everything that was happening was a nightmare from which he could not wake up. His faith in his own strength began to crumble. He could not believe that his carefully laid plans had been destroyed so easily and quickly. Zeke, on the other hand, remaining cool and collected, picked up Elena, who had almost passed out from shock. He did so with ease and confidence, never taking his eyes off Jammer. His gaze was as sharp as an ice blade and full of determination. He was not going to hesitate, and his every movement said that he was ready to end this battle. When Zeke raised his head, his eyes met Jammer's gaze, and at that moment, without raising his voice, he declared that it was time for him to get what he deserved. These words sounded like a sentence, harsh and inescapable, like an ice storm that was ready to fall on Jammer. But even at that moment Jammer, despite his horror and shock, refused to admit defeat. His laughter, which now sounded nervous and angry, echoed through the hall. Although his confidence was shattered, he still hoped for one last chance. He couldn't just give up. His pride wouldn't let him accept the collapse of his plans. Jammer stubbornly stated that this wasn't the end, and there was a malicious anticipation in his voice. He was sure that he had one last trump card left, and that he could turn the tide of battle in his favor. And at the very moment Jammer spoke those words, an army of demons appeared behind him. It was an army that had once served the Demon Lord faithfully. These mighty warriors, whom the Overlord considered his loyal servants, were now subject to Jammer's will. This move was his last desperate attempt to seize control of the situation. Jammer ordered his newfound army to destroy the Demon Lord with cold relish. He knew that this was his last chance to win. The Demon Lord, seeing that his own army was now arrayed against him, felt his heart clench with the pain and bitterness of betrayal. These warriors he knew and trusted were now against him. It was a death blow to his soul that there was no way he could accept without excruciating pain. Elena, realizing that the army they had always considered their protectors was now turned against them, was shocked and horrified. She could not believe this was all happening in reality. To her it was a nightmare from which there was no escape. But Zeke remained calm and unperturbed. His inner resolve didn't waver for a second. He realized that this was Jammer's last, desperate attempt to gain the upper hand, but he wasn't going to let him get his way. With a slight movement of his hand, Zeke activated his paralysis magic. In the next second, the entire army of demons and monsters suddenly stopped. Those mighty warriors who were ready to carry out Jammer's orders froze as if an invisible force had stopped them. In an instant, they all collapsed to the ground, completely immobilized by his magic. Zeke's power was so great that none of the enemies could resist it. When Jammer's army was on the ground, completely immobilized by the paralysis, it looked like it was over, but Jammer wasn't going to give up so easily. His body suddenly soared into the air, as if the very air beneath him had changed, obeying his dark magic. At that moment his eyes narrowed and his lips murmured something inaudible, as if he was trying to figure out how Zeke had managed to cast such a powerful paralysis spell on his entire army. Jammer was dumbfounded by this turn of events. His brain was frantically processing what had happened, and all he could utter was a quiet whisper about Zeke's ability, which he had clearly underestimated. But before he could realize the depth of his defeat, his body suddenly dissolved into thin air, as if he had used ancient magic to teleport. Zeke, watching his sudden disappearance, couldn't hide his indignation. He shouted angrily, turning to the void left by Jammer. Again the enemy disappeared before his eyes. Again someone had used the teleportation crystals, slipping away at the very last moment. This was the third time something like this had happened. First it had been Zoroa, then the elf, and now Jammer. It seemed that all of his opponents possessed these magical crystals, and every time Zeke was on the verge of victory, they disappeared, leaving him with a sense of dissatisfaction. Zeke chuckled sarcastically, turning to himself. He wondered if perhaps these enemies were buying teleportation crystals in bulk, so often they used them to escape. At this point, his laughter was more bitter than joyous. His hatred for such cowards who ran away from the battlefield never left him. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a voice that sounded behind him. It was the Demon Lord who stood behind Zeke and watched what had happened with a quiet and almost philosophical calm. His voice was deep and quiet, as if he was saying something self-evident. He explained to Zeke that all of these teleportation crystals had been created by Jammer himself. The Overlord also suggested that Jammer had been distributing these crystals to his allies so that they could slip away at times when victory was out of reach. This added even more cunning and malice to the image of Jammer in Zeke's mind. This realization, like a jigsaw puzzle that finally came together, made Zeke see the whole picture of what was happening. Jammer was behind all these events, behind all these opponents that appeared and disappeared, behind all these battles that seemed disjointed and random. He was the puppeteer who pulled the strings, directing their actions to suit his purposes. Zeke felt a new sense of determination ignite within him. Now he knew who he was dealing with. The Demon Lord interrupted his musings, expressing his amazement at the fact that Zeke had managed to not only defeat an army of demons, but to do so quickly and efficiently. His voice was full of respect and slight amazement. Despite his status, he seemed to have no hatred or animosity towards Zeke for what had happened, only recognizing his strength. He didn't look at Zeke as an enemy, but rather as an equal, someone who had proven his power in battle. Zeke, for his part, admitted that he himself was surprised at how calm the Demon Lord was acting in this situation. He recalled that demons were sworn enemies to mankind, and the fact that the Demon Lord could speak to him so calmly was a surprise, to say the least. This dialogue between them, between two very different beings, was filled with a strange mixture of tension and respect. Elena, who had been silent until that moment, intervened, her voice full of tenderness and pride. She explained that people might think of her father as an enemy, but to her he had always been a great ruler and a loving parent. Her words sounded sincere, and there was so much warmth in them that even in this gloomy place it seemed to brighten for a moment. She had protected her father, even though their clan was surrounded by hatred and fear. The Demon Lord only smiled faintly upon hearing her words, his face expressing both sadness and humility. He recognized that it was not surprising that people considered him an enemy, and that their fears and hatred of demons were justified. The Overlord realized that his role in this world made it impossible for him to be anything other than an object of hatred and fear. This brief moment of realization may have been hard on him, but he accepted his fate with surprising humility. Zeke and the Demon Lord stood on the cold, windswept plain outside the castle where their battle with Jammer had just unfolded. The ground, covered in gloomy dust, seemed dead, as did everything around them in this ominous setting. The air was saturated with the heaviness of recent events, but even this moment was imbued with something ancient, sinister, inexorable. Zeke and the Demon Lord seemed to feel it in the same instant, an ancient curse that had been weighing on the monsters for millennia. Zeke took a deep breath and broke the silence, speaking out what had been brewing in his mind for a long time. All the monsters of this world are cursed. They fall into madness, their minds clouded with rage and darkness, and they attack humans as if obeying some ancient law. The Demon Lord, agreeing with him, nodded and confirmed that the curse does exist. It penetrates deeply into the nature of monsters and demons, tearing apart their souls and blurring the boundaries between reason and chaos. However, as the Demon Lord explained, none of this is happening by his will. The monsters, though creatures of his world, do not obey him in their fury. They are driven by something older and stronger, a dark curse that has been placed on the entire demonic race. The Demon Lord then asked Zeke to look at something important. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a symbol engraved on his chest. It was the crest of a demon, graceful and curved black lines that seemed to move and pulsate with every beat of his heart. The mark was more than a symbol of his power, it was the physical embodiment of the curse that bound him and all the monsters of the world to an ancient heritage. The Demon Lord took his time buttoning up his shirt, carefully concealing beneath it the grim symbol that had long been a part of his being. The gesture seemed almost ritualistic, as if he was not just hiding the sigil, but once again taking on the weight of a curse that had brought darkness and pain to all his ancestors and now to him. His movements were calm, but there was a depth of awareness of the responsibility and sadness this symbol carried with it. Looking at Zeke, the Overlord nodded, confirming that what Zeke had just seen was of great importance in understanding not only their kind, but the entire history of demons. The Overlord then spoke, and his voice was full of bitterness and the weight of centuries lived under the oppression of this power. He explained that the mark on his chest was not just a mark, but a legacy left by the first Demon Lord, the one who founded their kind, Belial. The name was spoken with such respect and fear, as if Belial was more than just a founder. He was a legend, a demigod, a symbol of power and eternal damnation. The Demon Lord continued, explaining that this symbol is passed from one ruler to the next, and no new lord can escape its influence. The mark is enshrined forever, becoming part of their being as something inevitable and all-consuming. It was something deeper than that, an eternal struggle with their own nature that would turn their kind into the epitome of chaos and destruction. The Overlord explained that the curse imposed by Belial did not just apply to rulers, but to all demons and monsters. This mark does not merely bind the rulers to their people, it distorts their essence, causing them to turn into beasts blindly obeying the darkness. Zeke, immersed in his thoughts, listened intently, each time realizing more deeply the extent of this curse. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to be not just a ruler, but the bearer of a darkness that inevitably affects your entire nation. All monsters and demons. What the Overlord was talking about was beyond the ordinary understanding of power. The Demon Lord continued, his voice growing hoarse as if each new phrase evoked in him memories of the torment associated with this curse. He explained that the demon mark not only binds their kind, but also strengthens the power of each new lord, plunging him deeper into the dark currents of magic. The more power gained, the more the mark took hold of their soul. It was a vicious cycle that could not be broken. The power and the curse were inextricably linked, reinforcing each other with each new generation. Zeke nodded, slowly realizing how ancient and powerful this curse was. He realized that their battle with the demons wasn't just a battle between humans and the undead. It was a conflict that was embedded in the very foundations of their existence. The Demon Lord went on to explain that as long as this curse exists, as long as the mark of Belial is present on the body of each new ruler, the demons and their beasts will forever be enemies of mankind. No treaties, truces, or attempts to change their fate will be able to break that bond. Elena, standing next to Zeke, spoke with deep feeling, explaining that not all demons seek destructive and futile conflict. She looked at Zeke pleadingly, as if hoping he would see the truth in her words. Her father, the Demon Lord, was not the bloodthirsty monster that the legends and stories of men painted him to be. He had always tried to find a way to coexist with humanity, despite the centuries of prejudice and animosity ingrained into their essence from birth. His efforts were the bridge between two warring worlds that he tried to build against all odds. But that path was full of obstacles. The Demon Lord nodded silently, confirming his daughter's words. His gaze was tired, like someone who had fought against the wind for too long, who had seen his dreams of peace crumble one by one. He added bitterly that it was his willingness to compromise that had been the weakness Jammer had exploited. At that moment, the Overlord lowered his head, as if reliving again the moments when his trust had been betrayed. Jammer had not just used him for power, he had mutilated the very essence of what the Overlord had sought. Zeke listened to their story in silence, his face impenetrable, but his eyes read the inner struggle. He found it hard to believe that the enemies of mankind, who had wrought death and destruction for centuries, could be so complex and multifaceted. Everything he had known up to that point now seemed to him a distorted version of reality. He realized that the world was far from being as black and white as it had been presented. What had seemed true now seemed like half-truths. But despite all the confusion in his thoughts, Zeke could not remain indifferent to the suffering before him. He saw before him not just demons, but creatures trapped by a curse that had been placed upon their people long before they were born. After a few tense moments, Zeke took a deep breath, and finally his voice rang out in the silence. His tone was firm, but filled with benevolence. He offered his help. Zeke said that if the Overlord and Elena didn't mind, he would try to break the curse that had haunted their kind for years and centuries. He realized that the offer was risky, for he was unsure of his abilities, but inside him burned a desire to help. It was an offer made from the bottom of his heart, an offer to help those who were suffering, even if they belonged to another world. The Demon Lord's eyes, previously calm and full of fatigue, suddenly widened in surprise. He was shocked by what he had heard. He found it hard to believe that anyone, much less a human being, could suggest such a thing. This curse had existed for far too long, binding not only the kings, but their entire nation, changing their essence, turning demons into eternal enemies of mankind. It had existed for so long that the Overlord could barely imagine a world without it. There was incredulity in his voice as he questioned if Zeke was sure he could break the chains shackled by centuries of magic. Zeke, lowering his eyes, answered with honesty. He admitted that he couldn't make any guarantees. He didn't know for sure that he had the strength to do so, but still, faith burned in his heart that his abilities had been given to him for a purpose. He continued by saying that his power was a gift meant to help those who were in trouble. Even if he had to face magic that was thousands of years older than him, he wasn't going to back down. He could not leave those who relied on his help in their misery. The Demon Lord hesitated, his gaze deepening as if he was looking directly into Zeke's soul. In that moment, all the years of struggle, all the defeats and disappointments he had experienced flashed through his mind. But in front of him stood a man who was willing to do anything for them, willing to risk everything to free their people from the age-old chain of damnation. After a long pause, the Overlord met Zeke's gaze. There was more than gratitude in his eyes. It was faith. He saw in Zeke a will rarely possessed by mortals, and with that faith, he decided to trust him. The Overlord asked Zeke to break the chain that bound their people to madness and hostility. There was a willingness in his voice to pay any price, even if he had to give his own life to do so. He was willing to sacrifice himself so that his people and generations to come would not be shackled by this curse. In that moment, his greatness was evident. He wasn't just a demon king, he was a ruler willing to give up everything for his people. Elena couldn't contain her emotions when she heard those words. Tears sprang from her eyes and her voice trembled. She could not believe that her father would make such a sacrifice. A whirlwind of emotions flared in her heart, pride for her father, fear for his fate, and hope that Zeke could save them. She witnessed her world crumbling and reborn at the same time. The Demon Lord, despite all that lay ahead of him, slowly sank to his knees, showing his readiness. Zeke, on the other hand, stood with his hands raised, his heart pounding with anxiety, but determination still burning within him. He was going to use all his magical power to resist the ancient curse that possessed their people. In that moment, Zeke remembered God, his mission, and the ancient demon lord who had created this curse. Zeke realized that he was entering a world he had never fully understood, a world of magic that was older than himself. It was a challenge beyond anything he had ever known. Thoughts raced through his mind as to who was stronger, the god who had given him the power, or the original demon lord who had created this curse. This was a clash of two forces that would determine the future. He knew that he had touched on topics that were far beyond his comprehension, but at the same time he felt that the key to everything was now in his hands. He was about to face an ancient magic that existed long before him, but he had no choice. The crest on the demon lord's chest suddenly began to emit a bright light that seemed to be awakening from a long sleep. This light was no ordinary light. It was filled with an ancient magic that seemed to come alive, permeating every cell of the demon lord's body. The light spread through his body smoothly and gently, like water soaking the arid earth, filling him with vitality and strength. It was not just a magical flow. This light seemed alive, as if it was interacting with the essence of the Lord himself, awakening long-forgotten powers in him. Each ray of light emanating from the crest seemed to break the shackles that had bound him for centuries. Elena, standing nearby, couldn't look away from the phenomenon, her eyes widening in amazement. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, but one of them became apparent. It was Zeke's power that had responded to the sign of the curse. Zeke, on the other hand, was focused on his skill. His hands trembled from exertion, but he didn't allow himself to be distracted. The magic flowing through his body seemed inexhaustible. His mind was immersed in a single thought. If he was able to heal the demon lord, perhaps he could go further. This thought was audacious and reassuring at the same time. He wondered, could his power be so great that it could heal all beings, and even gods? Zeke felt that his possibilities were far more limitless than he realized. However, despite all his inner doubts, his actions were precise and sure. The demon lord, still stunned by what was happening, turned his head to look at his castle. The huge walls and towers, which had been soaked in dark magic and curses for centuries, were now illuminated with light. This light came from Zeke's magic, spreading far beyond his body. The light permeated the castle, as if cleansing each stone of the layers of evil accumulated over the centuries. The castle, which for centuries had been a symbol of the power and terror of demons, was now enveloped in a light that symbolized purification. Elena, who had been watching all of this, cried out in amazement. She realized that Zeke's power was far more powerful than anyone could have guessed. The light that emanated from her father's body and pervaded the castle reached the heavens. That huge pillar of light piercing the heavens symbolized the breaking of the ancient curse. It no longer held the demons in its chains, and its fall meant freedom for all who were under its influence. Far away in Nagma, at the very moment when the light emanating from the demon lord's crest burst into the heavens, Tiffany felt a powerful magical shock. This colossal impact seemed to envelop her, causing her to fly into the air with amazing grace, as if nature itself had called her to witness this great miracle. The people around her looked at her with horror and bewilderment, not realizing what was happening. Their eyes reflected a mixture of fear and admiration. But Tiffany, being the oracle of the kingdom, immediately realized that something significant had happened. She spoke the words that echoed across the land, proclaiming that Zeke Veterinarian had received the title of savior from the Demon King. These words were more than a simple declaration. They carried a prophecy, a promise of a new world and a new hope. Sophia, who was standing next to Tiffany, felt joy and relief surge through her heart upon hearing those words. All the fears for Zeke that had plagued her before gradually disappeared. She now knew that he was alive, that he had survived and, moreover, had gained incredible strength. This realization filled her with pride and hope. Meanwhile, the demon lord, still not believing his own eyes, lowered his gaze to his chest. Where the dark crest of the curse had once been located, there was now no trace of it. His skin looked clean, as if nature had cleansed him of all dark layers. A sense of freedom spilled inside him that he hadn't experienced in years. But there was a glint of relief in his eyes as well as bewilderment. He could not realize that the curse that had bound him for so many centuries was suddenly gone. That realization gripped him, and he realized that the curse had not only bound him, but everything around him. The castle, the demonic power, everything connected to his existence. Now he realized why his release had proved so difficult. Turning to Zeke, the Overlord looked at him with genuine admiration. He was amazed at the fact that a human, a mortal, was able to accomplish what seemed impossible. It was unfathomable, and his eyes were filled with genuine gratitude. The Lord wondered how Zeke could know of such complex magical connections that no one dared to speak of. But Zeke, still shocked and a little confused by what was happening, said he didn't know how it had happened. He felt he was merely a conduit in the hands of a higher power that was guiding him along the way. Zeke realized that he could not claim this victory. He was merely a tool in the hands of fate. The Overlord, hearing Zeke's words, smiled softly, and that smile reflected not only gratitude, but also deep wisdom accumulated over centuries of existence. His eyes, imbued with the light of understanding and experience, reflected the complexity of the world he had come to live in. He understood that modesty, though a noble quality, has no meaning without judicious application. The Overlord felt that Zeke truly deserved to be recognized for his magnificent feat, and that feeling overflowed his heart like spring rain fills a parched riverbed. Then the Overlord, his voice growing softer and warmer, expressed his sincere joy that it was Zeke who stood before him. These words, filled with personal meaning and depth, touched Zeke's heart, causing him to freeze in surprise. He had not expected such high praise and felt embarrassment come over him. But at the same time, this embarrassment gave him a sense of pride and warmth, as if he had suddenly found himself in the center of a bright glow. The Lord continued, emphasizing that thanks to Zeke's efforts, the demon nation could now take an important step forward, freeing themselves from the shackles that had bound them for centuries. These words carried the hope of a bright future in which the demons could free themselves from the heavy chains placed upon them by evil and curses, and begin a new life free of hatred and conflict. Elena, who had watched the whole scene with awe and joy, turned to Zeke again with sincere gratitude. Her voice trembled with emotion, and she could hardly hold back tears of happiness, filling the atmosphere with warmth. She was truly glad that she had brought him here, to this amazing place where he was able to accomplish such a great deed that changed their destinies. When Elena said those words, Zeke suddenly felt like he was remembering something important. His face, previously illuminated with uncertainty, was now filled with new understanding, as if the darkness of doubt had dissipated under the bright light of realization. He turned to Elena and with determination asked her to close her eyes for a moment. Elena, staring at him in surprise at first, could not understand why he would do that. Her eyes read curiosity mixed with slight bewilderment. Despite her confusion, she felt her heart beat faster with excitement and anticipation, and in that moment she decided that it was worth it to trust him. Her thoughts were racing, trying to guess exactly what he was going to do, but her intuition told her it was important. Zeke, full of determination and focus, gently touched her face, his hand warm and gentle, like morning sunlight breaking through the morning fog, filling the world with soft light. The touch was both delicate and full of strength, and Elena felt her worries begin to drift away. When she opened her eyes, Zeke was in front of her, with a kind, sincere smile on his lips, radiating warmth and support. He apologized for forgetting to remove the curse from her, but added that everything should be fine now. Elena blushed slightly, embarrassment coloring her face with a slight blush, but a feeling of deep gratitude blossomed in her heart. Her thoughts drifted to the curse that had bound her for so long, and the realization that it was now gone filled her with joy and relief. The Overseer, watching closely the touching scene between Zeke and Elena, saw the embarrassment appear on his daughter's face. This embarrassment was so sincere and defenseless that he could not contain the slight, friendly smile that blossomed on his lips, filling his heart with warmth and understanding. His eyes reflected pride that Elena had been able to find such a worthy ally and protector as Zeke. The Lord felt that their combined efforts could lead to something great. Elena, feeling her father's gaze on her, instantly became even more embarrassed. She quietly asked him not to tease her, but even in this embarrassment, her face continued to glow with a blush that added extra charm and tenderness, emphasizing her vulnerability at this moment. Zeke, not realizing what exactly they were talking about, involuntarily asked a question full of curiosity and uncertainty. He genuinely wanted to know what was going on, and why his presence evoked such strong emotions in the two demons. Suddenly, as if the sky itself had decided to intervene in their conversation, a loud and commanding voice sounded behind them, which was like a roll of thunder that broke the silence around them. This voice was piercing. It spread through the air, instilling fear and anxiety. The voice sounded like a call, ordering the demon lord to come out to meet. All three of them instantly turned around, and their hearts clenched with a premonition of something terrible. As if instinct told them that a formidable threat was looming, they felt the air become unbearably heavy. Zeke strained to remember to whom the voice belonged. It was familiar, as if he had heard it once before, but for a moment memory could not pinpoint the source. In the distance, on the horizon, figures began to appear, approaching with an ominous purpose. Their outlines became more and more distinct, and each detail heightened the tension of the moment, filling the air with an atmosphere of impending disaster. Macken walked ahead, his face contorted with anger and his eyes blazing with a hatred that resembled a fire ready to burst out and burn everything in its path. He was like an inexorable whirlwind, bringing only destruction and chaos with him, screaming his intentions to destroy them all, tearing words from the depths of his soul. Those words sounded like a final judgment, foreshadowing that something terrible lay ahead of them. Everyone around them felt the growing anxiety and realized that they were approaching a catastrophe from which there was no escape. It was as if the whole world had frozen in anticipation, and with bated breath they prepared themselves for what was to come next. Macken, surrounded by his loyal troop, regarded Zeke and those around him with disdain and a haughty grin. His face was confident and gloating, as if he was already anticipating victory over those he considered enemies. There was a glint of bewilderment in his eyes as he wondered how it was that Zeke, who had once seemed weak and unworthy of attention, had suddenly gained such powerful allies. For Macken, it was unexpected, and at the same time, it caused him to despise Zeke. He was sure that he was even more foolish than he had previously thought. This only increased Macken's confidence in his rightness and invincibility. Elena, who was standing next to Zeke, was troubled by what was happening. Her voice trembled with excitement as she uttered that they might have made a mistake in removing the lock's safety mechanism to let Zeke inside. That action now seemed risky to her as it had weakened their defenses. She was well aware that they were now all at risk. Her anxiety was transmitted even through her small movements. She looked around restlessly, trying not to show fear. Zeke, however, remained calm and collected and tried to reassure her. His voice was full of confidence and determination as he gently assured Elena that everything would be fine, and that they would be able to handle any danger that came their way. Zeke straightened up and cast Macken a cold stare, showing his confidence and lack of fear. He knew that Macken had not come to negotiate, but to fight the Demon Lord, and so his question sounded almost like a challenge hidden beneath the calm tone. Zeke's question was more than just a test of intent. It was a moment when the outcome of the battle depended on how his opponent would take those words. Macken, on the other hand, was puzzled. He had not expected such an open challenge. Usually opponents feared his power and avoided direct conflict, but Zeke stood confidently, which made Macken hesitate. But Zeke's next move stunned everyone, including Macken himself. Instead of preparing for battle, Zeke asked his opponent not to worry. He assured that he had broken the curse that had driven demons and monsters mad for centuries, turning them into ruthless creatures. Zeke continued speaking with surprising calmness, declaring that there was no need for battle now. These words came out of the blue and drastically changed the dynamics of the moment. Macken froze in that instant, not realizing what was happening. His eyes widened and he stared at Zeke as if he couldn't believe his ears. Those words seemed completely absurd to him. Zeke, straightening up and holding back his inner excitement, asked Macken a question that should have made him think. He asked if Macken didn't notice that the Demon Lord had never intended to let demons rampage and attack humans, but merely wanted peace for his people. There was no challenge or provocation in his words. They sounded calm and poised, like a statement of fact, as if Zeke was trying to get through to Macken's mind. It was a moment of truth when the two adversaries stood face to face, each with his own understanding of the world. For Macken, Zeke's words came as a real shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, for his entire life and view of the world had been built on a clear opposition between good and evil. His world seemed to be starting to come apart at the seams. Everything he knew, everything he had fought for, was suddenly in doubt. He had never thought of demons as creatures seeking peace. To him, they had always been the embodiment of chaos and destruction, and now Zeke, whom he considered his enemy, was challenging his beliefs. However, despite his inner turmoil, Makan quickly regained his former arrogance. His face once again took on a contemptuous expression, and a voice full of venom cut through the silence. He declared that it didn't matter to him who the demon lord was, whether he was good or bad. In his mind, it didn't matter. The only thing that mattered to Makan was his status as a hero. And as a hero, he needed no excuses or moral quandaries to fight the enemy. His mission was clear and unchanging, to destroy the demon lord regardless of any arguments or reasoning. This certainty was like an armor that enveloped Makan and made him deaf to any other opinions. Zeke looked at Makan carefully, silently listening to him. Gradually, it became clear to him that there was more than just hatred lurking in this man. Makan's words, filled with aggression and bitterness, suggested that his inner struggle was much deeper. Perhaps his actions were dictated by a sense of duty or something else that tormented him from within. But before Zeke could express his thoughts aloud, Makan shouted again, now with much more fury. He declared that Zeke too would have to pay for his crimes, and his voice was filled with pain and hatred. For Makan, it all became a personal confrontation, as if all the suffering he had faced was concentrated in one person, Zeke. Makan, consumed by his own thoughts and overwhelmed with hatred, continued his accusations as if he refused to give up. His voice shook with anger as he declared with a venomous tone that Zeke had brought shame upon him and he would never forgive him for this humiliation. His rage was so deep that it seemed to encompass his entire being, like a poison that had long since eaten away at his soul. Makan spoke of revenge as if it was the only meaning of his existence. Even if Zeke was tortured for 100 days, his thirst for revenge would not be quenched, and no amount of suffering could quench his hatred. Makan's words sounded like a cry of the soul, filled with deep-seated anger and resentment that had been growing within him for years. Every word he spoke was like a blow aimed not only at Zeke, but at everything he represented. Zeke realized he was facing a man who could never be brought back. Reasonable arguments were powerless in the face of such deep rage. Makan was consumed by his thirst for revenge, and nothing could change it. Zeke realized that this conflict was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, Zeke accepted it. He gathered all his strength and activated his paralysis spell, preparing to immobilize his enemies. His hand rose into the air, and powerful magical energy began to build up rapidly, ready to be released. But despite all his skill and power, one of Makan's warriors reacted instantly. This warrior, possessing exceptional magical training, thrust his arm forward and activated the Ecliptic Barrier, a magical defense field that absorbed and destroyed Zeke's spell in an instant. This turn of events took Zeke by surprise. He froze, stunned by what had happened. Never before had his magic been suppressed so quickly and decisively. This was his first defeat in a magical duel, and it left him in shock. His powers had always been unrivaled, but now he faced an enemy that was stronger than he could have imagined. While Zeke was trying to recover from his shock, another mage from Makan's squad quickly activated his own spell. This mage summoned the palm of a heavenly demon with destructive power, which collapsed to the ground with a terrifying rumble. The ground beneath his feet cracked as if nature itself was groaning in pain. Huge cracks began to spread across the ground, turning it into a dangerous battlefield. Stone blocks flew into the air like giant fists, ready to crush everything around them. The crack that appeared beneath their feet threatened to swallow anyone who came close. Elena, gripped by fear and panic, suddenly lost her balance. She stumbled, and her body rapidly began to fall into the abyss that opened up beneath her feet. It was a moment that could have been her end, but Zeke, showing off his lightning-fast reflexes, managed to grab her arm and hold her on the edge. He picked her up like a lifeline in the darkness, keeping her from falling into an abyss that could have swallowed her up forever. Elena, still in shock at what had happened, raised her gaze to Zeke. Her eyes reflected not only shock that she had narrowly escaped death, but also genuine admiration. She realized that heroes like Makan were truly on another level. Their strength, their magic and skills seemed incredibly powerful and unimaginable. Elena was shocked by what she had witnessed and realized that this fight would be far more difficult and dangerous than she could have imagined. Makan, watching the confusion and fear of his opponents, savored the moment, his face contorted in a smug grin. He relished his power and the way his enemies looked vulnerable to his powers. Laughing, he loudly announced that Zeke had caught him off guard last time. But now, with his new powers and plan, he wouldn't give him a chance. His confidence was absolute, and it permeated his words, adding to the fighting spirit of his companions. Makan, with a face contorted with anger and hatred, abruptly gave orders to his warriors. His voice sounded commanding and resolute, as if it were the last command he had to give. He demanded that they destroy all opponents without mercy, making them pay for all past wrongs and spilled blood. These words were filled with such fury that even the warriors surrounding him felt a surge of adrenaline. Without delay, they sprang into action. Their every movement was precise. As if a single organism, they activated their magic spells and skills, which literally imbued the air around them with destructive power. Magic circles erupted like whirlwinds of fire, creating fiery circles of purgatory that flashed and swirled around them. The swirling typhoon blades ripped through the air like fierce storms, tearing apart the matter of reality. Heavenly thunder swords, glittering in the night, fell from the heavens like lightning bolts aimed at destruction. The space around turned into a veritable vortex of magical energy that threatened to engulf everyone and everything in the vicinity. The magic of Makan's heroes was so powerful that the very ground beneath them seemed to shake from its power. The air trembled, saturated with energy, and with each passing second, the pressure of the magic only increased. One of the mages of Makan's squad, singular in his power, cast a spell to summon a demigod. The sky suddenly lit up with a dazzling light that illuminated everything around like the flash of a supernova star. It was such a bright and powerful spell that even the staunchest warriors couldn't help but feel awe in front of this grandiose power. The divine energy emanating from the spell enveloped the surroundings, spreading in waves like an ocean storm, filling every corner of space with incredible power. The sight was so majestic that even the demon lord, accustomed to destructive magic, could not help but recognize the coherence and precision of Makan's heroes. Their coordination was nearly perfect, and their actions were filled with a deadly precision that could crush any opponent. However, despite all this power raging around him, Zeke remained calm. He stood motionless, as if there was no fear within him despite the catastrophic sight that unfolded before him. There was such confidence in his voice that Elena couldn't help but take notice. He said quietly that it wasn't such a big deal, his words sounding so unexpected that they shocked everyone who heard them. Elena, surprised by his calmness and confidence, looked at him, not understanding where he got such fortitude at such a dangerous moment. At that moment, Zeke lowered his gaze to his hand. In the same instant, he saw a bright light begin to ooze out of it, illuminating everything around him. It wasn't just a glow, it was a new power that was slowly but steadily awakening within him. The light emanating from his hand was so bright and strong that it seemed to be a source of incredible magical power in itself. Elena, noticing this, widened her eyes in surprise. She saw Zeke getting stronger by the second, and her heart began to beat faster. She realized that they still had a chance to win despite all the obstacles. However, in the next instant, Makan's heroes simultaneously aimed their spells directly at Zeke. It was a truly colossal explosion that illuminated everything around them with bright flashes of light. The ground shook beneath their feet, as if nature itself was trying to react to such a destructive force. The air was filled with a whoosh of magical energy that tore everything around them, turning the battlefield into chaos. It seemed that the very earth itself was about to split in half under the influence of this force, and nothing could resist such power. Makan, watching this cataclysm, was overwhelmed with a sense of triumph. His eyes burned with glee as he shouted that victory was finally upon him. He was certain that Zeke was destroyed, that nothing else would be able to resist him. This was the moment he had waited for a long time, and now he was savoring every moment of his supposed victory. But one of his companions quietly remarked that this was not the end. There was a doubt in his voice that made Makan freeze. As the dust and smoke that had been slowly rising over the battlefield began to dissipate, Zeke and the demon lord appeared before them. Both stood in the center of the chaos like two unshakable pillars of strength, radiating unwavering confidence. It seemed that all the destructive power gathered by Makan's heroes had no impression on them. They didn't just survive the attack, they looked as if they had just begun the fight, ready to continue it with even greater determination. There was not the slightest sign of fatigue or doubt in their postures, and the sight was so overwhelming that Makan's entire squad froze in amazement. Makan, standing in front of his men, could not contain his shock. His face contorted, his features sharpened, as if an internal explosion had occurred in his mind. Makan's inner world, woven with clear ideas of good and evil, cracked when he saw Zeke and the Overlord not only survive the attack, but stand as if this was just another test in their path. His hatred and thirst for revenge collided with a reality that seemed impossible to him. Everything he had built in his head, his beliefs about heroism and justice, crumbled right in front of him like a house of cards scattered by the wind. His mind frantically tried to find an explanation for what was happening, but instead Makan simply shifted his gaze to Zeke's hand, as if hoping to see something that would give him answers. And there, in Zeke's hand, he saw something incredible, a holy sword emitting a bright, blinding light that seemed to mock the very essence of his mission. This sword was a symbol of heroism, of strength, and in Makin's opinion, it should belong to him alone. It wasn't just a sword, it was his destiny, his purpose, his right, taken from him. But now that sword was in Zeke's hands, and it broke all of Makin's ideas of how this fight should unfold. He was so shocked that he couldn't say or do anything but stand there, staring at Zeke with eyes widened with bewilderment. Makin didn't understand how this could have happened. Only he, as a hero, had the right to wield this sword, only he could be its true bearer. Zeke, on the other hand, was equally stunned that this sword had ended up in his hands. He felt that it was no accident, but he could not explain how or why it had happened. This moment was full of mysteries and unknown forces that seemed to be controlling the situation beyond the comprehension of both opponents. The demon lord standing nearby was watching the scene carefully. His gaze was focused on the sword in Zeke's hand, and he seemed to understand more than anyone else present. His voice was quiet but deep as he uttered that this sword was imbued with the power of a hero, and he needed that power to reach his full potential. The Overlord, with centuries of knowledge and experience, could say with certainty that this sword was not in Zeke's possession by chance, and that fate had prepared a special role for it in this great confrontation. For Makin, this moment was like a lightning strike, sudden and crushing. He felt his entire inner world, based on his own heroic identity, begin to crumble under the weight of what was happening. He screamed, cursing everything around him, his enemies, his allies, even fate itself, which he felt had cruelly deceived him. Makin hoped it was all nothing more than an illusion, a trap designed to lead him astray. He tried to convince himself that his destiny could not have been taken away in this way, could not have been destroyed before his eyes. For Makin, this moment was like a lightning strike, sudden and crushing. He felt the control of his destiny slipping from his hands, and the sensation pressed unbearably upon him. His lips trembled as he shouted that there could not be two heroes in this world. This statement was a last attempt to assert his importance, to prove that only he was worthy of this title. Only he could be who he was seen to be. But before he could do anything, before his anger found an outlet in action, one of his own warriors standing nearby suddenly uttered words that sounded like thunder. That voice was filled with hatred and contempt, and it seemed that every phrase uttered pierced Makin's heart even more. The warrior stated that there could only be one true hero in the world. Those words sliced through Makin's mind like a knife blade, exposing the depths of frustration and hostility that lurked within his own squad. The words he heard sounded like a sentence. Makin didn't immediately realize what was happening, and his mind refused to accept what he was hearing. He turned his head sharply, staring at his comrade in arms with an expression of utter bewilderment and disbelief. Makin, who had seemed unbreakable, suddenly let out a cry of anger and despair. His voice was a mixture of anger and fear, as if he could not accept what was happening before his eyes. He fiercely declared that his words were right and that he was the one and only warrior, a hero who had no equal. This cry, like a last desperate protest against the reality he refused to accept, echoed over the battlefield. Makin was sure he was right, but his confidence no longer sounded as firm as it had before. It trembled under the weight of the realization that the world was crumbling around him. What he saw in the next moment, however, silenced him. All his screams, all his words filled with rage and arrogance, were suddenly cut short, as if reality had suddenly crashed into his consciousness. He saw one of his own warriors, one whom he considered his loyal ally, suddenly do something unexpected. That warrior, named Tang, approached Zeke. There was not an ounce of hesitation or doubt in his movements. He approached Zeke with such dignity and calmness that he seemed to have been preparing for this moment his entire life. When Tan stopped in front of Zeke, he, to Makin's utter shock, dropped to one knee. The gesture was so symbolic and powerful that Makin was literally numb with surprise. Tang lowered his head, spoke his name and announced that he was entrusting his life to Zeke, recognizing him as the true hero. Those words tore Makin's entire picture of the world apart. To him, it was a betrayal not only of his comrade in arms, but of the very idea of his heroism. Thane, one of those he relied on, one of those who should have followed him to the end, now stood before his enemy and swore allegiance to him. Makin was stunned. His mind refused to accept this. He stared at Thane wide-eyed, his breathing becoming heavier. He tried to understand how it could have come to this. His whole world, all his beliefs, began to crumble like a house of cards built on false illusions. Unable to contain his emotions, Makin screamed. It was a scream full of pain and rage, the scream of a man who saw his world slipping from his grasp. He shouted accusations at Thane, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about, how he could have fallen for the tricks of this clown, Zeke. Macken tried desperately to convince Thane to return to his side, assuring him that he, Macken, was the only one he should follow, but his words didn't sound as confident as they had before. They were filled with the desperation of a man who felt he was losing control of the situation. Macken tried to reassert himself as a leader, a hero, but each new cry he made seemed more and more hollow, as if the air itself resisted his attempts to regain his former confidence. Tang, raising his head after his bow, turned to Macken slowly and with absolute calmness. There was not a shadow of fear or doubt in his gaze, only cold determination, as if his choice had long since been made and was not subject to revision. In the silence that hung between them, Thane asked a simple yet terrifyingly powerful question. Could Macken summon the Holy Sword? This question, like a blade, cut through Macken's defenses and penetrated straight into his heart. Like an icy wind, it shattered all the illusions that Macken had created about his power and greatness. It wasn't just a question, it was a challenge that questioned the very essence of his existence. The Holy Sword, the symbol of heroism, strength and greatness, was only available to a true hero. This question left no room for ambiguity, and Macken realized that. He realized that this moment would be decisive. Either he would prove himself right or he would collapse into the abyss of oblivion. Macken, gripped by rage and fear of possible loss, stretched his arm forward, assuring everyone with a loud shout that of course he was capable of summoning the sword. But even his confidence sounded fake, as if he was trying to convince himself rather than others. His voice, usually full of strength and boldness, now had a note of doubt in it that he tried in vain to hide behind his usual bravado. Macken still believed that the sword should answer his call, for he was a hero, and it was to him, as the chosen one, that this power belonged. He was sure that it was only a matter of time, and the sword would surely come to him. However, despite all his determination, despite the fury and desperation with which he extended his arm, the sword remained motionless. His hand remained empty. There was not the slightest hint of magic in the air. There was no familiar feeling of the warmth of power flowing through his fingers. This moment, which Macken had anticipated with the confidence of a victor, turned into a terrible, burning void. The sword, the very one that had been the symbol of his heroism and strength, did not respond. It was like a betrayal he could not fully realize. This moment took Macken by surprise, as if the entire world had suddenly changed its laws. He froze in place, his face gradually flushing red with anger and shame. Horror and confusion flashed in his eyes as he realized that the control he had always felt was no longer his. He couldn't believe what was happening. Everything that had once seemed immutable was now crumbling right before his eyes. The sword that had been the epitome of his strength and power no longer recognized him. Tan, standing opposite, looked at Macken with the same confidence that needed no extra words. Rising from his knee, he raised his voice, and his words sounded like an inexorable sentence. They were full of power and unwavering confidence, and each one crashed into Macken's mind, shattering his illusions about himself. Tan calmly declared that Macken was no longer a hero. That simple statement came down on Macken like a mountain avalanche, sweeping away all his attempts at resistance. The words were as cold and inevitable as fate itself, and Macken realized that this moment was his boundary. The Thane continued by making a terrible suggestion. Perhaps the very goddess who had granted Macken his powers had abandoned him. This statement struck Macken in the heart. It made him realize that his strength was no longer a gift from above, that his heroism was an illusion supported only by his own ambition. Those words penetrated deep into his soul, forcing him to face a terrible reality. His greatness was gone, and with it the power that had once made him special. Macken, paralyzed with fear, stared at Thane with an expression of despair on his face. His eyes, which had always burned with confidence and determination, were now full of terror and emptiness. He didn't know how to react, didn't know how to regain what he had lost. For the first time in his life, he found himself in a situation in which his power, his status, his heroism could not help him. Everything he thought was immutable and eternal was now shattered. Macken felt small and powerless in the face of this new reality. King Getanuga, sitting on the outskirts of his once majestic kingdom, felt humiliated and insulted. He, a ruler with power and influence, was forced to hide like a criminal, eating simple canned food as if he had no other choice. Longing and frustration tormented his soul. He couldn't understand why his life had suddenly turned out this way, as if everything he had built had collapsed in an instant. The king looked around and realized how miserable his existence had become. It was humiliating for a man of his status. The man standing next to the king was his loyal servant who was experiencing this shameful moment with him. He asked the king in a soft voice to be patient until the riot subsided and the crowd left the castle. However, such words did not comfort the king. His thoughts were filled with bitter reflections on how his own people, those who had once sworn allegiance to him, had now rebelled and thrown him into such a humiliating position. He did not understand how they could forget their duty to him, their king. Their rebellion, growing out of popular discontent, had turned into chaos, and now he had to flee. The king looked around nervously, his eyes full of anxiety and discontent. He wondered where the prime minister had gone, hoping that at least the prime minister could take control of the situation. Perhaps the prime minister could find a way to quell the riot and get things back to normal. But his companion discreetly replied that he had not seen the minister and assumed that he was busy dispersing the rioters. These words made the king explode with anger. His face turned red and he began to shout, calling his men useless, unable to handle the elementary task of protecting his king. However, at the same moment, the king was interrupted by a strange light that appeared right in front of him on the ground. It was a magical sign that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The king, before he could even fully realize what was happening, panicked and asked what it meant. The man beside him, on the other hand, seemed more collected and calmly stated that it was a teleportation spell, and asked him to be more careful. The king certainly wasn't sure about such magical subtleties, but his anxiety was increasing by the second. The next instant, as if tearing through the fabric of reality, Zeke and his companions suddenly appeared before the king. Their appearance was so sudden that the king, caught off guard, instinctively jerked back. A sense of alarm instantly flashed through his heart as a wave of magical energy swept over him, knocking him off his feet. His companion, with his inherent cold determination, reacted instantly. He deftly picked up the king, preventing him from falling to the ground. But the shock of what had happened had not yet subsided. Zeke, looking carefully at the king and his companion, calmly asked them to be careful, as if it was just a misunderstanding, a simple miscalculation. The demon lord standing next to Zeke apologized with visible embarrassment, admitting his mistake and explaining that he might not have calculated the teleportation coordinates. The king, breathing heavily, still confused, could not quickly recover from the shock. His mind was full of questions and resentment, but his body slowly came to his senses. As soon as he saw Zeke, however, his face contorted with rage, and a sense of anger erupted inside him, bubbling up like a long-suppressed avalanche ready to burst forth. As if all his accumulated anger had found its target, the king exploded with a scream. His voice, full of contempt and resentment, cut through the air like a sharp blade. He screamed at Zeke, calling him a bastard, as if all his frustrations accumulated over time had suddenly spilled out onto the young man in front of him. The king considered Zeke the cause of all his troubles and misfortunes, accusing him of being the instigator of all these terrible events. In his mind, Zeke was the embodiment of everything that had gone wrong in his life, and now the anger he had long suppressed had found an outlet. Unable to contain his emotions, the king began hurling accusations in Zeke's direction. His voice was full of resentment and hatred. Every word was spoken with a particular contempt. He asked with rage what the man was doing here, what he wanted, blaming him for everything that had happened. For the king, this was the moment when his world was crumbling, and he held Zeke responsible for everything that had gone wrong. But what bothered the king the most was that Zeke had strange and frightening companions by his side. The demon lord and other powerful beings that he believed had always been his enemies. Thane, standing next to Zeke, took a step forward and tried to interrupt the chaotic flow of the king's emotions. His voice sounded calm but firm, as if he knew exactly what he was doing. Tang stepped closer to the king. His eyes were filled with determination, but there was also a strange softness read in them that made the king hesitate. The king had expected arrogance or a threat, but that was not what he heard. The Thane explained with restraint and reverence in his voice that Zeke Veterinarian, whom the king despised and blamed for all his troubles, was the man who had taken the title of hero from Makan himself. Those words sounded like a heavy blow to the king's ego, shattering the usual picture of the world. Thane continued his story, step by step shattering every illusion the king lived in. He told how Zeke, despite all the difficulties and dangers, not only fought the demon lord, but also managed to find the strength to resist him, and then to persuade him to give up his enmity with mankind. These words sounded like a cold metal hammer rumbling down on the king's consciousness, shattering his confidence that demons are absolute evil. The king was stunned. He could not believe what was happening, his mind refusing to accept this new reality. He did not understand how it could turn out that this young man, who in his eyes was the embodiment of all his troubles, was the one who could do what seemed impossible. How could Zeke change the mind of the Lord of Demons, the one whom the king considered the embodiment of absolute evil, with which mankind for centuries has waged an endless war? The entire foundation of the king's world, the black and white confrontation between good and evil, began to crumble right before his eyes. The demon lord, confirming Thane's words, calmly and quietly said that it was true. His voice, although soft, left no doubt. He added that now, thanks to Zeke's power, he no longer had any reason to fight with humans. The past conflicts and feuds that had plagued this world for centuries now seemed distant and unnecessary to him. He even apologized for all his past actions, for all the evil he and his army had brought to this world. It was an incredible scene, a demon, who had always been considered a monster, asking for forgiveness. The king stood as still as a statue, his face frozen in an expression of shock. His brain was trying to process these words, but they seemed so incredible that they seemed like a dream. He froze, comprehending what he had heard, but he couldn't accept it. The demon lord, the one he had always considered the embodiment of evil, was now standing before him, asking for forgiveness. It was so unbelievable that it seemed ridiculous. The king, trying to hide his uncertainty, noted with slight sarcasm that the demon lord appeared surprisingly quiet and reserved for someone who held such a formidable title. He tried to regain his confidence, but the attempt was doomed to failure. The king, overcome with elation, shouted that Zeke was a true man of action and his victory over the demon lord was the greatest feat. There was an unconcealed pride in his voice for having witnessed such an event. At this moment, the king felt like he was not just a ruler, but a man on the verge of a great triumph. He was so blinded by his dreams of glory that he did not see the depth of what was happening around him. To him, Zeke was just a tool on the road to his own legend, and the demon lord's capture was an opportunity to cement his name in history. Zeke nodded silently in response, but there was no joy or satisfaction in his soul. He tried to speak, intending to reveal to the king the truth about the demons and how their actions were driven by a curse, not by their evil nature. However, the king, consumed by his ambition, would not let him speak. He was so sure of his rightness and his power that he did not notice Zeke's attempts to enter the conversation. In his imperious tone, he ordered his aide to begin preparations for the public execution. It seemed that the king could already see the cheering of the crowd before him as they would watch the demon lord die, believing it to be the pinnacle of justice. These words shocked Zeke. He was stunned to the core, unable to believe that the king could seriously be thinking of execution. His face changed instantly, expressing all the shock and indignation that had gripped him. He looked sharply at the king, and in his eyes read rage and disappointment. However, the king, completely absorbed in his ambition, did not hear a word of what Zeke was saying. His thoughts were already far away. He saw himself as the triumphant one, the man who would bring final peace and tranquility to his people through the public execution of the demon lord. It was an opportunity for him to consolidate his power and strengthen his reputation in the eyes of the people. He saw before him a picture of perfect justice, without thinking that behind that picture was the real truth. The king did not notice the change in Zeke's behavior at all and continued to act as if everything was going according to plan. He even whispered that the honor of being the executioner would go to Zeke himself, as if it was the greatest nobility and honor he could offer. Zeke, alarmed and full of indignation, shook his head. He could not believe what he was hearing. To him, the very idea of participating in such a cruel and senseless execution was totally unacceptable. His heart filled with anger, and he loudly objected to the king. The demon lord, according to Zeke, was not evil by nature. Everything he did was the result of an ancient curse that he, Zeke, had managed to break. Now neither demons nor monsters were a threat to humans anymore, and there was no need to destroy them. The demon lord, who realized his plight, spoke with sad determination. He realized that even lifting the curse would not change past events. All the destruction and suffering that he and his army had brought to humanity could not be forgotten, and he was ready to pay for it with his life. There was no fear in his words, only a quiet resignation to the inevitable. The Lord understood that for the king this would symbolize victory over evil, and was willing to accept his fate, even if it didn't make up for the past. The king, satisfied that the overseer was willing to accept his fate, nodded gratefully. A light flashed in his gaze that foreshadowed the coming triumph. The king was sure that in a few hours his name would be known to everyone in his kingdom and then to the world. He began to talk aloud about his ambitious plans, as if the future had already been written and his victory over demons, monsters, and all who posed a threat was a foregone conclusion. Pictures of a great triumph flashed in his imagination, where he stood before a crowd of people admiring his wisdom and determination. The king dreamed that after the demon lord was executed, they would be able to hunt down all the remaining monsters, and this act would be the final point in the centuries-long struggle against darkness. He had already hatched a plan in his head to build a huge stadium where his people could enjoy spectacular hunts for the remaining monsters. To him, it was more than just entertainment. It was a symbol of his greatness, a means to immortalize his righteous struggle and give his people an outlet that would distract them from their daily worries and strengthen his popularity. But this moment of reverie was shattered by a sudden outburst of anger on Zeke's part. The hero's patience had burst. He could no longer listen silently to this torrent of selfish speeches from a king whose plans had nothing to do with truth and justice. His voice, full of fierce rage and firm determination, broke the silence like a bolt of lightning striking the heart. It caused the king to freeze momentarily, and all his dreams of coming triumph crumbled in an instant. The king turned around abruptly, his face contorted with bewilderment and irritation. He could not understand why Zeke, his heroic ally, had suddenly turned against him. His eyes were filled with a question. How could anyone dare to raise his voice against the king who was on the verge of the greatest victory? But suddenly, the king's gaze fell on the sword that Zeke held in his hands. That sword was a source of bright light, shining so strongly that it blinded everything around it. The king, frozen, realized that before him stood not just a man, but someone endowed with great power beyond human capabilities. To him, this light was a symbol that Zeke was not who he thought he was. A moment ago, the king had considered himself the master of destinies, but now his heart clenched with fear and uncertainty. In the next instant, Zeke swung his sword, and all the royal regalia, mantle, and robes that were symbols of his power and status were reduced to shreds of cloth in an instant. It wasn't just physical destruction, it was the symbolic destruction of all his royal pride. The king, who only moments ago had been consumed with thoughts of his great destiny, now sat on the ground, humiliated and helpless before his subjects. His royal mantle, which for centuries had symbolized his status, power, and integrity, had been torn, and with it all illusions of his right to greatness had vanished. He found himself completely naked, and not just physically. His entire soul, his ego, found itself laid bare before everyone. Panic-stricken, the king squatted down, covering himself with his hands, as if by this gesture he could protect himself from the rising tide of shame and humiliation. His voice, full of anger, despair, and complete incomprehension of what had happened, broke out. He screamed at Zeke, demanding an explanation. His anger was a vivid reflection of the fear of losing everything he considered his inalienable right. Hatred burned in his eyes, not only for Zeke, who had stripped him of all his status symbols, but also for himself for allowing this to happen. Deep down, the king was beginning to realize that his power no longer mattered, but he still clung desperately to the remnants of his former greatness. Zeke, however, stood before him calmly and confidently. There was not an ounce of regret in his eyes for what he had done. To Zeke, this was an important and necessary act, symbolizing a final decision. He could no longer allow the king or anyone else to direct his destiny. In this action, he finally expressed his willingness to act decisively and uncompromisingly for a higher purpose. His voice sounded firm and confident as he declared his intention to build a new world. In this world, there would be no place for injustice, violence, and eternal enmity between humans and monsters. He firmly believed in his vision of a future where everyone could live in peace and safety, regardless of whether they were human or a creature that had been considered an enemy for centuries. The king, sitting on the ground still trying to realize what had happened to him, was dumbfounded. He looked at Zeke with utter bewilderment, as if he was speaking another language. The whole idea that monsters and humans could live together seemed absolutely insane to the king. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. His world, where humans and monsters had been fighting for survival for centuries, was crumbling right before his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had been convinced that he was right, but now his beliefs were shattering against the cold reality. His voice shook with fear and despair as he screamed at Zeke, trying to regain his dignity. He couldn't believe that this young hero could seriously say such things. But Zeke didn't waver. He had already made his decision and knew it was final. Zeke, with impeccable clarity, expressed his vision, which at first glance seemed simple, but was saturated with deep philosophy. He spoke of how monsters and humans could coexist in peace, just as humans and animals do in nature. There was no illusion or naivety in his eyes. He realized that such a statement would cause a storm of emotion and resentment among those who had considered monsters their implacable enemies for centuries. But he also saw monsters as living beings who, despite their bestial nature, deserved the right to a peaceful life and rest, just as every human being has that right. Zeke realized that many monsters had caused great suffering to humans. He did not turn a blind eye to this fact. Thousands of people had died, cities had been destroyed, families had been shattered, and it had left a deep scar on the entire human civilization. Yet Zeke firmly believed that not all beings deserved to be judged for their actions, especially those who were born into hostility and war. He knew that the world was full of discriminated beings who needed the opportunity to live in peace and safety just as much as humans did. His decision was not dictated by the ease of the journey. He knew that he would have to fight, not with weapons in his hands, but with prejudice, fear, and hatred. Zeke was willing to go all the way for his goal, even if it was the hardest path he would ever choose. He was sure that he could create a country where everyone, human and monster alike, would find their place. A country where there would be no discrimination or oppression, where everyone could live in harmony with others, regardless of origin or nature. Zeke believed that if people were given time and shown that monsters were no different from them, they could overcome their fears and begin to see creatures from another world as equals to themselves. But these words sounded like mockery to the king. He could not believe that Zeke was serious. When he realized what he had said, he shouted again, indignantly declaring that it was nonsense. His voice was full of the rage he had accumulated over the years of fighting monsters. To the king, Zeke's idea seemed completely unrealistic, naive, and even dangerous. He argued that Zeke would never be able to turn his dreams into reality, for such a monumental task required incredible strength and support. The king was sure that Zeke alone would never accomplish anything, for his bold idea was doomed to failure. But Zeke remained calm, even as the king lost control. His gaze was firm and his voice sounded so confident that it instantly silenced the king. Zeke said softly but firmly that he was not alone at all. His words, spoken with unshakable confidence, filled the air with an unknown power. At that moment, the sky above them began to darken, drawing in thick clouds that portended something majestic and inevitable. From far away came a low, mighty sound that grew louder by the second. It was the roar of wings, barely audible at first, but gradually becoming a thunderous roar. The king, frozen with horror, looked up, not believing his eyes. Huge figures began to appear out of the mist and clouds like ghosts from ancient legends. They were dragons, not just one or two, but a whole armada that filled the sky. Their huge wings flapping in the air created such pressure that the ground beneath the king's feet trembled. These dragons soared through the sky with such majesty that anyone who saw them felt tiny and insignificant. They moved with grace, but their presence was awe-inspiring. It was more than a mere spectacle. It was a display of power before which even the bravest warriors could fall to their knees. The king stood still, paralyzed with fear and wonder. He couldn't believe it was real. It was like a nightmare in which all his worst fears and enemies came together. But that wasn't all. There were figures that stood out among the dragons that immediately caught his attention. They were the great leaders, Queen Sophia and the king of the ice dragons, Elrond. Their presence was even more intimidating. These legendary beings, who had ruled their nations for centuries and were believed in as mythical creatures, were now here at Zeke's side. Sophia and Elrond's voices rang out with an incredible firmness of majesty as they declared their support for Zeke. The words spread across the battlefield like thunder, confirming that they were willing to stand with him in his quest for peace. Each of them expressed their willingness to help Zeke in his noble mission to build a country where humans and monsters could live in harmony. Their words, spoken with majestic confidence, echoed in the hearts of everyone present. It wasn't just a statement, it was an oath. Mint, who was standing behind Zeke, calmly voiced her thoughts as if confirming the obvious. Her confidence sounded as if she was speaking of something that was bound to happen inevitably. In her words, it sounded like the Divine Beast Queen, the Divine Dragon King, and the Demon Lord himself were already here to support Zeke. Not only could she see the great power that surrounded him now, but she could also sense that there were new allies ahead of him, that his influence would grow with each passing day. It was as if Mint was foreshadowing the inevitable widening of the circle of those who would join him in recognizing his leadership. With every word she spoke, it was clear that she saw Zeke as a force that could unite the most diverse beings under his banner. And to her it was something predicted and obvious. The king, hearing her words, was stunned. Fear gripped him, causing his body to freeze in place as if he himself had turned to stone. It was hard for him to realize that everything he thought was stable and unchanging in the world was threatened. He couldn't believe that Zeke could now gather such incredible power around him, that not only humans stood beside him, but powerful creatures that had always been far removed from human affairs. The king suddenly saw Zeke as not just a hero, but a threat, a conqueror who could take over the world. His thoughts became confused as he realized that even if Zeke did not seek power, that power itself could become dangerous. The king felt a terror within him that he had not felt before, and could not shake off the thought that Zeke could turn into a new demon lord. His voice, full of fear and doubt, broke out. He asked his question, full of panic and a premonition of disaster. He feared that Zeke was really aiming to become the new demon lord and subjugate the world. The king hoped he would hear a negative answer, but his fear grew with every moment of silence. When Zeke turned away, his confidence shook the king even more. Zeke had clearly made it clear that he did not seek such power, and his determination to avoid the darkness was evident in his words. However, the king could not exhale in relief. Zeke turned to him, and his slight smile looked both enigmatic and anxious at the same time. In his eyes, the king saw more than just a refusal of power. Zeke said that if need be, he was willing to accept that responsibility. This came as a real blow to the king. Even though Zeke had rejected the ambition of power for power's sake, his willingness to take on the role of demon lord shook the king to his core. The king realized that Zeke could become the one he feared the most. But that fear could no longer shake Zeke's confidence in his decision. The demon lord, watching the unfolding events, looked at Zeke with a soft smile. There was no hostility in his gaze. On the contrary, he seemed satisfied. He realized that if Zeke took on the role of overlord, it would only bring good. He saw Zeke as a leader who could change the perception of what it meant to be a demon lord. His confidence in a future in which Zeke would make the title less intimidating to humans was unshakable. To the demon lord, this was more than just a transfer of power. It was a sign that a new and better world would come under Zeke's leadership. Tiffany, as if sensing the importance of the moment, soared into the sky, and the light emanating from her filled the space around her. Her figure shone like a true symbol of divinity. Her presence, dazzling and majestic, seemed to confirm the inevitability of what was about to happen. She officially recognized Zeke as the new demon lord, marking this moment as the beginning of a new era. In her words, it sounded like Zeke was not just a new leader of the dark forces, but a savior who would lead the world to salvation. It was more than just a title. It was an evolution of power that had now grown into something noble and great. Zeke, hearing her words, was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that what was happening was real. This moment seemed both incredible and almost fantastic to him at the same time. His journey that had begun as a hero's journey now led him to the greatest challenge of becoming a lord, but with a completely different meaning. Tiffany slowly and gracefully lowered herself to the ground, her light, almost ethereal movements making it feel as if she herself was part of the light that had just illuminated everything around her. Her eyes, full of a gentle glow, expressed recognition and deep respect for Zeke's decision. Her eyes, full of a gentle glow, expressed recognition and deep respect for Zeke's decision. It was as if she knew in advance that Zeke would one day be the man he was destined to be. Tiffany thought back to the first time they'd met in the woods, when her heart had first sensed that this man would change the course of events. From that moment on, she was certain that their paths had crossed for a reason. Now that the future had become a reality, she had no doubts about the rightness of what was happening and promised to be by his side until the end, supporting and helping in everything. Her words sounded firm, but there was a softness in them that only those who truly believed in another's strength and were willing to dedicate themselves to a common goal. Zeke, who had remained outwardly unperturbed throughout, let his feelings show for a moment. Her words touched him deeply. His soft smile reflected his gratitude and recognition of her faith in him. It was a moment of mutual understanding where no unnecessary words were needed. Their gazes crossed, and they each realized that they now shared this new reality together. However, this brief moment of silence and tranquility was short-lived because soon an emotional storm erupted on the other side. Kai-chan, who had been standing on the sidelines watching what was happening, could no longer contain her emotions. Her jealousy, which had been accumulating inside for a long time, came out with such force that she screamed, unable to suppress her feelings any longer. There was obvious pain in her scream, born of the fear of losing Zeke. She couldn't bear the thought that Tiffany could claim the place of Zeke's wife, and her jealousy overflowed her cup of patience. Her emotions overpowered her, and she openly accused Tiffany of allegedly wanting to take her place beside Zeke, as if this whole process of betrayal was taking place before her eyes. Mint, who was standing nearby, heard Kai-chan scream and could not stay away. She was convinced that she was the one who deserved to be by Zeke's side. Her confidence was so unshakable that she sounded absolutely convinced that she was right. She firmly believed that her love for Zeke was deeper and stronger than anyone else's, because she had known him the longest. There was no doubt in her mind that she deserved his affection more than anyone else. Mint, with her firm conviction, believed that only she could truly understand Zeke and be with him. The argument that began with Kai-chan's jealousy quickly escalated into an open rivalry for Zeke's attention. with each of the girls trying to prove their right to his affection. Elena, who was standing off to the side, was deeply amazed at what was going on around her. She could not believe her eyes and ears. It was incomprehensible to her how at such an important moment, when the fate of the world was being decided, girls could argue about feelings and jealousy. She was puzzled by this strange turn of events and found no sense in it. The Demon Lord, who was carefully watching the unfolding scene, noticed Elena's confusion. His face lit up with a slight, good-natured smile. With a joking tone, he said that the new Demon Lord, that is, Zeke, would definitely take care of her. His words were not just a joke, but a hint that even in the new order of the world that Zeke dreamed of, no living being, including Elena, would be forgotten. That statement confused her even more. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she didn't know how to react to such an unexpected and perhaps even embarrassing joke from the Overlord. Zeke, seeing Elena's embarrassment and slight confusion, hurriedly assured her that she would not be left out. He said with confidence that he would take care of her as he did everyone else. His confidence sounded firm, and the statement was more than just a promise. It was an act of his leadership that included taking care of everyone around him. However, his words caused a violent reaction among the others. Kai-chan, Mint, and Tiffany, who had been arguing amongst themselves a short while ago, were now dumbfounded by his words. Their surprise was so intense that they exclaimed almost simultaneously, unable to believe their ears. Their emotions overwhelmed them, and each of them felt that her place beside Zeke was threatened. The king, immersed in the chaos of what was happening around him, could not make the slightest sense of what was unfolding before his eyes. His whole being was gripped by fear and confusion. He could feel the world around him crumbling, cracks running through his former power like a layer of ice under the weight of an unbearable weight. His pride, which had once elevated him above all others, now seemed to him a pitiful memory of days of former greatness. At that moment, Sophia, the queen whose confidence and calmness cut the king like a sharp knife, appeared at his side. Her movements were smooth, but every word she spoke penetrated the king with cold reality. She looked at the king with a sympathy that only emphasized his helplessness, and asked if he finally realized the situation he was in. Her voice, full of confidence, seemed to offer the king one last chance to realize how hopeless his situation was. The king, unable to face reality, tried to defend his dignity, although his face was already covered with cold sweat. He made a short, contemptuous sound, a hum, as if he was still trying to convince himself that his situation was not so sad. But even at that moment, his voice trembled. He asked a question full of incredulity and hidden despair. Did they really believe that humans would follow this strange group of beings that stood before him? His words sounded less like certainty than hope that all this was just a nightmare dream that could be interrupted. The king tried to loudly appeal to his people, saying that if the monsters and their allies tried to impose their ideas, the people would inevitably rise up against them. His voice was saturated with panic. It became shrill as the king realized that his words no longer had the power he had before. Sophia, being calm and serene, only smiled softly, as if she was unaffected by this outburst of royal pride. Like a teacher explaining a simple truth to her student, she informed him that they had already notified the neighboring states of their plans. These words hit the king like an icy wind, paralyzing his consciousness. He suddenly realized that his rule was not only crumbling from within, it was losing support from the outside as well. Elrond, majestic and cold, added his words to this heavy sentence, claiming that many nations, seeing the power of their dragons, had agreed to cooperate. Each word he spoke sounded like the final blow to the coffin of royalty. The king, shocked by this revelation, could no longer hide his fear. His face turned pale and his eyes opened wide in horror. He could not understand how such loyal allies could turn against him, how his power could evaporate so quickly. Sophia, with the same infinite confidence and calmness, spoke the words of farewell. Her tone was steeped in sympathy, but a spark of triumph sparkled in her eyes. She said quietly that she was sorry they had not been able to achieve his cooperation, and with those words she turned, preparing to leave. That moment was the final note of his downfall. Everyone who stood near her began to move away, leaving the king alone with his thoughts and fears. He stood like a statue, a storm of despair raging in his heart. The king, trembling with fear and uncertainty, struggled to gather the remnants of his dignity as he looked back in one last hope at his faithful warrior. In that look was a desperate cry for help, the cry of a soul that sought the slightest support in this madness. His voice was hoarse, full of confusion and anxiety as he asked his companion what they should do now, how to get out of this maelstrom of events in which his world was crumbling right before his eyes. But the answer did not come. The warrior who had always been by his side seemed as lost as the king himself. He was silent, his face expressing the same confusion and helplessness. There was no plan, no way out. The silence hung in the air like a heavy stone, weighing on the king, who still hoped for a miracle. And then, suddenly, the silence was broken by a loud voice. This unexpected sound sounded like a clap of thunder in a clear sky. The king shuddered with surprise, his heart clenched in his chest with fear. He turned around sharply, his face contorted with horror at the sight of the approaching guard. This man, who had once served him faithfully, was now a messenger of bad news. The king, all trembling, with a tense face, asked what this man needed, what he brought to this nightmarish day full of treachery and destruction. But the guard, breathing heavily after his hasty arrival, gave the king no chance for illusions. The guard reported the latest news. His voice, hoarse with haste and excitement, uttered words that cut into the king's mind like sharp daggers. He told him that there had been a revolution in the capital. The people, whom the king considered his subjects, had rebelled, seized the castle, and demanded the abolition of the monarchy. This moment was the apogee of the people's anger that had accumulated over the years. Parliament, without a moment's hesitation, agreed to the demands of the people. The kingdom that had once been great now ceased to exist as if it had never existed. The sentinel delivered this news with cold politeness, as if reporting the most mundane of things. But to the king every word was like a hammer blow to his heart. This news shattered the king. He stood motionless as if time stood still around him. Each word of the guard, like a hammer, shattered his mind and soul into 1,000 shards. He could not believe his ears. Everything he had known, all his plans and dreams of power, were now shattered. In utter despair, in a weak voice, he asked the guard how this could have happened. His voice trembled like that of a small child who had lost his shelter. Tears of helplessness glistened in his eyes, because he knew all this had really happened, and now his world was shattered to the ground. The guard, maintaining his politeness, apologized to the king. He realized that his words were a blow to the remnants of the king's pride. But he went on nonetheless. He said that now that the revolution was over, his family was in danger, and he could no longer stay by the king's side. These words sounded like the final betrayal, the last link in the chain of events that was destroying everything the king held dear. For him, it was the last straw that overflowed the cup of his despair. And so, when the warrior who had always been by the king's side suddenly made the decision to follow the guard, the king felt that the world was finally lost to him. He screamed, his voice full of pain, despair, and hopelessness. He, full of fear of loneliness, begged them not to leave him, not to abandon him in this void in which he found himself alone and defenseless. But no one listened. The guard and the warrior moved away, their footsteps growing quieter and quieter until they disappeared into the distance. The king was left alone in that cold, empty field, as if abandoned to his fate. He collapsed to the ground, his shoulders shaking with sobs. Everything around him was spinning as if in a whirlpool of thoughts and emotions. He couldn't believe it had come to this, couldn't understand how his world had shattered so rapidly. At the moment when it seemed that things could not get any worse, the king, having lost all hope, raised his eyes to the sky. There, among the gray clouds, he noticed a figure floating in the air. It was his prime minister. This surreal image shook him to the core. His mind refused to believe what was happening. He screamed, demanding an explanation, unable to understand how his faithful servant could have learned to fly. The thought flashed through his mind that perhaps it was all some evil prank, some nightmare from which he would soon awaken. But reality was merciless. Then the king's attention was drawn to a dark figure that followed the prime minister. This ominous shadow, as if it were the embodiment of death itself, was slowly approaching. There was something frightening, cold and inevitable in its movements, like death itself. The shadow looked at the king like a judge assessing his last moments. The king froze, his body petrified with fear. He watched as the shadow approached the prime minister and in an instant destroyed him like a doll stripped of its life. It was so swift and terrifying that the king couldn't even scream. His voice caught in his throat. The shadow continued to approach, its presence filling the air around him with coldness and fear. The king couldn't move, his mind was paralyzed. He could feel his breathing getting heavier as a shiver ran through his entire body. The figure, moving with frightening slowness, raised its hand, extending it toward the king. There was not the slightest haste in this simple movement, as if the shadow was consciously stretching the moment, savoring the fear of its victim. The gesture seemed to absorb the light and warmth around it, causing cold fear to stiffen the king's heart. The shadow's hand was like the embodiment of death itself, infinitely distant and yet threateningly close, carrying with it a foreboding sense of the end. The king, gripped by terror, began to back away, stumbling and trying to move away from the approaching figure. His mind was racing with panic. He felt cold sweat beating on his forehead and his heart pounding frantically in his chest. In desperation he screamed, his voice full of fear, as if it were the last cry of a dying animal cornered. He wondered what the dark shadow wanted from him, hoping for an answer that might bring some clarity to this nightmare. But his answer was silence, a silence so heavy that it seemed alive, pressing down on the king's shoulders and plunging him into an even greater abyss of fear. Suddenly the king felt his gaze grow blank and detached, as if the life had begun to leave his body even before the shadow touched him. His eyes, a moment ago full of terror and confusion, were now lifeless, as if his soul had begun to fade into the same shadow that was so slowly and ominously approaching him. Everything he saw before him lost its sharpness and became blurred, as if reality began to slip away from him. He was paralyzed, unable to move or speak. Only darkness remained, consuming him with every breath. And then, as the world around him sank into that darkness, there was a low, almost inaudible whisper. But that whisper was like a knife stabbing into the heart of the king. It was a single word, a single name, spoken with such ominous certainty that it filled the space around it. Veterinarian. The name that rang through the air echoed in the king's mind like a tolling bell heralding the end. Each sound bounced off the walls of his consciousness, growing louder and louder, filling his mind and soul with a horrifying truth. A bright and clear day, when the sun was softly illuminating the earth, giving warmth and tranquility, was the background for what was happening in a quiet corner of one of the many houses. There, at a large wooden table, immersed in her thoughts, sat a girl, her eyes concentrated on the movement of the pen, which, sliding on a clean sheet of paper, left neat and smooth lines of ink. Each word was carved with care, as if she had put a piece of her soul into it. The simple but fascinating routine immersed her in a state where the world around her became just a background, and all her attention was focused on what she was writing. Time flowed slowly, immersing her in her work, and nothing seemed to be able to disturb this moment of peace and immersion in her homework. The calm atmosphere of the room seemed to obey the rhythm of her thoughts and hands. At this moment, everything around her existed only to help her focus on her task. The smooth movements of the pen on the sheet, the slight rustling of the paper, these sounds created a perfect rhythm that harmoniously complemented her work. She wrote as if each word was not just an answer to a task, but an important step in her own knowledge of the world. Finally, having finished the last line, she slammed the book shut with a sense of satisfaction. Her homework was done, and she felt a sense of accomplishment. However, barely had the book been closed when the silence of the room was suddenly broken. Tiffany, always full of energy and liveliness, was suddenly transformed. She instantly assumed the appearance of a puppy, as if her joy and impatience could no longer be contained within the confines of a human body. Her paws, barely touching the ground, swept upward, and she declared with incredible enthusiasm that she was going to visit Zeke. It was unexpected and so swift that the room, previously filled with silence and stillness, was suddenly filled with an explosion of energy from Tiffany. Queen Sophia, who was nearby, shrieked when she noticed how swiftly her daughter rushed to the window. Her voice echoed in the room as she tried to stop Tiffany, but she had already managed to leap outside. The small figure, shining with joy and energy, disappeared into the sky with such speed that Sophia could only shout after her, asking her to behave. But those words could no longer reach Tiffany's ears. She flew towards Zeke's castle, rapidly approaching her friend. During her flight, Tiffany couldn't help but think about the changes in Zeke's life and her own. Zeke's decision to found a new nation was a truly life-changing moment, turning not only her world upside down, but the lives of so many creatures across the continent. It was not just a decision that changed the course of history, it was the beginning of something great and uncharted. Zeke went beyond simply declaring the creation of his country. His actions followed immediately, as if fate itself was pushing him to take this step, and he allowed himself no delay. In his hands was a divine power that changed the very nature of the lands that once belonged to the Demon Lord. Areas long forgotten and washed over by despair began to transform. Places that were once lifeless and full of endless emptiness now came to life under his guidance. Each transformed space became a symbol of the new world Zeke was building. The deserts, once sullen and absorbing light, now blossomed. Where once there had been endless sands and all-consuming darkness, there were green oases, veritable corners of life and prosperity. They beckoned with new energy and the promise of change. The air in these lands began to fill with life, and everything around them was transformed as if nature itself had decided to help Zeke in his endeavor. City after city, region after region, everything changed and became different, opening up new horizons for the inhabitants. Buildings grew as if by magic, and resources previously hidden in the depths began to rise to the surface, bringing with them opportunities that no one had ever thought possible before. This amazing process did not go unnoticed. It attracted the attention of creatures from all corners of the earth. Monsters, demonic beasts, and other mysterious creatures, many of whom had lurked in the shadows for centuries, now began to flock to these new lands like moths flying into the light. They were drawn to the vision of the future that Zeke offered, a vision of a world in which they could find their place. Everything was happening with incredible speed. The creatures, long in hiding, saw in Zeke the leader who could lead them into a bright future, and every day more and more inhabitants flocked to his new state. The castle that once inspired fear and served as a symbol of destruction was now a majestic city full of life, light, and energy. It all happened so rapidly that even the most skeptical minds could not help but recognize its success. Tiffany, flying through the sky, was overwhelmed with pride for Zeke. Her heart sang with joy, and she could not contain her excitement. She realized how far Zeke had come, how much he had changed and become someone they were willing to listen to and follow. His leadership and determination had created the foundation for a world that many dreamed of. Her thoughts scrolled over and over in her mind the moments of their exploits together and his accomplishment. It was something amazing, and she felt she was flying to meet someone who had realized dreams of peace and justice. After flying for some time, Tiffany finally reached the castle. Her paws touched the ground, and without wasting a moment, she rushed to the window. Once inside, she immediately called out to everyone present, her joyful voice full of energy spreading to every corner of the castle. It seemed as if space itself was responding to her ringing laughter and cheerful greeting. Tiffany always knew how to create an atmosphere of joy and liveliness wherever she went. However, despite her cheers of welcome, no response followed her. The throne room that she had expected to be full of life was empty. This fact caused Tiffany to freeze in place. Her joy was instantly replaced by surprise and slight worry. She began to look around, trying to find any trace of his presence. The situation confused her, and her thoughts began to dart around in search of an answer. And then, as if by magic, a familiar voice called out to her. Tiffany turned around and saw Dorothy, the beast woman who had helped Zeke in all his endeavors from the beginning. Dorothy was one of those who always remained calm even in the most difficult moments, and her presence inspired confidence. She always kept order and helped run the affairs of the new state. Tiffany smiled when she saw her and waved her paw in greeting. Dorothy, in turn, noted with a soft smile that Tiffany had come to visit again, as if it had become her usual habit. Dorothy's words sounded calm and warm, and she confirmed that they were fine. Zeke, as always, took care of his subjects, performing all his duties with the same determination he had shown from the beginning. Soon, however, Dorothy, as if remembering something important, noticed that Zeke had left the castle again. He left her to manage all the current affairs while he himself went on important business related to his state. This news made Tiffany a little sad, for she had expected to meet Zeke, spend time with him, and discuss what was going on. But as she thought about it, Tiffany suddenly realized that Zeke had never been the idle type. Even when he wasn't around, he was always doing important things. His concern for the people and the future of the new state were his first priorities, and he was willing to work for their prosperity despite personal sacrifices. Zeke stood in the middle of a green meadow surrounded by dense trees and sunlight that streamed softly across the valley. He found himself at one of the farms where the animals grazed in peace and tranquility. The locals looked at him in awe, seeing him not only as a great hero, but as an ordinary man who was willing to help despite his new powerful position. Zeke, drawing on his usual confidence in his abilities, approached the large cow that stood quietly nearby. His hand slid smoothly to her side, touching the warm hide, and he concentrated, applying his condition assessment skill. It was his special gift that he used not only in battle, but also to help those in need. A few moments later, a small glowing ball of light, like a drop of pure magic, emerged from his palm and slowly floated towards the animal's body. The inner light of that ball illuminated the cow from within, checking its health and vitality like a magical scanner. All was calm, and Zeke slowly patted the cow's side, soothing it with his touch. The animal, sensing Zeke's care and reassurance, relaxed, and its large dark eyes watched with complete trust. Zeke rose, his movements unhurried but confident. Turning to the farmer, who was waiting with some anxiety for the verdict, he reported that the animal was perfectly all right. There was a calm confidence in his voice, and the words brought relief to the farmer. Seeing that his cow was healthy, the farmer smiled happily, and the smile was as genuine as that of people for whom caring for animals is not just a job, but a lifelong endeavor. He confided to Zeke that he had feared for the cow's health because of the recent changes in her conditions, but now his anxiety had dissipated. The farmer was grateful to Zeke not only for his help, but also for the words of peace of mind he brought with him. Then, addressing Zeke by name, the farmer suddenly had a sudden realization. He realized that he was standing in front of the man now called the Demon Lord, and instantly tried to correct his speech, addressing Zeke with deference. A shadow of worry flashed in his eyes, as if he was afraid that he had made a mistake by speaking to such a powerful man so informally. However, Zeke, upon hearing this, only smiled slightly. There was benevolence and understanding in his gaze, and he quietly contradicted the farmer, noting that despite all the titles and roles attributed to him, he himself did not consider himself a demon lord or a hero. To him, those were just words that people put on him without realizing the true essence. With his calm tone, Zeke explained that he only considered himself a simple vet. He had never sought greatness or sought fame. He had always been more concerned with the health and well-being of those who depended on his care. These words, simple but full of depth, made the farmer smile with slight relief. He realized that he was not an overbearing tyrant, as many feared, but a man who preferred simplicity and modesty despite his incredible power. The farmer nodded, respectfully accepting Zeke's words, and in the silence of the moment, both realized that they were each fulfilling their roles with equal dedication and honor. The silence was cut by a joyful child's voice. The farmer's little daughter, laughing and holding a mug of milk, ran up to Zeke. Her eyes shone with delight as she proudly offered him a taste of the fresh milk from their farm. It was a big moment for her to present something she and her family had created with their own hands to a man she admired. Zeke, with a smile on his face, accepted the mug, his gesture warm and friendly. As he took a sip of the milk, he savored its fresh, rich flavor, which reminded him of the simple joys of life. The taste of milk that Zeke experienced was so pure and mild that it seemed to transport him back to childhood memories of carefree days when he himself had been on the farm and drank fresh milk straight from the cow. In every sip he could feel the warmth and care that the farmer's family had put into it, and it made the flavor especially pleasant. With every drop, Zeke could feel the sincerity of these people, their labor and love for their work. He couldn't resist praising it and noted with a genuine smile that this milk was more than just a product. It was a manifestation of the love felt in everything this family does. His words, filled with warmth and gratitude, caused the girl indescribable joy. The little girl, hearing such praise from Zeke himself, literally glowed with happiness. She laughed as if her heart was overflowing with pride for her family. Her eyes glistened with joy, and her laughter was resounding and sincere, like a child who had managed to share something very important. Her delight was contagious, and even Zeke couldn't hold back a slight smile at her joy. She exclaimed happily that she and her family had really worked hard to make the milk taste so good. There was an underlying pride in her words for the family traditions and the labor they lived each day. But such a peaceful and touching moment was suddenly broken by a sudden noise and explosion of energy. Tiffany burst through the window like a whirlwind. Her appearance was always unexpected, but invariably joyful. Her ringing voice echoed throughout the room, filling it with joy and carelessness. She called Zeke as she might call an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time, full of impatience and excitement. Excitement sparkled in her eyes, and this moment seemed to be one of the most important of the day for her. When Zeke heard her ringing cry, his face immediately lit up with a warm smile. He didn't even have to look up to realize it was Tiffany. Her energetic voice and unpredictable manner always spoke for themselves. He realized that he was once again caught in this whirlpool of love and care that had surrounded him ever since he had assumed the role of leader of the new world. This flood of warmth was both a challenge and a source of joy for him, for despite all the trials he had to go through, he knew that there were always those who believed in him and supported him, no matter how great or simple his path seemed to be. Zeke had always been the kind of person whom many people tried to educate by reminding him of his duty and responsibility. Kai-chan, who despite her outwardly strict nature always cared for him, again persisted in trying to explain that his attitude toward his responsibilities was not quite right. She sternly told him that he should not take his work so lightly, but that if he did decide to allow himself a little absenteeism, he should at least do it properly, with proper understanding and respect for the process itself. In her opinion, he worked too much, though his commitment to labor seemed almost pointless at times, for even heroes needed rest. Zeke, listening to her words, chuckled slightly. With a soft smile on his lips, he turned to her and asked if she was blurring the line between scolding and praise. He asked this question with good-naturedness, but in his eyes he read the realization that she actually cared for him. At this moment, Kai-chan was in her majestic dinosaur form, a huge, powerful creature that embodied her protective instincts. Zeke, Mint, and Tiffany sat on her massive back, and she moved forward with a grace that any earthly creature would envy. As they traveled, Zeke, looking at her majestic figure, couldn't help but be amazed. It had been a long time since he had seen Chai-chan in her animal form, and he was amazed at how harmoniously she fit into this new world where monsters and humans could exist side by side. Zeke, feeling admiration, shared his thoughts with her. He reminded her how she had always been his legs, the one that helped keep things moving forward, no matter what form it took. The words were spoken with sincerity, and Kai-chan nodded slightly in response, affirming her devotion. It didn't matter to her what form she was in. Her role was always the same. She supported Zeke wherever he was, whatever he was doing. Zeke thanked her quietly, his words full of gratitude and the realization that he couldn't have accomplished so much without her. At that moment, Mint, who was sitting behind Zeke, didn't hold back and hummed, catching his attention. Her facial expression was odd, a mixture of slight resentment and hidden disappointment that Zeke picked up on immediately. Tiffany, who was on top of Zeke's head in her puppy form, continued to twirl her ears merrily, enjoying the moment as if oblivious to what was going on around her. Zeke turned to Mint, unable to ignore her mood, and asked what was bothering her so much. Her frown indicated that she wasn't entirely happy with what was going on. He suggested that she might resent something, despite the fact that she was doing an important and worthy job as head of the library in his castle. He thought about the fact that her duties might have seemed monotonous, though important to the future of their new country. Mint, immersed in her thoughts, was silent for a while, but her face, serious and focused, clearly betrayed the depth of her thoughts. She thought long and hard about how best to phrase her feelings without sounding too emotional, and finally decided to speak. Mint explained that when she started working together with Zeke in the same castle, she truly believed that they would have more opportunities to socialize and work together. She envisioned how they would support each other and share the responsibility of developing the new world they both sought to create. A slight tinge of sadness glittered in her eyes. Her expectations had turned out to be quite different. The reality she faced was far from her ideals. Zeke was constantly busy with fieldwork, hardly ever at the castle, and all the paperwork, all the administrative duties, appeared to fall solely on her shoulders. The burden she carried alone was beginning to weigh on her. Her phrase sounded like a veiled threat. Mint was seriously considering asking for a transfer if things didn't change. The statement sounded like a serious warning. And despite her restraint, there was more than just weariness in her words. It was a hint of deep resentment. Zeke, hearing those words, realized how important they were. He realized that he couldn't ignore Mint's feelings, and that this statement wasn't just an expression of frustration, it was a cry for help. He looked at her with a soft, understanding expression on his face and, remaining calm, asked her to wait a while before making such drastic decisions. His voice was quiet and full of respect. He realized that she had put a lot into her work and wanted to let her know how valuable it was to everyone. Zeke spoke with sincerity and consideration as he addressed her, explaining that her work was essential to the future of the country they were building together. Her role as a librarian wasn't just part of the administrative process, it was a critical mission to nurture and educate the next generation. Zeke reminded Mint that the children who would one day become the leaders of the new world depended on her knowledge, her wisdom, and her ability to pass that on to the next generations. He spoke with such conviction that his words penetrated deep into Mint's heart. Mint, upon hearing this, was astonished. Her eyes widened with surprise as she realized how important a part of this great cause she was. Until that moment, she had not thought about her role on such a scale. To her, work was just a duty she had to perform. But now, thanks to Zeke's words, she realized that her work was more than just fulfilling duties. It was a contribution to the future, a contribution to creating a new world where children would grow up in harmony and justice. Her voice grew softer and warmer as she declared that she was willing to do what she could for that future, for the children and their future together with her brother. There was a new resolve in her words, and it strengthened her understanding with Zeke. As they continued to discuss matters, the sun rose higher and higher in the sky. The warm rays of daylight softly illuminated their faces, giving their conversation even more depth and a sense of the importance of the moment. Time moved inexorably forward, and it soon became clear that it was almost noon. Realizing that they had wasted a lot of time talking, they decided that it would be fitting to end the day with a meal together back at the castle. It was the perfect occasion not only to rest, but also to spend time with friends, to feel the unity and friendship that bound them together. In addition, they decided to bring with them the little dragon Shia, who always brought joy and fun to any gathering. His presence always enlivened the atmosphere, and they knew that this dinner with him would be even more fun and memorable. While the world was focused on the newly built state of Zeke, events were unfolding in the deepest, most forgotten part of the demon realm that would shake all existing orders. Jammer paced the hall slowly, immersed in his thoughts. His every step sounded deafening in this dark and ominous room, as if the air itself was saturated with ancient magic, filling the space with an unspeakable heaviness. His heart was beating fast, for ahead of him awaited his meeting with Mr. Rouge, whose dark aura overwhelmed even the staunchest of warriors. As he approached the throne, Jammer bowed low, showing deep respect for his lord. He quietly, almost in a whisper, spoke words of gratitude that he thought might allay his fear and anxiety. Demon Lord Rouge sat on his throne, immersed in thought. His face expressed no emotion or feelings, as if he was absorbed in something deeply personal and important. The silence around him was so dense that it seemed one could hear time slowly trickling past him. Jammer, who had always been in awe of his master, stepped toward the throne with trepidation. He felt that every step he took echoed in the deserted hall, but despite that, he had to express his gratitude. His words, full of respect and appreciation for the rescue, seemed quiet and insignificant in this vast space. Jammer spoke of how without Rouge's help he would have long ago been overrun by forces he could not have stood against. His voice trembled with genuine gratitude, but it seemed that the Demon Lord himself was not listening. Rouge sat there, thoughtful, his gaze cold and distant, as if he were seeing something invisible to others. Jammer noticed that his words were slipping away, not reaching his lord's consciousness. He wanted to continue, but felt it wasn't the time, that Rouge was focused on something far more important. Suddenly, in the dim light of the throne room, the Demon Lord slowly raised his hand, interrupting Jammer. The gesture was so unexpected that the man flinched, but then followed the instruction. Rouge told him to look in the direction his gaze was directed. Jammer looked back and felt an icy chill run down his spine as the creature appeared in front of him and made his heart clench with terror. It was a huge synthetic magic beast, a creature that seemed to be the epitome of a nightmare. The beast was gigantic and dark, its body radiating a strange magical energy, and it reeked of an ancient, sinister power. Jammer recognized it. It was a creature that the Demon Lord had recently acquired. There were legends of such beasts everywhere, but few people had seen them in person. This magical beast, created with the darkest of magics, was a fusion of darkness and destruction. It could destroy entire cities with its mere presence, and Jammer felt small and powerless beside it. Rouge seemed unimpressed with the beast. There was weariness in his voice as he admitted that the beast was refusing to eat. The Lord sighed defiantly, adding that he might have made a mistake. This admission was confusing, for Rouge such moments seemed extremely rare. Rouge looked puzzled, as if he was facing a problem he couldn't solve immediately. This was unusual for a powerful Demon Lord, and Jammer was stunned. His master seemed confused, as if he had encountered an obstacle he couldn't overcome. It was a revelation to Jammer. Even beings as powerful as Rouge face problems that are not always subject to their will. Jammer, despite the fear that felt like a cold hand clutching his heart, gathered his thoughts and asked his question. Trying to maintain at least a semblance of calm, he asked what exactly Rouge had been feeding the beast. The question seemed to hang in the air like a portent of something terrible. The Demon Lord's answer came almost immediately, but it made the blood run cold in Jammer's veins. With cold and frightening indifference, Rouge admitted that he had fed this magical creature a human carcass. It was said with such ease, as if it were the most common thing to do, and that ease made Jammer shiver. He chuckled involuntarily, trying to hide his horror under a thin veil of nervous laughter. But this laughter was false, strained, and Jammer himself realized it. Though he was used to the brutality of this world, to the rituals and bloody sacrifices, this scene awakened in him something primal that smoldered deep inside him, a fear of absolute madness. Even for one who had devoted his life to darkness, to hear that human flesh was offered to a magical beast was too. Jammer, gathering all his will in his fist, tried to offer an alternative. Perhaps this creature, though created by magic, still possessed the instincts inherent in living beings. He suggested trying to feed it animal flesh, believing that the beast would accept this food better. There was a faint hope in his suggestion that a solution to this riddle could be found without further plunging into the abyss of horror. But Rouge only sighed, his gaze softening for a moment as if he was contemplating the suggestion. But behind that gesture lurked an imminent threat. Jammer, though he tried to keep his composure, felt his anxiety increasing with each passing moment, as if an invisible weight was pressing on his chest, preventing him from breathing. The moment he expected any reaction or explanation from the Overlord, everything around him changed with terrifying speed. The world seemed to tear itself apart, and Jammer found himself at the epicenter of that destruction. Suddenly magic, black and thick as darkness itself, enveloped his arm. It wasn't just magic, it was some ancient, almost primal force that seemed to pull control from him, plunging him into an abyss of helplessness. Jammer felt his own body slipping out of his control. His hand, once firmly in control of him, now felt as if it belonged to someone else. It moved against his will, jerked forward, hurtling toward Rouge's throne. Panic was gripping him more and more with each passing second. Jammer tried to resist, but his efforts were futile. It was as if his own flesh no longer belonged to him. Fear filled his mind, turning his thoughts into chaos, and he screamed, not realizing what was happening. His voice was full of terror, pure, undiluted fear. In front of his eyes was the only still figure, Rouge. The demon lord sat on his throne with such calmness, as if what was happening was something familiar to him. His face was unemotional, and his eyes, cold and penetrating, looked at Jammer as if studying him, but without a hint of sympathy. Rouge, still with the same calmness, said that he was simply following the ancient rules. These words seemed to carry no comfort. On the contrary, they only emphasized the hopelessness of the situation. The rules that the demon lord spoke of were full of secrets and hidden meanings, known only to a select few. They were rules of force, cruel and unforgiving. And now Jammer found himself a victim of them. To him those words sounded like a sentence he could neither understand nor prevent. When Jammer's hand finally reached the demon lord, the latter, without showing the slightest emotion, began to eat it. This gesture, so commonplace to Rouge, was unbearably shocking to Jammer. Each bite felt like a blow to his mind. He felt his consciousness fogging up more and more with each movement of the demon lord's jaws. The flesh that had once belonged to him was now consumed by the Rouge, and the sensation was intolerable. At the moment when Jammer was ready to pass out from terror, Rouge uttered an ancient magical truth, for to gain power, one must absorb its source. These words sounded like the striking of a bell, heralding the end of all things. Despite his fear, Jammer realized that for Rouge, this was more than an act of violence. It was a ritual, a demonstration of a ruthless will willing to sacrifice everything for power. As the meal came to an end, Demon Lord Rouge sank into deep thought. He was not just digesting the food he had just consumed, but the very essence of the power he had gained through this ritual. His mind was swarming with thoughts of what kind of power now flowed through his veins, the power of the god who had lifted the ancient curse of the founder. This wasn't just magical energy or some random luck. It was a power that could change the very fabric of reality. Pensive, Rouge suddenly said that he had never imagined that his father and Elena could have been involved with something like this. There was no surprise or fear in his voice, only a cold acceptance of the fact. It was as if this discovery added to a picture of the world he was only beginning to understand. When Rouge, having finished his reflections, finally rose from his throne, his movements seemed so smooth and confident, as if he were engaged in something completely ordinary. To Rouge, what was happening in the hall was of no importance, and he didn't even bother to pay attention to Jammer, who had been in a daze of terror all this time. Not noticing his servant's fear, Rouge headed for the exit as if it were just another day in his eternal life. Jammer, gathering the rest of his courage despite the shiver that ran through his body, screamed, unable to bear the silence and ignorance any longer. His fear was so intense that his voice sounded frightened and agitated. He couldn't understand what was going on, so he asked where his master was going, hoping for some sort of answer. Rouge, however, seemed completely oblivious to his fear or his questions. With the same cold indifference he threw in that he was on his way to bed. These words were spoken with a frightening indifference, as if to him everything that had happened was nothing more than a minor, insignificant episode. Jammer, shocked by this indifference, cried out again. But now there was despair in his voice. He couldn't believe that their fate was so indifferent to the one who was supposed to lead them in the coming battle. He didn't understand how they would be able to resist the power of a god if even their demon lord showed no interest in doing so. These thoughts tormented him, but Rouge had already left, leaving Jammer alone with his fears and worries. Darkness enveloped the hall, as if the darkness itself had intensified, swallowing up any light and hope. Jammer felt utterly alone, as if the world around him had collapsed, leaving him among the ruins. Finding himself alone, Jammer collapsed to his knees, feeling his heart bursting with a multitude of conflicting feelings. Anger and despair mingled within him, forming a storm of emotions that overwhelmed his mind. He realized that the Demon Lord was not going to intervene in the upcoming war, and this knowledge tore him from the inside out. His faith in Rouge's power was shaken, but even as he realized this, the rage in his heart did not fade. In a fit of unbridled anger, Jammer swore that they would find a way to kill Zeke. That cry of hate and despair echoed through the gloomy hall, echoing off the cold walls as if the world itself mocked his determination. At the same time, far away from these grim events, on the other side of the world, in the castle of Veterinarian, there was a completely different atmosphere. There, under the warm and gentle rays of the sun, in a green glade, were spread several baskets with various dishes full of bright colors and appetizing aromas. This scenery was filled with lightness and joy, Anyone who saw these viands couldn't believe that they were all prepared by Mint. Her culinary abilities had long been admired by everyone who knew her. Mint, with a slight but confident smile on her face, proudly shared that every day she prepared such meals for her brother, Zeke. Her voice was soft, but there was a warm affection and special care she put into each meal. For Mint, this wasn't just a chore or duty, it was a ritual through which she expressed her love and devotion to her brother. Each time she set the table, she did so with the realization that the meal would become more than just food. It was an act of caring, a way of showing Zeke that she would always be there for him and that his well-being was important to her. Today, however, despite her usual tradition of cooking only for her brother, Mint decided to make an exception and share her meals with her friends. Her decision was not just a gesture of generosity, but a recognition of the importance of friendship and sharing. Zeke, sitting next to Mint, smiled softly and noted with warmth in his voice that he invited someone to share a meal with him every day. It was an important ritual for him, not just an act of satisfying hunger, but an opportunity to bond with those around him, to strengthen friendships, and to feel that they were all part of something bigger. Tiffany, sitting across the table, gazed with rapt attention at the appetizing dishes that had been so skillfully prepared and laid out on the table. Her eyes shone with admiration, and she couldn't hide her envy of Mint's skill. Each dish looked not only delicious but also beautiful, as if they were not just food but works of culinary art. Tiffany, not hiding her admiration, thought about how she wished she could learn to cook like that. For her, it would be not just a skill, but a true art, the ability to create something beautiful that brought joy to those around her. Meanwhile, Kai-chan, who had already regained her human form, stood to the side with her arms crossed over her chest, her face expressing cold indifference. She proudly turned away from the table, trying to show that she wasn't interested in all the excitement surrounding the food. There was a certain arrogance in her demeanor, as if she was above it all. Kai-chan, with a note of slight disdain in her voice, asked a question, asking what was so special about an ordinary packed lunch. Her words came out with a certain amount of sarcasm, as if she wanted to emphasize that she didn't see anything impressive about what Mint was doing. Kai-chan continued, saying that she too could cook something like that if she wanted to. She sounded confident in her own abilities, but there was some uncertainty behind those words. Despite her attempts to appear indifferent and arrogant, it was obvious that she was jealous of the attention and admiration that Mint and her cooking abilities had received. Mint, as always with a good-natured smile on her face, couldn't resist teasing Kai-chan a little. She brought up the very incident when Kai-chan had tried to feed her brother, Zeke, dead mice. Mint's words sounded slightly ironic, but behind them was concern and friendly mockery meant to lighten the atmosphere a bit. However, the joke hurt Kai-chan, and her face flashed with anger. The memory of this bad experience was clearly painful to her, and she immediately felt her pride threatened. Fires of irritation flickered in her eyes, and she struggled to hold back the urge to respond sharply. Zeke, sensing the rising tension, decided to intervene, as always, with the gentleness and tact that was characteristic of him. He tried to calm the situation by noting that every creature, regardless of its origin, had its own food preferences, and that was quite normal. His words were spoken with such kindness and understanding that it was impossible to argue with him. He always found a way to speak in such a way that no one felt offended, and this moment was no exception. Meanwhile, the little dragoness Shia, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help herself and intervened in the conversation with genuine interest. She looked at Zeke with her big dragon eyes and asked him if he liked rats, because she happened to like them a lot. The question was asked with such childlike naivety and innocence that Zeke, despite the absurdity of the situation, couldn't help but smile. Shia wasn't just a creature to him, she was the epitome of purity and simplicity, and every question she asked, even if it was a strange one, brought him only warm feelings. Kai-chan, having finally cooled down after this conversation, decided that she couldn't fall behind and made a firm decision. With a confident look, she declared that she was going to learn how to make dinners as delicious as Mint's. Her voice sounded firm, and it wasn't just an empty promise, she was really going to get serious about it. In response, Tiffany couldn't help but shriek with excitement, her voice full of enthusiasm. She was looking forward to watching Kai-chan master her cooking skills, and her eyes shone in anticipation. However, their cheerful conversation was slightly interrupted by the calm but firm voice of Dorothy, who was sitting nearby. Her remark to Tiffany sounded like a mild rebuke, but there was no anger in it. It simply reminded her to behave with restraint, as was customary in their society. Tiffany, realizing that her over-enthusiasm might have seemed too loud, was silent for a moment, but her face still read the joy of the upcoming event. When Mint spoke of Elena's frequent visits to the library, Her voice was tinged with notes of surprise and admiration. She detailed how she had observed Elena spending hours in front of books with genuine enthusiasm. Every time Mint walked into the library, Elena was there, completely absorbed in learning about some new topic. It wasn't just interest, it was a real desire for knowledge, a desire to understand something important to herself. Seeing such dedication to her studies, Mint couldn't help but notice it and share her observation with the others. Zeke, hearing of such zeal on Elena's part, could not hide his surprise. He knew she was always immersed in her own thoughts, being thoughtful and quiet, but he hadn't realized that her passion for her studies had reached such heights. His thoughts began to wander toward what could have motivated Elena to take such a step. It wasn't just boredom, but something deeper, an inner impulse, perhaps related to her past or to what she had experienced when Zeke had freed her from the curse. Tiffany, always active and emotional, immediately exclaimed that Elena was, after all, a princess of the demon people, and she had an important role to play in this world. She lived in the land of Zeke, and despite her royal nature, she was so humble and serious about her studies. To Tiffany, this was something amazing and even admirable. In her eyes, the demon princess seemed like a symbol of strength and independence, and the fact that she was so dedicated to knowledge only reinforced that impression. Zeke, with a nod, confirmed that Elena was indeed living in his country with her father. He recalled the events when he had managed to break the ancient curse of the founder from them. It had not been easy, and that day had left its mark on the fates of all involved. The curse that had been weighing on Elena's family for centuries was now broken, and she could live a new, free life. Perhaps this is what awakened in her the desire to learn, the need to find her place in a new world, free from the burdens of the past. Mint, listening to his words, agreed with a smile, but added that despite her enthusiasm, Elena sometimes looked puzzled. There was sometimes a slight mist of anxiety in her eyes, as if she were worried about something. It wasn't the usual state of brooding. It felt like an inner struggle or a search for an answer to some important question. Mint couldn't figure out what the mystery was, but she sensed that Elena had been troubled by something lately. These words made Zeke think even more. He began to ponder what could be bothering Elena so much. Perhaps she was facing some sort of internal conflict related to her past or her new position in society. The release from the curse, while positive, could have left wounds on her soul. Or perhaps she was simply searching for her new role in the world. Whatever the case, Zeke decided he needed to talk to her and find out what was going on in her soul. Later that day, with the sun shining brightly, casting its warm light all around, Zeke went in search of Elena. He made his way to the ancient tree under which she often liked to spend time in peace and quiet. This place always gave her solitude and a chance to quietly immerse herself in thought or study. Indeed, as Zeke got closer, he saw Elena sitting on one of the branches, holding a book in her hands. She was completely focused on reading, her face expressing seriousness and attentiveness. At this moment, she seemed to be cut off from the rest of the world, absorbed in studying what was in front of her. Zeke's sudden appearance behind Elena's back was like a sudden wind that broke her peace. She, completely immersed in her thoughts and her book, had in no way expected someone to be so close. At that moment, everything around her froze. Her heart skipped a beat, and cold fear swept over her like a shadow. Elena's eyes went wide with fright and a wave of anxiety ran through her body. She turned around sharply, but the impulse was unsuccessful. Panic thoughts flashed through her mind for a moment, for in her haste she had completely forgotten that she was sitting on a branch at quite a high altitude. Her body, out of balance, began to slowly but inevitably slip off the tree branch. At that moment, Elena had no time to think or try to save herself. It had all happened too quickly. With a loud scream, she began to fall downward, as if in a slow-motion dream where you know you're going to fall, but you can't stop it. Her heart was racing with fear and her mind was completely paralyzed with terror of the inevitable collision with the ground. Zeke, acting with lightning-fast reaction, almost without thinking, rushed after her. His body moved instinctively, without unnecessary hesitation. His arms stretched forward, and at the last moment, before she touched the ground, he caught her. It was a moment full of tension and adrenaline. The echo of her scream still lingered in the air, and their hearts pounded synchronously with the experience. The ground finally met them gently, and they found themselves in a safe place, both on the ground, but unharmed. Elena was still breathing heavily, her body shaking with excitement, but she was safe thanks to Zeke. In that moment, realizing that the danger was over, she allowed herself to relax. Her frightened eyes, full of gratitude and bewilderment, met Zeke's. Elena's gaze expressed a mixture of relief and gratitude for his timely intervention. She knew that if it hadn't been for his quick response, things could have ended much worse. But even now, fear continued to beat in her heart, and her breathing had not yet recovered from the experience. When they finally got to their feet, Elena, trying to cope with her residual emotions, looked at Zeke anxiously and, with slight embarrassment, asked how he knew she was right here in the tree. Her voice was still shaking from her recent fright, and she was filled with curiosity. It seemed to her that this place was too secluded for anyone to accidentally find her here. Zeke, with a slight smile, explained that it was probably the result of his divine power. He added that he could now sense who and where within a radius of about 500 meters. This information surprised Elena, but she quickly nodded as a sign that she understood his words. Despite his powers and abilities, he always remained so calm and poised. However, her attention was soon caught when Zeke noticed the book she had been clutching to her chest the whole time. His gaze was keen, and he immediately realized it was a medical textbook. That fact caused him to be mildly surprised. He had heard from Mint that Elena was a keen student, but he hadn't expected her interest to be directed specifically in the field of medicine. It was a surprise to him, as he had always seen her more as a mysterious and quiet princess, but not as a scholar. Elena, noticing his surprised look, was a little embarrassed. She clutched the book to her chest even tighter, as if protecting something intimate, and her cheeks turned slightly pink with embarrassment. She was embarrassed to be caught doing such a thing, but at the same time she felt she shouldn't be ashamed of her interest. When Zeke pointed out that she was studying hard, she pressed the book even closer to her with quiet determination. Her voice shook as she admitted that she studies because she can't do anything else. She can't conjure, she can't fight, and because of that she often feels helpless. These words were spoken with deep sadness. They reflected her inner struggle that she had been fighting alone for a long time. Zeke looked at her in surprise, realizing how deep her insecurity was. He saw before him not just a demon princess, but a young girl who was searching for her place in this new world, trying to find her strength where others saw only weakness. Zeke looked at Elena carefully, noticing in her gaze the despair and hopelessness she had perhaps carried within her for too long. Seeing her inner struggle and confusion, he decided to offer her help, knowing that moments like this could be pivotal moments in one's destiny. He offered to sit next to her so she could feel more comfortable and assured her that he was ready to listen to whatever she had to say. There was a soft compassion in his voice because he realized that sometimes you just need someone to be there to listen, without judgment or hasty advice. As they settled together under the shade of the trees, Elena paused for a moment, as if gathering her thoughts. Her heart was still beating hard, but she finally felt like she could trust Zeke and open up to him. She thanked him in a quiet but sincere voice. Those words of gratitude sounded like an acknowledgement that she had finally found someone she could confide her secret fears to. And so she began to tell her story that had long remained unspoken. She began by reminding Zeke of her origins. She was born the daughter of a demon lord, which immediately placed great expectations on her. There was pain in her words as she revealed that since childhood, she had been looked upon as someone who should have exceptional talents like her father. But fate had decreed otherwise, and instead she found that she had none of the qualities that could have made her a strong leader. She admitted that she had never felt that she had any special strength or skill that could make her stand out among others. This realization was agonizing, especially in an environment where success and power were valued above all else. Elena continued, recounting how the people who had been entrusted to take care of her since childhood left her one by one. They left, frustrated by her inability to prove herself, and each of their departures was another blow to her. But even more painful was the fact that they did not even try to hide their contempt. Those who were supposed to be supporting and teaching her mocked behind her back, showing their disrespect for her. At one point she mentioned Jammer, who always stood out among those who looked at her with obvious contempt. To her, his presence was always a source of pain, and she made it clear that his influence made her life unbearable. Zeke listened silently, his face remained calm, but there was understanding in his gaze. He knew how hard it was for her to say those words, and he could feel the pain behind them. He nodded, showing that he understood and sympathized with her. He also noted that it was terrible when people rejected you just because you didn't meet their expectations, but he also knew that she couldn't share that with outsiders. Elena continued to speak, and there was not just sadness in her voice, but a deep sadness that had accumulated over the years. She said that she had always felt unworthy to lead a tribe of demons because she lacked the qualities that she felt would make her a true leader. This realization became a constant source of pain for her, like a dark shadow that constantly haunted her, reminding her of her imperfection. She was sure she had disappointed everyone around her, her relatives, her subjects, those who believed in her power. When her father fell ill, she saw it as a chance to make things right. If she could cure him, she would not only be able to restore her father's health, but also her position in the tribe. Her confidence was so strong that she believed this moment would be her path to recognition. She had high hopes for herself, imagining how after her success all eyes would once again turn to her with respect. She thought that if she succeeded in curing her father, everything would change. In her dreams it seemed possible, but the reality was much harsher. She confessed to Zeke that despite her best efforts, she was unable to cope with her father's illness. Instead of finding success, her attempts ended in failure, and this only increased her sense of helplessness. Each new day brought deterioration rather than improvement. She watched as Jammer, the very demon who had disgusted her, grew stronger, climbing higher and higher in the ranks of power. Eventually, his power became so great that he was able to strip her of all her duties and authority. She was stripped of her right to command an army of demons, and instead found herself in the position of a decorative princess who no longer had any real power. This was the last straw, the final confirmation of her helplessness. She realized that she no longer had any role in the lives of her people. Zeke sat silently beside her, listening intently to her every word. He did not interrupt her because he realized that this moment was important to her. He knew that sometimes words could be a bridge to healing, and he wanted to give her a chance to tell her story, to let go of the burden she had carried for so long. Her confessions touched the deepest corners of her soul, and he could feel her pain. She went on to say that if she had political talent like her father and brother, or medical knowledge like Zeke, she could have changed her destiny. But instead she felt useless, unable to do anything. She could hear the bitterness in her voice as she admitted how much it frustrated her. She felt as if the whole world had turned its back on her, and that feeling wouldn't let her go. When Elena fell silent, Zeke finally spoke. His voice was firm but soft, filled with understanding and support. He told her that not everyone was made to run a country, and it was not at all something to be blamed for. He also added that even he himself would not have been able to deal with her father's curse without God's help. These words were meant to remind her that no one is perfect and that each person has his or her own limitations. This was obvious to Zeke, and he wanted Elena to realize that her struggle was not in vain. He suggested that she not feel sorry for herself, but rather put her efforts in a constructive direction. Elena listened to him carefully, and his words began to penetrate her heart. In them she found not only understanding, but the support she had been looking for so long. She nodded, thanking him for the conversation. She actually felt better after she was finally able to speak out. It was as if Elena had shed the heavy weight that had been weighing down her soul for so long. Until then, all those feelings and worries had been building up inside her, poisoning her every day. But now that she had found understanding and support in Zeke, the pain and anxiety began to recede. Realizing that Zeke had listened attentively and without judgment, she apologized to him for taking up so much of his time, for distracting him from more important matters. Her words were drenched in gratitude, and she confessed sincerely that the conversation had helped her find the inner peace she had been missing for the past few days. She felt so much better after being in this place, and there was a quiet appreciation in her voice for the opportunity. Zeke watched her silently, frowning slightly as if in thought. His gaze was focused, and he seemed to be pondering something important. Elena meanwhile began to back away, immersed in her own thoughts. She was once again alone with the emotions she had held back inside her for so long. But now they no longer seemed so all-consuming. Suddenly, however, her path was interrupted by a loud shout. Zeke, as if seeing the moment, suddenly called her name. There was a new note in his voice, a note of confidence and determination that hadn't been in his tone before. Elena stopped instantly, her body frozen and her heart racing with surprise. Her face expressed slight confusion as she turned slowly toward him to see what had prompted him to intervene so abruptly in her departure. There was a sudden idea in his words that took her by surprise. He said that politics was not his field and he could not help her in it, but he had another path he could guide her down, and that was medicine. Those words caused Elena a whole spectrum of feelings, from surprise to utter disbelief at what was happening. She had never expected such a suggestion, especially from Zeke, who was always busy doing his own thing. Zeke didn't stop there. His face radiated confidence. His voice was full of determination. He continued to speak, his words sounding firm and convinced. He announced that he had already decided that Elena would be his apprentice, and he would teach her everything he knew about medicine. The moment was so sudden to Elena that she barely had time to digest what she had heard. Elena's eyes began to fill with tears, but they were not tears of bitterness or despair, but tears of happiness and relief. She felt that this unexpected turn of events was a real ray of light for her, breaking through the darkness that enveloped her life. Zeke and Elena stood across from each other, absorbed in the moment that was to be the beginning of her training. The atmosphere around them was filled with a sense of anticipation, as if the world was frozen in anticipation. The sun was shining brightly, its rays touching their faces, creating a contrast between this calmness and the excitement felt in their hearts. Zeke, calm and confident, announced that they would now begin her training. His voice sounded firm and secure, as if he was absolutely certain of his decision. Elena, full of excitement, happily agreed, though a slight shadow of worry could be caught in her eyes. She realized that a new path was opening before her, but what exactly would happen next, she could not predict. Not far away, under the thick shade of a spreading tree, 3 observers were watching carefully. Tiffany, as energetic as ever, watched the events unfold with curiosity, her eyes glowing with interest. Standing next to her were Kai-chan and Mint. Kai-chan squinted her eyes and looked at all this with a slight perplexity. She was having a hard time understanding what was going on, and she finally couldn't bear to ask Tiffany what was going on here in the first place. Her voice came out with a note of skepticism, as if she didn't quite believe the seriousness of the situation. Tiffany, with her usual cheerfulness, explained that Zeke had taken Elena on as an apprentice. To her, it seemed like something natural, but to Kai-chan, this information raised even more questions. Kai-chan didn't hide her surprise. Her eyebrows raised, and she asked sarcastically what Zeke was going to teach Elena, because as far as she knew, his specialty was not suitable for a demon princess. The question was asked with obvious incomprehension and hidden mockery. Mint, who was standing nearby, gave herself an important look, and with a slight arrogance in her voice, noticed that Kai-chan never ceased to amaze her with her ignorance. She reminded her that Zeke was a veterinarian, and as such, his knowledge might be useful to others, even if it wasn't obvious at first glance. Her voice was firm and confident, as if she possessed absolute truth. Kai-chan naturally wasn't going to give up her position so easily. She parried, stating with a slight smirk that Elena certainly didn't look like someone who could become a veterinarian. Her voice was full of skepticism, and she clearly didn't see the point of this training. However, Mint did not waver again. Her calmness was unwavering, and with quiet confidence she said what she was sure of: Zeke could teach Elena a lot of things, even if it seemed strange at first glance. Her faith in her brother was unwavering, and Mint wasn't about to get into any further arguments on the matter. Zeke, meanwhile, was already fully focused on his student. He suggested that Elena start with the basics, and his voice was calm, as if everything that was happening was something completely natural. He walked over to a rock towering nearby and pointed to its top, suggesting that Elena climb up there. His suggestion sounded unexpectedly simple, and he spoke as if it were a common thing for her to do. Elena, who had expected the training to begin with something more traditional, froze in place. Her eyes went wide with surprise, and for a moment she was at a loss for words. She stood there as if stunned, unable to believe that the first step in her training was rock climbing. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, and none of them could give her an explanation of how rock climbing was related to medicine. Mint, who was watching Elena's reaction, couldn't stand it and shouted loudly, accusing Zeke of being a terrible teacher. Her voice came out with irritation, and she had no way of understanding why Zeke chose such a strange approach to teaching. It seemed completely illogical to her. Zeke, however, keeping his composure, replied with the same confidence that he could have started with something more obvious, but decided that practical skills were just as important. His words sounded convincing, as if he already knew for sure that this approach would be beneficial to Elena. He explained that in order to become a true professional, one must be able to deal with unexpected situations not only theoretically but also practically. Without waiting for a reaction from the people around him, Zeke walked up to the cliff and, showing his incredible agility, made one powerful jump, which he immediately used to climb to the top. It was a sight from which it was impossible to look away. All those who were watching him froze in amazement. For a moment he disappeared from their sight, as if he had merged with nature, but then he suddenly appeared behind them, as if he had stepped out of the shadows. His speed and agility amazed everyone. Even Kai-chan, who usually remained unfazed, could not hide her amazement. Zeke, as if nothing had happened, walked towards Elena with confidence and calmness, holding a small white flower, a delicate henna snowdrop that seemed so fragile that its petals could dissolve in the wind. This flower was not just rare, it was a symbol of hard-to-reach places, as it grew exclusively at altitudes of over 800 meters, in the most difficult places to climb. Elena looked at the flower with wonder and interest, realizing that she was holding something truly unique and valuable in her hands. Zeke, without losing his focus, began to explain exactly how this rare flower was used. His voice was full of calmness and confidence, as if he were discussing something familiar, and ordinary, though in truth what he was talking about was only available to the most skillful of experts. Hina's snowflower, he told her, was used to treat parasites in large monsters such as Geras, creatures whose nature and size made them difficult to cure. Elena listened with fascination, completely absorbed in his story. She realized that behind this simple-looking flower hid great power, and she had yet to learn all of its properties. Zeke continued his explanation, telling her that sometimes the monsters he treated could climb so high that a normal person just couldn't get to them. He emphasized that if you're a veterinarian, especially one who treats magical creatures, you have to be prepared for any surprises. Not only is it important to know how to heal, but also to be able to get the necessary ingredients in the most unexpected places. His words sounded with such sincerity and professionalism that Elena began to realize that her path of training would be much more difficult than she had imagined. Elena nodded, expressing understanding. Her eyes lit up with a determination that grew stronger with each passing moment. She seemed ready to overcome any obstacle. But that determination came in a sudden burst when she suddenly shouted that she could climb to the top of the cliff. As she soared a few centimeters above the ground, she felt a surge of magical energy that allowed her to believe for a moment that her powers were limitless. Her confidence increased along with the slight sensation of flying. However, it was a momentary, almost instinctive action that had no true understanding of what she was about to face. Zeke, seeing her impulse, calmly but firmly stopped her, reminding her that magic was not always the solution, especially when it came to interacting with nature and animals. His words were spoken with such firmness and certainty that Elena immediately felt her impulse to use magic weaken. She sank back down to the ground, her feet feeling solid ground beneath her again, and with it the feeling of lightness and carefreeness disappeared. She listened to Zeke, who explained that magical intervention could change the properties of plants and alert the beasts. Magic, in this case, was more of a hindrance than a helper. Those words turned her perception 180 degrees, making her realize that her powers might not always be applicable. Zeke suggested that she climb the cliff with her own hands, relying on her physical abilities. Elena was dumbfounded by such a suggestion. She looked once more at the high and steeply rising cliff before her. Her arms didn't seem strong enough to withstand such an ordeal, but she realized that Zeke would not give her an easy ride. Her thoughts flitted between doubting her own strength and wanting to prove to herself that she was capable of more. Clenching her fists, Elena took a step forward, feeling a certain inner strength boiling in her chest. Her gaze rested on the rock ledge, and she felt her fingers grasp the rough surface. As she made the first leap, she felt her body tense up, trying to climb upward. After a few seconds, however, her muscles weakened and she lost her balance, slipping downward. She fell to the ground, feeling a slight pain from the fall, but it was nothing compared to the inner disappointment she felt. Doubts flashed through her mind again, but Zeke, without uttering a word of rebuke, only calmly watched her gather her thoughts. Zeke, offering Elena a new challenge, led them all to the shore of the lake where the water shimmered under a light haze. The island, which could be seen in the distance, looked mysterious and secluded. Its surface glistened in the sunlight, as if beckoning to him. In this tranquil landscape, Zeke suggested that Elena imagine an injured unicorn lying on the island. He asked how she was going to get to him, forcing her to ponder this challenging scenario. Elena, realizing that the use of magic was forbidden, sank into her thoughts for a moment. She tried to come up with a practical solution, and after a few seconds she said that she would probably swim to the island. Her voice sounded uncertain, but determination was beginning to creep in. Zeke, after listening to her, turned to Kai-chan, who was standing nearby with a touch of skepticism in her eyes. He asked her to demonstrate her swimming skills, suggesting she be an example to Elena. Kai-chan was confused at first, not expecting such a request, but quickly regained her confidence. She hesitantly asked if Zeke really wanted her to be a demonstrative example, but her doubts soon dissipated. Enthusiastically throwing off her shirt, she loudly announced that she was ready to show how good she was at swimming. Her voice was full of pride in her abilities, and she threw herself into the water without hesitation, confident that she was up to the task. But her self-confidence quickly turned to chaos. As soon as she plunged into the water, Kai-chan suddenly disappeared beneath its surface. All who were watching were surprised to notice that dark figures, angry kelpies, began to appear around her. These water spirits surrounded Kai-chan, preventing her from advancing, and their attack was so unexpected that she immediately began to shout at them, demanding that they retreat. Her angry cries echoed across the water, but the kelpies did not comply. It all happened so quickly that the others, including Elena, could not immediately realize what had happened. Zeke, seeing Elena's confusion, calmly addressed her, explaining that the lake was inhabited by kelpies and bathing here could be dangerous. His voice sounded calm and even casual, as if this was just ordinary information he was simply sharing. He spoke as if it was a minor detail, but to Elena, who was watching what was happening, it came as a real shock. Meanwhile, Kai-chan, struggling hard against the kelpie, managed to get to shore. Her wet hair was sticking to her face, and the anger in her eyes spoke for itself. Her annoyance was obvious. She ranted that Zeke knew about the kelpie and sent her into the water anyway. She tried to understand why he had done it, and accused him of purposely giving her this testing moment. Zeke, with a slight smile on his face, replied that he had assumed that Kai-chan would just gingerly enter the water, not throw herself in there headfirst like she had done. His words sounded soft, and there was a touch of humor in his voice, but Kai-chan was still full of resentment. She sat down on the bank, breathing heavily after this unexpected fight, and expressed her obvious displeasure at what was happening. Her irritation was replaced by slight disappointment. This experience had left an unpleasant residue. Elena, who had been watching with guilt, could not contain her emotions. Every time something went wrong, she inwardly felt responsible, especially in those situations involving her subjects. Quietly, almost inaudibly, she approached Kai-chan, feeling the weight of guilt pulling at her for what had happened to the kelpie. She apologized, explaining that the kelpies had become very naughty lately, and she couldn't predict their behavior. Her words were full of sincerity and shame, for it was important for a demon princess to have control over those who obeyed her. Kai-chan, hearing her apology, suddenly softened. She, always so combative and defiant, was suddenly capable of simple understanding. She assured Elena that there was no need to worry about such a trifle. However, Kai-chan's words could not stop the avalanche of emotions that came over Elena. In the next second, Elena, unable to contain her feelings any longer, covered her face with her hands and her body shook with sobs. She admitted that she felt like a horrible princess who couldn't even handle her own subjects. There was a deep pain in her voice, the pain of realizing that she was not living up to the expectations of her people and her status. Kai-chan, taken aback by her words, tried again to reassure her, assuring her that it wasn't her fault, but Zeke's. She knew that Elena was taking her role and responsibility too seriously, and tried to explain that there was nothing wrong with the situation. But another thought was already maturing in her mind. Suddenly her gaze softened, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Kai-chan wondered, what if Zeke had arranged this whole kelpie scene on purpose to see her wet? This sudden conjecture lit up her face with joy and amusement. She even laughed, thinking that if Zeke really wanted to see her like that, she could offer him so much more. The thought instantly transformed her mood from anger to light flirting and cheerfulness, changing the atmosphere around her. Mint, sensing that the conversation was already moving in the wrong direction, decided to intervene. Her cold and reserved tone showed that she saw something potentially dangerous going on. With restraint, she suggested that everyone leave Kai-chan alone until she said something even more provocative. Mint knew that Kai-chan and her mood could easily cross all boundaries, so she tried to prevent further provocations. However, Kai-chan, not ready to give up so easily, approached Mint with a slight sneer in her eyes and asked a provocative question. Is Mint jealous of her body? The question was full of sarcasm, and Kai-chan was clearly enjoying the moment, knowing she could elicit a response. But Mint, in her usual manner, remained unfazed. Her calmness was almost icy, and she replied without the slightest hesitation that she had nothing to be jealous of. Instead, she emphasized that she was relying on her wit and intelligence to get Zeke's attention. There was not an ounce of doubt in her words. She considered herself above such primitive rivalries, and this calmness of hers began to irritate Kai-chan. Unable to stand the implication of her lesser importance, Kai-chan began to resent her, which soon escalated into a verbal altercation. Their argument quickly gained momentum. Kai-chan tried to argue that looks were more important than anything else, her confidence in her own attractiveness keeping her on her toes. But Mint parried her arguments calmly, reasonably and logically, arguing that it was intelligence and wit that were the true values. Their conversation became increasingly emotional, and soon they found themselves in a veritable verbal duel. Zeke, standing off to the side, watched with a slight smile on his face. It wasn't the first time he'd seen his female companions in such conflict, and he was used to them fighting. This time, however, he saw something different in the argument, a hidden irony, perhaps even a hint that their differences only made them closer to each other. He joked that despite all the bickering, the two really get along well. Eventually, Zeke, feeling increasingly tired from the drama unfolding around him, took a deep breath, as if trying to release the tension of the past few minutes. His shoulders slumped slightly, and he covered his eyes for a moment to catch his breath and gather his thoughts again. There was something absurd, and perhaps even a little amusing, about the situation, for despite all the verbal battles, each of the disputants remained in his own way a loyal and important member of the team. Zeke looked at Elena carefully and asked her a question that he knew would make her think deeper. His gaze was full of anticipation, and he clearly wanted to see how she would handle this new challenge. Elena froze for a moment, her thoughts beginning to feverishly search for a solution. She knew that the use of magic was forbidden, and swimming wouldn't help in this situation either. Her mind darted between different options, but each one seemed futile. Finding no answer, she felt a slight uneasiness. Tiffany stepped in from the side, her eyes lighting up with excitement. She added that this was more like a riddle than a normal assignment. Her voice sounded with a slight tinge of amusement, as if she enjoyed solving such puzzles. Tiffany had always loved tasks that required an unconventional approach, and this situation clearly intrigued her. Zeke grinned when he heard her words. There was warmth in his laughter, and he nodded slightly, agreeing with her comment. He confirmed that it was indeed a riddle of sorts, and then, with a sly smile, was about to reveal the correct answer. His tone suggested that it would be an unexpected and unusual solution. With these words, he turned sharply and dashed toward the lake. His movements were fast, but at the same time smooth and graceful. Everyone around him watched his actions with interest and surprise, not understanding what he was going to do. When Zeke reached the edge of the water, he didn't stop. On the contrary, he calmly continued straight on the surface of the lake. He walked on the water as confidently as if he had solid ground beneath his feet. It seemed that the laws of nature simply did not concern him. Stopping in the middle of the lake, Zeke turned around to the others and with a smile stated that the correct answer was simply walking on water. His words sounded calm and confident, as if it was the most natural solution. He explained that the situation was indeed a difficult one, but sometimes the answer lay in the simplest action. Just walking on water was enough. Kai-chan, unable to believe her eyes, cried out loudly, her voice full of bewilderment and slight anger. She asked Zeke how he was going to walk on water without using magic. Her face expressed utter incomprehension, for in her world such tricks could only be accomplished through the use of sorcery. It was inconceivable to her that someone could do it without magic. Zeke turned to her with a slight smile on his face, as if he didn't understand why she was asking such a question. There was a look of surprise in his gaze, as if it was the most obvious answer. He calmly replied that in order to walk on water, you simply put one foot on the surface of the water, and before it sinks in, put the other. It was so simple and natural to him that he didn't understand why others couldn't do it. Then, to prove his words, Zeke walked around the lake once more, showing everyone how it was done. His steps were light, and the water under his feet seemed to become as hard as stone. Everyone present froze in amazement, unable to believe what they saw before them. Kai-chan, who was standing off to the side and watching all this, suddenly realized the absurdity of her question. Her face turned red, and she said with obvious embarrassment that she felt like a fool for asking such an obvious question. Her voice was full of shame, and she tried to hide her embarrassment. But it wasn't easy. Nint, who had been watching silently until then, chuckled quietly. She ironically remarked that her brother would make a pretty bad teacher if he couldn't explain such obvious things. Her voice was filled with a slight irony, as if she found it amusing. Zeke, hearing her comment, turned to her in surprise. His face expressed bewilderment, and he asked with a serious tone why she thought that. To him, his actions were quite logical, and he didn't understand what could have gone wrong. Kai-chan, unable to bear the strain, shouted again, accusing him of being the only one who could walk on water, and that made his training completely useless to everyone else. Her voice was full of frustration, and she clearly couldn't accept that such a skill was only available to Zeke. Meanwhile, Elena, who had been standing to the side and watching the whole time, suddenly felt a sense of determination within her. Her heart beat faster and she shouted loudly that she wanted to try it too. There was a challenge to herself in her voice, and she was determined to show that she could do it. Kai-chan, hearing her words, tried to stop her. Her voice was full of anxiety, and she tried to persuade Elena not to repeat this risky step. Mint, remaining calm, asked Elena not to take her brother's words seriously, realizing that it might lead to something unexpected. Elena, full of inner tension and determination, no longer paid attention to the advice and warnings of those around her. Her gaze was fixed only on the lake, and at that moment everything else ceased to exist. A hurricane of emotion boiled in her heart. Her body trembled with adrenaline, and her thoughts whirled in her head. This was her moment, the moment when she could show her strength and prove that she was capable of more than what was expected of her. She shouted her acceptance of the challenge and ran towards the water with such confidence that it seemed as if she was ready to roll mountains. There was not a shadow of doubt in her mind. She believed she would be able to do the impossible. With each step her feet were getting closer to the water, and when she finally reached the shore, without slackening her pace, she leaped forward. Everything around her seemed to freeze the moment her feet touched the surface of the lake. The water, glistening in the sunlight, gave in gently under her weight as if accepting her challenge. Elena began to step on the water, and the sight was so incredible that everyone watching her was simply stunned. Tiffany, always full of enthusiasm and vibrant energy, couldn't contain her emotions. She stood a little apart, her eyes wide with amazement and her mouth open in a delighted smile. Delight raged in her soul. She could not believe her eyes. Soon her delight burst forth, and she exclaimed loudly that it was Zeke who had taught Elena such a miracle. It was truly a magical moment for her, and she was sure it was all a credit to their teacher. Mint, however, remained calm and perceptive as always. She kept a close eye on what was going on and didn't let her emotions take over. Unlike Tiffany, she didn't jump to conclusions. Her gaze focused on Elena's every step, on her movements and the surface of the water beneath her feet. And soon she realized that there was more to this than met the eye. Mint shook her head slowly, realizing that it wasn't Zeke who had taught Elena how to walk on water at all. She discreetly noted that beneath Elena's feet were the kelpies, mythical creatures that had surfaced from the depths of the lake to support the princess. Their presence was barely noticeable, but Mint caught that subtle detail that everyone else had missed. The kelpies, these mysterious and powerful beings, were thrilled with their role in the event. They shouted loudly, happy to be able to help Elena through the water. Their voices echoed across the lake like the cheers of victors. They were proud that the princess had used their help, and they did not hide their jubilation. It was a real celebration for them. They shouted with joy to Elena that she had succeeded. Their devotion was evident, and they rejoiced like children at their princess's success, feeling part of this great event. Elena, hearing their shouts of joy, was stunned and surprised. She stopped for a moment, her heart beating even faster in her chest and her eyes wide with surprise. She turned and saw that her footsteps were indeed supporting the kelpies. Their heads peeked out of the water like magical islands that allowed her to go on. Her voice quivered with surprise and gratitude as she questioned them as to whether they had indeed helped her pass this test. There was no way she had expected the kelpies, creatures known for their independence, to be so loyal to her. The kelpies, in turn, happily confirmed her hunch. Their voices boomed out in unison. They shouted loudly and cheerfully that they were willing to do anything for her. Their words were full of sincerity. They were happy to serve their princess and did so not for profit but for the pure joy of being able to see her happy. Their devotion was boundless, and this feeling touched Elena to the core of her being. They laughed and cheered, adding that their only goal was to see the princess contented and happy. Their sincere words and cheerful voices filled the space around them with a warm and joyful atmosphere. Elena felt a warm feeling of gratitude and love for her subjects spill into her heart. Elena, watching what was happening, felt a strange feeling inside her, a mixture of surprise, joy and confusion. Zeke's words echoed in her mind as he noticed that the monsters didn't hate her as much as she had thought. Elena, who had lived all these years with the idea that she was a stranger among her own, now saw that her subjects, the kelpies, were willing to follow her and help her. She nodded in response to Zeke's words, still digesting this moment. Her eyes glowed with hope, as if the world around her had suddenly changed and she had finally found what she had always been looking for. The kelpies standing nearby cheerfully declared that their minds were now free of the fog that had previously clouded them. They told them that this fog no longer affected their thoughts, and they now felt that their princess was alive and safe. There was joy and relief in their voices, as if they too had been freed from the centuries-old curse that had prevented them from seeing the world as it truly was. Zeke, standing next to Elena, began to explain that the kelpies' minds had been clouded by an ancient primal curse that had hung over all magical beings of these lands for centuries. His voice sounded calm but confident, as if he fully understood the nature of what was happening. This curse not only distorted their perception of the world, but also turned them into a threat, robbing them of their ability to act rationally. Perhaps the curse had existed since the beginning of their existence or had been amplified by the dark magic of the Jammer whose power permeated these lands. Zeke's words sounded with deep knowledge and professionalism, as if he had spent years studying every detail of this phenomenon. Zeke also noted that this curse could be one of the reasons why Elena had been isolated in the castle for so long. The magical beings who had lost their minds to the curse saw her not as their princess, but as a threat, an outsider. Now that the curse was lifted, Elena had a unique opportunity to rebuild relationships with these creatures, solidifying her role as princess and leader. Her face lit up with hope. Zeke's words gave her a new perspective on her place in this world, and she realized that her destiny was now in her hands. The Kelpies, as if rejoicing in their new freedom and the clarity of their minds, swam closer to Elena, their voices ringing with joy and excitement. For the first time in a long time they seemed to feel lightness, a release from the invisible shackles that had held them back for so many years. Their words were filled with gratitude for the opportunity to be near the princess they had once been unable to trust. They were happy to finally meet her in an environment free of fear and mistrust, and to feel her strength and kindness again. To them, Elena was now not just a ruler, but the symbol of light that had brought them out of the darkness. Elena, feeling her heart fill with joy and gratitude, slowly smiled in return. Zeke, watching Elena and the Kelpie make contact, couldn't hold back a slight smile. He spoke softly to Elena, telling her that she didn't have to hold back her magic now, for her gift would allow her to forge even deeper connections with these creatures. He was confident that Elena would find a better approach to them than anyone else. His confidence was infectious, and Elena felt her own strength and faith in herself begin to grow. Those words of Zeke's, spoken with genuine confidence, gave her courage. The Kelpies, listening to his words cheerfully, suddenly started shouting that they wanted Zeke's autograph. This moment was so unexpected and funny that everyone around them started laughing, including Zeke himself, who rarely allowed himself such a candid reaction. Approaching the Kelpies with a friendly smile, Zeke, a little surprised, asked what their names were. The question seemed to take the creatures by surprise. They faltered, looked amongst themselves, and admitted that they had no names, for they had always considered themselves part of a whole. For them, individual names were unnecessary, for their essence was unity. Elena, noticing the bewilderment on Zeke's face, hastened to explain that many magical creatures, such as the Kelpies, were not accustomed to giving themselves names. It was more important to them to be part of nature than to have an individual personality. Mint, always calm and confident, added that it was only natural for magical beasts to do so. She explained that such creatures lived in harmony with nature, and names didn't have the same importance to them as they did to humans. Zeke, after listening to her explanation, nodded with understanding, but still couldn't escape the thought that these creatures deserved something more. He felt that there was something unique about the Kelpies that set them apart from other magical beings. With a mischievous light in his eyes, Zeke suddenly announced that since the Kelpies didn't have names, he would come up with one himself. With a serious look, but with a cheerful spark, he began to make up names for them. Thus came Baby Kelpie, Pretty Kelpie, and Kelpina. These names brought laughter to everyone present. Even the Kelpies themselves happily accepted their new names, proud that they now possessed unique identities given to them by Zeke. Not everyone was pleased with these names, however. Kai-chan, who was standing off to the side, watched with jealousy. She loudly declared that this was too much, and that the names Zeke had given the Kelpies were too simple and did not reflect their true power. Her voice sounded harsh, and envy was evident in it. Mint, abandoning her usual equanimity, remarked with a slight smile that even her brother had his weaknesses, and making up names was one of them. Kai-chan, still not relenting, added that she'd always liked her own name, implying that she didn't need such gifts. Her annoyance was visible to everyone, but it only added to the hilarity of the situation. Tiffany, cheerful and carefree, put in her own word, noting that the names Zeke came up with would be easy for even children to remember. This comment caused another wave of laughter among the crowd. Zeke shook his head with a slight chuckle as he watched, noting that everyone seemed to be doing nothing but criticizing him. But even that couldn't spoil his mood. He was enjoying the moment in which all his friends found joy. However, the fun was interrupted by a sudden bright light that illuminated the lake. Everyone froze, not realizing what was happening. The Kelpies, who only a few minutes ago had been ordinary magical creatures, began to undergo an amazing change. Their bodies elongated, their figures became graceful, and their tails turned into long, shimmering tails like those of mermaids. Their eyes lit up, reflecting gratitude and new strength. Zeke stood in amazement, his eyes full of disbelief, fixed on the figures before him. These girls, who now stood with pride and nobility, were the very same Kelpies, the seemingly simple magical beings he had just named. They no longer resembled those playful, almost clumsy creatures that swam in the lake. Now before him stood graceful creatures whose movements were fluid and majestic, and whose glowing eyes radiated gratitude and deep devotion. As the Kelpies bowed to Zeke, their faces lit up with gratitude, each expressing their appreciation for the fact that he had given them not just names, but a new life, a new essence. One of them, with a soft smile on her lips, said quietly but firmly that because of the names they had been given, they had undergone an existential evolution, a process that Zeke had only heard of in ancient myths. They now felt their place in this world differently, and with this new strength they were ready to serve the princess and Lord even more faithfully and devotedly than before. Her voice, imbued with respect, sounded like an oath, as if their existence now had a purpose, an important and undeniable one. Mint, who usually remained completely calm and unperturbed, could not hide her shock. She stood there, trying to comprehend everything that had happened before her eyes. These Kelpies, whom they knew as carefree and playful, now looked like true divine beings. Their transformation seemed like something out of legends, and Mint couldn't believe that it was all made possible by one simple act. Zeke had just given them names. Tiffany, full of delight, exclaimed loudly that she never would have thought such miracles were possible just because Zeke had named them. Her voice trembled with emotion, and she couldn't hide her amazement. However, Mint, always skeptical, began to wonder. A memory surfaced in her mind of a time long ago when Zeke had given the name to Kai-chan as well. That moment made her smile, and she quietly approached Kai-chan to share her thought. With a slight chuckle, she whispered that perhaps it didn't matter what power was hidden in Zeke, it all depended on who got the name. The hint was clear, the outcome depended on the source material. Kai-chan, unable to contain her anger, shouted furiously at Mint, demanding an answer as to whether she was really trying to hurt her again. Their voices merged into another argument, but it was a familiar sight to everyone. Their altercations were frequent and almost always accompanied by sharp remarks. As Mint and Kai-chan continued their barbed remarks, Tiffany, who was standing a little further away, suddenly realized something important. Her eyes widened at the unexpected discovery, and she hurriedly turned to Zeke, excitedly reminding him that he had named another creature. Zeke, not immediately realizing what she was talking about, looked at her in surprise, his gaze expressing utter confusion. He tried to make sense of her words, sensing that something important was behind it. It was at that moment that something completely unexpected and surprising happened. A girl appeared out of thin air from behind Zeke, her movements so fast and swift that she crashed into him without noticing. She seemed to move with such ease and confidence that her appearance was like a sudden gust of wind that confused him for a moment. Zeke, immersed in his own thoughts, had absolutely not expected this turn of events. He even lost his balance for a moment, his body involuntarily swaying forward and his heart beating faster with surprise. When he looked at the girl, his gaze immediately stopped on her eyes, which radiated warmth and joy. In those few seconds, Zeke realized that those eyes were very familiar to him. It was Shia, the one he had once given her name to, as if giving her a new life. Her face was lit up with a joyful smile that expressed all the emotions that had accumulated during their separation. Without a second's hesitation, Shia hugged him tightly, with such warmth and strength that Zeke even felt something bloom inside him, as if this long-awaited moment was something they had both been waiting for all eternity. Zeke, still stunned by what was happening, wasn't immediately able to comprehend what had happened. He slowly turned around to look at someone who could explain this sudden appearance. And then, in the distance, through the soft light of the setting sun, a figure he could not help but recognize came into view. It was Elrond, the Dragon Lord and Shia's father. His majestic, yet calm and wise presence stood out against the sky colored in the golden-orange hues of sunset. His figure seemed not just a symbol of power, but a symbol of centuries of wisdom and understanding of the laws of this world. Zeke stood staring at Elrond, the Dragon Lord whose presence always inspired respect and admiration. Elrond, despite his grandiose origins and power, seemed calm and benevolent. His eyes radiated wisdom and inner strength, yet there was not an ounce of arrogance in them. Zeke, sensing a genuine interest in what had brought Elrond to this moment, asked what exactly made the Dragon Lord appear here. Shia's unexpected appearance and her evolution only added to the mystery of what was going on. Elrond, as always, answered with ease and confidence. He smiled softly and said that it was time. Those words hung in the air, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. Zeke, sensing that there was something more behind them, was surprised to ask what exactly he meant. Before Elrond could unfold an answer, however, Mint, with her usual insight, remarked that it probably had to do with Shia's evolution. Her guess was so accurate and certain that Elrond simply nodded in agreement, confirming she was right. Zeke, suddenly realizing the importance of the moment, remembered the day he had named Shia. That act had seemed to forever tie their fates together, as if one simple act was the key to her future development. He shifted his gaze to Elrond and asked, with some doubt, if Shia could evolve as easily as she had with the Kelpies. Elrond, keeping his composure, replied that dragons are magical beings of a completely different level. Their magical vessels are much stronger than most other creatures. Even the smallest wings and dragons have incredible power, surpassing many magical species. Zeke hardly realized the depth of Elrond's words, amazed at the thought of the power of dragons. It appeared that even the tiny wings of a dragon could conceal such power, surpassing many magical creatures. Zeke's gaze was full of reflection. He couldn't help but admire the powerful magical vessels of dragons that could develop powers unavailable to others. This information only deepened his respect for Elrond and the very being of dragons, whose nature was far more complex than it seemed at first glance. Shia, standing before him, was now not just a dragon, but a symbol of that potential and power. Zeke, looking at her with a gentle smile, couldn't help but remember what she had been like before, a small but brave dragon ready to rush into battle. Now, however, there was a grown girl standing in front of him, full of determination. He said with warm nostalgia that he looked forward to continuing their journey together. Her response was immediate and sincere. Shia's eyes lit up with joy and her smile grew even wider. Her answer sounded with such determination that Zeke realized she was ready to grow, to learn, and to become stronger. But this joyous moment was not shared by everyone present. Kai-chan and Mint, who were standing a little apart, were burning with jealousy. They exchanged jealous glances full of hidden envy. Kai-chan, unable to bear it, whispered quietly to Shia that if she wanted to be part of Zeke's inner circle, she would have to prove her place in front of her elders first. There was a hidden threat in those words, but Shia strangely didn't let those words shake her joy. The slight smile on her lips made it clear that she wasn't going to give in to pressure. Mint, always reserved and cold, couldn't let it go either. She whispered to Shia that now that she wasn't a little dragon anymore, she would have to seriously fight for her place next to Zeke. Her words sounded like a warning that no one was going to ignore her presence anymore. Shia felt the tension between the girls grow and, frightened by their resentment, she hid behind Zeke's back, feeling protected and at peace there. Her voice was quiet but trembling as she admitted to Zeke that she was scared. Zeke, turning to her with concern, gently asked what was wrong. He scrutinized the girls' faces, trying to understand the cause of this growing tension. Their looks, full of indignation, confused him. At that moment, Elrond, watching what was happening, laughed quietly. With a good-natured smile, he noticed that his presence often caused pressure on those around him, clearly not realizing that all this tension was not about him at all, but about the situation around Zeke. Zeke, realizing that the conversation had strayed from the main topic, decided to return the attention to the matter at hand. He asked Elrond if he had come here just to watch his daughter evolve. His voice was full of surprise, for it was not every day that one would see a powerful dragon lord standing among ordinary humans. Elrond, keeping his composure, only shook his head and explained that dragons never abandon their loved ones. But Shia needed stimulation to continue to grow, and Zeke was the one who could help her in that process. Zeke nodded, realizing the responsibility that fell on his shoulders. He realized that Shia's future now depended largely on his actions. Elena, who had been silently watching the conversation all this time, finally decided to intervene. Her voice sounded soft but sincere when she said that she was happy for Shia. Those words sent a wave of joy through Shia, and she wasted no time in running up to Elena, hugging her tightly. She admitted that she liked Elena, and there was real friendship in her voice. Elena, slightly surprised by this display of affection, smiled embarrassedly and returned the hug. That moment filled her heart with warmth and she felt closer to Shia. Elrond, standing a little to the side, watched with a good-natured smile as his daughter, Shia, found a friend in the person of Elena, the demon princess. It was a rare but meaningful bond, and he, as a wise father, realized that such a thing would not have happened if Shia had not ended up by Zeke's side. He noted with a smile that if she had been alone, without these encounters and opportunities, her life would have been different. Those words, spoken with warmth and calmness, made Zeke think. He felt the thin threads of fate intertwine, linking the lives of humans and magical beings together. However, this calm moment was suddenly replaced by an unexpected question. Elrond, suddenly changing the subject, asked Zeke if he had heard of Onigashima. The question caught Zeke off guard. He furrowed his brow, trying to remember, but eventually honestly admitted that the place was unknown to him. The question seemed to open the door to something new and mysterious that Zeke could not yet realize. Elrond, noticing Zeke's confusion, calmly and confidently explained that Onigashima was a small but surprisingly picturesque island lost in the southern seas. This island wasn't just a beautiful place, it was famous for its magical atmosphere. Elrond added that the magic on this island literally permeated everything around it, from the air to the water. The island seemed like the perfect place for those seeking strength, peace, and renewal, and his description was mesmerizing. Zeke, hearing such words, was amazed. He couldn't believe he had never heard of such a place before. His eyes read everything from amazement to admiration. This island seemed like something magical, a place where one could find something more than just a vacation. Zeke shifted his gaze to Mint, realizing that she might have known something about this place. Mint, nodding, confirmed that she had heard of this island. She said that Onigashima Island had long been known among mages and pilgrims as a place of power, where many came in search of magical energy. It was a place where one could find not only spiritual but also magical renewal. As Mint began to talk about the rumors, her voice gradually changed, becoming more strained. She cautiously mentioned that strange news had reached her lately, as if Onigashima Island had become unsafe. These words brought a disturbing note to the conversation, instantly changing the atmosphere. Elrond, despite the sudden tension, remained calm. His face expressed confidence and calmness, as if he knew for certain that everything would be all right. With a soft smile and a warm tone, he asked Mint not to worry. His voice sounded like someone who had seen everything with his own eyes and was ready to dispel any doubts. He confidently said that he himself had recently visited the island and could assure everyone that everything was still as quiet and beautiful as ever. There was no room for doubt in his words. They sounded with absolute certainty that all was well. Mint, hearing Elrond's confident voice, gradually relaxed. She realized that she could not argue with such an authority as the Dragon Lord, and her wariness began to fade. Her face became softer, her eyes no longer expressing tension. She apologized for her misgivings, admitting that perhaps her anxiety had been premature. Elrond, noticing that the tension had faded, suggested that the group visit Onigashima themselves. He expressed confidence that this place would give them not only many new experiences, but also a deep inner peace. There was an open joy in his offer and a willingness to share this intimate place. His invitation sounded like an offer for a new and exciting adventure, and it made everyone think twice. Mint, shifting her gaze to Zeke, noticed with quiet concern that her brother did need rest. She had seen how tired he had been the last few days, how his strength had been drained, and realized that the magical atmosphere of Onigashima could be a real source of recovery for him. She was sure that this island was not just a place to rest, but a place where Zeke could return to himself, regain his lost balance. Her words sounded with such gentleness and care that Zeke couldn't help but think about it. Tiffany, full of joy and enthusiasm, loudly announced that she was already looking forward to their upcoming trip. Her energy and radiant smile, like a bright light, instantly lifted the spirits of everyone around them, making them forget any doubts for a moment. Her joy was so genuine and infectious that even the most reserved members of the group couldn't contain a slight smile as they anticipated their new adventures. Elena, still in the shadows of this lively atmosphere, smiled quietly, but her smile was thin and timid, as if there was a shadow of sadness and doubt behind it. She wished everyone a good time, her voice soft but detached, as if she had already resigned herself to the idea that she would be left out and not join this merry company. In the back of her mind, she knew that her place was probably not with them. Tiffany, catching something odd in Elena's voice, looked at her in surprise, trying to figure out why the demon princess wasn't going to join their merry company. There was genuine bewilderment in her eyes, as if the very thought that Elena might be left behind was unthinkable to her. Elena hesitated for a moment. Her thoughts were flitting about like caged birds, giving her no rest. She looked at each of them, trying to find confirmation in their faces that her presence would be welcome. Her voice, full of uncertainty, was interrupted when she finally dared to ask, were they sure she could come with them too? This question was steeped in her inner fears and doubts. She, who had endured so much rejection and isolation, still didn't believe that anyone could genuinely want her company. But Tiffany didn't let her agonize in her thoughts for long. With a genuine and bright smile, she held out her hand to Elena as if to confirm that everything was all right. Her voice, full of joy, sounded loud and firm, like a ray of sunshine dispersing the clouds. She said with ease that of course Elena should go, since they were friends. These simple words sounded to Elena like a melody that awakened something long forgotten in her heart. Elena, standing still, felt her eyes slowly fill with tears. Tiffany's words touched her soul, awakening long-lost feelings of closeness and friendship that she thought were beyond her reach. Zeke, noticing Elena's confusion, stepped closer. A slight, reassuring smile played across his face, and there was confidence in his voice as he confirmed that, of course, she was coming with them. It wasn't just her presence as a friend that was important, but the fact that their training wasn't yet complete. He reminded her that on Onigashima they would be able to continue her training, as if this adventure was not just an opportunity to rest, but a new round of her formation. Those words dispelled her last doubts. She stood among people who not only accepted her, but saw her as an equal. That realization filled her with gratitude. Tears glistened in Elena's eyes, rolling silently down her cheeks. She whispered with a slight worry in her voice that she agreed, and in that moment she allowed herself to feel the joy and warmth that came from her friends. However, it wasn't so easy for everyone to accept her joy. Off to the side, in the shadow of their own jealousy, stood Kai-chan and Mint. Their gazes met, and jealousy was read in that silent communication. They both felt that their positions beside Zeke might be shaken if Elena became part of their group. Kai-chan, with bitterness in her voice, whispered quietly that Elena was not allowed to escape their gaze. Her words carried an underlying threat, as if she was hinting that Elena would always be under strict control. Mint, with cold certainty, added her own words, full of sarcasm and witticism. She said that they would watch each other not only during the day, but also at night, including when they were bathing or getting ready for bed. There was obvious mockery in her tone, but it was also a direct warning that Elena should not relax. The words, full of venom, began to heat up the atmosphere. Zeke, catching the dangerous mood, tried to intervene, realizing that the matter could turn into a conflict. Before he could say anything, however, Elron, who had remained calm all this time, interrupted the conversation. His voice sounded confident and firm, as if it were an order that could not be discussed. He announced that the decision had already been made. This simple but decisive gesture immediately put an end to the discussion. Zeke, a little stunned, thought for a moment about the journey ahead. They were to travel to an island in the southern seas, and he was sure they would need a ship or other transportation. Elron, however, dispelled his doubts with a slight smile and a confident wave of his hand. He explained that he had already taken care of the transportation. His dragon friends would provide them with means of transportation that would get them to their destination quickly and safely. Zeke couldn't hide his joy and thanked Elron profusely for such support. Elron, with a soft smile on his face, advised everyone to enjoy the upcoming adventure and especially take care of Shia. His voice was full of fatherly concern, and Shia, hearing this, happily waved goodbye to her father. Her face lit up with happiness, anticipation of the journey and the possibilities it could open up. A little time passed, and Elron found himself in the throne room of Nagma Castle next to Queen Sophia. His story was calm, measured, as if it had all been prepared long ago. He described how Shia, Zeke, and their friends had traveled to Onigashima. But as soon as the name of the island escaped his lips, the queen's face changed dramatically. Her eyes widened with alarm, and she suddenly cried out as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Elron watched Sophia carefully, trying to understand the reason for her sudden alarm. He frowned, and his confidence, which was usually his constant companion, faltered slightly this time. He could not fathom what could have so disturbed the queen. There was an anxiety in her eyes that he could not explain, so he wondered what had caused it. But before Sophia could answer, her counselor took the floor. The counselor was standing nearby, his face serious, expressing more and more concern with each word. His voice, cold and clear, cut through the air in the hall. He explained that Onigashima, once a quiet and picturesque island, was now a high-risk area. A new magical beast had recently been confirmed to have appeared on the island, whose power was of grave concern. This beast was no ordinary creature. Its magic disrupted the usual energy flows, causing not only fear, but chaos among those who tried to control it. Moreover, riots had broken out on the island, evidence that the inhabitants were panicking, and this made it extremely unsafe to visit the island. Elron listened to the counselor's words with unwavering calm, his face not wavering for a second. Even though those around him began to show concern, Elron maintained his unperturbed expression. When the counselor finished, he smiled softly, as if none of these warnings could truly affect him. Confidence still burned in his eyes, and he assured everyone that he had been to the island recently and had seen for himself that all was calm. His words were spoken with such firmness and calmness that for a moment everyone in the room actually felt relieved, as if the danger was over. But not Sophia. Her face remained tense, and her anxiety had gone nowhere. She turned to Elron again, this time her voice more insistent. She asked for clarification on exactly when he had last been on the island. The question silenced Elron and made him think. Echoes of memories flashed in his eyes, moments of the past that seemed like yesterday to him. After a few seconds, he replied with a slight smile that he had seen the island about 500 years ago. Having said that, he added that such a time frame didn't matter to a dragon. To him it was quite recent. His words, filled with ancient wisdom and understanding of time, brought a smile to his face, but they left an ambiguous feeling among those present. A silence hung in the hall as everyone realized that a lot could have changed in 500 years. Elrond didn't seem to see this as a problem, but to the others it was a significant point that challenged his confidence. While the conversation in Nagma's castle continued, something far more disturbing was happening in the distant demonic realm. In a dark and sullen hall, lit only by the dim light of magical torches, a huge magical beast, assembled from various parts of other creatures, lay on its stone bed. Its body, massive and heavy, seemed designed for destruction. This beast was created by magic. Its essence was imbued with darkness and anger. It made its demands lazily, wanting a gourmet meal of roasted lamb with flounder muneer. His voice was rough and low, like a hoarse growl that shook the walls around him. He spoke with arrogance, demanding the fulfillment of his whims, and it irritated everyone around him. Jammer, who approached him with slow steps, couldn't hold back a sarcastic comment, muttering that the beast had clearly become a gourmet. He sounded tired and unwilling to continue the game of serving the creature. But then something unexpected happened. The beast, which had seemed immersed in its own capricious desires, suddenly spoke in a different tone. His voice became deeper, rougher, full of hatred and malice. The first word he uttered shook everything around him: Zeke's name. The sound echoed off the walls, filling the dark hall with menace, as if the air itself grew heavier with his anger. Jammer froze in place, his eyes widening in surprise. He hadn't expected to hear Zeke's name in this place, from the mouth of a creature that seemed to be consumed by his animal instincts. But now, with every word uttered, it was clear that this magical beast remembered. The beast that had once been the king of the kingdom of Gedanuga had lost all of his humanity. The magic had warped his mind, destroying everything that was light in him. Now his mind was consumed by only one feeling: the lust for revenge. He was no longer the king that once ruled with wisdom and power. Now his body was only an instrument of destruction and his mind a receptacle of endless rage. All that was left of his former greatness had been reduced to one thing: hatred for Zeke. Zeke and his friends finally reached the shores of the mysterious island of Onigashima after a long and arduous voyage through the rough waters of the southern seas. When land appeared on the horizon, Zeke couldn't help but shout with joy as he pointed ahead. He had seen the long-awaited land. His shout echoed over the water, waking the sleepy silence of the sea, and awakened a wave of relief and anticipation in the hearts of his friends. Everyone had hoped to see a magical place where they could relax and Zeke could continue training Elena. But the reality turned out to be quite different. Instead of a blooming, sun-drenched island, a dark and ominous place opened up before them. Onigashima looked like a black spot in the middle of the sea, covered in thick smoke. A strange ashy mist hung everywhere, through which the sun's rays barely penetrated. The air was heavy, as if the island itself radiated tension. The blackness that enveloped the land spoke of destruction and desolation. None of them had expected to see such a sight, and their joyous excitement was replaced by mute surprise and anxiety. As their dragons gently descended to the shore, each of their friends cautiously descended to the ground. Zeke, not wanting to lose his sense of gratitude, raised his eyes to the dragons and thanked them sincerely for bringing them here to this strange and incomprehensible world. The dragon, whose face remained serious and focused, nodded briefly, but before he flew away, he cast a suspicious glance at the island, as if he sensed something dangerous lurking behind the haze. That look did not escape Zeke's attention. He wondered if the dragon, a powerful being, was afraid of something on the island. The dragon turned toward the island, casting it with a penetrating gaze that seemed to penetrate the very essence of the place. His nostrils drew in the thick air, full of hidden anxiety, and he sensed something deep and dark, as if the nature of the island itself was signaling danger to him. His demeanor betrayed concern. He sensed the tension emanating from every corner of the land and warned them to be careful before he took off. His mighty wings unfurled, creating a whirlwind as he lifted off the ground and quickly disappeared into the sky, leaving his companions alone with their thoughts. Zeke stared after him for a long time, lost in thought. His face grew more and more serious as the dragon's words troubled him. Mint followed Zeke's gaze and slowly looked around the island. There was a growing feeling in her soul that something was not right here. The island they had expected to see, full of life, light, and tranquility, turned out to be gloomy, permeated with an unsettling atmosphere. The air, thick and heavy, seemed saturated with hidden threats, and Mint couldn't shake the feeling that the dragon was right. They began to move forward, still feeling the strange pressure in the air. Kai-chan, always sensitive to changes in the environment, was the first to notice it. With concern in her voice, she remarked that the island smelled strange, as if there hadn't been life here for a long time or something was rotting. Her words made everyone think, and the tension among the friends only increased. Elena wanted to speak her mind, her lips hanging open as if she were about to say something. But she was suddenly interrupted by Tiffany, whose voice sounded unexpectedly joyful amidst the tension. She cried out and motioned for everyone to look forward. Her eyes, usually full of joy and expectation of something interesting, now sparkled with curiosity as she saw a dark figure appearing from behind the trees. At first the figure appeared to be nothing more than an islander who had come out to greet them. Elena assumed with slight relief that it was probably a local, and that he would help them navigate this mysterious island. Tiffany, not losing her usual cheerfulness, waved cheerfully at the stranger, urging him to come closer. Her voice was full of optimism and nonchalance, as if she was sure that the stranger was just a friendly local. But the closer the figure came, the more sinister it seemed. The shadows that had enveloped it began to fade, and something terrible was revealed before their eyes. It was not a man, as they had thought. It was a creature devoid of any human feature. Its huge, contorted body looked as if it had been twisted from nightmares. Its eyes, red and fierce, burned with hatred and malice. Sharp fangs extended outward, and chunks of decaying flesh dangled from its corporeal shell. It was a monster, a beast made of darkness itself. The shock that swept over everyone was like a wave that instantly knocked them off their feet. Each of the friends stood as if petrified, their bodies unresponsive, frozen in terror. Their hearts thudded in their chests, and all around them the air seemed to become thick and still, as if the island itself was holding its breath, anticipating something terrible. At that moment they realized that Onigashima, which Elrond had described with such warmth and care, was far from his description. It was not a cozy island promising training and rest. They found themselves in a place imbued with darkness and danger. The monster, without giving them time to realize what was happening, suddenly lunged forward with a fury they could not have anticipated. His movements were swift and full of beastly power, as if he sought to tear them to pieces. With each step, his massive claws came closer and closer to them, and panic began to overwhelm everyone. Before they could even react, the threat of death loomed over them, in the form of this creature ready to wipe them off the face of the earth. But in the midst of this chaos, Zeke was the only one who didn't lose his composure. His reaction was lightning fast, as if his body itself knew what to do. He activated his magic paralysis technique. His hands flashed with bright light, and a strong wave of energy rushed towards the monster. This light tore through the darkness surrounding them, hitting the monster with such power that it froze for a moment, not realizing what had happened. Then its huge, ugly body collapsed to the ground with a thud. The monster was paralyzed. Its fearsome claws, which only a second ago had carried a threat, now froze helplessly in the air. Bewilderment flashed in its eyes, full of anger and hatred. Zeke, trying to catch his breath after the battle, approached the girls who were still in a daze of terror. Their faces were white as chalk and their hands were trembling. He asked with concern if they were hurt. He knew he needed to make sure they were okay before moving on. The girls, not yet fully realizing what had happened, thanked him, their voices shaking with relief. In that moment, Zeke was once again not just a leader for them, but a true hero, someone they could rely on in any situation, even the most dire of situations. But for Zeke, the battle was not yet over. He couldn't just leave this strange creature alone. As he approached the paralyzed monster, his face became serious and focused. He scrutinized the monster, trying to understand its nature. The monster's strange, distorted body seemed completely alien to this world. Its flesh was decayed and seemed almost lifeless, as if the monster existed only halfway, balancing between life and death. It all looked so unusual that it made Zeke wonder what they were really up against. Elena, scrutinizing Zeke's every move, couldn't hide her growing unease. Her eyes filled with anxiety as she quietly voiced her thoughts. She had never encountered a creature like this before, and it gave birth to a deep uneasiness within her. This creature did not belong to their army, and its appearance, as well as its behavior, was completely unfamiliar. Her words, spoken with caution, sounded like an admission that they were in a place where other laws applied. Mint, always characterized by her coolness and ability to soberly assess the situation, made her assumption. There was a tinge of professional calm in her voice, but a subtle anxiety lurked behind it. She could not determine the exact nature of the creature, but her analytical mind suggested that it might be endemic to the island. Creatures that evolved under the influence of unique magic could have their own laws of evolution, and this monster could be just one of many. Zeke, focused on his actions, didn't allow himself to relax for a moment. His hands moved confidently as he carefully made an incision in the monster's skin. Thick dark red blood began to slowly ooze from the wound, its color unnaturally rich, as if it encased darkness. This blood looked different, as if there was something magical in it, twisted by time and the conditions of the island. Zeke watched every movement carefully and collected a sample for further study, realizing that this creature's blood could give them a clue to what was happening on the island. Zeke was working in concentration when his gaze locked on a drop of blood that was slowly spinning in the air, magnified hundreds of times by his magic skill. He intensified his concentration and a soft glowing aura appeared around the pictured analysis. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this strange yet mesmerizing sight. Zeke sensed that something more than a simple disease lurked in this blood. He turned to Mint, whose cold judgment always helped solve the most difficult riddles, and asked her to look closely at the image and give her opinion. He knew that her analytical mind was capable of noticing details that might escape his eye. Mint, as collected as ever, simply observed for a few moments, not giving the appearance that the mosaics of conjectures and conclusions had already begun to take shape inside her mind. Her face remained impassive, but there was a flicker of the light in her eyes that always accompanied her when she began to realize what she was dealing with. There was a tense silence all around as she continued to study the picture in front of her. Kai-chan, who was standing nearby and watching Mint closely, noticed this subtle change in her gaze and anxiously guessed that she had realized something. Mint finally broke the silence, dryly stating that they had an enlarged image of the creature's blood in front of them. Her voice sounded flat, emotionless, as if she were simply stating an obvious fact. But to everyone else, her words seemed to be the beginning of the solution to this mystery. Zeke nodded in response, confirming her guess. He had already come to that conclusion as well, but he wanted to hear her confirmation. Then, still not taking his eyes off the blood, he explained to the others exactly what he was trying to figure out, why the blood looked so unusual. He pointed at the image again, emphasizing the strange swellings that appeared on the blood cells. These formations looked like tumors, which was a clear sign of some kind of disease. His voice became more serious as he explained that these were symptoms of the disease. Zeke's words were like an icy wind that swept over everyone present. They froze, realizing the magnitude of the danger that had suddenly become more real than they could have imagined. At that moment, the silence was broken by Tiffany, whose wide-open eyes expressed surprise and alarm. Her voice trembled with fear as she asked her question, was this monster really sick? Her intonation reflected the horror that gripped her at the thought that the monster could be the result of a painful transformation. Zeke's next answer hit them like a roll of thunder on a clear day. He informed them with unquestionable certainty that the monster before them was not a monster at all, as everyone had assumed, but a human. His words were so unexpected that everyone was literally petrified with shock. Tiffany, unable to contain her shock, felt the blood rush from her face and she turned pale. Her world, so clearly delineated up to that point, began to crumble like a house of cards. Meanwhile, Zeke didn't waste a second. His determination was reflected in his every move. His hands flashed with a dazzling light and began to slowly emit magical energy. He activated his purification skill, and the light enveloped the paralyzed man. The magical glow slowly spread over the creature's body, penetrating inward, cleansing it of the sinister darkness that held it in its shackles. The shadows that enveloped the man seemed to scream in agony, disappearing under the onslaught of pure magic. In only a few moments, his face began to change. The distorted, ugly features smoothed out, the skin took on a normal human hue, and the rage in his eyes disappeared, giving way to confusion and weakness. When the cleansing was over, the monster was no longer before them, but a man who had awakened from a months-long nightmare. The man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze full of bewilderment. He looked as if he had awakened from a long sleep from which he could not get out. His eyes, wide open, wandered over the faces of those around him, not understanding what was happening or where he was. Zeke, watching his reaction, exhaled in relief. He said calmly but confidently that everything was all right now. Those simple words diffused the tension that reigned among his friends. Tiffany, as if awakened from a trance, approached the man first. Her optimism, which seemed to have faded for a moment, returned, and she greeted him cheerfully. Her smile was wide and warm, as if she wanted to convey to him her support and joy that they had been able to save him. The man, still in confusion, made a slow and deep bow, as if with this gesture he was trying to express all the gratitude he now felt. He looked at his rescuers with a shadow of confusion in his eyes, for he could not remember how he had come to be in this position and how he had troubled them. His voice was quiet, almost a whisper, and he felt mixed emotions, embarrassment at his own condition and at the same time a deep gratitude for the fact that these people had pulled him out of the nightmare he was in. With quiet confidence in his voice, he introduced himself as Shizuo, a member of the ancient Oni clan that had inhabited this island, Onigashima, for centuries. These words made a special impression on Tiffany, whose joy was so genuine that her face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. For her, this moment symbolized not just an acquaintance, but the beginning of something new and important. She felt that someone stood before them with whom they could form a friendship and perhaps learn more about the mysteries of this island. Elena, who was always attentive and sensitive to other people's emotions, smiled softly, her face expressing sympathy and concern. Her words rang with genuine warmth when she said that she was glad that Shizuo had recovered from his illness. However, despite this moment of relief, the expression on Shizuo's face suddenly changed. His smile disappeared, and anxiety and confusion took its place. He frowned, as if trying to comprehend something important, and asked with a confused look about the disease in question. To him, everything that was happening seemed like a curse placed on his people by dark forces. He couldn't realize that it could have just been a disease, a virus that had infiltrated their lives. Shizuo was convinced that it was magic that held them captive, controlled their minds and bodies, and that they were all victims of something far more sinister. Zeke, seeing that Shizuo was deluded, explained with a firm but calm tone that it wasn't a curse as Shizuo thought. In fact, it was a disease that was plaguing them, a virus that affected his body and made him turn into a monster. But now, thanks to the purification magic, the virus had been defeated and he no longer had anything to fear. Zeke's words were so confident and convincing that Shizuo began to realize that his previous beliefs may have been wrong. Shizuo thought deeply and his face became serious. His eyes darkened with thought, but at the same time his voice began to tremble with gratitude as he slowly, almost restrainedly said that he didn't know how to express his gratitude. Mint, who had been watching his reaction with a cold but caring gaze the whole time, stepped forward. She reminded Shizuo that he had mentioned the other islanders who were also affected. Her gaze was full of concern, and her question expressed not just curiosity, but an urgent need to understand the extent of what was happening. She asked if others had the same symptoms, suggesting that the disease might have spread to all the residents of Onigashima. Shizuo, hearing Mint's question, nodded slowly, his face becoming grim as if black clouds were looming over him. His eyes, full of worry, reflected all the anxieties that had long overtaken him. He confirmed her fears by saying that the virus had affected not only him, but many others on the island. He had truly believed it was a curse hanging over their clan. But now he realized it was a disease, deadly and devastating. It threatened not only him, but all of his people as well. His voice trailed off, became almost a whisper as he admitted that their island was on the brink of destruction. This confession sounded like a foreshadowing of the disaster that was inevitably coming. Shizuo, standing in front of them, with a heavy weight on his heart, began to talk about how their island used to be. Onigashima had always been known for its peaceful atmosphere. It was a place where war never touched their lands, as if an invisible wall separated this piece of land from all the conflicts and calamities of the outside world. For centuries, their clan had maintained a strict policy of neutrality, trying to stay out of the political intrigues and wars that tore other nations apart. They believed that peace was more important than anything else, and that the most important thing to them was to keep this island safe for their descendants. They lived in peace with the lands around them, always maintaining good neighborly relations, but never interfering in other people's conflicts. They were confident that by following their code of honor and peacefulness, they could preserve this paradise on earth. As he continued his story, however, his voice began to change. It became strained as if each successive word brought him physical pain. Shizuo stated that their serene life ended 3 months ago. That was when something terrible happened that changed the fate of their people and the entire island forever. His eyes reflected the horror of those events, which seemed to have left deep scars on his soul. It wasn't just an event, it was a catastrophe that had thrown their world into chaos and horror. Before he could finish his sentence, Mint, sensitive to such changes, quickly interrupted him. Her voice was full of anxiety and her eyes reflected deep concern. She could not tolerate uncertainty and immediately asked what exactly had happened on that ominous day. Her question sounded insistent, as if she felt that the answer to it might reveal the full extent of the mysteries they had encountered on the island. Shizuo, with bitterness and pain in his voice, began his account of the terrible events that had befallen their peaceful island 3 months ago. His voice, filled with sadness, trembled as if each word was difficult for him to say, as if each memory of those events was an unbearably heavy burden. He spoke slowly, realizing that these memories carried not only pain, but guilt for failing to protect his people. Onigashima had always been an island of tranquility and peace, far from outside conflicts, and so the islanders had not expected such an evil that changed their entire existence in an instant. Zeke and his companions listened anxiously and attentively to Shizuo's every word, immersing themselves in his story. Despite their own adventures and battles, they had never faced such a nightmare before. Shizuo told of how a dark evil had suddenly appeared on their island, like a storm hitting a quiet shore. He called this evil a flesh lump, a creature made up of many bodies joined together into one monstrous creature that had nothing to do with normal life. But the most horrible thing was not only the creature, but the one who controlled it, an old man whose name no one knew, but whose cruelty and power were limitless. This old man, like a sinister puppeteer, controlled the monster, destroying everything in his path. The most terrifying threat came not from the monster itself, but from the miasmas it emitted into the air. Shizuo described with horror in his voice how this poisonous mist quickly spread throughout the island like a devilish fog, filling every street, every house. These miasmas were deadly. Anyone who inhaled them began to slowly turn into something horrible. The inhabitants, once his friends and neighbors, gradually lost their humanity, turning into zombies, into senseless creatures driven only by the thirst for destruction. The virus acted inexorably, penetrating the lungs, distorting bodies and minds until it completely took over the individual. As Shizuo narrated, his eyes filled with tears as they reflected the memories of those he had lost. His voice broke as he recalled how thousands of Onigashima residents fell victim to the disease, how they lost their minds and became the living dead. Zeke and his team were stunned. Even Mint, always calm and collected, whispered that she couldn't believe that the entire island was enveloped in these deadly miasmas and that the inhabitants were doomed to breathe this poisonous air every day. Shizuo nodded in response to her words, confirming that over 90% of the island's population had already been exposed to this terrible virus. He himself was one of the victims, but Zeke, thanks to his abilities, was able to restore his human form back to him. Zeke, listening to Shizuo's story with attention and concentration, began to put all the pieces of this frightening puzzle together. He remembered how they had seen the island from the air. Its surface was shrouded in dark smoke that seemed strange and ominous. Now he realized that this smoke was not just a natural phenomenon, it was miasmas, spreading disease all over the island, turning people into monsters. His voice was quiet but full of understanding when he said that this explained why the island looked so dark and ominous. Kai-chan, struggling to cope with her growing fear, suddenly screamed. Her voice cut through the silence caused by Shizuo's story. She couldn't believe what she had heard. Panic swept over her like a rushing wave, destroying all attempts at logical thinking. One frightening thought slowly but surely solidified in her mind. If the entire island was contaminated with this miasma, then they were inhaling the same poisonous air while standing here. Terror seized her mind, leaving no room for calm reasoning. Kai-chan's heart pounded frantically in her chest, and she felt a shiver run through her body, gripping every cell. It was a fear she couldn't control, and that fear was growing stronger by the second. In a desperate attempt to find protection from the impending threat, Kai-chan rushed towards Zeke. Her movements were abrupt, almost instinctive, like a man drowning in panic and grasping for a last lifeline. She wrapped her trembling arms around his neck, clinging to him as if only his presence could protect her from the terror that gripped her. The thought that her body might begin to decompose like those demons Shizuo had described was unbearable. She couldn't bear the thought that she might lose her humanity, her body and mind. Tears streamed down her face and she sobbed, begging Zeke to stop her from turning into one of those monsters that were losing themselves in this horrible process. Her fear was so intense that she even asked him to kill her now to prevent this terrible outcome. Zeke, despite the heat and emotional outburst of Kai-chan, remained remarkably calm. His face remained impenetrable, as if he was used to situations like this and knew how to act when panic gripped those around him. He realized that panic would only make things worse in this situation, and his firm resolve was the only thing that could stop Kai-chan's fear. His voice was soft yet firm as he asked her to calm down. Shizuo, watching this scene, was completely dumbfounded. In his mind, he couldn't understand how they could remain so calm knowing that these miasmas that hovered in the air around them were deadly. He didn't understand how they could be sure that they wouldn't die if this poisonous air continued to permeate their lungs. His face expressed utter bewilderment, and despair sounded in his voice as he asked how they could keep their cool, knowing that with every passing second these gases could begin to destroy them from the inside out. But Zeke's answer was unexpected and reassuring at the same time. He explained with a slight smile that perhaps it was all about his divine power. He told them that his power acted as a protective barrier, like some sort of magical antibody that kept the virus from entering their bodies. His purification magic was essentially a kind of vaccine that kept the miasmas from infecting them. His words, spoken so confidently and calmly, made a deep impression on everyone. There was a silence in the room, filled with respect for Zeke's strength and wisdom. His confidence was infectious, and now each of them could believe that they were truly safe from this dreaded threat. For Shizuo, this revelation came as a real shock. He had never heard of such powers and was stunned to realize that standing before him was not just a man, but a being endowed with divine power that could protect them from the evil that had engulfed their island. He couldn't contain his emotions, and realizing the significance of what was happening, he slowly knelt down in front of Zeke. His heart was overflowing with gratitude and awe for the one he now considered a messenger from above. At this moment, for Shizuo, Zeke was the epitome of hope. He could no longer hold back his desire to ask for help. His voice trembled as he begged Zeke to save not only him, but everyone else on the island. He knew that if Zeke didn't help them, no one else would be able to. His plea was full of desperation and hope, and his every gesture expressed complete devotion and belief that Zeke was their last chance for salvation. Zeke, with a soft but confident smile, stated that he had had the intention of saving this island for a long time. There was an unwavering determination in his voice, as if this mission was not just another task, but a matter of honor. For Zeke, it was not a matter of choice, but a matter of duty that he was ready to fulfill despite the odds. His eyes sparkled with confidence, and none of his friends doubted that he was up to it. Mint, watching his confidence, took a deep breath, a slight disappointment in her heart. She had so hoped for a vacation, a time of rest when she could relax and forget about fighting and saving worlds. But every time it seemed they would get a chance to rest, a new mission became their priority. Her face expressed a mixture of humility and acceptance. It was always like that with Zeke, after all. At some point, she had gotten used to the constant adventure and challenge. Zeke, as if not noticing her frustration, explained with a slight chuckle that they weren't here under any compulsion, they'd only been asked to help. He said it with such ease, as if the task ahead of them didn't require much effort on their part. There was a calm confidence in his words that it would be over quickly, and they could return to their vacation plans. This ease in his tone calmed Mint a bit, though she realized that fast for Zeke was relative. Surrounded by their friends, Zeke and his team set off towards the center of the island. Each step brought them closer to a new encounter with danger, but they moved confidently, with the knowledge that they could handle any challenge. Shizuo, who was following them, was stunned by Zeke's determination. To him, the man seemed the epitome of unwavering strength and courage, and he couldn't stop marveling at his confidence. His faith grew within him that Zeke would indeed be able to save them all. When they finally arrived at the castle of Sakura, the mistress of Onigashima, they were greeted by a majestic structure hidden behind a massive gate. The castle seemed to tower over everyone as a symbol of protection, but at the same time it looked gloomy, as if the island itself was engulfing it in darkness. Sakura stood before them, her figure standing out against the gray walls of the castle. Her gaze was full of anticipation and caution. She wanted to understand who these people were and how they could help. Shizuo approached her, bowed respectfully, and began his story. He detailed how Zeke had saved him from the horrible fate of being a zombie. His voice was full of gratitude, every word sounding like a tribute to Zeke for giving him a second chance at life. Shizuo proudly introduced Zeke as his savior, not hiding his admiration. Zeke, with the same ironic smile, introduced himself as a veterinarian, causing slight confusion among everyone present. His words sounded so unexpected and casual that it even lightened the atmosphere. Sakura quickly regained her serious expression, despite the brief moment of uncertainty that flashed in her eyes. She looked directly at Zeke, and her voice, full of respect and slight incredulity, broke the tense silence. She reported that rumors of a mysterious demon lord in white had long since spread across the island. Each of her words was imbued with genuine surprise. She couldn't quite believe that the very man the legends spoke of was now standing right in front of her. Tiffany, always full of excitement and energy, couldn't hide her excitement. Her eyes literally sparkled as she loudly exclaimed that the nickname, Demon Lord in White, sounded incredibly cool. Her childish enthusiasm was infectious, and everyone around her felt slightly relieved at her sincerity. Zeke, smiling demurely, admitted that he hadn't even known he had such a nickname. There was irony and modesty in his smile, as he had never sought fame or notoriety before. Shizuo, who was standing a little aside, was still feeling awkward after their first meeting. He was surprised at how complex and multifaceted Zeke turned out to be. His voice, full of deep respect, sounded apologetic for any past disrespect. Shizuo embarrassedly admitted that he didn't realize who was in front of him at the time. However, Zeke, with characteristic ease, brushed off the apology. He didn't see what had happened as anything serious. To him, Shizuo was just someone who was in a difficult situation, and Zeke would never blame someone for mistakes made under the pressure of circumstances. Then, getting to the point, Zeke started talking about the situation on the island. His voice became more serious, and he said that Shizuo had told him about the spread of the miasmas that had taken over the island, and the danger that now loomed over its inhabitants. His gaze slid carefully over the old stone walls of the castle, and he noticed that this place seemed to be the only safe haven. When he spoke his hunches out loud, Sakura confirmed them. Sakura slowly turned around and pointed to a huge gem that shone behind her back like a magical light source. She explained that it was this precious relic that kept the miasmas at bay, preventing them from entering the castle. It was their last bastion, the only barrier protecting them from their inevitable doom. One step beyond the gate and the protection would be gone, leaving them at the mercy of the deadly air that corroded all life. These words weighed heavily on Zeke's and his friend's shoulders. Suddenly, the realization of the gravity of the situation came over them. Zeke, who had remained calm until then, realized that their task was much more difficult than he had imagined. Beyond the castle walls stretched a world engulfed in darkness, miasmas, and death. The island was literally drowning in the magic destroying it, which was slowly destroying all living things. Everything around them seemed to be plunged into a dark, crushing nightmare, and Zeke couldn't help but think about how hard it must be for Shia to witness these horrors. Every minute on this island was a test not only for them, but for her as well. He didn't want her to learn such a world full of fear, pain, and hopelessness. But instead of the calm lessons and wise counseling he had planned, Shia had seen monsters and death, poisonous miasmas taking lives as part of the frightening reality. The world they discovered on Onigashima turned out to be saturated with nightmares that no one could have warned them of in advance. Despite the horrible events that happened here, Shizuo seemed to be glad that he was able to lead them to safety. He was full of gratitude, and his humble bow in front of Sakura and Zeke spoke volumes. To him, this castle was not just a safe haven, but a true miracle. Shizuo realized how lucky he was to escape the fate of those left outside, and it gave him a sense of indebtedness to those who had helped him survive. Sakura, who had held on with iron fortitude all this time, suddenly softened. Her face, previously tense with uncertainty, suddenly took on a tinge of relief when she heard that Shizuo was safe. For all these months, she hadn't known what had happened to him, and only now was she able to exhale a sigh of relief. She admitted that she had been worried about his fate all this time. Those words revealed her concern and deeply hidden sense of responsibility for her men. Shizuo, taking a deep breath, bitterly admitted that it was not easy for him to realize that he himself was part of the herd, those who had lost control of themselves under the influence of the miasma. This feeling of being powerless and becoming a soulless creature had left deep wounds in his soul. He told me that at the moment of greatest darkness, Mr. Zeke came to his aid. Although it was only a happy accident, that moment changed his entire life. For Shizuo, it was like being born again. He was able to return to himself, even though he had already resigned himself to the idea that his life was over. When Sakura heard this confession, her eyes widened in surprise. She slowly turned to Zeke, a mixture of disbelief and hope in her gaze. The news was so overwhelming to her that she couldn't immediately believe what she was hearing. Her voice trembled when she asked if there really was a cure for this terrible disease that plagued their island. She was afraid to give herself hope, but she couldn't help but think that a miracle was possible. Zeke, despite the gravity of the situation, nodded demurely. He explained that it was about a virus that was spreading like an epidemic, taking over people's bodies and minds. It was some sort of magical contamination, and although it was extremely difficult, he knew how to stop it. His words, spoken with deep certainty like thunder, caused everyone to freeze. There was absolute silence in the room, everyone listening to his voice, to his promise that brought hope to this dark world. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zeke as the last spark of light that had broken through the thick darkness of despair that had enveloped them for months. There was a tiny spark of faith in each of them that perhaps their world could still be saved. They began to ask questions in trembling voices, full of anxiety and fear of what was beyond their control. Everyone was thinking of one thing: if everything could be brought back to the way it was, if Zeke could give life to those they thought were already lost. Everyone present couldn't get rid of the haunting thought: maybe this man could save them all, could restore the island to new life. Tiffany, full of emotion as always, couldn't contain her feelings. Her joy overflowed and she exclaimed loudly that Zeke was incredible. His strength and skills were admirable. However, Zeke, smiling modestly, raised his hand as if to ask Tiffany to calm down a bit. He was confident in his abilities, but he didn't lose his sober perspective on the situation. Reluctantly, he admitted that he could not promise victory. The task ahead was too great, and it was hard to say yet how successful it would be. But one thing he knew for sure was that he would not stop until he had exhausted every possible means to save their world. Shizuo, turning to the others, confirmed Zeke's words. He detailed how he had been turned into a soulless creature, but thanks to Zeke's intervention, he had been able to come back to life, regain his mind and free will. There was genuine faith and gratitude in those words. He believed that this was proof that their people could still be saved. Shizuo spoke with such power and conviction that his words echoed in the hearts of everyone in the castle. He saw Zeke as the savior who had brought him out of the darkness. Sakura, listening intently, began to slowly realize the depth of what was happening. If Zeke was truly able to cure all those who were affected by the disease, it meant that their people, who were on the verge of extinction, could be saved. Her mind was filled with thoughts, her heart wavering between fear and hope. But gradually faith began to prevail. Sakura realized that a chance for salvation that had seemed impossible all along was now before them. Everyone present felt this growing tension, and the clan members, glancing amongst themselves, finally gathered their thoughts and turned to Sakura respectfully. They gave her words of encouragement, recognizing that her decisions, as difficult as they were the right ones. Those words sounded like an acknowledgement that the sacrifices made during the siege had not been in vain. Their sacrifices were worth it, and thanks to the wisdom of their mistress, they continued to fight despite the horrible reality they found themselves in. Vint and Zeke, looking at the clan members in surprise, couldn't immediately understand what was being discussed. Their eyes reflected questions, but neither of them were ready to say them out loud. It was difficult for them to realize the depth of the tragedy that had been happening before their eyes for all these months. One of the oldest members of the clan lowered his shoulders as if recognizing the gravity of the situation and spoke with a tremor in his voice. He explained that for the past 3 months, they had not participated in any battles. All this time they had been trying to avoid bloodshed because Sakura, their mistress, had ordered them not to kill those who had been turned into zombies. It was her decision not to allow those who were once their friends and loved ones to be destroyed. Those words struck Elena like a bolt of lightning. She froze in place, her eyes widening at the realization of the whole truth. Her heart clenched at what she had just heard. She couldn't believe that these people had willingly undergone such a horrible ordeal, under constant siege, surrounded by their own people who had turned into mindless machines of destruction. Mint finally realized the true state of affairs. She, like Elena, was stunned, but her reaction was different. She quietly lowered her head, realizing how great a feat these people had accomplished. They had been under siege not only physically, but mentally as well. All this time they had been living among those they cared about, but had become a threat, and there was nothing they could do about it. They were forced to wait and hope for a miracle. Sakura, whose voice was getting quieter and quieter, confirmed their speculation. She admitted with bitterness in her gaze that the whole situation was too complex to be understood at once. She explained that they couldn't afford to realize the full extent of the devastation because the inhabitants were left either dead or bereft of will. There was utter chaos all around, and every day was like agony. The decision not to kill those who had become zombies was the only hope of bringing them back to life one day. But each new day of the siege was filled with doubt and fear. One of the clan elders, whose gray hair spoke of years of experience and hardships endured, stepped forward. His voice was quiet but full of strength as he turned to Sakura to ask her to reveal the whole truth to them. He felt that only now, with Zeke and his team standing before them, did they have a chance to find a way out of this hell. His words held not only respect, but also a great hope that this moment would be a turning point in their fight for survival. Behind Zeke, the girls began to converse, their voices quiet, almost a whisper, but their words carried deep meaning. They were discussing how kind and human Sakura seemed, despite being in the midst of such a cruel reality. Sakura, standing in front of everyone, began to speak with a heavy sigh. There was a deep sadness and disappointment in herself in her voice. She honestly admitted that she had been too naive in her approach to crisis management. Her decision to put off important issues by avoiding brutal but necessary action was driven by fear and misunderstanding. She called it not a decision but foolishness, an attempt to disconnect herself from a reality that demanded more decisive action. This confession sounded heavy, as if she had been running these thoughts through her head more than once, but only now decided to voice them in front of everyone. Lowering her head, Sakura continued, bitterly admitting that her behavior was inappropriate for a leader. She knew that her duty as a politician was not only to preserve what was precious, but to be willing to discard the unnecessary if it was necessary to save others. From her shoulders hung a weight of accusations which she could not deny. What she was accused of was indefensible, and she realized it. The pain of the mistakes she had made that had caused her people to suffer was evident in her words. She wasn't looking for excuses, just telling the truth as she saw it. Zeke, after listening to her, smiled softly. His gaze was full of sympathy and understanding. He spoke warmly, trying to encourage her. There was no judgment or criticism in his words. He expressed his thought that her actions, despite their consequences, were not so bad. Her kindness and compassion, which she relied on to make her decisions, was what made her a leader that people reached for. He added that her unwillingness to sacrifice for instant gain was what set her apart from other rulers, and that was why the rest of the clan followed her, believing in her humanity. Zeke's words were like a light at the end of the tunnel for everyone present. They, upon hearing him, began to smile. Their faces, hitherto gloomy and full of doubt, began to change. Zeke, with his calmness and confidence, brought hope into their hearts that they had not trusted their mistress in vain, that her decisions, no matter how difficult they seemed, still made sense. Zeke, seeing that the atmosphere was beginning to soften, slowly lowered himself to the floor as if to demonstrate that everything was under control. It was a gesture of confidence and calmness, as if he wanted to show that they could relax now that he was there. His voice was full of confidence when he said that they should not be afraid anymore. He promised that he would cure them all, that he would find a way to bring the island back to life. The words sounded like an oath, a promise Zeke was willing to keep at any cost. There was such strength and determination in his words that everyone present began to believe that salvation was indeed possible.